Isn't that thrilling? Besides, aren't you upset about lawyer Nate tricking you? Once married, keep setting him up and making him squirm. Remember, he fears Professor Nate. If he dares to bully you, go cry to Professor Nate, and someone will deal with him. With private jets, you can jet off to islands, shopping with your toy boys. Isn't this paid dating, with a lifetime position? Elon ruminated over ways to pit Angie and Govind against each other, speaking eloquently. Following Angie's temper, he painted a grand picture. Angie listened, almost swayed. You're trying to dupe me. How much did Govind pay you? Elon? Angie leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. Tell you what, double what he pays, and help me convince him to let me go. Elon. Geraldine, I'm just a secretary. Did you look like a secretary when you called him an old fox? Want me to repeat your exact words to him later? Elon. Had he dug his own grave? Indeed, Angie and lawyer Nate were equally matched. Master Montague, Michaela said after escorting Angie out, calling Bear. On the other side, Bear answered casually. Michaela continued, I met Geraldine. Do you think you can take on the Hua family case, lawyer Bo? Michaela chuckled softly. You're too generous, Master Montague. The Hua family appears flourishing on the surface, but beneath it lies complex relationships. Taking on their case would put my life at risk. No amount of commission can compare to my safety. Michaela and Ascari were university classmates who merely shared a fleeting romance. They ended it early due to mutual awareness and rationality. Ascari initially wanted Michaela for her divorce case. Knowing he couldn't offer a sure win, he recommended Krista instead. Lawyer Bo is still as straightforward as ever, Bear remarked. No need for polite small talk. Michaela tightened his grip on his phone, knowing what Master Montague represented in Jingang. If Govind's path was in business, Bear walked the opposite direction. ####Chapter 118, The mind of a man in love is truly terrifying. Both would become outstanding figures in their respective fields, neither could afford to offend the other. Aya's fingertips loosened slightly. Your sister and I have been classmates for so many years. There's no need for us to play this game of official language and riddles. At that moment, Garth was meeting a friend at the Jingang military base. The two were standing in the training ground watching new recruits train. When he received the call, Garth moved a bit further away, his expression somber and brows furrowed as he answered. The person beside him looked on, puzzled. Seeing Garth end the call, he asked, Trouble? Someone else's problem, Garth said, then called over an attendant for a cigarette. I never thought our young Master Montague would also have a day of being entangled in love. Entangled in love? Garth took a drag on the cigarette, muttering the 4 words lightly before slowly shaking his head, not really. I'm not worthy. The other party was taken aback. Which families, miss? Is there anyone you're unworthy of? Who didn't know the Montague family of Jingang? Only the Nan family could rival the Montague family, but they had long expanded overseas, with their local influence not as strong as it used to be. The Montague family had been dominant in power for years. Garth ignored the other person's surprise, instead asking, Have you heard of Govind? The devil of the legal circle? You've heard of him? Garth asked. The other person thought for a moment. He's famous in the capital too. Govind is the devil of the legal circle in Jingang and the devil of the investment world in the capital. Any project he invests in has a high chance of going public. He controls half the high-tech market. How could I not have heard of him? Garth paused mid-motion as he flicked the ash from his cigarette. He hadn't heard these things. It seemed people in Jingang only knew one side of Govind. So, he really does have some skill. Why are you asking about him? I've set my eyes on a woman he likes. What do you think my chances are? In Govind's office, Angie stared at the documents before her, deadlocked. Elon glanced at the window, noting that it was already dark. So much time had passed. Would she sign or not? Boss lady, how about just signing it? Worrying won't help. If lawyer Nate doesn't represent you in court, you'll be broke. With everything that happened between me and Hua Laoba and Hua Min, if it gets exposed, you might not even be able to stay in this world, let alone in the entertainment industry. Angie was startled. How did you know? She had kept this matter secret, telling no one. Surprisingly, even her secretary, Elon, knew. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Elon tried to cover up, but seeing Angie's gaze fixed on him, he hesitated. Following the philosophy of saving oneself first, he revealed, Lawyer Nate told me. Angie's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to say something, Elon's phone rang. After taking the call, he hung up and said, Geraldine, President Sue told me that Lawyer Nate is heading back after attending a business event. He's meeting Enoch and Tom on his way. Angie was alarmed, immediately pulling out her phone to call Govind. Several calls went unanswered, clearly showing that Govind wasn't planning to answer. Bastard. Take me to him. Angie snatched the prenuptial agreement from the table, grabbing Elon by the collar and dragging him out. Not answering. In the black Bentley, Govind placed the phone on the armrest. Krista looked at the constantly lit screen, glancing at him. Her question received no response. Govind leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes as if resting. His long fingers overlapped and slowly rubbed together, looking like an old monk calculating something. Ali, hearing Krista's question, glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Checking his watch, he saw a notification and slid his finger across it. Boss, Elon is coming towards us. Govind curled his lips slightly. Drive slower. Krista. If Angie could outmaneuver this scheming fox, it would truly be the end of the world. Indeed, whatever this man desired, he always got. Compared to Angie's focus on short-term love, Govind's long-term strategy made him the ultimate winner. Planning for Leroy's infidelity, setting up Angie's humiliation at the engagement party, spreading rumors about Freddie's disappearance, pushing Angie into despair, and then saving her. Appearing as a savior to rescue her from her dire situation. As the ancients said, giving someone a cane might not earn gratitude, but breaking their leg first and then offering a cane would make them forever grateful. This was Govind's method. Too cunning. Far too cunning. What if Angie finds out someday? How would she react? Krista couldn't help but ask. The man who had been resting slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep as a chasm. This matter, I know, heaven knows, earth knows. If Angie finds out, President Sue should be prepared. Was he threatening her? Krista felt a chill down her spine at Govind's words. This man. Krista had always known Govind wasn't a saint. This was why she chose to work with him despite leaving behind many prestigious law firms, because he had ambitions, methods, and plans. Wealth and success were inevitable. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, this had always been Krista's principle. Whenever Govind traveled, at least 2 cars accompanied him for safety reasons, and to avoid risks in emergencies. Jingang traffic was bustling, especially during rush hour. Govind's order to drive slower was making Ali miserable as cars honked and flashed behind them. Even Krista, sitting in the back, felt uncomfortable. In such heavy traffic, driving at 30 miles per hour, truly terrifying when a man's heart is clouded by love. Bang! Before Govind could even get out of the car at the designated location, a black Volkswagen crashed into his vehicle. Translation notes. I have maintained the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Chapter 118, A Man in Love is Truly Terrifying. In the future, both of them would be outstanding figures in their respective fields, neither could afford to offend the other. Aya loosened his fingers slightly and said, Your sister and I have been classmates for so many years, there's no need for us to play word games. At this moment, Garth was meeting a friend at the Jingang military base. They were standing at the drill ground watching new recruits train. When Garth received the call, he moved away to take it, his expression somber and brows furrowed. His companion glanced over, puzzled. Seeing Garth hang up, his companion asked, Trouble? Someone else's trouble, Garth replied, summoning a guard for a cigarette. Didn't think our young master Montague would have a day like this. Day like this? Garth inhaled the cigarette, muttering these 4 words softly before slowly shaking his head. Not quite. I don't deserve it, he added. His companion was taken aback. Which family's daughter? Is there someone you're not worthy of? Everyone knew about the Montague family in Jingang. The Nan family might rival the Montags in influence, but they had been expanding overseas for years and no longer held the same clout locally as they once did. Over the years, the Montague family had become unmatched in power within Jingang. Garth didn't respond to his surprise but instead asked, Have you heard of Govind? The Yama of the legal circle? You've heard of him? His companion thought for a moment. He's also famous in the capital. He's the Yama of the legal circle in Jingang and the venture capital world in the capital. Nearly every project he invests in goes public. He controls half of the high-tech industry. How could I not have heard of him? Garth paused as he flicked the ash from his cigarette. He hadn't known that. It seemed the people of Jingang only had a partial understanding of Govind. Indeed, he's capable. Why ask about him? I've set my sights on a woman he likes. What do you think my chances are? In Govind's office, Angie stared at the documents in front of her, hesitant, while Elon glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window. It was already dark outside. Half a day had passed. Would she sign or not? Boss, how about we just sign, suggested Elon. It won't help if you hesitate. If lawyer Nate doesn't help with your lawsuit, you'll end up penniless. With everything tied to Grandma Hua and Hua Min, once this news breaks, you might not even be able to stay in this world, let alone the entertainment industry. Angie was stunned. How do you know that? She had kept it secret and told no one. Unexpectedly, even a secretary like Elon knew. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Elon tried to cover up, but seeing Angie staring intently, he hesitated, then betrayed Govind with the thought that it was better to sacrifice an ally than lose himself. Lawyer Nate told me. Angie's eyes deepened. Just as she was about to say something, Elon's phone rang. He answered and after listening, hung up and looked at her. Geraldine, President Sue told me that Lawyer Nate will meet Denham and Tom after tonight's business event and is on his way now. Angie immediately called Govind, but all calls went unanswered, clearly showing Govind had no intention of answering. Damn it. Take me to him. Angie grabbed the prenuptial agreement from the table, yanked Elon by his collar, and dragged him out. Not answering. In the black Bentley, Govind placed the phone on the center console. Krista watched the lit screen, glancing at him. Her question went unanswered. Leaning back, Govind closed his eyes as if resting, his long fingers intertwining slowly. Alali, hearing Krista's query, glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Checking his watch, which was glowing, he slid his finger across it. Boss, Elon is heading our way. Govind lightly curled his lips. Drive slower. Krista, if Angie could outsmart this manipulative man, the sky really would fall. Indeed, any woman this man desired would eventually be within his grasp. Compared to Angie's short-sightedness in pursuing romance, Govind's long-term strategy was the winning move. He planned for Leroy to cheat, making Angie humiliated at her engagement party, spreading rumors about Freddie's disappearance, and pushing her into a corner before rescuing her. Appearing as a savior to save her from her plight. As the saying goes, if you give someone a cane, they might not thank you, they might even feel insulted. But if you first break their leg and then give them a cane, they'll be eternally grateful. That was Govind's method. So devious. Too devious. What do you think will happen if Angie finds out? Krista couldn't resist asking. The man who had been resting opened his eyes slowly, gazing at her as if she were lost in an abyss. This matter should be known only between you, me, heaven, and earth. If Angie finds out, President Sue needs to be prepared. Was he threatening her? Krista felt a chill down her spine. This man. Krista had always known Govind wasn't a perfect gentleman. That's why she chose him over the already successful law firms, appreciating his ambition, strategy, and cunning. Better to lead a chicken than follow a phoenix. That was Krista's philosophy. Govind traveled with at least 2 cars for safety and to allow for quick evasion in emergencies. With the busy traffic and rush hour, Alali struggled to drive slowly as instructed by Govind. Cars honked and flashed behind them, undoubtedly cursing them out. Sitting in the back, Krista felt uncomfortable. In such dense traffic, driving at 30 miles per hour, truly, a man in love can be terrifying. Bang! Before Govind could get out of the car at the designated spot, a black Volkswagen crashed into them. Characterization and plot coherence are preserved to ensure consistency with previous content. Chapter 119, Driving Straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Krista, who was about to get out of the car, was startled by a strong impact and quickly grabbed the handle. Glancing sideways, she saw Angie getting out of a black Volkswagen, and she took a deep breath. She retracted her pity for Angie. A man like Govind could only be tamed by her. Both were equally matched, neither one willing to give in. Krista withdrew her hand as she watched Govind lower the window. Angie's angry face appeared, and with a wave of her hand, she threw the prenuptial agreement at him. Here, you dog. Govind, unperturbed by the slap, bent down to pick up the document and smiled faintly. Geraldine, have you considered it thoroughly? There's no turning back once the arrow is released. I have conditions. Govind nodded amiably. Go on. Secret marriage, she said. Marrying him would narrow her career prospects in the entertainment industry, and a man like Govind wasn't worth sacrificing her career for. Govind's gaze darkened slightly, and Krista, sitting beside him, inwardly applauded Angie. Indeed, the wise always find ways to counteract their adversaries. Each had their strategies, and neither would easily gain an upper hand. After a moment of silence, Govind nodded calmly, agreed. Krista. Agreed? This man has a truly dark heart. Govind understood that to win over someone, he needed to play the humble card first. He would deal with the secret marriage issue later after securing her. Angie was also taken aback by his quick agreement. When did this man become so agreeable? Isn't the plan to bend but not break? Angie rested her arm on the car window and beckoned him, get out. Shouldn't you come up and we head straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau? You said Enoch and Tom are looking for you. Go meet them. Krista. Holy crap, Geraldine has brains. She can still go a few rounds with Mr. Nate. Govind, unfazed by her words, asked calmly, what for? To fight? Or to mock and tell them to give up? Angie raised an eyebrow, why not? She wanted to slap them senseless, let alone just mock them. Govind's long fingers traced the words, prenuptial agreement, rubbing back and forth, sure, but it's unnecessary. Angie felt every word from Govind, even the punctuation, was a trap. But she couldn't pinpoint its flaw, reason. Provoking them would only accelerate their actions against Venus. So, it's unnecessary. Krista mentally applauded Govind. His justification was impeccable. Angie, despite seeing plenty of dirt in the entertainment industry under her father's protection, couldn't match someone like Govind, who grew up in the cutthroat business world. Govind shoved Krista and Alali out of the car and drove another intact Bentley to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Angie. The remaining 3 stared at each other in disbelief. Elon looked at Krista and then at Alali. Should we celebrate with some barbecue since Lawyer Nate got Geraldine? Krista slapped Elon on the shoulder. Good idea, pick the most expensive place and make Lawyer Nate pay. With that, the 3 set off in Elon's damaged Volkswagen to find food. In the car, Alali furrowed his brows in thought. Eventually, he couldn't help asking Krista in the back seat, are Enoch and Tom really here? Krista paused typing on her phone, glancing at Alali. What do you think? Alali. Lawyer Nate has a truly dark heart. If Enoch and Tom were indeed inside and Angie wanted to see them, Govind would have accompanied her. If they weren't there and he used excuses to avoid going, it clearly meant no one was inside. It was all part of Govind's deception. Elon, feeling guilty, thought aloud, if Lawyer Nate treats Geraldine badly in the future, will she come after us? Don't worry. Krista's reassurance made Elon relax somewhat, as Geraldine didn't seem like a violent person. But her next words made his heart race again, none of us will escape. Elon. Will I be the worst off? After all, he spent quite a while trying to reassure Angie. In the car, watching Govind drive straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Angie hesitated. Comparing being poor with marrying a man like Govind, being poor seemed more bearable. She scanned the car interior, searching for the agreement. Her eyes caught sight of the document placed beside the driver's door. Govind, aware of her movements, kept it far from her reach to prevent her from changing her mind. Angie. How fickle. What are you looking for? Nothing. Angie sat up awkwardly, reluctant to admit her hesitation. Where are we going? The Civil Affairs Bureau. Govind stopped at a red light. Startled, Angie glanced at the dark sky. This late? Isn't the Civil Affairs Bureau closed? Almost, but not yet. Angie. So eager. Govind didn't want to give her a chance to reconsider. Was he rushing her to get married before she could change her mind? Lawyer Nate is quite capable. The light turned green, and Govind resumed driving. These capabilities will be resources Catherine Nate can use anytime. Hearing Catherine Nate, Angie felt a pang of surprise. Undeniably, Govind was top-notch at manipulating people's hearts. Why not Geraldine? My willingness serves only my wife. Others, Govind shook his head, aren't worthy. Angie nearly fell into his trap with his low, compelling voice. She rolled down the window, letting the warm breeze in to clear her mind. Going to get married late at night, does Lawyer Nate want to tell me we've already reached the end? As the green light flashed, Govind steered the wheel, driving forward. All these skills will be resources available to Catherine Nate in the future. Chapter 120, the Civil Affairs Bureau lit up brightly. Govind was amused by Angie's grandiloquent speech. Why does everything out of your mouth sound so terrible? Angie pondered, perhaps, because I speak the truth. So. Geraldine, are you telling me that the truth is always unpleasant to hear? Isn't it? Govind raised a hand to stroke his chin, keeping his eyes on the road while driving steadily. If you're scared, Angie, just say so, and I'll let you off. Let her off? Angie glanced at the high-rise bridge with no village in sight. Govind letting her off would result in at most a few thousand fines for him, but if she couldn't make it down, she might lose her life. The Lincolnsons never cared about reputation. She leaned against the backrest, nodding, I just thought that compared to marrying you, I'd rather accept the fact that I'm poor. Govind scoffed inwardly, he knew it all along. 3 hearts and 2 minds, fickle-hearted, these were the labels attached firmly to Angie. Govind pulled the car over to the side, turned his head to glance at Angie, took the agreement from beside the door, and nodded toward her. Out. You're leaving me here? Are you even a man? Do you know what cherishing and respecting women means? Or what? Geraldine trifles with my feelings and wastes my time, and you expect me to politely drive you home? Do you think I'm one of those idiots chasing after you? Angie choked. I don't care, I won't get out. Govind laughed in exasperation, tossing the document aside and starting the car again. Then think carefully, once I start driving, our destination will be the Civil Affairs Bureau. Geraldine won't have a second chance. Is Lawyer Nate so anxious, going to register marriage overnight, afraid of something harmful happening and delaying plans? Geraldine, that won't work on me. Go use it on someone else. Angie. Govind, if I ever do something unforgivable to you, would you chop me up and throw me into the sewer? With your skills and methods, you'd chop me first, then dump me into the Pacific Ocean without anyone knowing. Or if we argue, would you hit me? If I die accidentally in the future, would you sue my mom for compensation? Govind listened quietly as Angie went through all kinds of cases she had found online about dismemberment, wife murders, insurance fraud, etc., recounting them one by one to him. It truly kept him awake. The car came to a steady stop in the yard of the Civil Affairs Bureau, which was indeed brightly lit as Govind had said. Get out. The man unfastened his seatbelt and reached for Angie's. She put her hand on Govind's palm, stopping him. Would they just go and get married like this? Her dreams of registering with her beloved one at the Civil Affairs Bureau would be shattered. Would all those dreams she had when young just disappear? I didn't bring my household registration book. Although Angie didn't mention turning back, her words implied her reluctance. Govind's expression changed slightly, his gaze showing displeasure. An ID card is enough. Shouldn't a good citizen abide by national rules? Angie began making excuses for herself. Patriotism, dedication, honesty, kindness, 4 points. Apart from the first point which you somewhat adhere to, did you ever follow any of the others? Govind stared at her, his eyes deep and dark. Dedication? According to the schedule, you should be on set, but you're not. Honesty? Who doesn't know that Angie loves reneging on her promises? Kindness? Do you look friendly? If one's actions are correct, people will follow without orders. If not, they won't listen even with orders, Geraldine. Don't pretend. Govind's words practically accused Angie directly, asking who didn't know her true nature. Get out, don't make me repeat myself. Forced marriage is illegal. Angie clung to Govind's arm, her chest pressing softly against his arm, igniting an uncontrollable urge within him. The man almost chuckled seeing her pitiful and aggrieved look. Well, then walk away. Tonight, the Hua family will declare bankruptcy. Angie, Govind, one should have morals. I lack virtue. You can't punish Venus because of personal grievances. Govind looked at his arm where Angie's nails dug in. I wanted to have punished you, but you weren't willing, right? Freddie has many daughters, from 28 to 8 years old. Can I find another for you? Leave me alone. Govind rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Speaking too much to Angie would definitely lead to his early death. Who knows if he'd someday die of anger. Forget it, let her go, let himself go, he didn't want to die so soon. Fine, you go. Angie loosened her grip on his arm and moved a bit backward. You're willing to let me go? Are you leaving or not? The man's eyes narrowed, his tone impatient. His sudden grim expression scared Angie. Having known Govind for so many years, Angie had never seen him lose his temper. Angie grabbed her bag and quickly opened the door to get out, preparing to slam it shut when she saw Govind taking out his phone to call. Angie startled. What are you doing? What I do is my freedom, it has nothing to do with Geraldine. Angie. Govind, have some decency. Angie, mind your own business. If I were you, stay far from me, lest you irritate me more, and Venus dies faster. Angie. So angry. Govind pushed aside Angie's hand and dialed the number. When Krista answered, he was stunned. He never thought Govind would reach such a state, believing there were things even Govind couldn't handle. Boss Nate, are you capable? You already tricked her to the Civil Affairs Bureau, yet. Krista, seeing the call abruptly end, lifted his hand to look at the phone. Damn. Lincoln up on me. What happened? Elon widened her eyes curiously. Boss Nate isn't capable. Elon gasped. How could that be? Given Angie's personality, if Boss really wasn't capable, everyone would have known long ago. Krista sighed, rubbing his temples, patting Elon's head gently. Dear, being not capable as I mean and as you understand are different. Eat well now. Elon. Alali couldn't hold back his laughter. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Govind strode up the stairs, with Angie reluctantly following, moving like a sluggish snail, making Govind feel irritated. He approached her, grabbing her arm and pulling her up the steps. People who know would think you're here to register, but those who don't might think you're walking to the guillotine. Angie stopped, holding on to Govind's arm. Govind. Chapter 121, you managed to convince Govind. Angie's sudden shout stopped Govind mid-step. He turned his gaze toward her, his eyes dark and deep. Speak up. Any last words before we get the certificate? Angie was indeed timid, but she knew well enough that a man like Govind would follow through with what he said. How about you reconsider? I have a bad temper, no manners, spend money like water, don't respect elders or care for animals. A diamond bachelor like you marrying me would be a loss. And I'm in the entertainment industry. What if I get involved in a scandal? How will people outside view you? The elite of Beijing and Hong Kong despise actors. Look at how Haider Xiao and his cousin, after dating an actor for years and even cohabiting, still haven't entered the Haider family's gates. They are still disdained by the elite circles of Beijing and Hong Kong. Lawyer Nate, for your reputation's sake, please think carefully. I'm doing this for you. The man didn't loosen his grip on her arm as he listened to Angie's elaborate excuses. Instead, he nodded approvingly. Seeing his reaction, Angie suddenly felt hopeful. Lawyer Nate. Finished? Done talking? Let's go in then. Angie, that's not how the script goes. Not. Angie tried to grab onto Govind's arm for one last desperate struggle. But clearly, Govind wasn't giving her that chance. Lawyer Nate, the registration manager, came over to greet him. Clearly, everything had been prearranged by Govind, otherwise, why would they be waiting just before closing time? After greeting Govind, the manager shifted his gaze to the lady beside him. A sharp intake of breath echoed. Miss Geraldine. Angie always cared about appearances. Seeing the manager greet her, she forced a polite smile. Govind observed Angie's changing expressions, his lips twitching slightly as he handed over their documents. This way, please. The staff member regained composure and led them to the registration counter. Govind pulled out a chair from the registration desk and gestured for Angie to sit down. She remained stiff, unmoving. Though silent, her refusal was clear. The staff member glanced at her, puzzled. Geraldine, are you ready? Maybe you two should. Before he could finish, Govind shot him a warning glance. Was it his place to speak up about the woman he was determined to marry? The staff member immediately stopped speaking, now looking at Angie with concern. Govind pushed Angie gently into the chair, leaving her no room to resist. There's a document here for both of you to sign. Without looking, Govind grabbed a pen and signed his name swiftly. Meanwhile, Angie looked pitiful, reluctant to sign. Leaning back, Govind pressed his tongue against his cheek, eyeing Angie sitting there like a quail, his tone turning unkind. Angie, whether I can leave on time depends on you. Geraldine, do you need to call the police? The staff member, sensing the tense atmosphere, mustered the courage to ignore Govind's almost murderous glare. As soon as he spoke, the man's demeanor changed, his body radiating hostility. The pen in his hand snapped, plastic fragments scattering, drawing a trickle of blood on Angie's hand. Angie was stunned, staring at Govind as if he were the villain in a murder for insurance plot. No need. But... The staff member faltered under Govind's intimidating stare. Taking a deep breath, Angie closed her eyes and, with a burst of determination, picked up the pen and signed her name. It's 9 o'clock. Did you two succeed? Krista asked Alali and Elon, teetering between tipsiness and clarity. Alali shook his head, thinking it was hard to say. Mr. Nate had his methods and means, but Angie, a spirited heiress, wasn't easy to convince either. If things got serious, who knows who would end up disadvantaged? Simple, send him a screenshot of today's meal receipt and ask for reimbursement. If he pays, it's a success. If not, it means he failed with Angie. Elon thought this method was unlikely to work. Mr. Nate is usually quite generous. Krista clicked her tongue. Today is different. She opened Govind's WeChat, sent a receipt screenshot, and added, to celebrate lawyer Nate getting the girl, we went out for barbecue. Please reimburse us. About 10 minutes passed with no response. Alali thought, it's a lost cause. Elon finished his drink. Forget it, let's go home and fix our cars. Suddenly, Krista's phone lit up. Govind replied with a simple, congratulations, followed by a 5,000 yuan transfer. The meal only cost 500 yuan, 10 times more. That meant, it worked. I take back what I said this afternoon. Boss Nate, you're impressive. The next day, Kimberly called Angie repeatedly without success. After contacting Elsie, she learned Angie was at the villa. Shayla, where's Angie? She's still sleeping. Still sleeping? Shayla nodded. Let her sleep. Recently, due to her father's issues, she hasn't slept properly. She hasn't had a good night's rest for a long time. Previously, Angie could sleep all day. But since her father's troubles, dealing with Waverly and illegitimate children, she hadn't had such peaceful sleep. Stopping at the stairs, Kimberly waited on the sofa for Angie to wake up. When Angie finally woke up, it was 3 in the afternoon. Hearing her coming down, Kimberly looked up and saw her in a nude-colored strapless nightgown, chiffon skirt trailing over her feet, barefoot with pink nail polish on her toes, looking cute and plump. Were you up late last night? Angie nodded, taking a glass of warm water from Shayla. Pretty much. I'll return to the set tomorrow. Is your father's issue resolved? No worries about Waverly anymore? Govind handled it. With a thud, the person sitting cross-legged on the carpet stood up quickly, rubbing the pain in her knee while eagerly asking, you managed to convince Govind? Chapter 122, Hospital Visit. I single-handedly reduced the number of single people in our country and furthermore. Speak plainly, Kimberly had no patience to listen to her rambling. Angie slowly finished the water in her cup, then looked at Kimberly and said word by word, I became Govind's wife, recognized by law and the country. So? Kimberly knew what it meant but still wanted to struggle a bit. We got married. Wow. Kimberly's exclamation couldn't express her feelings. Are you crazy? Is someone like Govind, who acts like an exploitative boss, worth marrying? Haven't you considered he might be tricking you? Angie, has your brain fallen into a dung pit and been washed there? Kimberly was utterly shocked. Was it the world or Angie that went crazy? Angie was questioned by Kimberly in a way that made her question life. She turned to look at Alay, hoping she would react better, but... After scolding for a long time without hearing Angie's response, Kimberly replied irritably, give me a sound. Squeak. Kimberly. Finished, gone mad. Go change clothes, Kimberly pulled her upstairs. Angie hastily handed the cup to Alay, change clothes to go where? You'll know when we get there. 20 minutes later, Angie stood in front of the hospital gate, silent. You brought me to the hospital to check your brain. Angie. Seeing Angie sitting motionless in the car, Kimberly glanced at her and said, get out. Not really. What if I'm spotted by fans? I'll be tomorrow's headline again, maybe even rumored to be pregnant. Kimberly didn't want to argue, get out, don't make me crack open your skull here to see what's inside. After being scolded by Kimberly, Angie obediently followed her out of the car. In the elevator, Angie pitifully tugged at Kimberly's sleeve, die. Fro. Kimberly imitated her tone. Feeling frustrated, Kimberly patted her waist, remember to have 2 kids with Govind in the future. The elder should be named Baker King, and the younger named E. Deep affection and sweet intent? Angie asked. What a great combination. Why can't you have a kid named E? Kimberly scoffed, should I steal Patrick and his girlfriend's child and name him E? Ding, the elevator doors opened. Kimberly pulled Angie into the top floor of the hospital. High-ranking officials in Jinggang all liked private doctors, who were on standby at private hospitals. Today, Kimberly brought Angie to find the Chu family's doctor. Just as she pushed the door to enter, both stopped dumbfounded. In the small office, a woman's clothes were barely hanging on her, while a man supported the desk, confining her between himself and the desk. An affair could happen in an instant. Kimberly slammed the door shut. Looking at Angie's stunned face, she asked, "Did I see wrong?" Angie was also dazed, never expecting to witness an in-person office affair. "You didn't see wrong. Don't you find the woman familiar?" Kimberly couldn't immediately recall where she had seen this person but felt it was familiar. "Is she someone from the entertainment circle?" Angie raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Originally just interested in the affair, Angie suddenly became curious about the woman. She parted Kimberly and peeked through the frosted glass, catching the woman turning her head. She was startled. Seeing her surprised expression, Kimberly became intrigued. "Who is she?" Angie wanted to say something but felt choked, taking some time before finally saying, "Laura." "Who?" It sounded familiar but unknown. After spending so much time in the entertainment circle, Angie had a clear understanding of these relationships in her mind. Patrick's sister-in-law, Marian's sister-in-law, and Fox's wife. The CEO of Monteguexio Group? Kimberly thought, no wonder it felt so familiar, they had cooperated before. Angie nodded. Wow. What a big scandal. They are supposed to be model couples. Kimberly was stunned. The high society is indeed chaotic. Hearing noises from inside, Angie dragged Kimberly around the corner. Just as they entered, the office door opened, revealing a glamorous woman in a dark green cheap house swaying out. Angie's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to say something, her phone rang. Isaiah spoke on the other end. Angie said, "I know," and hung up. She tugged at Kimberly's arm, set up a trap. Who? Are you trying to catch them in the act? Do I have that much free time? Will I meddle in other people's affairs until the end? Kimberly thought for a moment, agreeing. She touched her nose awkwardly. What kind of trap? Tell me. That night, at Wang Jin Tower's 30th floor, Kimberly wore a red strapless dress into the private room. As soon as she entered, playful voices rose. "President Chu, you're very charming. You're almost as captivating as Angie. It won't be long before you surpass her and become the most beautiful woman in Jinggang." Tisk, nonsense. It's just fairy air, Kimberly said, sitting down beside them. Her gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Avril. Everyone in this circle knew about the Hua family and Angie's relationship. Since Kimberly and Angie had been close friends for years, she indirectly became their enemy. A successful businesswoman and a wild rich heiress were on different levels. Before Kimberly could do anything, someone next to her leaned in. "Miss Me, today is my birthday, control your emotions." Kimberly glanced at the young man beside her and smiled. Don't worry, don't worry." "How can I not worry? If Cameron came here, my heart might jump out of the earth." Kimberly scared, afraid we'll fight? Just as she finished speaking, the private room door opened. A server wheeled in a 4-tier cake, and the lights dimmed instantly. After cutting the cake, everyone headed to the disco. Kimberly let loose on the dance floor. Note, names like Govind, Leroy, and Marian follow the pinyin format accurately. Chapter 123, the first day of marriage and catching the wife at a bar. "Are you sure Avril is here? Don't tell me we've come all this way for nothing." Nina had been accompanying Fraser in his efforts to track down Avril. However, it was no easy task as the places where she hung out were either too exclusive for them to enter or she changed locations so rapidly that they could never pin her down. "She's here. The people from Wangjin Terrace said there's a rich kid celebrating his birthday in their circle today, and Avril is there for the celebration." Fraser pressed down on his hat to avoid being recognized. Nina wore heavy makeup to ensure no one would recognize her. Watching Fraser pressing down his hat, Nina sarcastically thought, who's he fooling? Does he really think he's still that movie king? After being trampled by Angie and now relying on fans for sustenance, who exactly is he fooling? They entered the elevator and headed straight to the second-floor nightclub. As soon as Fraser stepped inside, someone grabbed him by the neck and spun him into the dance floor. It happened so fast that Nina barely had time to react. "Hey, handsome, wanna play?" In the dimly lit club, multicolored lights flickered wildly, making it hard for Fraser to see Kimberly's face clearly. Recalling his purpose for coming here, he pushed Kimberly away. "I'm looking for someone, thanks." Kimberly pulled him closer, her breath warm against his ear, causing shivers down Fraser's spine. Remembering the days when he was an A-list celebrity with women flocking to him like moths to a flame, and now being treated like a street rat by those same women made him realize how far he had fallen. Being cooped up for so long, Fraser found himself somewhat aroused by Kimberly's flirtation. "Who are you looking for?" "Tell big sis, who in Jinggang doesn't know my abilities?" "I'm so poor I only have money left," she teased, her words slightly slurred from drink. Fraser took a moment to examine her, low-slung hair, diamond earrings glittering under the lights, an M-brand limited edition necklace around her neck, and an exquisite designer gown he had recently seen featured in a magazine. This gown was said to be designed by a famous debutante in Jinggang. It was one of a kind. From this observation alone, Fraser knew she must be wealthy, a wealthy socialite or possibly a society lady. He paused for a moment. "Miss Hua." "Which Miss Hua? The one just released from prison?" "Fraser." Is she even worthy to shine your shoes? Kimberly sneered, drunkenly. She patted Fraser's cheek. How about it? Spend the night with me? 5 million. Kimberly tugged at his clothes, drawing him closer. Think about it. Having been manipulated by his agent into a position between fame and obscurity, Fraser didn't dare act rashly now that he was ousted from his status as a movie king. Climbing back up through a sugar mommy? No, that was only temporary. What he needed now was to find Avril. And then stage a romance with a wealthy debutante to reignite his career. No, thank you. Really not considering it? Kimberly seemed almost disappointed. Sorry. Fraser pushed her away. Kimberly sighed, handed him a card. I'm richer than Avril. Think it over and text me if you want something. She hooked his chin, pointing to Avril nearby before leaving. Back at the villa. After removing her makeup and slipping into a dressing gown, Kimberly descended the stairs to find Angie sitting cross-legged on the sofa, scrolling through her tablet. I've done everything you asked. Angie kept her eyes glued to the screen, offering a dry thanks. What are you watching? Avril's WeChat dreamants and Weibo posts. What's your plan? Know thy enemy and know thyself, then you will win 100 battles without disaster. Kimberly sipped her water. Why did you want me to get Avril to Wangjin Terrace? Because it's the only place she can go, Angie explained, her fingers scrolling through the tablet. Kimberly was taken aback. Fraser has sunk that low? Well, what did you expect? In the entertainment industry, being famous or not makes all the difference. Kimberly nodded. I see. So, what next? Angie smiled enigmatically. Let's start by letting them develop feelings for each other. And after? You'll see. Kimberly knew Angie wouldn't easily let Avril off the hook. Having witnessed plenty of dirty tricks in the industry, Angie was crafty and resourceful. You registered marriage with Govind but don't live together? A platonic marriage? Angie glanced at her. Do you think that's possible? Considering Govind's ruthless nature, a platonic marriage was as likely as her writing her name backwards. The man's mind was so devious, he could scheme world domination. Of course not. Proud princess. Just celebrating my entry into matrimony with a drink? Let's go. At the law firm, Govind removed his golden-rimmed glasses, rubbing his temples. Krista closed her laptop and stretched lazily in her chair. Starting fresh on your first day of marriage? Do you think you two are having a platonic marriage? Imagine Geraldine's joy knowing you're not home tonight. Boss Sue, couldn't you say something nice? An employee's happiness must be built on the boss's pain. Watching you miserable balances things out, reminding me that even powerful people have problems. No one can be perfect. Krista propped her chin on her hand, imagining Govind's future misery, felt much better. Govind ignored her, grabbing his coat to leave. Boss, have a late-night snack before going home, Krista called out jokingly. Singles aren't allowed to eat with me. Govind entered the elevator, leaving Krista muttering curses. Just outside the elevator, Awali met Govind and handed him his phone, MS. Lady Hua is at a bar. Correcting himself mid-sentence, Awali hurried to amend it due to the recent marriage. Govind glanced at the photo on his phone, smirking. Indeed, as Krista said, his post-marriage life would surely be exciting. He threw his briefcase and suit into the back seat. To the bar. Awali tensed. Was he going to catch her cheating? Exciting. He loved it. The car sped off, leaving Krista to silently fume behind. Chapter 124, Just see which type my wife likes. In the bar, Angie and Kimberly lazily leaned against the counter, watching the singing boy on stage with sparkling eyes. Kimberly stared at him as if she were an old fox eyeing a piece of meat. Tell me, how old is that young boy? Angie followed her gaze and snorted. You already called him a young boy. What's the point of asking his age? But it does matter. What if I accidentally break the law? Things like this had happened before. In their circles, a wealthy young man slept with a girl who looked seductive, someone clearly experienced in such matters. They ended up in bed together only to encounter a police raid. Upon investigation, the girl was underage, leading to his arrest. Angie lifted her glass for a sip of wine, her slender and smooth fingers tapping on the rim as if deep in thought. Kimberly leaned closer, sizing him up. Do you think he has 8-pack abs? Looks slim in clothes, but all muscle when naked. Surface-level young boy, turns into a beast in bed. Angie's ears turned red hearing Kimberly's words, reminding her of Govind. During the day, he wore a well-tailored suit. At night, he became a different person entirely. Her fingertips caressed the cup's pattern, wishing for the sensation of Govind's hard muscles instead. Let me ask for you. Angie deftly approached the bartender, asking if he had the singer's WeChat and could show them his social media. The bartender, who knew these two, opened his phone and handed it over to Angie. A WTF slipped out of Angie's mouth. I like, Kimberly's eyes widened. Why bother wearing pants? Isn't it too formal? Pull them off more, please. The latest photo in the singer's social media showed his bare torso with 8-pack abs, giving off a masculine vibe. One hand held the phone, while the other loosened his belt straps, creating a scene. Do you like it? Do you like it? I do, Angie nodded, originally thinking he was just a young boy, but now revealed to be more of a wild one. Who wouldn't like that? Should I get his number for you? Angie sensed something ominous and heard a familiar male voice behind her. She turned her stiff neck slowly. The first thing she saw was Govind leaning beside her, a faint smile on his lips. Angie. Kimberly. Wow. So intense, catching your wife at a bar on their first wedding day. If this story were written as a romance novel, it would definitely be gripping. Embarrassed, Angie coughed and returned the phone to the bartender, taking a sip of wine to hide her discomfort. If it's okay. Before Angie could finish, Govind extended his hand toward the bartender, gesturing for him to hand over the phone. Startled, Angie watched as the bartender hesitated, sensing Govind's domineering presence. He finally glanced at Angie. She quickly blocked Govind's hand. What do you want with the phone? Govind glanced at her, his jealousy brewing internally, though his expression remained unchanged. I want to see which type my wife likes. Kimberly. His wife? Wasn't it supposed to be a secret marriage? Angie swatted away Govind's hand again. Of course I prefer your type. Really? Govind took the phone anyway, mimicking Angie's actions and carefully studying the photos. Then, he called Alali over and whispered something in his ear. Angie and Kimberly saw Alali walk to the stage, whispering something to the singer, who then left the stage. Angie, what are you planning? Angie felt uneasy. Govind didn't directly answer her but looked at the bartender. Can I borrow your phone? I'll return it soon. He hooked Angie's shoulder and led her to the back. Govind showed the singer the phone. Is this you? The singer nodded despite not fully understanding. Govind squeezed Angie's shoulder, glancing at Kimberly. Strip according to this picture. Angie. What madness was this? As she tried to pull away, Govind whispered something in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. The singer's face paled, trembling under Govind's intimidating presence. This wasn't a request but an outright order. I'm not gay. The singer mumbled, having heard from friends that many influential men have specific tastes. Could he have encountered one today? Neither am I, Govind replied. So why? My wife wants to see. Strip. Don't make me repeat myself. Kimberly was shocked. What did Govind mean by this outrageous act? Was he teaching Angie a lesson or purely humiliating the singer? Mr. Nate, isn't this excessive? The singer heard Kimberly's comment and recalled various influential figures in their circle discussed among women eager to climb the social ladder. Mr. Nate? It sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. Helping you achieve your dream, and you call this excessive? Feeling the strange vibe from Govind, Angie shot him a sideways glance. Really? My dream is to be with him. Should Lawyer Nate stand aside and cheer me on? Her sarcasm made Govind grip her shoulder even tighter, almost hurting her. Angie gasped and tried pushing his hand away but was held firmly. The singer seemed to grasp the situation, likely a possessive husband jealous of his young wife's interest. Though curious about the drama unfolding, he dared not show it, fearing becoming a toy for these powerful men. What are you doing? After dragging Angie back to his apartment, Govind flipped on the hallway light and closed the curtains. Watching him remove his suit, standing before her with an intense gaze that seemed to drown her, Angie momentarily lost herself in his stare. Seeing Govind unbutton his shirt, her thoughts clouded, feeling like she'd drunk a strong aphrodisiac, and she asked hoarsely, Govind, what do you want? Translation continues. Chapter 125, Are you trying to seduce me? Just as Angie finished asking her question, Govind took off his shirt and casually tossed it by the entrance. He then wrapped his bare chest around her with one arm while using his free hand to unbuckle his belt. He recreated the scene from the photo of the little wild dog at the bar. Oh my god. She must have accumulated great virtue in this life to deserve this. Being seduced by Govind, she must have done some good deeds indeed. Angie's heart was pounding so hard she thought it might burst out of her chest. She stared at Govind in a daze, unsure where to put her hands. Her clear eyes looked blankly ahead, unable to believe that Lawyer Nate had such a flirtatious side. Seeing Angie's stunned expression, Govind's hoarse voice whispered beside her ear, Don't you want to touch? Are you trying to seduce me? Angie stammered. In the dimly lit environment, the atmosphere was tense and electrifying. Angie glanced at Govind's abs and swallowed hard. Suddenly, she hooked her arms around his neck and jumped up, wrapping her legs around his lean waist. What do you mean by that? At the top of Wangjin Terrace, Kimberly opened a bottle of mineral water and started venting to Darren. Before she could even finish, Darren was sitting there like a statue, staring at her speechlessly. His eyes widened, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. What did you say? Kimberly glared at him impatiently. Did I just talk to myself? Darren pondered over her words for a moment before finally speaking. You said Govind and Angie got married? You didn't know? Sam Montague, are you really his brother? Kimberly was already upset. Seeing an even more distraught Darren instantly lifted her mood. When? Last night. Why? Darren asked. Why don't you ask President Nate yourself? Kimberly shot him a look, feeling that Govind had a dark heart, suspecting that no one close to him was innocent. Darren thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Seeing him still frozen in place, Kimberly continued to needle him. Darren, you're hopeless. How could President Nate ever consider you a real brother? Otherwise, how could he not tell you about getting married? Tisk, really heartbreaking. Shut up. Darren knew she wasn't being nice, so he snapped back. Kimberly sipped on her mineral water leisurely, having come here feeling miserable but now finding comfort in seeing someone even more distressed. Let's go, I'll treat you to some late-night snacks, Kimberly grinned, hooking her arm around this gloomy little dog and heading towards the food street near Wangjin Terrace. Jinggang is a financial city, but its allure is irresistible, drawing people from all over the country with various identities, students, businessmen, tourists, and so on. Not far from Wangjin Terrace lies Jinggang's famous barbecue spot, bustling with all sorts of night market specialties. Standing in a restaurant, Kimberly ordered food and scanned the surroundings. Sit outside? Darren had a grim expression but didn't respond, still lost in thoughts about Govind's marriage. Why are you acting like a broken lover over Govind's wedding? Darren rolled his eyes at her. And you're any better? I'm fine. Just one Govind. Kimberly's words were abruptly cut off. Following her gaze, Darren saw Riley and Xavier sitting not far from them. He raised an eyebrow. Pretty coincidental. Who's the man next to Riley? Bruce. He almost killed Angie for him? Kimberly pursed her lips. Your memory is quite selective. That incident caused quite a stir in Jinggang, becoming a hot topic. How could anyone forget it? If Riley had succeeded in killing Angie, who knows whose name would have gone down in history? Kimberly snapped a photo and sent it to Angie. Back at the apartment, Angie lay lazily on the sofa, covered with a blanket, watching Govind pour water while only wearing a towel. His lean waist and perfect abs were intoxicating. Indeed, as Krista said, Govind was a stealthy flirt and a devious man. Once undressed, he was fully equipped. The entire living room was lit up, and Govind felt Angie's intense gaze. Supporting himself on the counter, he lowered his head and turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and Angie awkwardly shifted her gaze. Caught in the act, she felt embarrassed. But then she noticed white liquid on the other end of the sofa, causing her mind to buzz. The adult battlefield had been fiercely contested. Angie's slender arm hung loosely, her fingertips lightly dragging along the carpet to ease her embarrassment. Suddenly, something wet licked her hand, startling her into retracting it quickly. Peering over, she saw a large furry ball sitting by her feet. You keep a cat? Govind handed her a glass of water. It belongs to Elena. Lying lazily on the sofa, weak and powerless, Angie didn't immediately take the cup, giving Govind an increasingly unfriendly look. Why should the princess struggle with drinking water? Sitting next to her, the man slid his long arm around Angie's waist, lifting her up, and brought the cup to her lips. Only then did Angie open her mouth to drink. Catherine Nate, are you delicate or disabled? Angie leaned forward, brushing away the water droplets from Govind's shoulder. Why is Elena's cat here? She's allergic to cat fur, can't keep it. Oh, Angie lost interest, she didn't care much about things unrelated to her. Her gaze inadvertently fell where it shouldn't, causing her face to flush red. She nudged Govind's waist with her knee. Wipe it. Lawyer Nate put down the cup, grabbed a tissue, and prepared to lift the blanket off her. What are you doing? Aren't you telling me to wipe? Angie gripped his arm tighter, this devious man. Sofa, she muttered through her flushed cheeks. Following her gaze, Govind understood what she meant. The battle last night was indeed fierce. It can't be wiped off, I'll have someone clean it later. It's all your fault. What did I do wrong? Govind asked, confused. You wouldn't stop when I told you to, you acted like a starving ghost. 42 days, Govind looked at her deeply, stating the number, his gaze like the abyss. Angie was taken aback. What? You made me starve for 42 days. Hashtag chapter 126, he's a human, not an engine. When a man gets flirtatious, there's really nothing a woman can do about it. Govind's mention of 42 days made Angie stiffen, the impact was like poison. This man, he had some tricks up his sleeve. Angie extended her slender fingers to push away Govind and leaned crookedly on the sofa. So, Lawyer Nate, shouldn't we talk about the case now? Govind held Angie's fingertips, slowly playing with them. I'll tell you when it's your turn to appear in court. Don't worry, I won't let you lose. Angie stared at Govind, trying to read his emotions. In the dim living room, specks of light barely supported her vision. She withdrew her hand. Lawyer Nate wouldn't screw me over, right? Govind chuckled lightly. Isn't it too late to think about this now? Already inside the wolf's den, any struggle would only end up trapped under Govind's control, especially with the law on his side. How could Angie escape his clutches? Without a marriage certificate, she couldn't even outwit him. With one, she'd be completely at his mercy. Seeing a hint of mockery in his eyes, Angie pushed him away and got up, wrapping herself in a blanket. She headed for the guest bedroom to shower but found that the door wouldn't open no matter how hard she twisted the handle. Turning to look at Govind, she asked, Mr. Nate, what's going on? It's broken. Go to the master bedroom. Millions spent on a mansion, and it feels like a rental, Angie grumbled as she entered the master bedroom. Seeing Angie enter the master bedroom, Govind bent down, opened the drawer under the coffee table, and threw the key under the sofa to avoid suspicion. Broken? Impossible. Sleeping together. Inevitable. Can I use the bathtub? Yes. Towel? I'll get it for you. Pajamas? Angie's requests kept popping up, not fully formed, making Govind dart around the room like a busy little top. Stopping mid-step while fetching a clean towel, Govind said, "Wear mine?" Angie paused, considering, and then rejected it with visible disdain. No. Aware of Geraldine's obsessive cleanliness and pickiness, Govind nodded nonchalantly. Then sleep naked. In school, while other students rested on the grass after PE, Geraldine stubbornly avoided dirtying her clothes, even if it meant exhausting herself, her haughty demeanor perfectly matching her status. Lawyer Nate, if not recognizing someone after sleeping with them were illegal, you'd be sentenced to death. If it were that easy to get the death penalty, Geraldine should be careful. The ghosts on the street would likely drag you home as their ghost bride just seeing a beautiful girl like you. Angie, scaring me? Govind placed the bath towel and pajamas in the bathroom, his tone indifferent. Shower. If you're not tired yet. Bang. Angie closed the door, leaving Govind outside. Dream on. Even Joe Boppy knows people need rest. In the bathroom, Angie lay in the bathtub, sighing contentedly. Her back felt like it was going to break. But it was so comfortable. Lying in the bathtub, she picked up her phone and saw a WeChat message from Kimberly. A call later. Eating late-night snacks? Done already? So soon. What's up with Lawyer Nate? He's supposed to be a stud, not a failure. Kimberly never thought she'd receive a call from Angie tonight. Govind's attitude earlier suggested he wouldn't be satisfied until they both collapsed. Darren, holding a skewer, paused. He's human, not a machine. Who are you worried about? It's not like you're involved. Kimberly rolled her eyes, silencing Darren. Angie thought, not capable. She nearly cried begging for mercy, and Govind almost broke her back with his insatiable nature. Did you see Avril and Bruce? Indeed, fate is amusing. Do you think Bruce still recognizes you? Angie pondered aloud. Do you want me to provoke Avril? Kimberly observed how Avril and Bruce interacted. When Bruce was the king of actors, Avril had practically worshipped him. Now, it seemed different. Avril's aloofness made Bruce look like a desperate fanboy. My sister is brilliant. Benefits? To fight Avril for a man, especially one like Bruce, an ex-film emperor, broke and irrelevant, would insult her. A new M-bag. The 2.7 million one? Kimberly perked up. Right. Weren't you going bankrupt? She was ready to support Angie financially. Angie swirled the water in the bathtub. Lawyer Nate is rich. Thunder roared, and I'm here. Please let Geraldine ask me for such arduous tasks. If my sister marries someone just to use his money to support me, I can accept it. Darren watched as Kimberly put down her chopsticks and walked to Avril's table, still on the call. Walking confidently, she pulled a chair and sat down. Miss Hua, what a surprise. New flame? Kimberly glanced at Avril and then at Bruce. Startled by Kimberly's presence, Bruce was taken aback. Isn't this? How lucky Miss Hua is to have someone waiting for her, Kimberly said mockingly, her gaze fixed on Bruce. Avril felt her anger rising. She had lost interest in Bruce, but Kimberly's intervention reignited her competitive spirit. Envious, Miss Chu? Very, Kimberly nodded, reluctantly tearing her gaze from Bruce. If I'm not mistaken, this is Actor Liao? Does it matter whether he is or not? Kimberly rested her chin on her hand. The Hua family has fallen on hard times, hasn't it? Does your father still have money to support men? Kimberly leaned over the table and lifted Bruce's chin. You have my number, don't you? If Miss Hua can't support you anymore, remember to find me. Avril was stunned. When did they get so close? She had been having a great night with friends, not quite done partying, when Bruce showed up. Initially uninterested, the circle's blind supporters kept urging them together, misinterpreting her past infatuation. It became a public assumption that she still liked Bruce. Forced into this situation, she learned that an outdated film emperor like Bruce was still in high demand. Chapter 127, Tiger Falls on the Plain, and the Rich Woman Loves. How much Avril hated Angie was how much she despised Kimberly. The elite circles of Jingang were not large, with a variety of factions, but what made Kimberly and Angie unique was that they formed their own distinct clique, one nobody could penetrate. Avril retracted her scrutinizing gaze from Fraser Ji and sneered, when did I not know that President Chu has gotten so close to my people? Your people? Kimberly mused over these words repeatedly. Hua Miss stayed inside for a month, can you be sure she's yours? When the tiger falls, the rich woman loves. In Jingang, there's no shortage of wealthy women. Women like Hua Miss, who live off family allowances and keep men, are common. Does Hua Miss's monthly allowance of a few million cover her expenses, and still have enough left over to support a man? A few million? Fraser Ji's hand under the table tightened. He had thought Avril was incredibly wealthy. Back when Avril was his patron, she threw money around freely, giving an impression of immense wealth. For Fraser Ji now, a few million was not insignificant, but during his days as a top actor, it was a drop in the ocean. Kimberly mocked her, knowing well the lifestyle of these privileged heiresses in Jinggang, living carefree lives funded by family trust funds. Occasionally indulging in new fads. Wasn't Fraser Ji just one of those new fads? Do you care so much about me that you'd give me money to spend? Fraser Ji asked. Tisk, do you deserve it? Kimberly glanced at her haughtily. Fraser Ji suddenly remembered Kimberly's earlier words, even tying shoes isn't fit for Avril. Indeed, she wasn't fit. Avril stood no chance against her. Kimberly saw her chance to leave and patted Fraser Ji's shoulder as she exited, waiting for your reply. Avril watched Kimberly leave with an unfriendly tone and questioned Fraser Ji, you know her? I met her once when she came looking for you, Fraser Ji replied honestly. Think carefully. If you want to stay in the entertainment industry, be honest, Avril said before standing up and leaving abruptly. Kimberly, holding her phone, messaged Angie on WeChat, satisfied, Catherine? Angie sent an emoji back. Just as she was about to type something else, the bathroom door knocked. Angie? What is it? Angie responded. Aren't you done yet? Someone actually urges others to bathe? Do you need anything? Govind thought it best not to speak normally to Angie, or he'd be driven mad by her cold, emotionless tone. The man paused, afraid you might drown. Thank you for your concern, but drowning won't happen yet. Feeling the water in the bathtub cooling, Angie set aside her phone and stood up. Wearing Govind's loose pajamas, she found him dressed casually, standing at the door, a cigarette in hand, about to light it. You're going out? Changing places. Govind, holding the newly lit cigarette, picked up an old set of clothes he found somewhere and tossed it to her. Mr. Nate, quite the ladies' man, having women's clothes here? Look closely at whose clothes these are. Angie unfolded the clothes and threw them on the bed, awkwardly rubbing her nose. It's midnight. Changing for what? Going home. Home? Who's home? Angie felt lost. Half an hour later, sitting in the passenger seat, half asleep, Angie saw Govind's car winding its way into the famous half-mountain villa in Jinggang. If luxury homes were ranked in Jinggang, the top three would be Half-Mountain Villa, the villa complex where Angie lived, and Govind's penthouse complex. These three locations were known as the affluent areas of Jinggang, with Half-Mountain Villa being the creme de la creme. Allegedly bought privately a couple of years ago, it became a private villa cluster, selling after verification of assets. Jinggang's bigwigs felt cheated, many eyeing this prime location, only to find it quietly acquired without revealing the owner. To make matters worse, they couldn't afford these exclusive villas. Seeing the gate of Half-Mountain Villa, Angie perked up. Boss Nate, are you that wealthy? To buy a house requiring 50 billion for asset verification? Happy to have such a rich husband? Govind drove smoothly up the mountain, with Alali following closely behind. Happy. Happier if the house is in my name. Govind curled his lips, touching Angie's head. Be good, and I'll give you the whole street. Are you good? Angie nodded rapidly, determined to be good, knowing each house here cost billions. Good. Then be good, and I won't put it in your name. Angie, are you really a dog? Don't you like men with strong builds? Angie didn't bother arguing, too sated to care. Only those who haven't tasted it crave. She was beyond full, hence uninterested. Is there anything else about you I don't know, Boss Nate? Plenty. You'll discover them gradually. Despite the seemingly ordinary words, they sounded subtly intimate coming from Govind. Did you bring me here today just to show off your luxurious home? The car ascended towards the peak, and despite it being night, the panoramic view from atop filled Angie with awe. Standing atop the mountain, overlooking the entire city of Jinggang at night, what a breathtaking sight. I don't have that fetish. Govind watched Angie standing motionless beside the car, took her wrist, and led her forward. So why did you bring me here? Wedding home, he succinctly replied. Planning to marry another woman, got dumped, then decided not to let the house go to waste? Govind stopped upon hearing Angie's remark, causing her to bump into his broad back unexpectedly. When will your mind get normal, Angie? Angie remained silent, rubbing her nose. Ouch, lucky it's real. Govind. Angie was always good at feigning ignorance. If she were a man, she'd be the epitome of a playboy. At the villa's entrance, Angie froze in amazement. I hope this translation meets your requirements. Let me know if you need any further adjustments or if you have more text to translate. Chapter 128, taught by the ex-girlfriend? Describing this villa as luxurious would be an insult to it. Its unique and extravagant interior design style exuded only one word, expensive. Everywhere Angie's eyes wandered, she felt as if the house was built with piles of money. The opulence of the Hua family had surpassed many elite families in Jinggang. Moreover, Freddie had a habit of collecting antiques and paintings, which increased the value of their house exponentially. But this mansion in front of her made the Hua's villa appear vulgar in comparison. The low-key yet luxurious Italian-style decoration, with carved floral patterns on the walls, showcased refinement in every detail. Even someone raised in luxury like Angie felt astonished. Govind stood beside her, observing her expression before guiding her into the house. Sir, Syra, good evening. The sudden chorus of greetings made Angie shiver, quickly grabbing onto Govind's arm. What kind of setup is this? If you don't like the decoration, you can change it later. Change? So extravagant? Angie could clearly tell that this place was newly renovated. Just tell me how much a single tile costs here. Let me see how long I'd need to work to earn enough for all the tiles in this room. Not expensive, Govind said calmly. 1 episode of your drama series fee. Angie, her appearance fees were not sky high, but what Govind said hurt her feelings a little. Syra, slippers. Govind put on his slippers and entered the house. Seeing Angie standing still at the entrance, a servant reminded her politely. Angie put on the slippers and followed closely behind Govind as he led her from the first floor to the second, introducing the place as they went along. They then ascended to the second floor, pushing open a hidden door. This is the master bedroom living area. The small living room opened up directly to the master bedroom. To the right of the master bedroom was a large walk-in closet and bathroom. The walk-in closet alone took up as much space as the bedroom in Angie's villa. Suddenly, Angie recalled Krista's words, Govind has plenty of money, he just doesn't have anyone to spend it. Do you want to go inside? Angie hesitated, rooted to the spot. Freddie had always taught her never to accept undeserved gifts, and Govind, this was somewhat intimidating. She originally thought she had found a man less well off than herself, imagining ways to lure him to her villa to enjoy the thrill of keeping up a wild dog pampered. In the end. Do you know? This morning I was thinking about luring you to my villa and then keeping you. Angie's stiff neck slowly turned to face Govind. He twirled a cigarette between his fingers, lips curling faintly. Now? I can't afford it, Angie shook her head slowly. Do you think you are richer, or my father? Govind approached, opening the hidden door to the wardrobe with a casual tone. That depends on the type of money. Money comes in types. Govind didn't directly answer Angie's question but pointed to the wardrobe. 75% of this is yours. Just leave some for me. You're quite reasonable. Govind hummed in agreement, Angie's fingers intertwined with his, rubbing playfully. Taught by your ex-girlfriend? Govind withdrew his finger, massaging the tip slightly. Elena taught me. Elena taught you this too? After moving out, she took over my closet the very next day. Can't see that coming, Angie followed Govind into the bathroom. Doctors usually wear white coats, don't they? Because I can't wear them, I love buying them. Angie, deeply understood, shopping did indeed lift one's spirits. Govind had been holding a cigarette without lighting it. As Angie entered the bathroom, he pressed the intercom to ask for a lighter. Meena came up, looking uneasy. Sir, there's no lighter in the house. Govind waved his hand impatiently, signaling her to leave. Weren't you an exemplary student in school? How come you have such a heavy smoking habit now? Each time she saw him, he was smoking in various forms. Angie crossed her arms lazily against the bathroom door frame, watching him. Would an exemplary student date you? An exemplary student would be dumped by you? Angie was speechless, unable to continue the conversation. Follow me. Obediently, Angie followed him. On the right side of the bedroom was a study. Govind's study housed a nearly 3-meter-long wooden desk flanked by bookshelves and dozens of monitors hanging on the wall. Stock trading? Govind glanced at her. Trading. Taken aback, Angie didn't get a chance to ask further when Govind spoke again. This study usually has a password. You cannot enter when I'm not around. Angie nodded understandingly. Every businessman has trade secrets, and she wasn't interested in these matters. Plus, Govind had already shown her around, proving it was genuinely a workspace. By bringing her here today, he merely aimed to satisfy her curiosity. Rest assured, I understand. It's late. Get some rest. If you're interested in other parts of the house, Meena can show you tomorrow. Angie responded with an oh. Then I'll go home. Govind's expression darkened, looking at Angie. Say that again. I literally have nothing. Not even toiletries, she spread her hands. Govind walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, and handed her a bag. A logo of a famous brand caught Angie's eye. Staring at him in surprise, Angie remarked, Mr. Nate, you sure know how to surprise me. Use this for now. We'll get whatever you lack tomorrow. Got it. He didn't want her to leave. Govind also didn't seem to have many toiletries himself, making the large estate feel devoid of life. Without the servants downstairs, Angie might have suspected Govind wanted to kidnap her. At 3 a.m., both were lying in bed. Wrapped in the blanket, Angie was drowsy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she wondered aloud, when does Mr. Nate plan to meet Waverly? Is your father dead? He's about to die, isn't he? Why do you think inheritance is called inheritance? Govind lay flat, responding indifferently. Angie choked. What if you tricked me and Dad turns out fine? What then? Too much romance drama. The lawyer's face remained unchanged, but his thoughts were clear. Regardless of whether your father is dead or alive, I'll make sure I get you. Note, names are transliterated using pinyin as requested. Jingang is translated to Jingang, maintaining the original context. Chapter 129, Can't survive in the entertainment industry anymore. When the topic turned to romantic dramas, Angie got excited. She had been lying with her back to Govind, but now she turned around and propped her head up, gazing at the man lying on the bed. She watched his serene face as he rested his eyes through the faint light coming in from behind the curtains. Angie's slender fingertips slipped under his pajamas, circling along his abdominal muscles. Speaking of this, I'm nearly starving to death recently. Lawyer Nate, will you support me? The dark bedroom suddenly became filled with an unusual atmosphere because of Angie's words. The man lying on the bed slowly opened his deep, black eyes and stared at Angie for a moment before reaching out and grabbing her slim waist, which was just the right size for his grip. The instant he touched her, Angie froze all over. Once a restrained man lets go, he becomes like an enthusiastic puppy in heat. Their first time in the hotel was only a light taste. Their second time was quite proper. But this third time, it lasted from dawn till dusk. Each interval between times seemed extremely long. Just thinking about this devil's vigor, Angie started to cower, and she quickly pulled his hand off her waist. What are you doing? Can't we do this without any innuendo? Weren't you asking me to take care of you? Angie rolled her eyes. I can't survive in the entertainment industry anymore. If you can't survive, come home and be a rich lady, replied Govind casually. Seeing that she wasn't serious, he didn't even bother moving his hand, instead propping his arm behind his head. Seeing this, Angie couldn't contain her anger and kicked him on the leg. Nina's script from last time got shelved. Will you invest in it? What's in it for me? My wife wants it. Only Angie could say something so assertively unreasonable. Govind glanced at the clock. It was 3:15, and he had to leave at 8 tomorrow morning. Angie was trying to exhaust him. I'll have someone contact them. Really? Really? Do you want to sleep or work? Choose one. Govind gave her the final choice, and Angie, knowing when to retreat, put her arms down and flipped over again, covering herself with the quilt. Avril returned to the Hua family residence and immediately heard someone sobbing. Following the sound into the kitchen, he saw Leah, heavily pregnant, cooking something. What are you doing? It was past midnight. Leah thought no one else was there, so she dared to cry aloud. Hearing Avril's voice, she hastily wiped her tears. Nothing. Avril glanced at the wall clock in the living room. Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? My brother is drunk, and I'm making him some sobering soup. And where is Auntie, making you do this while you're pregnant? Leah remained silent. Avril knew from her dejected appearance what must have happened. She was being bullied. An outsider with no skills, no capabilities, and no background, these money grabbers really think they're the masters. Avril went downstairs, stood outside the servant's room, twisted open the door, and pushed it wide, turning on the light with a click, startling the person out of bed. Mississippi. You were sleeping soundly, huh? Would you like to know what Leah is doing? The servant hurriedly got dressed and followed Avril's furious figure upstairs. Stop. Let her continue. Hiring you was to help, not to sleep. Who is the master here? If you're so capable, why don't you sleep in my bedroom? The servant took over Lee's task, trembling in fear. No one knew what was wrong with the young miss. Ever since Leah came, no one in the Hua family supported her. They simply watched as she was bullied without saying anything. But today... Everyone behave yourselves, Avril warned all the servants before turning back upstairs. Seeing Leah still standing in place by the stairs, Avril chuckled. You want to stay and help her? Leah snapped out of it and quickly left. Walking into the bedroom, Leroy was passed out on the bed, completely disoriented. Leah approached to cover him with a blanket, but he grabbed her wrist. You're not Angie. Who are you? I'm Leah. Leroy furrowed his brows. Leah? Why are you so ugly and fat? Stay away from me, you bring bad luck. Leah was shoved away, unable to escape from the shock of his cruel words. He seduced her, made her pregnant, played with her, refused to give her recognition, and watched as others bullied her without protection. This was Leroy, and this was what those wealthy young men were like. Leah clenched her fists tightly. Leroy, this is your doing. Have you thought it through? There's no turning back after this. In the bathroom, Leah held her phone, peeking at the sleeping Leroy through the crack in the door. Do I need a way out? Just give me the drugs. Wasn't the Hua family bullying her? Then let them all fall together. The next morning, Govind woke up carefully extracting his numbed arm from under Angie. He rubbed his hand as he walked into the bathroom. Angie groggily turned over, her long legs wrapped in the quilt gradually pulling up. Half asleep, she saw a figure moving in the room, startling her into sitting upright instantly. Her face was filled with terror as she stared at Govind. What's wrong? Govind asked in a hoarse voice. Recognizing the familiar voice, Angie sucked in a cold breath, her taut body gradually relaxing and falling back into bed to continue sleeping. Govind, sleepwalking? When Angie woke up again, it was already 10 o'clock. She was woken by her cell phone ringing. Picking it up, she saw Burnell's name flashing. You need to get back to the set. The director hasn't pressured you yet, but the assistant director said Omar's schedule is tight. If you don't return soon, they might think you're being prima donna. Tonight? She had to go shopping with Kimberly during the day. I'll send someone to pick you up at 3 in the afternoon. We'll start filming night scenes directly. Okay. Angie struggled to sit up, rubbing her eyes, and headed to the bathroom for a quick wash. Holding her phone, she called Kimberly while walking downstairs. As soon as she picked up the call, Mina came over, bowed respectfully, and greeted, "Syra." Kimberly remarked in surprise. "Are you on set? Wait, weren't you shooting period drama lately? Why do you look neither Western nor traditional?" Angie opened her mouth but couldn't explain. "I'll call you back later." Putting down the phone, she looked at Mina. "Is there a car to take me?" "Yes, I'll arrange it." Mina pressed the house intercom to prepare a car, leaving Angie in astonishment, feeling as if she had traveled back to medieval England. "Moved? Where to?" "Puyun Mountain." Kimberly almost blurted out, "Holy crap," upon hearing this. Chapter 130, Come home early tonight. There's a surprise. Do you know what Puyun Mountain means? My dad once wanted to build a villa there but didn't qualify. Govind actually has a villa up there? Angie nodded. Kimberly was stunned. Govind had really kept things under wraps. He was even more impressive than her father. A few years ago, private individuals had cordoned off Puyun Mountain to construct villas encircling the entire mountain, from the waist of the hill to the peak. 28 villas were built on all four sides of the mountain, corresponding to the 28 mansions. They were not sold publicly and only invitation letters were sent to people at the pinnacle of power. The recipients of these invitations were all big shots listed on some influential registers, many trying to court favor but failing to do so. Halfway up the mountain? Kimberly thought that given Govind's background, getting a villa halfway up was about right. Who would have guessed that? Angie took a sip of her milk tea and quietly said, "Peak." Kimberly. How rich is Mr. Nate exactly? Angie shook her head. My dad told me that the peak of Puyun Mountain is where the biggest tycoons reserve their private residences. The roads leading to these residences do not connect with other villa roads. Instead, a private road is specially constructed directly to the villa, so. Angie thought about last night's scenario. It was too dark to see clearly. Kimberly scratched her head. Do you think it's too late for me to retract all the bad things I've said about Govind? Angie, is she backing down? At noon, the two had lunch. Angie took Kimberly to get her bag and bought some clothes for changing. Geraldine, should we still send these items to the villa? Angie thought for a moment. No, send them to the top floor of the building across the street. The manager hesitated and then considered the opposite building, Montego International. Yeah. That place, we can't enter. Who didn't know that the lawyers in Montego International valued their lives? Since someone broke in with a knife 2 years ago, security measures had been extraordinarily strict. Isn't the top floor the office of Jingang's legal circles? King Yama? An employee began whispering. Haven't you read the gossip news? CEO Nate and Geraldine now have this kind of relationship, another person said while making a heart gesture with their hand. No. No way. I always thought it was just rumors, never taking them seriously. Not now. The manager complied with Angie's request and came over to select a few employees pushing carts, placing items on them one by one. Elon received Angie's call asking him to pick up items downstairs without much thought. When he arrived at the hall and saw the luxury store employees, he froze. Inwardly, he lamented that the boss's wallet would surely take a hit. Put the items in the car, follow me over here. Since the boss lady gave instructions to the boss, the items must be moved to the new house, so he quickly arranged for the items to be sent upstairs. After moving the items, the manager brought out the invoice. Secretary Geraldine asked us to get reimbursement from Mr. Nate. Elon. Worthy of being the boss lady. Please come upstairs with me. The store manager followed Elon to the top floor. As Elon stood at the door and knocked, he asked them to wait outside. Elon entered first. Boss, the boss lady has sent a shopping list for you to reimburse. Let them in. The manager handed over the list to Govind, CEO Nate. The total is 42.7 million. Elon. Buying mines? Govind, unperturbed, handed over his card, showing no reaction to the figure. Thank you, CEO Nate. Would Nate Boppy, nickname for Govind meaning money grubber, pay for it? Angie, leaning against the car and playing with her hair, replied, yes. You're so confident. Of course. Angie sat in the car checking messages from the production crew. Want me to drop you off at the shop? I have to go to the set this afternoon. Parking at the side will do. Angie did not insist and instructed Elsie to park on the side. Right after Govind signed and paid, Angie's WeChat message popped up, come home early tonight. There's a surprise. Govind stopped working. What surprise? Angie, you'll know when you get back. At 7 sharp, lawyer Nate returned to Puyun Mountain Villa. Just entering the house and looking around, he didn't see Angie. He asked Greyhammed, where's the wife? Greyhammed puzzled, Catherine hasn't come back yet. Govind had a faint feeling of being tricked. He took out his phone and called Angie. Didn't you say there's a surprise? What surprise? You're home already? Angie was sitting in the makeup room applying makeup, fanning her newly painted nails. The surprise is I'm not coming home. I've joined the production team, Angie said with a few clucks. 1 day work, 5 days off. I really envy lawyer Nate. Govind's anger flared up instantly. Before Govind could explode, Angie casually hung up. She happily sat in her chair, nearly shaking her head in delight. Why are you looking at me like that? She lifted her eyes and through the mirror, saw Burnell standing behind her, coldly gazing at her. Burnell restrained herself, seeing others around. Only after everyone left did she almost grab Angie's ear, saying, "Your good mood makes me suspect your dad has come back to life." Angie. Think about something else. If she fell into Govind's trap for inheritance and her dad suddenly reappeared, she would indeed be frustrated and angry. Be careful. Burnell handed her the milk tea. Take a sip, don't eat dinner tonight, your face is already round enough. It's not easy being a female star. Want to hear about something even harder? What? Nina managed to get into the cast through connections, acting as your sister next to you. Angie. Night scenes are hard to shoot. Angie's first scene upon joining the cast was shooting a wedding night scene with Omar. The assistant director explained the scene to her, which made her blush. Does it have to be today? The director thinks it's best to shoot this wedding night scene while you and Hector aren't too familiar yet. That way, the awkwardness and tension can be captured perfectly. If you get too comfortable later on, it might be too loose. Too loose. With so many cameras in front, how could it be too loose? Angie nodded. Geraldine is indeed formidable, starting with such a thrilling scene. Did you run out of places to scavenge? You came here? Angie retorted bluntly. If I were Nina, I'd be embarrassed and keep a low profile. Don't push me or I'll tear you apart. Angie rolled her eyes, turned around, and saw Omar approaching with his script, accompanied by his assistant. Angie understood instantly, rehearsing lines? Maybe Cameron should finish up first. Omar didn't speak, but his assistant did. This translation maintains the original style and structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. It keeps the character names as provided and ensures that the story remains coherent and engaging for English-speaking readers. Chapter 131, Confronting Her at the Film Studio. Angie rehearsed lines with Omar, their entire scene wordless, conveying everything through their gazes. A makeup artist stood nearby, arranging Angie's hair. Teachers Hua and Arlo, the director said to start with the kimono scene, someone called out. This part only involved a few shots, from the wedding ceremony walking all the way to the bedroom, followed by lifting the veil, extinguishing the candle, and then pushing her down. The climax was in the second half, where they undressed while maintaining intense eye contact. Their distant, unfamiliar tension had to be conveyed solely through their eyes. Behind the camera, an assistant director flattered the main director, "The director's arrangement is right, this feeling comes out instantly. Angie's acting isn't as bad as you say." In this entertainment circle, being prettier than others is already considered a sin, and if one acts better too, there are many who will slander, commented another crew member. Despite initial astonishment when she first acted alongside Bruce, people soon forgot about Angie because of her long absence from the production team. Cut. Very good. The director led the applause, and clapping echoed across the set. Angie politely bowed to everyone before picking up her clothes and handing them to Omar. He looked at her hand, his expression somewhat obscure. Thank you. Omar returned to his chair and watched Angie's next performance. Brother Zhen, I don't think Angie is as problematic as the crew says, Arlo's assistant commented. Just listen to what others say, Omar replied, glancing at Angie who was still engrossed in reading the script. Didn't Reba say Angie was hard to deal with? Before joining the cast, some people even went to the capital to brief them on Angie's heroic deeds. His agent didn't want him to take on this role, but Arlo insisted. Do you know why Bruce ended up so miserable? Why? Because he listened too much to Reba. Realizing the warning, the assistant stayed silent. Why did Angie suddenly return? Find out for me. 20 minutes later. The assistant came back to gossip with Omar. They say her father was not doing well last time she left, but no one knows how it turned out this time. But judging by her appearance, it doesn't seem like it went badly. Angie finished filming late at night, rested for a few days, and felt disoriented from the sudden intensive work schedule. Are you tired? Leaning against the car seat, Angie glanced at Burnell, half dead. Do you want to stay at the hotel or go back to your apartment? Has it been cleaned? Elsie cleaned it this afternoon. Then let's go back to the apartment. Years ago, Freddie bought her an apartment near the film studio. Though not very large, around 200 square meters, it was better than staying at a hotel. Every time she filmed here, Burnell and Elsie would live with her. It was just a short drive from the studio. Rubbing her waist, Angie opened the fingerprint lock and saw Elsie standing dumbfounded at the door. Sis. What's wrong? Angie examined her up and down, confused. Did you get married? Elsie was cut off as Angie quickly covered her mouth and pressed her against the wall. Speaking nonsense? Elsie. Burnell tugged at Angie's arm, prying her hand away. You got married at 22? Are you out of your mind? I didn't get married. Who told you that? Elsie pointed to the living room. Angie peeked inside. Oh shit. Total social death. Geraldine hasn't gotten married? Govind sat on the sofa, flipping through Angie's script, his tone casual yet ominous. Angie. Maybe I should show them my marriage certificate? You go ahead. She couldn't believe he carried a marriage certificate. Angie froze as Govind pulled out a certificate from his pocket. Holy sh*T. Burnell snatched the certificate, glanced at it, almost dying of anger upon seeing the registration photo and names. Just let me explain. Burnell. I spent 3 years raising you, and you got married? Secret marriage, secret marriage, secret marriage, Angie repeated emphatically. Half an hour later. Angie sat stiffly on the sofa, under Burnell's glare. Govind, meanwhile, leisurely crossed his legs and stared at her. This damn man. He started causing trouble just as she thought he was normal. It's best if we continue with the secret marriage. I swear, Angie nearly raised 3 fingers. Seeing Angie swear, Burnell shifted her gaze to Govind, wanting him to promise as well. Govind lazily met her gaze, saying casually, am I an artist under Ms. Wei's management? Angry, Burnell choked on her words. Just as she prepared to argue, Elsie, fearing further conflict, dragged her away. What are you doing? Sis, Attorney Nate can influence anyone and everything. How can he possibly listen to you? We won't survive in this industry if we offend him. Burnell, I'm furious. My cabbage was taken over by him? In the living room. Angie threw a cushion from the sofa at Govind's head. What's the meaning of this? The cushion hit his shoulder and fell to the ground. He picked it up, dusted it off, placed it back, then walked toward her, shedding his suit jacket. After some thought, Geraldine's surprise was a bit too much for me to handle. I need to find a way to resolve this. Angie watched as he tossed the jacket aside, looked up at him. So you came looking for me? He nodded, exactly. You planned to. Just now, she was tough, but now she shrank into the sofa. What do you want? His long fingers brushed the loose strands of her hair. Everyone knows, Geraldine, that I'm a workaholic. So? She protectively covered herself. Working 5 days and resting for 2 isn't my style. Angie, Attorney Nate, you really have a small heart. Just for those few words, you drove 2 hours to chase me down at the film studio to confront me? Not allowed? Not, Note, this translation retains the original structure, ensuring natural English flow and maintaining the essence of the story. Chapter 132, Lawyer Nate likes a mama tiger. Angie lay on the bed, half-dazed. Govind's large hand gently kneaded her waist, sometimes lightly tapping, other times caressing, as if he wasn't quite satisfied yet. In stark contrast, Angie lay on the bed, exhausted and listless. Food and sex, both are tiring. Exhausted? Govind asked. Too tired to speak, Angie just grunted in response, rubbing herself against him. Govind picked up the light blanket with his fingertips and draped it over her back before getting up to go to the bathroom. What are you doing? Angie turned her head to watch him get out of bed, only to find him naked. She quickly closed her eyes. Oh my goodness. When touching, you can't let go, but when seeing, you play shy. Govind casually grabbed a towel from the end of the bed and wrapped it around his waist. Angie kicked the blanket, glaring at Govind unhappily. Wipe. After a moment, the man came back with a warm, damp towel. He wiped her body clean. Catherine Nate, do you know what you look like right now? What? Like a boss, he replied, drying her with the warm towel until she sighed contentedly. Don't I seem like one of those ancient pleasure seekers? Someone who gets served after having fun. Perfect, isn't it? The towel in Govind's hand paused midair. He looked at Angie in disbelief, then laughed, tossing the towel onto her. Clean yourself. Angie hissed in pain as she sat up, struggling with the soreness all over her body. Can't even finish a task without comments? Govind narrowed his eyes, giving her a glance that made Angie feel the pressure, as if a wild leopard in the forest was staring at a little rabbit. He reached out and pulled her close by the waist. Do you still have strength left? Angie stammered, no. No. Then be good, or... His gaze swept over her from head to toe. Angie shrank back, obediently curling up in bed again. How did you get here? By helicopter. Angie thought to herself that capitalists were indeed capitalists. There was something about them that she couldn't match. Mr. Nate really splashed out. What can I do when your wife refuses to come home? Angie pulled the blanket tighter around her. A man's 3 greatest joys in life are promotion, wealth, and no wife. Such a good opportunity and you're not seizing it. Govind smirked, picking up the towel Angie had dropped and bending over the bed. His strong arms cradled her neck as he kissed her lips lightly. I have different tastes than other men. For example? They like delicate and dependent girls, but I like a mama tiger. Angie, cheesy. So much stronger and exciting. Imagine someone constantly whimpering, I'd rather keep a parrot. Feeling provoked, Angie struggled to resist the urge to tear him apart and spat out a word. Leave. The next morning, Angie rubbed her sore back as she sat up, holding the blanket around her while looking around. Water ran from the bathroom. You're awake? What time is it? Her mind was still groggy. Govind glanced at his phone by the bedside table. 7:05. Angie squinted in surprise, looking at him like the family cat, inviting a bit of teasing. You're crazy. Getting up this early? Knowing Angie has temperamental mornings, Govind stroked her back, soothing her. Go back to sleep. I'll leave. Okay, the words barely out of her mouth, and she flopped back into bed. She woke up again nearly at 10. Bernal dragged her out of bed. If you sleep any longer, you'll be late for filming. Get up. Do you enjoy messing with men? And marriage? Angie washed her face with cold water, feeling slightly more alert. When she came out, Bernal stopped mid-sentence, eyes fixed on Angie's neck. Elsie walked in, noticing the hickey on Angie's neck, awkwardly touching his nose. Sis, your neck. Angie froze, rushing back into the bathroom, seething as she cursed Govind. In the makeup room, Bernal tossed her some concealer. Quickly, if everyone sees the hickey, imagine the media storm. Angie Bernal. Sis, the director is waiting. Coming. Angie finished her makeup and went out to see Omar rehearsing lines with Beatrice. Today's scene featured 3 characters. The newlywed protagonists faced a visit from the heroine's younger sister who tried to seduce the hero. While the heroine maintained grace publicly, she dealt with her sister behind the scenes. Grace, always show grace. You need to exude that aura. Got it? The director repeatedly reminded Angie. Watching from the side, Beatrice sneered, doubting Angie could perform well without her cooperation. On set, Angie and Omar watched Beatrice act below. Responding to her sister, Omar listened expressionlessly as Beatrice chattered on. A servant announced the carriage was ready, so Omar excused himself to attend court, leaving Angie and Beatrice alone. Once they were alone, Beatrice dropped the act. Sister, men having multiple wives is normal. Your husband's courtyard is empty. Don't you think you should remember me? Oh. How should I remember you? Are you really unaware? Beatrice sputtered. Yes, really, Angie said calmly, sipping tea, giving off an air of nonchalance. Sister, think carefully. If another comes in, she will be your enemy. Only I will stand by you. With a sudden movement, Angie threw the tea water in Beatrice's face. The atmosphere on set immediately tensed. Beatrice sat shocked, as there was no scene involving tea throwing. This bitch. The air stood still for a few seconds. Beatrice waited for the director to call cut, but Angie stood first, poised and composed. She approached Beatrice, her step steady and purposeful. Beatrice, who had endured many defeats at Angie's hands, cowered in fear. Everyone in Jingang knew Angie's tactics. You, what do you want? Beatrice stuttered, shrinking further into her chair. Chapter 133, Did you see the hickey on your neck? Angie, dressed in elegant attire, leaned slightly forward and extended her slender fingers to brush off the tea leaves on Nina's face. She looked into Nina's eyes and said each word deliberately, What I'm thinking, isn't it very clear, little sister? Nina stared directly at Angie, stunned for a moment before being unable to speak. Click, the director, upon seeing the scene, felt his blood boil with excitement. Omar cast a complicated look at Angie. The latter bowed slightly towards the crew members before reaching out her hand to Nina. Are you okay? Facing so many people, Nina didn't dare confront Angie, clenching her teeth. She asked through gritted teeth, Did you do that intentionally? You shouldn't say it like that. Everything I did was to elevate the show. Why, you? I advise you to shut up. First, you got in here through connections. Second, the director didn't call a stop when I splashed water on you, proving he approved of my action. Do you think? In this situation, if you complain, who will listen to you? Applause arose around them. Nina's chest rose and fell rapidly from anger. Angie reached out and pulled at her collar, her long nails brushing against Nina's neck as she said softly, Behave. As Angie prepared to stand up, the wide-open collar revealed the hickey on her neck. Nina froze, grabbing Angie's collar to try and tear open her clothes to expose the hickey to everyone. Unexpectedly, Angie grabbed her hand fiercely, glaring at her, her thumb pressing down on Nina's wrist, forcing her hand away from the collar. Angie, your neck. The latter sneered, too lazy to respond, straightened up, and left with her dress trailing behind her. Passing by Omar, she felt his scrutinizing gaze. Brother Zhen, there was no scene about splashing water in the script. I know, Omar watched as Angie returned to her makeup room. What about, Nina? The assistant whispered, hesitant to say more. Omar smiled, Does it have anything to do with us? Find out what feud Nina has with Angie. In the makeup room. Angie loosened her collar and applied concealer over her skin. Bernal walked in and glanced at the makeup artist. Standing next to Angie, she criticized in a low voice, Do you realize what you just did? If someone snapped a picture and posted it online, you'd be under attack again. The production team won't let those rumors appear. Why are you panicking? Would they really watch their drama collapse even before airing? Besides, as you saw, not only did the production team not stop me, but they also found the effect quite impressive. Bernal was exasperated. Is it worth it for one Nina? It is, since she provoked me. Angie adjusted her collar in the mirror, placing the concealer on the table casually. Bernal watched her movements and asked, When Nina grabbed you, did she see the hickey on your neck? Angie went silent. Her wish to make Govind regret intensified. Meanwhile, Nina raged in her makeup room, tossing items around. Her assistant egged her on, Angie is way over the line, taking advantage of her leading role to bully you. Look at where she stands now, her father dying soon, yet she still acts so arrogantly. Let's see how badly she suffers later. That cup of tea was freshly brewed by the crew. Splashing such hot water on your face could end your acting career if something happens. Nina's chest heaved from anger. She and Angie had entered the entertainment industry at the same time. Angie soared thanks to her father's influence, while she was almost forgotten after offending Angie and suffering from Freddie's company's restrictions. She had finally managed to break free, only to still be trampled on. Nina held an ice pack to her face, her eyes red from anger. Sister, I'll get you a cold mask, go ahead and remove your makeup and cool down. Check who recorded videos earlier and see if you can get those videos sent to us. The assistant hesitated. Sister, the drama hasn't aired yet. If the actors start fighting, the director won't approve. Who says I want to release it now? The assistant paused, guessing her intentions. Soon, she obtained the video through some acquaintances. Nina watched the footage on her phone, her smile turning more sinister. Just wait. This grudge, she would settle eventually. Boss, they're here. The car door opened, and Aiden sat inside, noticing a fashion magazine in the hands of the commercial magnate, its cover featuring Angie. Aiden paused, feeling Govind's gaze. He quickly looked away. No need to report back to Xavier anymore. Aiden was taken aback, gazing at Govind in surprise. How is Xavier? Can he be cured? At best, partial paralysis. Govind rubbed the cover of the magazine with his long fingers, his dark eyes lowering, making it hard to read his expression. Dr. Lincoln, treat him well. Aiden opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words. Treat him well? What does that mean? Mr. Nate, please enlighten me. Normal treatment is fine. Dr. Lincoln, understand? Alali, sitting in the driver's seat, cast a glance at Aiden. Aiden's palms were sweating, struggling to speak as he stared at Govind. After sending off Aiden, the car sped towards Puyan Mountain. Near the forest entrance, they received a call from Elena. You're not home? We moved, what's up? Let me see the cat. Elena, having just finished an early shift, hadn't seen the cat in a while and decided to visit Govind's apartment. Not today, maybe another time. Just as the car entered the peak of Puyan Mountain, the roar of a helicopter filled the air. Elena assumed he was busy and didn't inquire about the move. Tonight, Angie finished early and was about to return to her apartment when she saw Omar's assistant waiting outside her makeup room. Elder Iona, Brother Jean invites you for late-night snacks and to discuss upcoming shoots. Angie was surprised. Omar wasn't one for pointless dinners. Why did he suddenly invite her? Today? Yes, Elder Iona, is there a problem? Not really, I'm just tired and want to rest at home. Can I decline? The young assistant looked at Angie in disbelief. So many people wanted this opportunity, and she. Note, the names Angie, Nina, Omar, Govind, Bernal, Elena, Alali, Aiden are used based on the context provided and should remain consistent throughout the translation. Chapter 134, Isn't Lawyer Nate very busy? Angie wanted to leave, but the assistant, who had apparently accepted Omar's request or something, blocked her no matter what. Every time Angie went left, he went right, and when she went right, he went left. The two faced each other, unable to move past one another. After a while, Angie stopped and looked at him, pursing her lips. Do we really have to eat? Anwar nodded fervently, bobbing his head like a hammer against the anvil as he looked at Angie. Angie brushed the hair behind her ear. It was still greasy from its styling earlier. It felt uncomfortable. Do I look suitable for going out to dinner in this state? Anwar glanced at Angie. Not really suitable. But Brother Jean is also dressed similarly. Neither of us will be picky. Why must we eat today? Is there no tomorrow? Anwar. Iona Jia. Good child, stroke your head, let your sister go. Angie stroked his head, signaling him to move aside. What did he look like blocking her here? Sister, you don't want to collaborate with Brother Jean on advertisements? Collaborate? You make the decision. Angie's eyes lit up. She had been doing terribly lately, struggling to get by in the entertainment industry. If this were a way to turn things around, she'd gladly accept. It's about this business that Brother Jean wants to discuss. Angie perked up, scared, and hooked Anwar's shoulder. Why so formal all of a sudden? We're practically family. Just say it up front next time. Even if I haven't cleaned up, even if I'm covered in poop, I'd do it for you. Anwar. This doesn't quite match the rumored Lady Hua, does it? When Angie and Anwar reached the roadside barbecue restaurant, they saw Omar sitting by the roadside drinking water from a disposable cup. He made plain water taste like an 82 Lafite. Angie suddenly felt that Omar's aura was mysteriously similar to Govind's, a refined life coupled with uncommon modesty and solitude. When interfacing with the world, there was a mix of aloofness and warmth. Brother Jean, Cameron has arrived. Angie pulled out a small stool and sat down, propping her chin up and looking at Omar. If we end up trending tomorrow, wouldn't that be pretty bad for you? Omar, not expecting Angie to open with that, stiffened as he held the cup, then nodded seriously. A bit. But don't worry, Omar said, lifting the stainless steel teapot to pour her water. That won't happen. Angie clicked her tongue. What a pity. She slowly rubbed the cup with her fingertips painted in rouge nail polish. Do you know why everyone recommends this place? Angie asked with a smile. Omar raised an eyebrow. Why? Because it's mine. Omar. Anwar. Wasn't her father on the global wealth list? How could she be running a barbecue joint? Lady Hua is quite down to earth, Omar managed after a moment's silence. Angie shrugged indifferently. What does actor Arlo want to talk about? To build some rapport. After all, the play we're shooting together is very intimate. So. Angie cast a half-smiling glance at Anwar, making him shrink back in fear. How? Omar saw the interaction between them and asked. Angie smiled faintly. Nothing much. The waiter came to serve food, greeting Angie familiarly. Omar was curious about their conversation but was interrupted by the roar of a helicopter overhead. In such close proximity to the city, wealthy people often used helicopters to bypass traffic. Not too surprising. Angie was chatting with the waiter when the helicopter flew over, and her mind buzzed, remembering someone's words. It came by helicopter. Is something wrong? No. Angie turned her gaze away. Omar asked, has Geraldine sorted out recent issues at home? Yes, Angie replied. That's good. I was initially worried the shoot wouldn't end early. Angie just picked up a skewer, ready to put it in her mouth. Actor Arlo, rest assured, I usually don't delay schedules. Do you and Beatrice have a feud? Omar's topic shifted rapidly. This meal didn't feel good. Angie put down her skewer and stared intently at Omar. Yes, she wants to be my stepmother. Watch out, don't let her take your mother's place. Hua. And Beatrice likes men more capable than herself, especially stepping on women stronger than her. Watch out, actor Arlo, don't let yourself be exploited. Men should keep themselves clean. Once dirty, it's over. Before Omar could respond, Angie concluded, knowing this was a probing session. A classic schemer. If actor Arlo is done, can I leave? Unable to focus on key points, this meal wasn't enjoyable. Angie's statement wasn't seeking permission but announcing her intention. With that, she grabbed her phone and walked off. Anwar tried calling after her but couldn't catch up. On her way back, Angie called Burnell, relaying what happened with Omar. Burnell paused. In theory, based on public perception, he shouldn't say things like that. Angie, about to speak, was cut off by Burnell. Does he have feelings for you? Angie. Too much air inhalation. Oxygen intoxication? Burnell awkwardly said, then why would he ask these things? How would I know? Too many skewers, nothing better to do. Angie, feeling sweaty and uncomfortable, wanted none of this. Wait until I shower to analyze it. No night scenes tonight? I was dragged to a meal. As she chatted with Burnell, Angie opened her door, gasping at the sight inside. Recalling the lesson from before, she hung up immediately. How did you get in? The man on the sofa looked at documents on a tablet without raising his head. Password. Who gave it to you? You did. When did I give it to you? Don't lie. Nate G, speaking flatly, added, you talked in your sleep last night. Before Angie could cuss, Nate G continued. And grinding your teeth. Angie, isn't lawyer Nate incredibly busy? Visiting the film city daily, not tired? Translation provided as requested. Any names have been converted to pinyin as instructed, and I've maintained the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text. Chapter 135. So Catherine Nate is going to placate me? This was entirely different from the perfect covert marriage life she had imagined. Weren't they supposed to play separately? Anyway, it's just a 2-year marriage, they would divorce after that. Surely, they didn't need to see each other every day and build their relationship? Angie vaguely felt like she had fallen into a trap. Even someone as busy as you has a time to finish work. After changing into slippers, Angie entered the house. So, are you off duty now? Consider it. Do you think the tablet in your hand agrees with this statement? Govind removed his gold-rimmed glasses, rubbed his brow, then looked up. The fatigue in his eyes vanished, making Angie mistakenly believe he had some kind of magic. Waverly is looking for Grandma. Now, should you tell me where Grandma is? What's the point of finding her? The old lady's shares in the company are probably enough to give you headaches. Angie seemed to know this and thus didn't want Waverly to contact Grandma. Otherwise, why hide her? She's abroad, I guarantee Waverly can't find her. As for the rest, shouldn't lawyer Nate solve these issues as soon as possible? Angie originally wanted to bathe immediately after returning home but unexpectedly ended up engaging in conversation with him. You do what you want, I'm going to take a bath. After coming out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, Angie opened the wardrobe to look for pajamas. She noticed that among dozens of women's pajamas was a single set of men's pajamas. President Nate, are you planning to stay here permanently? Is there a problem? Angie glanced at him, no problem, but isn't this inappropriate? We are legally married. Govind held a cup of water, slowly closing the distance between them. He towered over her, staring down. Her hair was still damp from the shower, dripping down onto her shoulders and eventually on the floor. The fruity scent of shampoo and body wash filled Govind's senses. Moreover, doesn't Catherine Nate forget that the contract only specifies a 2-year marriage period without mentioning separate residence after marriage? As he spoke, he reached out to touch the stray strands of hair on her shoulder. Angie turned her neck slightly, dodging his gesture. So, Lawyer Nate intends to strictly implement the 2 years of marital life? The man lowered his hand, picked up the cup again, and continued drinking. Yes. That's the idea. I only find men attractive when my hormones are surging, otherwise, I think men are dirty. Lawyer Nate, I don't mind having a normal married life, but I have a bad temper, and you may not be able to handle it. I've seen it and can accept it. I also like to mess around outside. Without changing his expression, Govind drank some more water and replied, it's fine, I'll solve it from the root. Angie watched as Govind casually placed the unfinished cup on the closet shelf, eyeing him suspiciously. How? Just as she finished speaking, Govind grabbed her waist and pushed her against the sink. Her heart raced as she protected the towel covering her chest. Before she could react, warmth enveloped her calf, and looking down, she saw Govind kissing it. Angie shivered. Was this really the same Govind who last night seduced her and today licked her legs? Wasn't he once an aloof and scholarly perfectionist? Govind's kisses traveled down to her feet, sending tingles up her spine. This made her tremble involuntarily. Angie reached out to push him away, but he took her hand gently, stood up, and whispered temptingly, I'll break your leg. You. Where's the hairdryer? Interrupting her argument, Govind prevented Angie from retaliating. Feeling her temper rising, Angie suddenly shoved Govind aside, shouting, Get lost. Govind stepped back but wasn't angry. He approached her again, angry? How can you expect me not to be angry if you want to break my leg? You plan to fool around with others and you won't let me break his leg? Well, then, Govind thought about it, trying to compromise. You find someone, and I bring them here and break their leg? Angie felt inexplicably ticklish. She couldn't win in a verbal spat with Govind, all it did was make him irritated. Let go of me. Where's the hairdryer? It's below the wardrobe. Soon, Angie sat before the dressing mirror, while Govind stood behind her, drying her hair with a hairdryer. The warm air made her drowsy. Tired? Yeah. Filming is exhausting? Yeah. Through the mirror, Govind observed her barefaced beauty, yet, you still have the mood to dine with other male actors when you're tired? Angie instantly woke up. Had her fleeting thought just now been true? You saw that? Yeah. From the sky? Govind sighed. He didn't want to follow Angie's random train of thoughts. Through a long-distance sight. Lawyer Nate, were you jealous because you saw me dining with another man? Not hiding his feelings, Govind nodded. So is Catherine Nate going to comfort me? Ignoring him, Angie pushed him away, tousled her hair a bit, climbed into bed, and got ready to sleep. You do what you want, just don't wake me up. Watching her curled up on the bed, Govind sighed helplessly. Geraldine was still the same Geraldine, unchanged for decades. Going back? In the hotel, Bruce, lying in bed, watched as Avril got dressed at the foot of the bed. Avril nodded. About the matter you mentioned yesterday, I've already asked around. Bruce felt connected yet disconnected to Avril. There wasn't much substantial information. You've been drinking. Let me drive you home. After pondering, Avril agreed, all right. As Bruce drove Avril home, upon reaching the villa entrance, they saw Leroy stumbling out of another car, barely caught by Leah. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Bruce reminded herself, he's pregnant. Seeing Leroy struggling to shake off Lee's support, she tried to hold him while protecting her abdomen. I'm going down. With that, Avril got out, walked into the yard, and scolded, summoning a few servants to assist Leroy inside. Meanwhile, Leah, supporting her back, followed them indoors. At the moment the door closed, Bruce heard scolding inside. Chapter 136, Dreaming of My Pregnancy, Your Infidelity, and Me Miscarrying in Anger. Fraser G sat in the car, faintly hearing angry voices from inside the Hua family villa. Avril glared at Leroy, who was in a state of decadence, his anger nearly blinding him. He reached out to grab Leroy, but upon seeing a few dazed people standing around, his anger surged further. He pulled Leroy by the collar. Did you drink too much pee again? Leroy shrugged off Avril's hand. What's it got to do with you? Of course, it's none of my business, but I can't stand to see you moping over a woman like a wimp. Leroy leaned against the sofa, squinting as he looked at Avril and sneered, at least I'm only pathetic, unlike you, who went to jail because of a man. Thinking back to when he and Angie were together, he was once a favored son in Jingang, revered by many who respectfully addressed him as Sam Hua. But since that incident, the heirs of Jingang's high society treated him like filth, unable to avoid him fast enough. His reputation ruined was one thing, but now he felt as if all the blood in his veins had been sealed away. Falling from a position of immense attention to a life worse than pigs or dogs, the drop was unbearable. Avril, not known for his temper either, slapped Leroy across the face. You think about who made me like this? Enraged, Leroy retorted. Fraser G asked for it by provoking them. Everyone in Jingang knew Angie's father was failing, yet no one dared act. Only Fraser G did it first. Whose fault is it? He deserves to be messed up by Angie. You. Avril's fury flared as he stared at him, breathing unevenly. Leroy spoke first. Don't think I don't know you've gotten back together with him. You're pretending it doesn't exist because you haven't heard the rumors. All right, Avril nodded continuously, exasperated. Live in your own fantasy world. Dream of holding, kissing, and being with Angie. It's not illegal to get what you can't have in real life through dreams. Leah stood outside listening to their argument, her body tensed as she held her prominent belly. Avril, angered by Leroy, turned to leave and saw Leah touching her belly at the door. He glanced sideways at her, suggest to the old man to send you to the retreat for prenatal care, for the sake of the baby. Why are you helping me? Leah was puzzled. In the Hua household, from master to servant, no one liked her, except Avril, who occasionally showed her some compassion. Without responding to her question, Avril glanced at her belly and left. Why aren't you coming in? What are you talking about? Leroy yelled from inside. Leah entered obediently. Go upstairs and draw me a bath. 20 minutes later, after his shower, Leroy came out, and Leah brought in a bowl of sobering soup. What is this? Sobering soup. Leroy glanced at the murky liquid with little appetite. Isn't there medicine? The housekeeper said traditional Chinese medicine has no side effects. Too lazy to argue, Leroy finished the bowl in one go and laid down. Leah watched the empty bowl, a fleeting emotion crossing her eyes. Late at night, Angie bolted upright in bed, feeling warm streams flowing from between her legs, momentarily panicked. She kicked Govind's stomach. Govind. Awoken from his dream, he looked at her with drowsy eyes. What happened? Bad dream? Still groggy, his voice was husky, almost seductive. Listening to that voice, Angie felt a shiver of anticipation, like a feather brushing past, tremulously enticing her. She paused. Yeah, I dreamed I was pregnant, and you cheated on me. I miscarried in anger, and blood gushed down my thighs. Govind immediately snapped to alertness. He embraced her waist with one arm and propped himself up with the other, sighing, Are you losing yourself in your role too deeply? Angie didn't reply, just staring at him with wide eyes. Being woken up at night and dealing with this, Govind found it both amusing and frustrating. Dreams are always opposite. Angie had been waiting for that line. She lifted the covers, revealing clear streaks of blood between her legs. Govind panicked, instantly springing up to carry her to the hospital. To the hospital. To the hospital for what? Nate, growing more agitated, found her calm demeanor even more irritating. For what? Govind's tone grew tense. Angie, with her tousled hair falling on her shoulders like a naive cartoon heroine, blinked innocently. To the hospital for a period? Realization hit Govind. He stared at her, his eyes darkening. You're playing with me? Angie blinked, unapologetic. May I help you, sir? At a 24-hour convenience store, Govind had rushed out in slippers and shorts, something only Angie could make him do at 3 in the morning. Despite his casual attire, he couldn't hide his aristocratic air, drawing a few extra glances from the staff. Some people naturally exuded class, even without speaking, they radiated elegance. The entertainment industry had its fair share of stars, but someone who embodied grace so profoundly was rare. Sir? Where are the sanitary pads? The employees' fantasies of high society crumbled in an instant. Broken-hearted. This way. Carrying a bag of various-sized pads, Govind returned to the apartment where Angie was perched on the toilet seat, chin in hand, deep in thought. Peering through the slightly open bathroom door, he couldn't help but feel like she looked like a sleepy little sprite, begging to be teased. Buying so many, planning to stock up for a year? Fearful you'd scold me for buying the wrong ones, I got a bit of everything. Angie. That sounds awfully justified. Chapter 137, Boss Nate, are you adding conditions at the last minute? Boss Nate. Angie lay beside Govind, her white fingertips tugging at the blanket, rubbing it gently. Didn't your ex-girlfriend teach you that when a girl has her period, you should rub her stomach to help? Govind sighed and moved closer to Angie. His warm palms rested on her belly, gently massaging. She sighed contentedly, almost like a rag doll, wishing she could sprawl out and wag her tail in comfort. You complained about me being too hot before bed and asked me to keep my distance. Did I? She wouldn't admit it. Govind didn't argue with her, anyone would be wary of Angie's sharp tongue. When will this shoot wrap up? How much effort are you willing to put in? What do you mean? If you help me sort out those messy things at home, I can concentrate on filming here, possibly 3 or 5 months. If there are too many issues, I might take frequent leaves for various reasons, maybe half a year. Govind. He was being pushed. Angie, have you heard a saying? The man continued to massage her stomach. What? It's easier to work after a good meal. Whether I put in effort depends on how obedient you are. The drowsy Angie was suddenly wide awake due to his words. How dare he treat her like this even though they were married? She turned to face him, looking up at him. Boss Nate, are you adding conditions at the last minute? Govind hugged her, adjusting the blanket behind her and corrected her statement. It's called marital intimacy. Oh, what if it's like this? Hiss, the person hugging Angie suddenly got pinched, causing him to gasp in pain and slightly arch his back. Do you want to ruin your happiness for the rest of your life? Isn't that what Boss Nate wants? Govind grabbed Angie's hand from his body, eyes darkening. Just as he was about to speak, Geraldine's sarcastic voice interrupted. Boss Nate, can't handle a touch? Could you protect yourself from temptations? Angie, Govind gritted his teeth. Hit a sore spot? You. Govind bit down on Angie's shoulder, eliciting a scream of pain from her. Then, he pushed her down onto the bed. For a split second, she went blank, followed by a wave of pain in her chest and furious curses. You bastard. Half an hour later. Lawyer Nate stood upright, immaculately dressed, gazing down at her. By now, Angie's nightgown had vanished. Breathing heavily, cheeks flushed red, her clear eyes still held traces of tears. Lawyer Nate asked, was I good? Geraldine nodded sadly, murmuring, good. How are you? Angie, moderation. Do you understand the word moderation? Look at you, you look like someone sucked all the energy out of you. Burnell thought that since Govind and Angie got together, she hadn't had a good night's sleep, always worried about the state of the cabbage being plowed too deeply. This wasn't just a matter of plowing anymore. A seasoned and cunning man like Govind wouldn't marry a woman without touching her. A platonic marriage was impossible in his life. The rumors about him in the Beijing-Hong Kong business world were vivid and colorful. Angie sat on a chair holding a hot water bottle, giving Burnell a resentful look. Period. Hearing period, Burnell's expression eased up. Cramps? Have you taken medicine? Yes, but it hasn't worked yet. Burnell sighed. I'll tell the director to postpone your scenes, get some rest. Can't? Nina, fresh out of makeup, overheard Burnell as she was about to film and couldn't resist coming in to mock Angie. Without looking, Angie knew who was at her door, speaking condescendingly. Go away, or I'll throw my bloody pad on your face. Finding it uninteresting, Nina clicked her tongue and left. What's wrong? I'm heartbroken. On Friday, Angie took a break from filming. In the evening, she left the studio to head back to the city, receiving a call from Kimberly to meet for drinks. Upon arrival at the bar, she saw Kimberly looking unusually dispirited. Kimberly lifted her glass, taking a sip of wine. This is worse than heartbreak. What happened? I'm going bankrupt. Angie. Can my upbringing goals still be achieved? Kimberly sighed worriedly. It's a bit hard. Tell me more. My mom canceled my credit card. Angie. Don't worry so much. Let me order some juice. Kimberly propped her cheek on her palm and looked at her. So, have you been tamed by the older man? Though Govind was only a few years older than Angie, there was still an age gap. Kimberly wondered why Angie, who never drank juice at bars, was ordering room temperature juice now. Angie accepted the juice from the bartender, clicking her tongue. I surrender to Aunt Flo. Upon hearing this, Kimberly leaned in, curious. How's married life with Lawyer Nate? Is he better than a young stud? Does he turn into a beast once he takes off his clothes? Angie's ears turned red as she stared at Kimberly. How should I answer? If I say our married life is harmonious, would it upset you, lonely dog? Kimberly's mood dampened. No fun. Turning to glance at the stage, she added, I heard Leroy is famous around this bar street lately, practically drinking every bar until he walks in standing and leaves lying down. Will we run into him today? Bah, Angie commented. Exhausted from a week's work and affected by her period, she didn't stay long, and they soon left. Famous for strict management, cars were parked in lots near the entrances. Either someone came to pick them up, or they walked. Shall we walk? Kimberly asked. Angie agreed. Say. Angie. Before Kimberly could finish, moans mixed with whispers of intimacy echoed from an alley. Just from the sounds, any adult would know what was happening. Phew, it was a relief Angie was with her, or she'd think Angie was doing something unsavory in that alley. Who do you think it is? It sounds a lot like Leroy. Stop grossing me out, Angie shuddered. Kimberly looked at her meaningfully. Since you don't mingle in the Beijing-Hong Kong circles, you might not know. They say Leah lured Leroy because she wore clothes and styled herself like you, taking advantage of his drunkenness to climb into bed with him. Chapter 138, Dislocate Leroy's Arm. In the alley, Leroy was cuddling a woman who looked very much like Milagros, rubbing against her affectionately. In a moment of deep emotion, he couldn't help but mention Milagros's name. Upon hearing Leroy say Milagros's name, the woman pushed him away. Who's Milagros? Your ex-girlfriend? Your ex-wife? Or your ideal woman? Does it matter? Leroy panted, his eyes red as he stared at her. It doesn't matter, the woman retorted. You've been hanging around the bar lately, buying me luxury handbags and designer items, spending a lot on me. I can't help but wonder what your intentions are. Could it be that you're just interested in my status as a hostess? Or is it because I look like your ideal woman, ex-girlfriend, or even fiancé? Leroy laughed. Spending too much time with Milagros had made him accustomed to such arrogance. He felt an inexplicable disdain for this hostess who used his money yet questioned him. So, if I say you look like my ex-girlfriend, would you return all the luxury items, designer bags, and shoes I gave you? Would you? You wouldn't, Leroy answered firmly. His slender fingertips brushed the strands of hair near the woman's ear, his tone indifferent but cold. We're both adults. Whether it's emotional or physical intimacy, it's consensual. You provide the service, and I pay. Isn't that how it works in your circle? If there are rules, we should follow them. Ask what you should, and don't ask what you shouldn't. Be good, and Big Brother will give you the whole street. Hu Xiaoya is so rich, offering the whole street. Why didn't you give it to me when we were together? Am I not as good as a hostess? It's funny how you went out with other women when she was right there in front of you, and now you're playing the part of a loving man with a fake one, said a derisive voice from the alley entrance. Leroy recognized Milagros's voice, though he hadn't expected her to be in the city today. Wasn't she supposed to be filming in the film city? Hadn't she joined the cast? I'm doing it for you, you're here, aren't you? Kimberly lit a cigarette next to the wall, the hot evening breeze making her sweat. Milagros glanced at Kimberly disapprovingly, annoyed by her remarks. I don't care who Hu Xiaoya dates, but don't call my name. Everyone else is expressing their deep feelings for you, who else would they call? Kimberly mocked. Each word from Kimberly made Milagros's face darker. She excelled at stirring up trouble. Though Leroy still had feelings for Milagros, their breakup was unpleasant. Now, facing Milagros's sarcasm, he forced himself to put on a show. What? Only you can call her Milagros? Kimberly exclaimed, surprised that Hu Xiaoya had the nerve to speak like that to Geraldine. He must have gained some courage somewhere. Milagros chuckled dryly, glancing at the woman in front of Leroy. What's your name? Wouldn't be Milagros too, would it? Before the woman could reply, Leroy shot her a look, and she kept quiet. What's it to you? Not much, Milagros flicked her hair, but I think she should know there's a pregnant woman waiting for you at home. Wouldn't want her to be an unwitting third party and a victim. You're married? You said you were single. The woman stared at Leroy in disbelief. These days, men were truly unreliable. No. Leroy denied it. There isn't, but he did impregnate another woman, who is now staying at his place, waiting to give birth, Milagros scoffed, determined to expose him. Slap, the woman slapped Leroy across the face and stormed off, recognizing Milagros at the alley entrance. You're the famous white lily flower Milagros? Milagros smirked, people say I look like her. But your demeanor is exactly like hers too. Still skeptical, the woman asked, really not? Milagros raised an eyebrow, what would I gain by lying to you? Indeed. The woman thought for a moment, then left without saying more. Milagros turned to Leroy, I advise you, Hu Xiaoya, to go home and take care of Miss Chi if your father catches you here. He might confiscate your bank card to cut off your means of fun, or worse, break your leg and keep you home to avoid trouble. With that, Milagros prepared to leave. Leroy chased after her, catching up in a few steps, grabbing her arm, and pinning her against the wall of the bar district. Milagros, all this is your fault. Everything is your fault. If you hadn't been so pure, so unreachable at first, none of this would have happened. Now, what gives you the right to stand on moral high ground and judge me? Who do you think you are? Everyone in Jinggang knows you've been chasing after Govind, desperate to get into his bed. Slap, Milagros slapped him again. Leroy, you really don't know how to take a hint, do you? Having been slapped twice in one night, Leroy's temper flared. He leaned in, pressing his tongue against his cheek. Reaching for Milagros's neck, he growled, who's the one not knowing their place? Kimberly's hand trembled, her cigarette ash falling unattended. She wondered why Milagros wasn't retaliating. Leroy, you may not know, but at first, I was genuinely nice to you, snap. With a swift move, Milagros tore off a dog paw charm from her neck and dislocated Leroy's arm with a harsh push on his shoulder. The scream echoed down the entire bar district, even drowning out the deafening music. Scared, Kimberly dropped her cigarette. Boss, Officer Fawn's phone. At the law firm, Govind had just finished briefing Krista and was about to head home when Alali entered with a phone. Chapter 139 Nate Jichu, don't act as if you caught me in the act. Apollo? Nate Jichu raised an eyebrow. Alali nodded. When Nate Jichu picked up the call, he had an ominous feeling, sensing that Apollo's call wasn't going to be simple. Mr. Nate. Please come over. On the other side, Apollo was watching Angie sitting in front of him with a headache, scratching his head, and his nearly bald scalp was receding further under his fingers. Where? Nate Jichu asked, confused. Apollo took a deep breath, at the police station. If there's something, say it. If not, hang up. Geraldine dislocated someone's arm, and they're making a scene at the police station now. Are you coming or not? Apollo said helplessly. He'd seen many cases, but whenever Angie appeared, things were never simple. Geraldine had a knack for making headlines. Every visit to the police station was anything but ordinary. Angie's scared. Hearing Apollo's, are you coming or not, stirred her anger. She stretched out her hand signaling Apollo to give her the phone. Mr. Nate is planning on denying everything. If you don't take care of me, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and cut off your thing. Angie, who did you get into trouble with this time? Nate Jichu gestured for Alali to take the stuff and leave while heading toward the elevator, still holding the phone. My ex-boyfriend, Angie replied nonchalantly, tapping her nails. Upon hearing those words, Nate Jichu paused mid-step. Xavier?. Still, Geraldine has a way of getting people wrapped around her little finger, just like Mr. Nate here. Envy much, Officer Fong? Apollo looked at Angie and clicked his tongue, quite. Since you're envious, why don't you make me some tea? Knowing full well Angie's character, Apollo didn't take it personally. He grabbed a disposable cup nearby, sprinkled some old tea leaves inside, then filled it with hot water from the water dispenser. The cheap smell of tea wafted into Angie's nostrils. You. She was about to complain when Apollo interrupted. Would Geraldine consider keeping some good tea here? With how often you visit, you're almost our top contributor to the police station GDP. We're old classmates, no need to be formal. I'll make sure to keep it safe for you. Angie smirked. Officer Fong makes only 45,000 yuan a month. How can he afford tea that costs 450,000 yuan per kilogram? Just dreaming is enough, no need to fantasize. How so? Has dreaming become a privilege of the rich? Angie shrugged. I didn't say that. When Nate Ji-chu arrived, he saw Angie sitting in a chair, her slender arms resting on the sides, her head lowered, revealing a flawless swan neck. She was looking down at the disposable cup in front of her as if something inside was captivating her. Apollo was busy handling another case, too engrossed to pay attention to Nate Ji-chu. He pointed to Angie, signaling him to go over. What are you looking at? A sudden male voice broke the silence behind her. Angie didn't bother turning around, looking at the tea Apollo made for me. What's so special about it? Seeing how cheap it is. 1,000-degree boiling water can't open 10 yuan per kilogram tea. What do you think? Nate Ji-chu chose not to answer. Maybe this tea is like you, not afraid of boiling water. Angie, insulting her? This jerk was implying something? Angie slowly raised her eyes, giving Nate Ji-chu a reproachful look. How can such icy words come from your 37-degree mouth? How can such cold-hearted actions come from your 36-degree heart? Where have I been cold-hearted? Mr. Nate, speak with evidence. Nate Ji-chu curled his lips into a sneer, bending down to whisper into Angie's ear. You're married but still entangled with your ex-boyfriend. Bringing your husband into this, yet you claim not to be cold-hearted? You. Angie's temper flared, turning abruptly to stand up but was held back by a large hand. Nate Ji-chu leaned in closer. Catherine Nate, doing this makes me feel incompetent, unable to satisfy you or serve you well. And, you might not know, most men are selfish and petty. No man wants to see his wife tangled up with her ex-boyfriend, even if it's not in a good way. Angie laughed sarcastically. Nate Ji-chu, did you know? I deeply regret twisting Xavier's shoulder and not yours. Oh, you too. Damn. Apollo, having finished his task, approached them. Seeing them whispering together, he opened his mouth to say something when suddenly Nate Ji-chu pulled Angie up from the chair and half-dragged her into the car outside the police station. Damn. What? I'll handle the rest, Officer Fong. Just as Apollo wanted to rush out, Krista blocked his path, stopping him. Are they really fooling around? The way Nate Ji-chu looked at Angie today is different from before. How? He looks like a pitiful dog who either can't get what he wants or is about to be abandoned. Accurate. Krista mentally applauded Apollo. The car drove back to Puyin Mountain. As soon as Owley parked, Nate Ji-chu pushed open the door and slammed it shut loudly. Angie muttered under her breath as she followed behind, sick. Catherine Nate? Yes? Have you had dinner? No. Angie changed into slippers, walked into the house, handed her bag to Greyhammed, and Elsie brought in her luggage. As soon as she entered, she saw Nate Ji-chu standing at the dining room door, holding a glass of ice water, staring at her with a blend of grievance and displeasure. Don't you want to explain? Angie scoffed. Explain what? Mr. Nate, don't act as if you caught me in the act. Bam. Elsie's hand froze as the suitcase tipped over. Is this something she should hear? Does she need a VIP pass? She was about to crouch down and eavesdrop when an arm reached out and dragged her away. Greyhammed? Elsie was baffled. Missing gossip? Isn't that crazy? Just as she was ready to bounce like an animal, she was stopped before she could start. Miss Xia, Greyhammed said seriously, it's best not to pry into the boss's private affairs. Someone in Jinggang is saying you and Xavier are back together. Translation completed while maintaining the original structure and style as requested. Chapter 140, Cancel the Secret Marriage? Believe everything people say about me? Doesn't Lawyer Nate have any judgment of his own? Or, does Lawyer Nate have a judgment that ceases to exist when it comes to me? Lawyer Nate, even if we're not spouses, we are longtime classmates. Despite our past being brief, it did happen. I didn't think you would see me this way. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Govin's hand froze as he held the cup. Reflect on himself? Angie was indeed shrewd. Instead of reflecting, she liked wearing others down. Angie was a prime example of such a person. Is Catherine Nate questioning me in the KTV? Angie shrugged indifferently. I'm just stating facts and telling the truth. If Lawyer Nate knew what kind of person I am, you should know there won't be a second encounter between me and Leroy. That scumbag pollutes the air just by being near me. As she spoke, she remembered something, flicked her hair, and walked towards Govin step by step. Standing before him, she tilted her head to look up at him. Her black eyes sparkled slightly. Mr. Nate, isn't someone gossiping behind your back without you clearing my name? Isn't that right? Angie was close enough for Govind to catch the faint smell of alcohol on her breath. Drinking while on her period? Who was it that texted him in agony? With that thought, Mr. Nate's eyes darkened. Yes. I'm your wife. Not only did you not clear my name, but you also doubted me? What Catherine Nate says. Govind gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, then slowly lowered his gaze. His casual tone brushed past her ear. We should keep our marriage secret. Do you believe everything I say now? When did Lawyer Nate become so righteous? You touched me whenever you wanted, and you did things with me when I told you not to. Why are you acting differently now? Govind turned his head slightly, his lips brushing past Angie's ear. Are you suggesting that the secret marriage is cancelled? Angie stiffened from his flirtatious actions. The tingling sensation spread up her spine. This man was bewitching her again. Seduction and temptation were Govind's usual tactics. Angie noticed how he would teasingly provoke her. Was it for revenge? She took a step back and raised an eyebrow at Govind. Doesn't Lawyer Nate understand the concept of depending on the situation? Whose situation? Yours or mine? The man casually placed the cup on the nearby bar and stepped closer to Angie. The living room was empty. Alban Villa had many staff working during the day, but Govind stipulated that only one person could stay in the main house at night. Greyhamed. Apart from Greyhamed, no one else could stay in the front yard. In this empty living room, the couple played their mind games, with over 10,000 thoughts between them. Neither was willing to let the other off. Govind gained the upper hand verbally, and Angie wasn't going to let it go easily. Being pushed onto the sofa, she suddenly flipped and sat on Govind's lap. The silk chiffon pants rubbed against his suit trousers, creating a mix of ambiguity and allure. Angie's slender fingers tugged at his tie. As she pulled the black tie free, Govind's gaze deepened. He grabbed her wrist. What do you want? Angie tilted her head, blinking innocently with a playful smile. To do you, of course. Is it illegal? Govind's breath caught, his gaze turning slightly crimson with restraint and control. This little minx was clearly doing it on purpose, knowing full well she was on her period. Angie, Govind's voice trembled. Yes? I'm listening. Speak. Angie draped her arm around his shoulder, smiling sweetly as she leaned her head to one side. Trying to tempt me? Don't be silly. How can that be considered temptation? It's normal communication between spouses. Govind watched as she freed one hand and slowly pressed it somewhere inappropriate. Is this also normal communication? Angie looked puzzled. No. Or, does Lawyer Nate think normal communication depends on the situation? Like undressing is normal, but not undressing isn't? Govind laughed in frustration. Sure enough, she was waiting for him. I get it. Spouses fighting naked doesn't count as domestic violence. With that, Angie flung off her short-sleeved top, which landed on a single-person sofa, sliding down to rest on a sleeping cat, startling it into meowing. Govind. What was in this girl's mind? Govind always felt Angie alternated between being rational and irrational, never on the same wavelength. Angie, you're testing a man's humanity. Taking advantage of her period to misbehave? Did she think he couldn't do anything about it? Does Lawyer Nate have humanity? What do you think? Govind asked. Looking at Angie sitting on his lap in black lingerie, he realized the curtains weren't drawn. He grabbed a blanket and draped it over her. Let me remind you, everything is visible through the floor-to-ceiling window. Really? Really? Then why cover me? Angie said, pulling the blanket off her shoulders. I starve myself to lose weight, don't I? Isn't it to show off my figure to others? If no one sees my good figure, I have no sense of achievement. Govind. Shameless? Where's your face? Eaten by a dog. Govind. Lawyer Nate, Angie's fingers slowly slid under his shirt, pulling it out and tracing his abs upward. It made Govind's heart flutter. Who understood the feeling of working 2 days and resting 7? Angie, don't start a fire. If I do, what can you do? Fight to the bitter end? Govind was never one to be bullied. The experienced man was calculating, striking decisively. After Angie provoked him for so long, how could there be no consequences? Angie, slim and petite, would easily break if confronted by Govind. Brother. OF*****. Chapter 141, How about you go up and console my eldest brother? Elena had been yearning for her cat for days, contacting Govind all the time. He kept saying he was too busy until today when he finally said he was free and gave her the address of his new home. She came over as soon as she got off work. But what met her eyes after she pushed open the door? Her heart almost stopped. She saw 2 figures entangled on the sofa and froze in shock. Wasn't Angie supposed to be filming? Wasn't she supposed to be at the film set? Had she found a new love interest? So even her eldest brother turned out to be this fickle and flirtatious. She had thought Govind was different from other men in this world, polite, humble, and respectful. All those feelings were fake. All fake. Govind heard the sound of the door opening and shielded Angie, keeping her between him and the couch to prevent any exposure. Still not leaving, he growled. Milady. Owlie was also stunned. He had been guarding the door, just stepped aside to smoke a cigarette, then Elena rushed past like a butterfly flitting by. Before he could say anything, the door opened, scaring him nearly to death. Go. Owlie pulled Elena away and slammed the door shut. After standing in the courtyard for a while, Elena reacted. My brother has a new lover? Is Angie no longer favored? Have recent rumors about him getting close to the Nan family in Beijing really come true? All done for. Angie is so pitiful. Just dumped by her ex-boyfriend and now dumped by my brother. What a tumultuous life. I can't let this happen. I have to console her. Owlie stood on the side watching Elena, muttering to herself, unable to get a word in edgewise. Get inside. A few minutes later, the villa's main door opened, and Elena saw Govind's repressed and grim expression, frightening her somewhat. Approaching cautiously, she called out softly to her elder brother. Didn't you learn to knock? Govind stood inside the room, while Elena stood outside, separated by a single door. The man looked down with a dark expression, lecturing her, which made Elena silent for a long time. She respected this eldest brother who shared neither father nor mother with her but maintained a distant respectfulness. When he scolded her occasionally, it would shake her for days. I'm sorry. Elena hurriedly apologized. Govind stared at her silently, saying nothing, creating a heavy and suffocating atmosphere around the doorway. After a few seconds, Elena raised her head and burst into tears. Govind. Owlie. Angie upstairs changing clothes. Great. Such incidents happened frequently at the Hua household since childhood. Whenever her father did something unsavory outside, those girls would always come crying at the Hua doorstep in despair. So there's some situation here? Angie dressed quickly, pulling the door open downstairs, thinking if Govind really cheated with another girl and things escalated, she still couldn't divorce until matters concerning her father and securing the money were resolved. Absolutely must remember that. Just as she was preparing to go downstairs, she heard Elena wailing through the door. You told me to come see the cat, wail. Elena? Cursing inwardly, Angie felt bitter disappointment. Her pace slowed as she descended the stairs. Come in, Govind finally said after listening to Elena cry for a long time. Shaking her head, Angie thought. Men can be such dolts. Yin. As Elena went inside, she saw Angie sitting on the stairs propping her chin up and looking at her. Startled by seeing her, Elena hiccuped. It's you? I thought my eldest brother was cheating on the side. I was feeling sad just a moment ago. Talking more, Elena started again. Angie thought this girl truly had a good heart. She could practically take the place of the great Buddha of Leshan. Don't cry, don't cry. I thought your brother was having an affair and someone came to confront him. Seeing it was you calmed my heart a bit. Almost gave me a heart attack. Angie sighed heavily, feeling the bitterness of dashed hopes. Govind chuckled bitterly at these two women. Am I supposed to be disappointed that I didn't cheat? Angie choked, forgetting Govind was still there, quickly trying to mollify him. Of course not. How could I think that way? Don't imagine things. Govind's head hurt, as well as certain parts of his body. Glancing at both of them, he stomped upstairs into his study, slamming the door loudly. Did I interrupt your fun? Better late than never. I feel your arrival was just right. Thanks to Elena coming, otherwise with how Govind was acting just now, her hand would have been damaged. How about you go up and comfort my eldest brother? I'll play with the cat and leave. Angie, comfort him. Dream on. The Hua family, Leroy returned home, disheveled and unkempt. The man who drank himself to oblivion just a few days ago came home with a bandaged arm, shocking everyone. What happened? Leah, heavily pregnant, rushed forward. Seeing Leah ignited the emotions simmering within Leroy. His gaze fixated on her belly, burning fiercely. Lee's existence was like a dagger, piercing the hearts of rich kids in Jinggang, directed at him. Thinking this, Leroy's eyes turned cold, reaching out and grabbing her neck. Master, what are you doing? Servants in the room rushed to pull him back. Leah placed one hand on her neck, the other on her stomach, breathing heavily, terrified. Looking at Leroy, her eyes filled with disbelief. Previously, she considered this man a gentleman, calm and gentle with no bad temper. Now, entirely different. To send you abroad to give birth. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. Leah opened her mouth wide in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. You did nothing. Enticing me into pregnancy, forcing me to marry you at my own engagement party. Did others do these things? Leah, think about what you've done. Leah avoided meeting his gaze, panting uncertainly. Leroy grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. Look at me. So what if I do? If you hadn't made advances on me back then, would I have done those things? In the end, everything's my fault. Leroy, when you lured me to bed, you didn't say these things. Smack. Leroy slapped Lee's face, pulling her arm and forcing her to meet his gaze. What have you been secretly doing that needs reminding? Hashtag chapter 142, the female rogue. Clearly it was you who initiated the physical contact, sparking my hope and extending an olive branch to me. Now you're blaming me just because Angie dumped you and everyone in Jinggang looks down on you, so you're taking your anger out on me? Leroy, what gives you the right to hit me? This is domestic violence. I'll sue you. Leroy had drunk too much and had just been disciplined by Angie. Upon returning home, he was met with Lee's threats, which immediately ignited his temper. He lashed out at her with a series of punches and kicks, shouting, "Sue me? Go ahead and try. Let's see if you can even leave this house. Do you think I won't break your legs and lock you up here, making sure you never see daylight again?" The room was filled with her agonized cries. None of the servants dared to step in and stop him. After all, Leroy was known for his bad temper, and they all disliked Miss Chi. During the time when Geraldine was dating Sam Hua, she had been incredibly generous to everyone, benefiting not only the main Hua family but also its extended branches. But everything changed after Miss Chi arrived. Not only did household peace vanish, but troubles arose frequently. Leah curled up, protecting her stomach as Leroy mercilessly attacked her. However, it seemed that he still had some scruples and avoided hitting her there. When he finally grew tired and sat on the sofa, he promptly fell asleep. Leah lifted her head cautiously, seeing Leroy sleeping soundly on the sofa, which infuriated her even more. "Aren't you going to help him up?" Leah, surprisingly firm, demanded. The startled servants hurried over to help carry Leroy to the master bedroom. "Brew a hangover remedy." Shortly after, a servant brought a bowl of soup. Despite her pain, Leah went to the bathroom and then, suppressing her agony, helped Leroy drink the soup. Is this Angie's secondary account? How could she end up with Leroy again? Is the Hua family really declining? In a bar, someone idly scrolling through Weibo suddenly came across a post from someone who looked very much like Angie. In the photo, she was embracing a man, none other than Leroy. "Let me see," someone skeptical leaned over, and a chorus of shock erupted in the private room. "Are you serious? The princess of Jinggang has this much resolve? To be back with the man who betrayed her? How is that possible? People might not know, but you should know Angie. Her pride wouldn't allow her to be with Leroy again. Seeing him now, she'd likely try to kill him rather than be with him." "Come, take a look," the person said, handing over the phone. The one who had just defended Angie fell silent upon seeing the photo. There was indeed a striking resemblance. "Hua boss, have a look. Is this your sister?" Someone realized Waverly was present at the event and handed the phone to him. Waverly glanced at the phone holder with a mix of arrogance and disdain. He hadn't cared for this gathering from the start. He had come to discuss business, but it turned into a scene of jealousy among young women. The phone holder was some miss from a prominent Jinggang family, but her gesture implied she wanted Waverly to admit their family discord. "Sierra, aren't you being too presumptuous?" Someone tried to smooth things over, adding, "That doesn't look anything like Geraldine. Besides, would someone as proud as Geraldine ever take a step back? Modern makeup techniques are so advanced that anyone could look like her. Put the phone away." The instigator awkwardly retracted the phone, afraid to speak further. When Waverly left the party and got into his car, he instructed, "Find out what Angie has been up to lately. Geraldine has been filming on set and just returned from the film city today. And Leroy? Sam Hua has been frequenting the bars, spending every night at different ones along the bar street." The driver paused, realizing something was off. Their master had never shown concern for Geraldine's safety before. This sudden interest. Why the sudden interest in Geraldine? Waverly thought about it. Concerning himself with Angie's well-being wouldn't change the fact that they were still adversaries. Until grandfather's assets were settled, conflict between them was inevitable. "Just take me home." At the Pyeongchun villa, after bidding farewell to Elena, Angie climbed upstairs to find Govind emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel and running a hand through his wet hair. Seeing this, she raised an eyebrow, mischief glinting in her eyes. She placed one hand on the doorknob and the other on the door frame, whistling playfully at Govind. Govind. Angie's rogue behavior hadn't changed since their school days. "That bathrobe seems quite unnecessary, don't you think?" "Don't be so formal," Angie teased, walking closer and trying to sneak a touch, only to be caught by Govind, who spun her around and pinned her to the bed. He loomed over her, droplets from his wet hair trailing down her collar and sliding across her chest, disappearing from sight. The sensation caused her to shiver involuntarily. Fresh out of the shower, Govind exuded a faint scent of sandalwood, a peculiar preference of his that Angie couldn't understand. She had tried using his shampoo a few days ago, feeling as though she had lived in a temple for months afterward, imbued with incense. Wriggling slightly, Angie looked up at Govind, noticing his long lashes lowering protectively over clear eyes. "Angie, do you know what you look like right now?" Angie nodded. "A female rogue." Govind chuckled. "Good to know." As he prepared to let her go, she pulled him down by the neck, pressing his face into her shoulder. ##### Chapter 143, Want me to let you go? "Mr. Nate, may I give you a piece of advice?" Angie said playfully. "Sure," Govind replied, rubbing his molar. Of course, he could tell she was deliberately teasing him. Knowing she had her period but still brazenly enticing him. Mischievous, isn't she? Fine, fine. He would get his revenge. Govind leaned against the wall beside Angie, looking down at her with anticipation. Try changing your shampoo and shower gel. Otherwise, whenever I tease you, I feel like I'm sinning by seducing a monk. Govind. The next day, it was Angie's day off. She planned to catch up on sleep, but before 8 in the morning, someone dragged her out of bed. Govind stood by the bed, pulling her towards the bathroom. What are you doing? You said you'd change my shampoo. Are you crazy? 8 in the morning? What kind of shampoo deserves me waking up at this hour? Angie struggled to lie back down. She laid down, he pulled her up again. This went on for 4 or 5 rounds. Exasperated, Angie sat cross-legged on the bed, looking utterly defeated. I was wrong. Wrong about what? Mr. Nate's tone was gentle, showing no irritation. I shouldn't have teased you last night, Angie admitted, ready to apologize for a good night's rest. Besides, today wasn't a weekend. Even someone as busy as Govind wouldn't waste time playing games. Probably just waiting for her to apologize and then forget about it. Once again, Govind marveled at Angie's pragmatism. Her compliance indeed amazed him. Do you want me to let you go? Yes, Geraldine admitted directly. Govind smiled faintly, nodding slowly. All right. A kiss, and I'll let you go. Angie's eyes flickered. That easy? Before Govind could react, she grabbed his face and planted a quick kiss. You're brushing me off. Moi, Angie kissed again. Lawyer Nate's gaze darkened. Is that it? If you don't want to sleep, get up. Startled, Angie half knelt on the bed, wrapping her arms around Govind's neck. Leaning in for another kiss, she paused a millimeter away, suddenly remembering something. Mr. Nate, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Do you mind? Govind silenced her protest, gently pressing her lips to his, starting an intense and passionate kiss under the morning sun. After he left, Angie lay in bed, lost in the memory of that unforgettable kiss, reminiscent of a perfect scene she once fantasized about during her school days. Who can understand this heart-stopping feeling? Govind thoroughly woke her up. Awakened. It was barely a rest day, yet she couldn't fall asleep at 8 in the morning. Ah. That devil Govind. Did something intense happen last night? Kimberly asked as soon as she saw Angie at their spa appointment. Angie looked like she had been drained of all energy, her dark circles visible. Angie rolled her eyes. I don't enjoy battling till dawn. But why do you look like a woman who has been drained of her vitality? Angie sighed. Do you think Govind loves me? Pfft, Kimberly choked on her drink from surprise. Don't be so crude, Angie muttered, handing her a tissue. Kimberly wiped her mouth. Don't tell me you're just realizing this now. With Govind, if he doesn't see any benefit, do you think he'd put so much effort into getting you? But does that mean love? Or maybe just some unresolved feelings? Kimberly wanted to say something but thought better of it. Maybe it was better that Angie was oblivious. Being insensitive about everything except feelings was a blessing. Just then, a WeChat message came in. Angie glanced at her phone, her expression turning serious. What is it? Angie handed her phone over. Look. That bastard. How dare he hit a woman? Scroll down, Angie urged. Kimberly scrolled down and saw the message. Xavier? Weren't they a loving couple? How did it turn to domestic violence? Angie clicked her tongue. People always target the weak. After their spa session, Kimberly and Angie visited a nearby mall. Exiting the elevator, Angie led them to a corner. What's going on? Angie nodded toward something. Kimberly looked up and saw Riley walking by, accompanied by a man wearing a baseball cap. Isn't that Fraser G? Such a pitiful fate, following such a repulsive manager. Reba must have ruined him. He wouldn't have even noticed Riley back then. What's Callista up to lately? Grooming herself, apparently. Heard she got plastic surgery again. Angie. Sir, there's news from Mr. Nate's law firm. It says he accepted Geraldine's case. When? In the past few days. Why? Didn't Govind always avoid involving himself in the Hua family affairs? Why take on Geraldine's case now? This alarmed Waverly. If Angie gains Govind's support, it will only make things worse. In the future, he would look down on everyone even more. The person shook his head, not knowing the answer. Find out. Discover the connection between them. What Geraldine can offer, I can too. Lately, there have been rumors about Geraldine and Mr. Nate in Jingang. Tell me, Waverly said impatiently. It's rumored that when Geraldine was in high school, she pursued Mr. Nate and dumped him afterward. Could this rekindled past affection explain? The voice faded as Waverly's gaze grew colder. Get the car ready. I'm going to find her. Hashtag chapter 144, President Nate inspects. Milagros. Is there something? Milagros and Zaida had just finished their day's activities and were about to part ways. Just as she reached her car, Waverly blocked her path. Waverly's dramatic appearance clearly wasn't for catching up. Waverly glanced at Zaida, then shifted his gaze to Milagros. The Chu family had reportedly caught the favor of a certain individual recently, with their family business thriving like never before, almost becoming a pillar of Jinggang. They were not to be trifled with. But Waverly knew that Milagros and Zaida weren't the type who could be easily persuaded by a few words. Want a drink? Milagros thought that Waverly couldn't really do much to her and nodded, finding a nearby outdoor cafe. After ordering coffee, Waverly was about to say something when Milagros lowered her head. Her crewneck t-shirt loosened slightly, revealing a crimson mark. Anyone familiar with the business world would immediately recognize it as a sign of intimacy. Seeing Waverly staring at her neckline, Milagros's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to snap, she heard him ask, "I heard Govind took on your commission? You're a bit slow on the uptake." Milagros said this and tugged at her neckline. The more she did so, the more Waverly felt she was trying to hide something. "I'm curious, how did you persuade Govind?" Milagros clicked her tongue, feeling Waverly's words somewhat irritating. She laughed lightly and tapped the cup wall with her slender fingers. "Guess. The old man spoils you so much, he'd give you the stars if he could. If he knew you did something dirty for property, wouldn't he be furious enough to break out of his coffin?" Listening to this, Milagros clicked her tongue again, leaning forward and propping her chin. "Brother too, you know me, I have everything but shame. Do you think your few words will make me feel guilty? You're underestimating me. Don't you feel guilty? Do you?" Milagros retorted. As the server arrived with the coffee, her voice paused momentarily. Once they left, she continued, "We're all 1,000-year-old foxes, what fairy tale are you playing?" After rebutting Waverly, Milagros leaned back in her chair, sipping her coffee leisurely. Just as Waverly was about to respond, Milagros's phone on the table lit up. A dog emoji icon caught Waverly's attention. Milagros frowned, swiftly hanging up the call. Though Waverly didn't care much about it, those numbers triggered his thoughts. He had tried multiple channels to find Govind's private number but only managed to get some vague information. Govind's mobile number ended with 4 nines. He won't even answer after getting close to you? Why don't you consider changing careers? There's a temple 30 miles west of this building. Go tell the Buddha to stand up so you can sit down. Why you? Just as Waverly was about to retort, Milagros's phone rang again. Receiving one call after another from Govind made Milagros lose her patience. Putting down her coffee, she stood up and looked at him. "If you're here to test me, save yourself the trouble." Milagros. Waverly hadn't achieved his purpose and watched helplessly as she walked away. Just as he was about to follow, he saw Milagros pause, looking at someone standing in the cafe with a sneer. What a coincidence. Is this familial destiny? Allison. Presley's assistant called softly. Presley raised her hand to stop him, handed her bag over, and said, "Wait for me outside." The assistant looked at Milagros and Waverly warily. Thinking to say something, seeing Presley remain seated, he stopped himself. After all, this was no longer their territory. Ever since their return, the Nan family had faced setbacks everywhere. They had just been rebuffed by Govind and were planning to meet the Hyder family for dinner. With time to spare, they sought a place to rest. Unbelievably, they encountered the Hua siblings. Milagros sat down again, now joined by 2 others at the round table. Lolling back in her chair, she still held her cup of coffee while the server gave Presley a menu. She ordered an Americano and returned the menu. Looking at Milagros, she noticed her busy sending messages on WeChat. Silence enveloped them. Urge of death? Land dog, where are you? Drinking coffee. Govind's temper flared on the other side. Standing in the living room of the Pyanshan villa, he puffed on a cigarette surrounded by Greyhammed and several servants, enduring his silent fury. The man smoked casually, eyes half closed, tapping out messages fiercely. Greyhammed watched from behind. If not for knowing who this person was, one might mistake him for a reckless libertine. 6:30 drinking coffee? Does Catherine Nate plan to stay awake for disco? Yes. Do you agree? Govind pulled the cigarette from his lips, laughing coldly, and typed more, sending smoke into the air. Greyhammed watched. Only knowing him well could prevent him from seeming like a degenerate playboy. Contact the hospital to arrange prosthetics for you. Reading this through the screen, Milagros felt an itch in her leg. Touching it absent-mindedly, she noticed Presley and Waverly staring at her coolly. She tossed her phone into her bag. What? Jinggang has been buzzing lately. They say you've hooked up with Leroy again. Milagros, never heard of it. She was too busy lately to pay attention to such rumors. Besides, anyone who knew her should realize she and Leroy barely tolerated each other. People can spread rumors all they want. What can I do? Presley wasn't a meddler but also wasn't hostile towards Milagros. Opening WeChat, flipping through her feed, she found a post, showed it to Milagros, and indicated for her to look. Skeptically, Milagros glanced at the phone, her mind exploding with shock. Not possible. The photo shows someone wearing the same makeup, clothes, posing the same way, embracing the same man. Most importantly, she looks 60% like you. Milagros, your life is colorful indeed. She knew Presley had a reason to sit with them for coffee. But she never expected it to involve herself. No wonder that woman seemed surprised when she saw her last night. This explained it. Chapter 145, Business Tycoon. It wouldn't be surprising if he kept a female celebrity. What's this? Wan lei bakerg? It was rare for Waverly to see someone make Angie back off, so he joined in with a good-natured remark. Angie returned the phone to Presley. I didn't expect that Sam Hua, with not much education, knows quite a bit. Presley knew these two didn't get along and didn't intend to meddle. Is General Manager Nan really so idle that you have time to pay attention to my gossip? I didn't realize how big your reputation is until I came back to Jingang, said Presley truthfully. Even during lunch downstairs, she heard people discussing Angie on their phones, and occasionally on the elevator ride back to the company, her name would be mentioned. To describe her as omnipresent was quite apt. The three of them sat together, each harboring their own thoughts, lost in contemplation. Angie tapped her long, slender fingers intermittently on the glass cup while Presley sized her up. Her mind was preoccupied with what she had overheard in the law firm's elevator that afternoon. Did President Nate really start something with Geraldine? Not likely. Could news from the secretary's office be fake? President Nate hasn't admitted it, has he? Has President Nate denied it? For the Nans to establish themselves again in Jingang, they needed a competent legal team, and only Nate Salinawang in Jingang could provide such support. But Govind was selective, ordinary cases wouldn't interest him. For consecutive attempts to contact his law firm resulted in closed doors. Waiting all afternoon in the reception room without even seeing a hair of his. If Angie really had a connection with Govind, could there be an alternative route? And in the battle of wits between Waverly and Angie, where the former was always at a disadvantage, would things change if Presley got involved? Angie picked up her cup, took a sip of cold coffee, and smiled. With Miss Nan's perceptiveness, it might be quite difficult to establish yourself in Jingang's competitive environment. How do you know? Angie smirked. Intuition. Doesn't General Manager Nan know? Women's sixth sense is usually accurate. Did you rely on your sixth sense to become the queen of white flowers in the entertainment industry? Yes, Angie readily admitted. Straightforwardly speaking, intuition is just having good luck. Not many people can envy that. Seeing the time was right and Govind's messages kept pouring in, she decided it wasn't worth chatting further. She stood up with her bag. You two keep talking. Seeing Angie leave, Presley also prepared to depart. Waverly called out to her, aren't you at all interested in grandfather's assets? Presley didn't answer but cast him a deep glance before leaving. Ask the law firm if Presley has been visiting Govind recently, Angie instructed Isaiah as soon as she got in the car. Isaiah didn't delay and made a call. After a brief conversation, he hung up. The security guard at the law firm said Presley has visited for 3 consecutive days, apparently seeking cooperation with lawyer Nate. Angie paused, her hand twisting open the water bottle cap. 3 consecutive days? Yes. Angie casually drank some water. Interesting. I asked you to investigate other businesses owned by Govind. How did it go? Nothing found, Isaiah replied hesitantly. Many in Jingang knew Govind held interests beyond his law firm, but investigations often led to dead ends. I don't believe there's no trace at all. The car climbed up Puyun Mountain Villa Road. Just then, a minivan passed them. One turned left, one turned right. What about it? Omar looked up from his phone. That van seemed like Angie's car. Omar had been staying at Jingang Film City for filming, and Puyun Mountain Villa was one of the Arlo family's numerous global properties. Since his focus shifted to Jingang this year, he decided to stay here after some adjustments. Angie? Looks like it, Anwar nodded. Even Grandpa Hua wouldn't have access to a villa on Puyun Mountain. People living here have military backgrounds, and he wouldn't even qualify to buy one. You must have seen wrong. Anwar agreed. Also, that car was heading towards the top of Puyun Mountain, which is reportedly private property belonging to the developer. For a business tycoon to keep a female celebrity isn't surprising. Omar didn't respond, returning his gaze to his phone. Remembering what the film crew told him about a certain barbecue shop, that store isn't owned by Angie. Initially, it was run by a couple and their son. Later, the son contracted leukemia, needing a large sum for medical expenses. Angie organized donations, but the owner refused. So, she promoted the shop as hers, leading to the rumors. But sadly, the owner's son still passed away at 13. Sitting in the passenger seat, Anwar glanced at Omar who hadn't spoken, noticing his finger hovering over Angie's number. Is he into her? No way. Returning to Puyun Mountain Villa, Angie sensed the atmosphere was off. A dozen people stood inside, including Greyhamid, heads bowed as if they were just reprimanded. Changing her shoes carefully, she asked timidly, what's going on? Punishment? Syra. Nate. Angie thought about addressing him directly but changed her tone for his dignity. Where's your mister? He's exercising in the yard. Oh, then what are you all doing here? Everyone looked awkwardly at Angie, none daring to speak. Losing patience, Angie ordered, scatter. Nobody moved. What's this about? Before she could figure it out, she heard sounds from the entrance. Turning around, she saw Govind entering. Shoulders slumped, she tugged his short-sleeved shirt gently, asking cautiously, what's happening? Govind's eyes turned colder, looking at Greyhammed, disperse. Yes. They all obediently turned and left. Angie, bullying? You. Before Angie could ask, Govind spoke in a harsh, angry tone, 8:25, and Catherine Nate is quite busy. Hashtag chapter 146, aren't you going to support your wife? Mr. Nate, what do you mean by that? How many modern women go home early? These days, going home early means being poor. So, am I poor? Govind picked up Angie's twisted logic and followed through. Greyhammed was holding a tray to serve him water when she heard Govind's words, causing her to jump in surprise. Mr. Nate is poor? I don't agree. Who doesn't know who the tycoon of Jingang is? Picking a fight with me? Then I'll leave. Leave. Govind raised his chin. If you dare to go out, I'll break your legs. Angie followed Govind's gaze downward and noticed this dog man staring at her legs. She instinctively moved her leg and mumbled a curse, pervert. Just as Angie was about to head upstairs, she remembered something, retracted her foot already on the step, and with a smile, approached Govind, leaning her slender white arm on the breakfast bar. Mr. Nate, I have a question for you. Govind simply said one word, speak. Is Presley asking for something from you recently? Govind didn't reply, but his glance at Angie confirmed it was true. Angie adjusted her posture. What do you think, Mr. Nate? How should I think? You want me to think however you want me to think? Govind sipped his water casually, eyeing Angie with a half-smile. Tell me more. You know I don't get along with Presley. Govind had heard about Angie and Presley's issues. They might not get along, but they haven't done anything outrageous, just typical girl drama. If not for the incident back then, the role of the eldest Geraldine would have gone to Presley, leaving no place for Angie. Angie, proud and arrogant, still harbored resentment after all these years, secretly competing with Presley. It was even worse when the old man was unconscious, as he would sometimes invite Presley home for dinner if he regained consciousness, which made her even more depressed. So what? Aren't you going to support your wife? My wife is ready to dump me, yet I'm supposed to support her? Angie sneered. Are you serious? Am I that kind of person? Don't talk nonsense. Govind took out his phone and tapped a few buttons. Then, Angie's teeth-grinding voice played aloud. Do you believe I will replace you? Angie. Did you really take couple teasing seriously? Govind gave a slight half-smile, put down his glass, and glanced at Angie preparing to go upstairs for a shower. Mr. Nate, you're not playing fair. You got me and still want to hook up with Presley? Isn't that like eating from the bowl while looking at the pot? Nate. Bang. Govind went into the bathroom and shut the door, leaving Angie outside. Angie was about to swear when her phone rang. Kimberly said on the other side, check WeChat. She hung up immediately. Kimberly had pulled her into a WeChat group. What's the deal with the Nans? Their first act upon returning to Jingang is to go after Govind? Let her try, Angie can't manage him either, why should we care? Still, the Nans are unlikely to look up to someone like Govind with no social standing. Afraid she acts arrogantly in front of us while secretly lusting after Govind. Angie saw everyone gossiping in the group and opened the list, finding several familiar names. Kimberly, exciting, right? Angie. Exciting, do you read all gossips here now? Yes, very exciting. All big and small matters of Jingang are transparent here. Just enjoy the gossip, don't stir it up. Angie rolled her eyes, truly idle. Sister Leah, a media outlet contacted us about some photos. What photos? Bernal had just returned from work and was standing at the door about to change shoes when she received the call from the office. They say pictures of Cameron with her ex-fiancé in an alleyway. Bernal hated vague descriptions, shouting, doing what? Just, sex. Bernal. Are you kidding? Do you think Angie is the type to take someone back? Really, he sent over a photo. We've seen it. Sister Leah knows paparazzi wouldn't dare come near us without solid evidence. Lawsuits are serious. Bernal was experienced enough to understand the stakes. If mishandled, it could ruin Angie's career. Fraser's situation was fresh in their minds. Standing at the door, about to enter, Bernal turned around. Wait for me at the company. 30 minutes later, Bernal arrived at the company. People who were about to leave had gathered, welcoming her eagerly. Sister, here are the photos. Someone handed her a tablet. Bernal opened it and looked. Another person projected the photo onto the screen. Technical experts confirmed it's not edited. It's also not photoshopped. But is this Angie? Her gaze looked so worldly. Bernal could confidently say the woman wasn't Angie but couldn't spot any flaws. Which paparazzi? After bathing, Angie dried her wet hair, wearing a pure white off-shoulder palazzo dress that was both innocent and seductive. Water droplets clung to her arms fresh from body lotion. Govind walked in and saw this tantalizing scene. The person at the door took a deep breath, tingling. Angie's hairdryer was taken away. Long, slender locks flowed through the man's hands. The proficiency of Mr. Nate leaves me puzzled. Where did you practice your skills on? Angie asked. To win you, I prepared, Govind replied nonchalantly. Lies can be believed when told sincerely, but truths disguised as lies never gain trust. Hearing this, Angie muttered, "Good thing I know how important I am to you." "Alright, touch." Angie stood up and smoothed her hair, ready to leave. Suddenly, she saw Govind, bare-chested with 8-pack abs, standing behind her, his physique rivaling gym models. Angie thought, dying again. After doing good deeds in her life, seeing such a man before her, why wouldn't she touch? Her fingers trailed along Govind's waist. "Mr. Nate. If enticing someone is illegal, how many years do you think Mr. Nate would get?" Angie's coquettish tone held hints of seduction as her fingertips traced upward along Govind's abs. Translation note: this translation maintains the style, paragraph structure, and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text, ensuring a natural and fluent English narrative. Chapter 147, Rebellious Girl vs. Stoic and Detached Main Male Lead. Govind grabbed the fingers of Angie that were slowly inching upwards, holding her hand, caressing it as if he was handling a rare treasure. His rough fingertips circled along the palm of Angie's hand, creating a ticklish sensation. Instead of hurriedly pulling back, Angie looked at him directly with her luminous eyes. They stared into each other's eyes, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate, charged with a palpable tension. Up close, Angie could faintly smell the light scent of sandalwood emanating from Govind, a forbidden yet stimulating feeling washed over her. The scene in front of her reminded her of the times she would hide in the last row during evening self-study classes and read certain novels. Rebellious girl versus stoic, detached male lead, this classic trope always pulled down even the gods. Angie moved her free hand up along the line of Govind's abs, playfully pressing down on his navel as she reached it, causing him to gasp sharply. Govind held both of her mischievous hands firmly, leaning slightly closer to whisper in Angie's ear, "It depends on who I'm seducing. If it's someone else's wife, it'd be immoral and illegal. But if it's my own wife." As he spoke, he lifted her onto the dresser, positioning her so their waists lined up perfectly. With one layer of chiffon fabric between them, the situation became increasingly entangled. Angie, a typical Libra, admired everything beautiful. Beauty mattered to her. When she pursued Govind in school, it was for his handsome looks. Now, it was his physique she coveted. "Boss Nate," Angie wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingertips circling on the back of his collar. Tilting her head, she pouted teasingly, "You keep parading around without clothes in front of me. Should I take that as you trying to seduce me?" Imitating her actions, Govind's fingers circled her waist as his hoarse voice grazed her ear. "Do I need to sacrifice my beauty to tempt you?" Without waiting for a response, he dipped his head and captured her lips in a kiss. The battle had begun. Linking up. In the bedroom, a curt, impatient voice rang out. Angie's phone on the nightstand started ringing. Just as their relationship was about to reach its peak, the phone call disrupted the moment, anger surging through Govind. In a commanding tone, he directed Angie. She reached over and hung up, then nestled back into Govind's arms. Shortly after, the disconnected call rang again. Angie hung it up once more. The phone rang again. Govind squeezed her arms slightly, making Angie gasp in pain. "I'll answer Burnell." Knowing Burnell well, Angie understood she wouldn't call repeatedly unless something important happened. "Hello. You've lost it? What were you doing? Not answering my calls? Can't you shake the water out of your brain?" Burnell's shouts came through, making Angie cough awkwardly before propping herself up. "What's going on?" "Check WeChat." Angie opened WeChat, first noticing 99+ messages in a gossip group. Scrolling down, she found Burnell's message, an image from a conversation with a paparazzo and a video. Upon opening the video, debauchery echoed through the speakers, capturing moments of her and Govind before anything explicit occurred. "Ugh, Angie." A satisfied voice called her name. Lawyer Nate, who had been lying in bed with closed eyes, sat up abruptly upon hearing this. He snatched the phone from Angie's hand in an instant, asking in a rage, "Who is it? Didn't you ask why I dislocated Leroy's arm?" Angie pointed at the phone. "When Kimberly and I left the bar, we saw this." Govind knew Leroy had been frequenting bars recently. There were dozens of bars along the street, all visited by him. He also knew Leroy had started playing around with women, indulging in debauchery. There were rumors circulating about him rekindling things with Angie, but Govind knew better, it was just gossip. He understood Angie's high standards, she wasn't the type to go back to someone like Leroy. Seeing Govind's grim expression, Angie took the phone back and tried to comfort him. "Don't be upset, sweetie. Leroy found a woman who looks about 60% like me. Someone sent photos of them today. I'll make a call." "To whom?" "Burnell." The next morning, Angie went to the company. As soon as she entered Burnell's office, she saw her sitting on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, resting her eyes. "Did you stay here overnight?" Burnell opened her eyes slightly, glancing at Angie indifferently. "What did the paparazzi say?" "They want money." "How much?" $50 million. Angie paused mid-motion, unsure she heard correctly. "How much?" $50 million. "You didn't hear wrong. $50 million. Are they robbing a bank?" "Because robbing a bank is illegal, but robbing you isn't." Frustrated, Angie drank half a bottle of mineral water. "Am I cursed? Last night, we tracked down that girl, and do you know what happened? The entire company worked overtime last night, staying up to address the matter. Despite their efforts, they couldn't find the girl. Her place was empty, though signs indicated she was there recently. Gone? Yes. Angie crunched the plastic bottle in her hand. Your point is, someone is plotting against me? Possibly. We deduced that someone might have hired the girl to be with Leroy specifically for today. What did they say? If payment isn't made by 10 this morning, the photos will be posted online. Just as Angie was about to speak, Burnell's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, signaling Angie to be quiet with a finger to her lips. Chapter 148, Wanting the Boss to be the Fan Family's son-in-law. President Wei, how's it going? Burnell turned on the speakerphone and glanced at Angie who was sitting in front of her. It's time already? Didn't you say before 10 o'clock? It's only 8, why are you in such a hurry? The person on the other side hesitated upon hearing Burnell's words, then sighed and tried to sound calm. Well, we're just worried about making you anxious. After all, you're our clients, so we thought we'd call ahead and ask. Really? I thought you guys were eager to get paid. On the other side, the man was lounging lazily in his chair. Upon hearing Burnell's consecutive retorts, he sat up straight. Who in the Beijing-Hong Kong entertainment circle didn't know Burnell's tactics? Back when she entered the entertainment industry, she rose to become the top star before retreating after giving birth, founding a company later on. Unfortunately, due to her ex-husband offending a major player, she was set up, lost all her assets, and fell from grace. Just like that, Burnell went from being revered to penniless, with nothing left. Around that time, Angie graduated from university and showed interest in joining the entertainment industry. The old patriarch of the Hua family, fearing his daughter would be trampled by others if she joined another company, decided to start one for her. And coincidentally, Burnell, having nowhere else to turn, applied to work for Freddie, thus becoming Angie's agent. Angie became an instant sensation upon her debut, thanks to her father's financial support and Burnell's management skills. Within half a year, she became a star beyond the entertainment world, attracting offers from major productions. President Wei, what you said? We paparazzi do have professional ethics, you know. Do your ethics involve blackmailing people with their photos? Burnell shot back. Isn't saying blackmail a bit too much? Everyone knows this is part of the entertainment business. Burnell scoffed, we'll see. With that, she hung up. In the living room, the man watching his phone disconnect cursed loudly. How did it go? Asked a woman nearby. What do you think? Have you considered who Burnell is? We'll see. She agreed to meet at 10, there's still an hour and a half left. Miss, I checked the surveillance footage from the bar district that night. No clear images were captured. Could it show me and Kimberly standing in the alley? It's very blurry. Angie had asked Isaiah to investigate this as soon as Burnell's call ended. Upon hearing very blurry, Angie paled slightly. Got it, come back here. Have I offended someone lately? Burnell rolled her eyes at Angie's naive question. Do you ever not offend anyone? Angie. Since my father's condition worsened, I've been more reserved, okay? Mentioning your father, didn't you say he wasn't doing well last week? Has anything changed? Though Angie felt uneasy hearing Burnell's words, her focus was now on her career, not worrying about the patriarch's health. With Govind backing her, her career mattered most. Thinking of Govind, her eyes lit up. I'm going out. Where to? At a time like this, you should stay and fight with me instead of running away. Before vanishing, Angie threw back, to cling to powerful support. Burnell. At the law firm. Elon held files and exited Govind's office just as Angie burst out of the elevator with a limited edition M-brand bag. Her hurried steps resembled those of scorned wives in TV dramas. Before arriving, her voice reached first. Where's your boss? In the office, but there's a visitor. What kind of visitor? Angie frowned, clearly displeased. Elon hesitated, looking awkwardly at Angie, who grew suspicious and stealthily peeked into the office behind him. Seeing no one at the main desk, she withdrew her hand, about to close the door. Then a flirtatious voice echoed through the room, Govind's lawyer. Angie's mind snapped. Was this Callista? Seeing Angie's expression change, Elon instinctively tried to flee but was stopped. Why is she here? Miss Fan has a crush on lawyer Nate. So? She wants your boss to marry into the Fan family. Miss Fan is working hard on her father's request. Angie laughed, out of spite. Really, anyone dared to compete for her man? Not to mention, even if she weren't married to Govind, she wouldn't let Callista taint her former boyfriend. The office door swung open, and Angie leaned against it lazily. Miss Fan, did you get throat surgery? Is technology so advanced now? Not just face jobs but throat enhancements too. Standing by the window, Govind watched her entrance with hidden amusement in his eyes. Callista's disdain deepened upon hearing Angie's voice. What are you doing here? That's a good question. Is this your territory? Can't I come? Not really, but generally, people respect seniority. Geraldine, shouldn't you wait outside? Says the one who doesn't know the underdog can overtake the lead. Instead of leaving, Angie stepped inside and closed the door behind her. She leaned against the glass door, scrutinizing both Callista and Govind, eyes challenging the former and warning the latter. Trying funny stuff? Wait and see. She'd clip this little girl's wings. You. Well, given our acquaintance, I'll sit quietly while you finish your chat. Angie, don't you have any shame? Didn't I learn that from you? Govind's hand trembled as he flicked ash, about to speak, but then Angie approached Callista, inspecting her closely, even lifting her chin rudely. At which hospital did you do this? Your marks are so obvious. I suggest you find a better hospital. People usually want thinner skin post-surgery, yours seems thicker. Go to Korea, I can recommend a doctor. Slap, Callista slapped Angie's hand away, and the sharp sound resonated in the office. Govind's eyebrows furrowed. Chapter 149. Govind reached out to grab Callista's neck. Callista glared at Milagros, filled with anger. She had come to the law firm every day for a week waiting for Govind. Each day, she sat in the reception room from morning till night but never even glimpsed Govind. Today, she finally met him, but before they could start talking, Milagros showed up. She was really here at just the right moment, as if she knew exactly when to arrive. Milagros, it's about time you stop this. Aren't you afraid that when the Hua family falls, you'll offend everyone in Jinggang and won't be able to stay here? Milagros waved her hand dismissively. I hope you live to see that day. As she spoke, her eyes swept over Govind standing by the window, her pouting look not lost on Callista. Subconsciously, she felt there must be some relationship between them that others didn't know about. Turning back to Govind, she saw him leaning against the windowsill smoking, his expression unperturbed. He acted like it wasn't his business at all. Milagros had been very depressed when she went to the company earlier. Now, meeting Govind and encountering Callista, it was almost 10 o'clock and this man still hadn't said a word. Govind, sensing Milagros's murderous gaze, finally spoke. Miss Fan, shall we talk another day? Is there a relationship between you and Milagros, Mr. Nate? Is it necessary to tell you? Govind replied politely yet sharply, as if a gentleman was soothing her while simultaneously striking her hard. It left Callista speechless. She opened her mouth to speak but found herself unable to utter a word. Govind, cigarette in hand, walked to his desk and pressed the intercom. Emile, please escort Miss Fan downstairs. Before long, the door opened, and Callista was led out. Emile guided her towards the elevator. What kind of relationship is there between Mr. Nate and Milagros? Emile paused. Do you mean the typical client-lawyer relationship? Romantic relationship? Emile shook his head. I don't know. Mr. Nate doesn't like us prying into his personal life. The elevator is here, please, Miss Fan. Callista stood at the elevator entrance, one foot in, the other still outside. Suddenly, she changed direction and hurried down the corridor towards Govind's office. Emile cursed inwardly. Were these rich girls all love-struck? What were they thinking? If she burst in and saw something she shouldn't, his career would be over. He ran after her. Miss Fan, I will have to call security if you keep this up. Miss Fan. Whoosh, the door to Govind's office was yanked open. Milagros was pinned on the sofa, her shoulder strap half off, as Govind intended to proceed further. Hearing Emile's calls, he abruptly stood up and walked to the door. Still holding his cigarette, dressed in his suit, he stood at the office door, his eyes cold and imposing. Lawyer Nate. Everyone in Jinggang knew Govind wasn't a good person. At his young age, flipping all the major families of Jinggang, standing atop the city's elite, making numerous influential people curry favor with him, was enough to show how deeply calculating he was. Miss Fan should know your privileges here depend on your father. Callista tried to explain. Govind called Alali. Call Mr. Fan. Tell him to educate his daughter or let others do it for him. Govind, who do you think you are? Don't think I don't know you and Milagros are a pair of scoundrels. Our Fan family looking at you is an honor. Ask anyone in Jinggang, no one respects you, they only care about your connections and your position. Govind took a drag on his cigarette, then turned around and grabbed her by the neck. Right in broad daylight. His strong arms squeezed her neck, slowly lifting her off the ground. Callista's feet dangled, her hands clutching Govind's wrist, trying to free her neck. Listening to Callista's arrogant words, Emile trembled, impressed by her audacity. Even her father would respectfully address Govind as President Nate. But she addressed him by name and insulted him. Govind's presence exuded a commanding aura that couldn't be hidden even if he played the executioner. Now, he stood with his back to her, choking Callista. Milagros watched in shock. It seems I've been too merciful, letting a pampered rich girl come here and yell at me, Govind remarked, then threw her aside. Callista slid along the floor and collided with the trash can near the wall. Alali silently observed. After seeing Govind throw her away, he handed him a handkerchief, took the cigarette from him, and extinguished it above the trash can. At the office door, Govind casually wiped his palm with the handkerchief. If Miss Fan has such courage, I'll grant her wish. Callista lay on the floor, clutching her neck and coughing violently, not hearing what Govind said. Only when Alali dragged her into the reception area to call Tom did she realize whom she had offended. The office door closed again. Emile glanced through the glass partition. People who had gathered around the glass window to watch dispersed. Were you watching just now? Was that President Nate? Yeah. He's not possessed, is he? President Nate always seemed refined and gentle. What happened today? Didn't you hear what Miss Fan said? In ancient times, disrespecting superiors meant death. President Nate has always been polite and low-key. But Callista's words were utterly disrespectful. A spoiled, unaccomplished rich girl actually criticized President Nate. Who in Jingang doesn't know President Nate's status in the legal world? Not just the Fan family, even the Nan family and industrial mogul Montague family are guests at his door. Who wouldn't be respectful to President Nate? Callista is done for. Whether she survives depends on how Tom handles this. That person, while talking, secretly sent out the video they had taken. Translation completed with attention to fluency, coherence, and style as requested. Chapter 150, Boss Nate, do you know how alluring you are? Damn. This is Callista. Did she offend Govind? Which heavens did she fall out of to do something like this? What video? Let me see. Before long, everyone in the cafe who knew about high society gathered around. Watching Govind choke Callista and lift her inch by inch, they all held their breath as if his hand were around their own necks, too anxious to speak. It felt like an invisible giant hand was choking them and lifting them up inch by inch. When the video ended, those watching it fell silent. After a while, someone whispered, what did Callista do? Didn't they say that Tom wanted Govind as his son-in-law? And he boasted that if Govind married Callista, the entire Fan family would be his. For others, this kind of thing would mean marrying into the family, but for Govind, it feels like Tom is begging him. Callista is doomed. As people talked, they spread the video. Within tens of minutes, news reached every big and small group in Jingang. In Govind's office, the phone in Milagros's bag kept ringing. It didn't take a genius to know the WeChat group was buzzing with messages. She opened it and indeed found, the group had exploded, spreading nothing but the video of Govind choking Callista. From today onwards, I declare Lawyer Nate as the founder of the Gold-Digging Slut Identification Institution. Note, the term literally translates to green tea slut, which is a Chinese internet slang used to describe a person, usually a woman, who pretends to be innocent and pure but is actually manipulative and selfish. In English, this concept can be conveyed by terms like gold-digging slut or fake sweetie, depending on context. Here, gold-digging slut seems more appropriate to maintain the tone and meaning. Awesome, awesome. With my low education, I can only say that. The only one in all of Jingang who could deal with Callista is one queen. But unfortunately, she's been focusing on inheritance rights and ignoring such small fry. You should have seen how tyrannical Callista has been recently. The Fan family wasn't much behind the Hua family in influence, both families specialized in different industries, excelling at the top of their respective fields. And the Fan family only had one daughter, Callista, pampered like a princess. Furthermore, Tom adored her greatly. In Jingang's high society, having family support gave her confidence. This girl aimed to surpass Milagros and become the top figure in Jingang. With Milagros stepping aside recently, she started showing off even more, like a monkey acting as king when the tiger was away. Many already disliked her. Lawyer Nate specifically comes to clean up these types. Glad. Give Lawyer Nate a round of applause. Brother is amazing. Milagros sat on the sofa, scrolling through the WeChat group chat with her slender fingers, occasionally glancing at the time on her phone. Suddenly, a large hand took the phone from her palm. Govind leaned over, trying to pull her into his embrace, but Milagros pushed him away with a frown. Go wash your hands. The man's face darkened. You're repulsed by me? Milagros, I am supporting you. That doesn't stop you from touching dirty things. Go wash your hands, or I'll get angry. Govind laughed, vexed. You still have temper? Milagros moved away, distancing herself from Govind. This subtle action made the man even darker. Why can't I have temper? Some people go to work early just to meet a rich family's miss in the office. What private meeting? Speak nicely. As a married man, Lawyer Nate shows no self-awareness. Knowing the other party's intentions weren't pure, you still let them into your office. I've learned this, Milagros said, nodding, I'll do the same in the future. Govind. Suppressing his anger, the man went to the bathroom, pumping out hand soap vigorously, scrubbing his hands fiercely at the sink. Milagros stood at the bathroom door in her heels, looking at him. Tom wants you as his son-in-law? Govind didn't reply. He boasted that if you marry Callista, you'd get all the Fan family's assets. Govind remained silent, his jaw clenched tightly, lips pressed into a straight line, clearly angered by Milagros. Milagros, enough. Nothing more to talk about. Since that's the case, there's nothing else to say. Without waiting for Govind to speak, Milagros picked up her bag and walked toward the door. Just as she pulled the office door open, a large hand came from behind, pressing against the door to stop her. Milagros looked up, meeting Govind's intense gaze. You, The man bent down and kissed Milagros, picking her up and heading toward the desk. Papers scattered on the floor as he placed her on the table, holding her neck and kissing her forcefully. Milagros struggled, unable to breathe. Pushing against Govind, she only got relief when she kicked him. Are you crazy? Doesn't a husband need comforting when he's upset? Milagros gasped for air, looking at Govind. Wanting to get down from the desk, she couldn't move with him holding her waist. You, Milagros grew furious, thinking of fighting back until she remembered Elena's saying, pretend to be affectionate with brother, he'd give you anything. Milagros calmed herself. Forget it if you don't want to comfort me, do you expect me to comfort you? I annoyed you? Govind frowned. My wife got entangled in scandalous photos, came all the way to seek your help, and you were privately meeting other women in your office. I'm being polite by not castrating you. Listening to Milagros's reproach, Govind's mood softened a bit. What scandalous photos? Milagros explained what happened with Leroy. Govind's hand, which had been holding Milagros's waist, slowly rested beside her on the table. Milagros tried to slip down but stopped under Govind's piercing gaze. Do they want money? Yes. How much? 50 million. What are you thinking? Milagros rolled her eyes. I'm not stupid. Govind reached past her, pressing the intercom. Alali, come in. 3 minutes later, there was a knock. Govind supported Milagros's bottom with one hand, seating her on the sofa, displaying impeccable boyfriend power, making Milagros's heart tremble, too manly. Govind adjusted her, then bent over to stand up. Milagros grabbed his tie, tilting her head to kiss him. Boss Nate, do you know how alluring you are? Chapter 151, if you're not in a hurry, feed the dog. Then, what about Miss Fan? Alali felt somewhat hesitant upon receiving Govind's orders. Wasn't today's mission to deal with Kalistati? Have someone take her home, Govind said concisely, his words commanding and domineering. Sue carefully glanced at Milagros, thinking that only women could make this new rich man of Jingang lose his cool. Do we need to tell Mr. Fan anything? Govind didn't answer Alali directly but cast a glance at him. The cold look was enough for Alali to realize how foolish his question had been. What explanation? Only the weak needed explanations. Tom would grovel before Govind, even if Govind broke Kalistati's leg, he'd have no choice but to swallow his anger. Kalistati was taken back to the Fan residence, and as soon as the car stopped, Alali dropped her off like she was trash. Seeing this, the Fan family servants rushed forward in panic, too scared to say anything. What happened to you, miss? Kalistati staggered up from the ground, shaking her head as she supported herself on a servant's hand. Get some water, calm down. Bang. Before Kalistati could drink from the glass, the villa door was pushed open by an angry Tom. What happened here? Realizing the situation, the servants quickly left. Kalistati recounted what happened at Govind's office, making Tom fall silent. Some say the powerful figure behind Puyan Mountain's villa is Govind. If it really is him, do you know whom you've offended today? How can that be possible? Kalistati didn't believe it. Everyone in Jingang knows that getting into Puyan Mountain requires verification and military background. Few can get into villas below the mountain, let alone the top ones. No matter how impressive Govind is, he's just a rising star. He couldn't enter a place where even the old aristocratic families of Jingang lack access. Dad, where did you hear this? Even if Govind has wealth and connections, why would all of Jingang's upper society flock to him? It's only been 5 years since he entered the legal circle. Can 5 years of networking match the 40 years of our family's legacy? Dad, don't let Govind fool you. Kalistati increasingly thought Govind wasn't credible. A gentleman? No true gentleman hits a woman. He's just a crude country bumpkin with money who thinks packaging himself will help. There are many like him outside Jingang City. Did Govind say anything today? He warned me. I suspect there's more between him and Milagros than just a simple client relationship. There might be something unsavory behind it. I'll have someone investigate. You should lie low for a while. Despite being upset, Tom didn't show it to Kalistati. Seeing Tom leave, Kalistati breathed a sigh of relief, relieved her quick thinking paid off. The person sitting on the sofa checked their phone, seeing several messages from people pretending to care while gloating over her misfortune. Others were openly gossiping about her. One message read, top sister is still top sister. Even if fallen, she remains one. Kalistati should see how Milagros became the top sister. Want to imitate her? Try next life. A bunch of blind fools. Kalistati threw the phone aside after swearing under her breath. Who are you looking for? Alali hurriedly found the address after dropping Kalistati off at her doorstep. The man opened the door upon hearing knocking, surprised to see Alali in a black short-sleeved shirt standing there. My downstairs neighbor, I came because my bathroom is leaking, checking if it's coming from your place. Downstairs neighbor? Are you kidding? My neighbors downstairs are 2 girls from our company. The man yelled at Alali, trying to close the door, but Alali grabbed his neck and pushed him inside. Closing the door behind them, Alali cornered him. I'll skip formalities. I heard you want 50 million. Let's see if your stuff is worth it. Alali took out photos from his pocket and placed them on the coffee table, silently threatening the man. Terrified, the man tried to gather courage. Do you know this is illegal? Legal? Using those scandalous videos for blackmail isn't? These are industry rules. What do you understand? Bang, Alali kicked the man down, then picked up the photos and approached him, slapping the photos against his face. Here's our industry rule. What? What are you going to do? Tell me. Where is the person? What person? Seeing him feign ignorance, Ali twirled his pen menacingly towards the man's face, unwilling to waste time. As the pen got within a centimeter, the man panicked. I'll talk. Eudora asked me to use the videos to threaten Milagros. As for the person you mentioned, it's likely someone she hired. And she told me the 50 million amount. Indeed, failing to root out a weed fully means it grows back with spring winds. Milagros sat cross-legged on the sofa in Govind's office, playing with her hair. Her frown was deep enough to kill mosquitoes. Want me to handle it or you? This is a small matter, no need to trouble Boss Nate. Milagros slipped on her shoes. Not eating at home tonight, just telling you so you won't nag. Govind paused, his fingers hovering over the keyboard when he heard she wasn't returning for dinner. Over the bridge tactics? Where are you going? Dealing with some people. If I don't act, your wife can't survive in showbiz. Ignoring these matters earlier due to the inheritance issue had led to more challenges. Eudora's repeated provocations weren't tolerable. After Bruce, another Nina came along. If you can't handle it, call me. Milagros was almost at the door when she heard Govind's words, turning back and pulling his tie, kissing him hard on the lips. Boss Nate, loving and hating you equally. Her light scent lingered on Govind's face, tickling him. Pushing the chair back, Govind deepened the kiss, his voice thick with desire. If you're not in a hurry, feed the dog. Translation provided according to requested guidelines, maintaining the tone and structure as faithfully as possible. Hashtag chapter 152, trustworthiness for now. What did you say? Reba, hearing the man's words over the phone, thought she must have misheard. What does it mean that the video is lost? What does it mean that something is missing? This morning, when she left his house, everything was still there. You better explain what's going on, don't try to bluff me. The man's temper flared up upon hearing Reba's words. What do you mean by bluffing you? Who do you think you are that I would even bother bluffing? What do you mean? We had a deal. If you're so great, then handle the business yourself. Without giving Reba any chance to respond, the man hung up. Reba stood in her office staring at her disconnected phone, angrily kicking a nearby chair. Bastard. How come you're so upset? Beatrice had just finished her makeup, holding up her newly painted nails as she pushed open the door and heard this. Reba glanced at Beatrice, taking a deep breath. Come in and talk. Did you finish your makeup? Yes, she nodded. For tonight's dinner gathering, you don't need to flatter anyone else, just focus on Director Selena. Make sure he gets you a ticket to the grand ceremony of film and television tomorrow. Everyone in Jingang knew what the film and television grand ceremony represented. Calling it a grand ceremony was really just a grand occasion for tycoons to select their favorites. If chosen by some powerful mogul, one's future resources would be guaranteed. Isn't Fraser's rise attributed to such opportunities? Reba excelled at this game. After leaving her previous agency, Beatrice was in dire straits and now followed whatever Reba said without question. In the office, someone saw Reba close her office door and started whispering amongst themselves. The company seems doomed. Don't say things like that. If Reba hears, she might make an example out of you. But it's true. The film and television grand ceremony is right around the corner, yet none of our artists received invitations. When actor Liao was around, he could still save face for the company. Look at us lately, the company's financial situation is getting worse day by day. With over 10 artists, not a single one has landed leading roles. Obviously, the resources are drying up. Click, the office door opened suddenly, stopping all chatter. Beatrice glanced at the people in the office without saying a word and left directly. She knew that any job involving the entertainment industry wasn't ever peaceful. Seeing Beatrice leave, Reba angrily threw her phone on the desk. Sister someone delivered something, here. Before Reba could cool down, there was a knock on the door. The person who entered spoke hesitantly, unable to articulate clearly. What is it? You should go see it yourself. What could it be that makes you unable to speak? As Reba spoke, she pulled open her office door and stepped out. Upon seeing the delivery, her words stopped. Who sent this? Reba looked around, seeing everyone outside bow their heads, not daring to breathe. No one answered her question, making her angrier. I asked who sent this. We don't know. The person delivered it for you and left immediately. We didn't have time to ask. Get rid of it. Are you blind? Receiving wreaths from strangers, and if they send a coffin next, will you get in it? Inside the office, Reba's angry roar echoed repeatedly, criticizing her subordinates like a fire-breathing dragon. Ms. Martha, you're trending. Someone tremblingly handed her a phone. Reba snatched it, seeing the trending topic, Fenghe Films wreath, with a hot tag beside it. Immediately, she flew into a rage. Why aren't you handling PR? Waiting for me to beg you? Reba stared at her staff frozen in shock, almost having a heart attack from anger. Why are you paying for a trending spot? Isn't that wasting money? Burnell nearly burst into anger hearing Angie's words. How is it wasting money? Think about it, 50,000 compared to 5 million is like comparing peanuts to elephants. How much can a trending spot cost? Angie scrolled through comments, watching people dig into Reba's past, and looked at Burnell. Don't get mad, shouldn't you find internet warriors to expose Reba's history of extorting money from Frasier's fans? You'd better be careful, playing such a big game can spiral out of control. Before, your father had your back. But now if you... Govind. Angie said sweetly, looking up at Burnell innocently, embodying the perfect image of an innocent flower girl. Her confidence was unwavering. Trustworthy? Burnell felt that Govind's thoughts were too deep, most people couldn't fathom them. She feared Angie's innocence might lead her astray. Nowadays, the worst thing is being lifted high only to be thrown down ruthlessly. It isn't just devastating, it's fatal. Though Angie grew up in a wealthy family and was familiar with human nature, compared to Govind, she was just a small insect next to a towering tree. Let's trust him for now since I have no better choice. Burnell, a bit of logic there. Within an hour, Reba was thrust into the spotlight. She thought her extortion of Frasier's fan funds was unknown, but today this matter was exposed. Frasier's fans had long been dissatisfied with Reba. When an artist's career hits rock bottom, it's often due to poor management from the agency. Witnessing the truth coming to light, fans opened live streams detailing the entire incident. Reba watched the live stream, enraged and frustrated. Someone dared to threaten her publicly to record a video apology or face evidence being revealed. Seeing the video threats, Reba turned green with anger. Sister should we contact them for damage control? A subordinate timidly suggested. This type of exposure would harm everyone involved. Reba, not wanting to admit it, was pushed by her subordinate's comment into realizing it was true. Reba glared fiercely at the person who spoke, then turned and entered her office. Seeing the door shut, someone tugged at the other. Are you crazy? You shouldn't have said that. Aren't you slapping her in the face? But... The person was obviously new, unaware of the complexities involved. Their genuine expression of concern almost made everyone explode with frustration. Less than an hour later, Reba was trending again. She thought the matter of extorting money from Frasier's fans was unknown, but it was exposed today. Frasier's fans had long harbored resentment towards Reba. As more details surfaced, fans live-streamed the entire process, revealing Reba's misdeeds. Watching the live stream content, Reba felt a headache coming on. The accuser demanded Reba publicly apologize via video or else expose evidence. Seeing the demands, Reba turned pale. Sister should we contact them for PR? Someone nervously suggested. If the scandal spread, it wouldn't benefit anyone. Reba, unwilling to admit guilt, felt her subordinate's suggestion confirmed her fears. Reba gave a fierce glare at the person, then turned and entered her office. Seeing the closed door, someone pulled the person aside. You idiot. You shouldn't have said that. Isn't that smacking her in the face? But... The person, clearly inexperienced, unknowingly infuriated everyone. Hashtag chapter 153, will the boss be difficult with Beatrice? Hey. Beatrice had just walked to the parking lot from the company, preparing to get into her nanny car, when she heard a carefree voice next to her. Glancing sideways, she saw someone and frowned slightly. What are you doing here? I came to look at locations. What do you mean? Angie chuckled lightly and flicked her nails. You know, the city is now reorganizing businesses. Our company isn't within the reorganization scope, so I thought of checking out this area for an office building as well. Isn't it a coincidence that I ran into an old acquaintance? Beatrice's eyes tightened. She had indeed heard about the government's proposal some time ago but didn't expect Angie would be one to follow it. Is she coming here to move above or below us and become our neighbor? I advise you not to choose this place. Why? Angie pretended not to understand. It's expensive. So simple, I'll just sell a bag. Beatrice's face stiffened. She couldn't stand Angie's attitude of being filthy rich. Thinking of the important task she still had today, she glanced at Angie. Suit yourself. You're leaving. As Angie spoke, a gust of wind blew in from the parking lot entrance, carrying Beatrice's perfume to her nose. The strong cedar scent made Angie feel a bit uncomfortable. I suggest you change your perfume to avoid offending your benefactor. Bang! The response to Angie was the loud sound of a car door slamming shut. Inside the car, Beatrice sniffed herself and looked at her assistant. Does my perfume smell too strong? The assistant nodded cautiously, a little. Beatrice sighed, rolled down the window. Sir, we've arrived. Govind had a dinner appointment tonight. Alali drove him to the location, and as the car stopped, the person in the back seat was still focused on the tablet. Alali reminded him, did you find someone today? What did they say? Alali pondered, they didn't say anything extra. Boss, Director Selena has come out. In the passenger seat, Elon watched as the door of the private restaurant opened, and a middle-aged man strolled out, followed by a woman dressed neatly. Wearing a pink dress that highlighted her perfect waistline, the shallow V-neck hinted subtly, creating an outfit that was both conservative yet enticing. Initially, he only noticed her figure without seeing her face clearly until she approached, and Elon and Alali couldn't help but exclaim together. Oh my god. What? Govind paused with his hand on the car door, looking at them incomprehensibly. Boss, the person beside Director Selena is Beatrice. Govind furrowed his brows. Elon explained, Beatrice is the boss lady's arch-rival in the entertainment industry. Now, Beatrice signed with Reba's company, the lead actress of today's incident. It said that after Reba lost Bruce, she got Beatrice. Because of this, the boss lady felt quite humiliated on set for some time. And, Beatrice is playing the second female lead in the drama the boss lady is currently filming. Govind understood, nodding. Seeing this, Elon hurriedly got out of the car to open the door for him. As soon as the two met, pleasantries ensued. When Spike saw Govind, he addressed him respectfully as Mr. Nate. He had gone through many connections to arrange this dinner, and now that it finally happened, he had to show sincerity. Who's this? Govind asked, glancing at Beatrice. Spike laughed, Beatrice. Turning to Beatrice, he introduced, this is Mr. Nate. Hello, Mr. Nate. Everyone understood the unwritten rule in business, which man doesn't have one or two women accompanying him for social events? Spike barely introduced Beatrice, indicating she wasn't important or just someone he invited to help with drinking. In the private room, Spike invited 4 or 5 business friends as guests. As Govind entered, the atmosphere changed instantly, everyone stood up from their seats. Seeing this, Beatrice's heart skipped a beat. Just how powerful must this man be to command such respect from half of Jinggan's business circle? Her gaze involuntarily landed on Govind. This was the man entangled with Angie? Govind sat down, intrigued by the 6 men and 1 woman setup in the room. His long fingers tapped against his knuckles. Do you think the boss will make things difficult for Beatrice? Outside, Elon was anxious, desperate to witness the drama unfold but unable to enter the venue due to his insufficient rank. No. Alali was certain. Are you sure? Sir isn't someone who casually makes things hard for women. Elon snorted, really? Didn't he make life difficult for the boss lady often? Alali paused his game, almost losing his position in the middle lane. Can they be compared? Sir loves Syra deeply. Spare me. Such love that nearly digs up someone's ancestral grave is too heavy. Romantic, right? Digging up your ancestral grave. Alali. Inside the private room, after several rounds of drinks, Spike was visibly tipsy. Age was catching up with him, he couldn't match the young people. Supporting himself, he went to the bathroom, with Beatrice following. Beatrice, Reba has told me everything. Tonight, as long as you entertain Mr. Nate properly, everything will go smoothly. Entertain Govind? Wasn't her task today, Spike? Director Selena, Beatrice tried to speak, but Spike raised a hand to stop her. I'm getting on in years and don't have any ulterior motives. Follow my instructions. Back in the private room, the dynamic had shifted. Previously attached to Spike, Beatrice now sat beside Govind. Her intuition told her that this man was not someone to trifle with. Besides pouring drinks and serving food, she dared not do anything else. Even sitting silently, Govind exuded a sense of authority. Moreover, whenever she poured drinks, his eyes would scan her deliberately. Beatrice, propose a toast to Mr. Nate? Following Spike's words, Beatrice picked up her glass, trying to offer a toast to Govind, Mr. Nate. Govind glanced at Beatrice, his gaze light yet filled with inexplicable pity and indifference. Beatrice trembled under his stare, almost backing down, but realizing this was her only chance tonight, she forced herself to say, Mr. Nate, I propose a toast to you. Note, in this translation, I've kept the original tone and style, ensuring the translation remains natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors while maintaining coherence with the previous content and preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 154. Nina was left holding the cup in midair, not knowing what to do. Govind's indifferent and somewhat condescending gaze fell upon her, devoid of any emotion. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly turned awkwardly silent. And there Nina stood, holding the cup, feeling each second drag by endlessly. Rufusel seemed to realize something, so he stood up with his glass and pulled Nina aside, laughing heartily to smooth things over. President Nate. Only then did Govind move his gaze from Nina and glance at Rufusel with a faint smile. Rufusel's woman? Rufusel was momentarily taken aback, looking somewhat lost as he gazed at Govind. Govind's temper wasn't exactly mild. He had once enrolled in one of the top military academies in the country but for some unknown reason transferred back to Jinggang University, where he dove into the law department and completed 4 years of study in just 2. He interned in America during his senior year for half a year before coming back to establish his own law firm. The business world wasn't a place free of corruption, especially when it involved law and politics. Govind suffered significant losses when he first entered the business world due to someone framing him to bankruptcy overnight. After spending many years in the legal field, he eventually smoothed out his sharp edges. This man before him, under 30 years old, exuded an imposing presence that overshadowed even those seasoned veterans with decades of experience in the business world. This casual inquiry left Rufusel unsure how to respond. Uncertain about Govind's intentions toward Nina, if he admitted it and Nina's presence displeased Govind, it would jeopardize what he came here for today. If he denied it, it might seem like stepping on a young girl to get ahead, which would be unseemly given his age. His daughter was around Nina's age after all. Our Loyuan has something to discuss with me. We rarely meet, so we decided to have dinner together. If I've caused any inconvenience, I apologize, President Nate. Govind lightly scoffed, his voice filled with amusement, which set Rufusel's uneasy heart racing. She's quite a clear-headed person. Hearing Govind's words, Nina felt immense relief, and the atmosphere in the private room immediately relaxed. Today's gathering revolved around Govind. Everyone had come for him. If she had displeased him, even someone as gentlemanly as Rufussel wouldn't let her off easily. President Nate flatters me. Allow me to serve you some wine. Govind leaned back lazily in his chair, not intending to make things difficult. But hearing Elon's words earlier had piqued his curiosity about the kind of woman who dared to oppose Milagros in the entertainment industry. After putting her through this pressure, Govind felt a bit disappointed. His long fingers massaged his knuckles. Pausing at a particular spot, he realized she was married yet didn't wear a ring. So you're going back? Why don't you stay here tonight? Zaida watched as Milagros rubbed her sore legs and suggested. Stay here? Not possible. That's too far from the film city. How early do I need to wake up tomorrow? Zaida, forget it. Forget it, I'm very obedient, Milagros huffed, grabbing her bag and leaving Zaida alone on the sofa, looking like a tomato. Romantic brain, even dogs won't eat it. Back at Pyeongchon Villa, Milagros found Govind hadn't returned yet. She freshened up, then wearing a pink strapless dress and a loose shawl over her shoulders, walked downstairs with a tablet and phone in hand. Just as she reached the kitchen island lighted by a warm white lamp, Govind stumbled in slightly tipsy. She looked like a tempting and innocent figure standing there. He stopped at the doorway, feeling a tightening sensation at the base of his spine. He wasn't a saint, nor did he plan to remain celibate with her inside. Milagros poured a glass of water and, while browsing through Weibo comments on her phone, took a step back only to bump into Govind, startling her. One scare can kill a person, Mr. Nate. Govind steadied her waist with one hand and held the cup in her other hand to prevent spillage. You were too engrossed in what you were reading. Milagros took a step back, giving him a displeased glare. What are you looking at? Gossip. Reba and Bruce's? Yes, she carried her cup to the sofa and reclined, resting her feet on the footstool. Govind walked over and sat beside her feet on the stool, gently massaging her feet. It tickled Milagros, sending tingling sensations from her toes to her heart. Are you drunk? No. Milagros doubted. I don't believe it. How much did you drink? Not much, the man wouldn't elaborate. How much is not much? 2 bottles of white wine. Milagros. Is this considered not much? All right. If he says it's not much, it's not much. Besides, she wasn't losing anything anyway. Govind continued massaging without stopping, asking, did you resolve the matter? It won't be quick. The entertainment industry likes slow torture. Govind seemed to be in high spirits tonight, rubbing her feet as if handling a rare treasure. Ticklish, Milagros wanted to pull her feet back. What are you doing? Govind slightly curled his lips. Isn't it obvious? Do I need to be more explicit? Milagros. Don't they say men can't perform after drinking? Wanna try? Milagros shivered, hastily pulling her foot back. No thanks. Though she always thought Govind smelled good, she wasn't obsessed enough to want him pressing down on her daily. Did you sort things out with Kalistani? I didn't have time. Why did you lash out today? Isn't it uncharacteristic for you, Govind, to tangle with a woman? If Govind liked engaging with women, he would have done so back when they were students. She started it. When did she start? Milagros puzzled, kneeling on the sofa closer to Govind. Were you already not clean before I arrived? Mr. Nate, should you go see Elena? If you got sick, treat it promptly, don't bring it home to me. And Milagros. Govind rubbed his temples, seeming tired. Is this Govind? What? You're acting strange. She detected a hint of gentleness and tenderness from him, damned. A man rich, handsome, well-built, and now gentle, she was doomed to fall. Which deity's shrine did she knock over to end up with such a man? Come, give me a hug. Just a hug? Milagros didn't trust him. Govind nodded, just a hug. Skeptical, Milagros approached and was enveloped in his familiar scent. Chapter 155, Have you seen Beatrice? Angie suddenly grabbed the man's tie and pulled him closer to her. Sniffing near his collar, she glared at him with a menacing look on her face. Were you fooling around? Just catching a whiff of a woman's perfume was enough. What troubled her most was that this scent felt eerily familiar, as if she had smelled it somewhere earlier today. Her mind raced, trying to pinpoint where she had encountered it. She stared intensely at Govind, unwilling to miss any change in his expression. Govind, surprisingly, felt a strange sense of security from Angie's tiny gesture instead of irritation. Seeing the man remain silent, Angie slapped his neck. Speak up. I'm telling you, Govind, if you ever dare to cheat on me, I'll do the same. We'll both stand in line perfectly together, no one will be left behind. If you make me Hulumber, then I'll make you Shilin Gol. No one is letting go of anyone. No, the man interrupted abruptly. What? I said, I didn't fool around. Angie's anger was almost boiling over but was calmed by Govind's docile response, which reminded her of an old Buddha statue, so calm and collected. As soon as her emotions subsided, she suddenly remembered where she had smelled this familiar perfume before. Did you see Beatrice? Govind admitted, at the dinner table, she was Rufusli's female companion. Did you have close contact with her? What qualifies as close contact? Within 5 centimeters. Angie's voice was hard and rigid. Imagining the thought of Beatrice getting anywhere near Govind made her furious, wishing she could throw him into the pool and scrub him fiercely with a toilet brush. Govind paused, thinking about how to phrase his response carefully. Small misunderstandings between couples could add to their affection, but too many would hurt their relationship. Instead of answering directly, he said, "She poured wine for me. Did you drink it?" Govind remained silent, looking like a well-trained puppy waiting for instructions, obedient yet shrewd. With a slap, Angie threw her phone down, grabbed Govind, and headed upstairs to push open the bathroom door. "Go take a shower. Make sure you wash yourself clean." Govind. "What? Don't tell me you forgot how you rubbed my hands. Don't force me to use the toilet brush on you." The image in Govind's mind was hard to accept. In the bathroom, the man who usually took only half an hour for a shower now spent an agonizing 90 minutes. Angie sat on a chair outside the bathroom door, arms crossed, exuding an intimidating presence. When Govind stepped out, wrapped in a bath towel around his lower half, Angie's crossed arms revealed a perfect cleavage, like luxurious caviar sprinkled on fresh tofu. She looked both pure and sensual, radiating elegance. "Clean." Govind tossed the towel over the sink, bent over, and leaned close to Angie, whose breath carried the smell of sandalwood shampoo from him. "When are you going to switch to a more stimulating shampoo?" Angie complained. "That depends on when Catherine Nate decides to change it," Govind teased. He planned to keep this bottle until Angie bought him a new one, whether at the film city or at home. "You don't seem like much of a family man, Lawyer Nate." After spending all that time in the bathroom, Govind sobered up, looking clearer and sharper at Angie. Their breaths intertwined, Govind's loose hair stuck to his forehead, losing the elite image he usually portrayed during the day. For a moment, Angie felt as if they were back in high school. He was still that clear and bright youth. She was still that carefree princess. Angie reached out, touching his nose tip, her tone drifting far away. "Why haven't you aged at all?" Govind's eyes twinkled. "Angie, how much older am I compared to you?" "Is that so?" The man gritted his teeth. "Yes." Angie nodded. She pushed Govind away. "Tell me about today's gathering." Govind raised an eyebrow. Angie hadn't changed at all, always straightforward and to the point. His eyes darkened slightly as he dried his hair with a blow dryer. He lifted the covers and got straight into bed, ignoring Angie completely. "Are you just going to sleep? Or what? Get up." Angie reached out to pull him from the bed, but as soon as her hand touched his arm, he used a bit of strength to pull her onto the bed, flipping over to encircle her in his arms. Noses almost touching, the sandalwood scent on Govind made Angie feel indifferent and cold. Fortunately, it helped keep her somewhat lucid, otherwise, Govind's seductive behavior might lead her to lose her heart in this marriage. Surely, novels were deceiving. What did they say about chilly wooden scents and cologne fragrances? All lies. She found a man who smelled like a monk. Govind bent down to kiss her, but Angie turned her head away. Instantly, desire flared in Govind's eyes, turning them a crimson hue. He lowered his head and bit down on her collarbone. "Beatrice, you can get out of the car now." "Mr. Selina." Beatrice saw the car stop on Jingang Avenue, just before the highway entrance, making it difficult to find a taxi from here. Rufus Lay said nothing, simply handing her an envelope. "What you wanted is inside. If you have dreams, work hard on your acting and change agents." Beatrice was taken aback. Before attending this gathering, she had considered various scenarios, given the deep ties between the entertainment industry and capital circles. It wasn't uncommon for powerful men to treat women as playthings at such gatherings. Such events weren't exactly a secret. "Thank you, Mr. Selina." "Thanks aren't useful, thank Mr. Nate." If not for Govind's words before leaving, Rufus Lay wouldn't even have acknowledged her. A mere Beatrice, she wasn't an outstanding figure in the entertainment world, nor was she exceptionally beautiful. Besides being young, she had nothing else to offer. And this world had no shortage of young people. "Mr. Selina, can I ask for Mr. Nate's contact information?" Rufus Lay hesitated. He hadn't intended to give it, but recalling how Govind didn't refuse tonight. Chapter 156, Credit to Govind. "Did you get it?" Nina saw Reba sitting in her house as soon as she returned. Seeing Nina, Reba rushed over with concern. She was deeply worried about tonight's outcome. "I did." "What happened? Why do you look so down? Did they give you a hard time?" Reba anxiously approached Nina. With the uncertain situations of over 10 artists at the company, everything now depended on Nina. Any misstep here would have dire consequences. "Don't worry," Nina shook her head. "It's normal for them to make things difficult for me. In such settings, capitalists and female artists interacting without any issues would be unusual. Like tonight, logically speaking, if events had unfolded normally, she should be in Rufus's bed right now. Yet, she returned unharmed and even sober. To whom did she owe this? That man named Govind. The king of the Jingang legal circle. She never expected that the man with ambiguous relations with Milagros would have such a significant presence among the Jingang capitalists. Thinking Nina was upset, Reba didn't press further. "Go take a shower, rest well, and prepare for tomorrow night's banquet. If it goes well tomorrow, your status in the entertainment industry will definitely surpass Milagros. Haven't you always wanted to keep her beneath your feet? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Nina nodded and entered the bathroom. After washing up, she emerged to find an empty room. Reba had already left. Pouring herself a glass of wine, she sat on the sofa, gently swirling the wine glass. Her mind was filled with Rufus's words about changing agents and Govin's influence. What event? Milagros got up at 5 a.m. and took a car to the film studio. On the way, Bernal joined them after Isaiah stopped the car. Tonight's charity gala at El Hotel is a grand event attended by politicians, businessmen, and celebrities. Here's the entry ticket. Milagros had attended this event last year and knew its significance to many. Only a select few merchants could gain access, while those in the entertainment industry merely served as entertainers for the capitalists. Last year, she attended because Freddie introduced her to the elite circle. If she attended again this year, conflicts with influential people from Jingang would be inevitable. I won't go. Aren't I tired enough? Filming all day and then attend this activity? Do you still want to make money? Bernal snapped at her. We've been idle for nearly 4 months. If not for your father's connections earlier, you'd be unemployed now, and you'd still need to support over 20 employees. Elsie rarely saw Bernal angry but couldn't help glancing back upon hearing her scolding Milagros. Milagros pouted. Fine, I'll go. Why are you yelling at me? I'm just afraid you'll slack off. How can I? You constantly remind me every day. If I dare to slack off, you'd crush me. Good to know. Milagros said no more, covering her face with a blanket and slept all the way to the film studio. Upon entering the makeup room, she saw Nina inside, getting ready. The makeup artist explained, Nina's makeup room had a leak, so she's using yours temporarily. Milagros nodded. Sure. Her scenes were scheduled for after 10, so there was no rush. Milagros walked to the coffee machine next to the makeup room, brewed a latte, and sipped it by the window, watching the ongoing filming outside. Outside, Omar, playing a prince, was shooting a scene where he encountered a palace maid who accidentally bumped into him. The maid, trembling in fear, pleaded for mercy. Sensing Milagros's intense gaze, Omar glanced over. They locked eyes, and he momentarily lost focus during the shoot. The director, following Omar's gaze, noticed Milagros. Who is that? Milagros, the director growled, calling for a break and shouting, Milagros, close the window. Caught off guard, Milagros hesitated. Omar added coldly, another one, please. Milagros. Does the big actor crave coffee? It's true, but we're not close. I'll pay. Milagros raised a finger, 100 per cup. These are premium beans. Omar looked at Anwar, who handed over his phone for payment. Director, send me his WeChat. Aster. Do attractive people act oddly? Omar was used to being taken advantage of. Anwar, equally puzzled, commented, outside, coffee costs only 30 a cup. 100 seems like a ripoff, doesn't it? Omar showed his screen, is 100 merely for a cup of coffee? Anwar understood, Milagros's WeChat. Truly, experts are exceptional. That barbecue night, Omar clearly wanted to add her but missed the chance due to Milagros's unpredictable behavior. Today was perfect. Milagros quickly received the payment, brewed a fresh cup, and headed over. Passing Nina, she heard her remark, 100 a cup. Heartless much? Glaring, Milagros retorted playfully, keep your comments if you can't sip it while getting made up. Nina tried to respond but Milagros floated away, delivering the coffee to Omar. Here you go. You brought a coffee machine? Yes. Milagros grinned, feel free to visit anytime. Omar, holding the cup, smiled, all right. Chapter 157, her gaze as deep as a dark night. Anwar had always thought Omar didn't like coffee, but today changed that perception. He came for 1 cup in the morning and another in the afternoon. With just 2 words on his WeChat transfer, coffee, the gesture was simple yet clear. 4 people of Angie's status, $100 wasn't much. An afternoon tea at a high-end place usually starts at triple digits and can easily hit 4 figures. It was rare for Omar to be so relaxed, which made Angie happy. Elsie brought over a cup and said to him, Hector, my sister says this cup will now belong exclusively to you. Thank you. In the evening, Bernal had already informed the director that Angie would be attending a banquet and needed to leave early. The director nodded but wondered aloud, why is everyone attending a banquet tonight? Is it the same event? He then mused about the entertainment industry having too many gatherings these days, compared to the old times when actors simply focused on filming. Bernal responded, times have changed. Now, artists need to socialize to gain resources. The director busied himself after chatting briefly with Bernal. When Bernal returned to the makeup room, she saw Angie taking down her hair. Not going to remove your makeup? What kind of grand event is this that requires me to reapply makeup? You're giving up. That night, half of Jinggang's elite gathered on the lawn of the W Hotel, where various dessert and beverage stations dotted the spacious area. A band played elegant violin music on the right side of the lawn. Before entering, Angie heard someone grumbling about how the rainy days might turn the grass into a mud pit. Another voice chimed in that the party separated men from women, likely to differentiate between successful individuals and those who just wanted to attend for the excitement. Realizing she'd struggle in heels, Angie quietly returned to her nanny car and changed into flat shoes. Bernal was puzzled. Why are you changing? You know your outfit and shoes match, and they required you to wear them. Angie paused. Sponsorship? Indeed, I got them for you. Angie sighed inwardly. Have I fallen to this level? Why else? She reflected on her situation. She was no longer the star who garnered all the attention. To make ends meet, she couldn't be picky. Mr. Syra. Govind also received an invitation tonight. His gold-embossed invite stood out among the few such invitations issued by the combined effort of Jinggang's Chamber of Commerce and Government. Only 5 people were reported to receive this type of invitation. Wearing a white lace fishtail gown, Angie entered gracefully. That's Angie. She outshone everyone last year, but look at her this year. She wore a couture dress that only had 2 copies globally last year. What is she wearing now? How does it compare? Ignoring the cold remarks upon entry, Angie scanned the crowd for familiar faces. Suddenly, someone approached her. Alone? Mr. Nate isn't here? Krista arrived, holding a wine glass and wearing a red halter neck dress with wavy hair. Long time no see, she said, recalling several failed attempts to visit Govind's office. After a sip of juice, she glanced towards the entrance. You wouldn't believe what happened. Tell me. He sent me to Mexico because I criticized his behavior and only got back this morning. Why did you criticize him? For not coming home to his wife. What else? Angie was speechless as Krista reveled in the chance to jab at Govind, finding satisfaction in the role reversal. Although illogical, it makes sense in a way. Hasn't Mr. Nate given you any resources? This dress doesn't suit you. Struggling as I am, I'm grateful for any sponsorship. How could it not be suitable? Krista hesitated, thinking that Govind, soon to be one of the top 10 wealthiest people, wouldn't let anyone struggle. Humble, Catherine Nate. Before Krista could finish, Angie covered her mouth. Shoo. Trying to ruin me? Mr. Nate. At that moment, Govind's deep gaze seemed to penetrate the darkness, fixing on her intently, almost swallowing her whole, yet his lips curved in a smile, revealing no emotion. Coward? Krista tugged her arm. Angie admitted, nodding, yes. So you've seen Govind's true colors. Angie rolled her eyes, feeling Krista's words carried a hint of gloating. Just as she turned to get a drink, someone bumped her hand, spilling wine on her hand. Note, names like Omar, Angie, Bernal, Govind, and Krista are used following Pinyin standards. Chapter 158, What's the relationship between Omar and Angie? Angie glanced down at her hand, which had been pushed away, revealing a crimson patch of skin covered in sticky red wine. Oh. I didn't realize it was Geraldine. My apologies, said Avril with feigned politeness. The enmity between Avril and Angie was known throughout Jinggang. The crowd's interest spiked at Avril's voice. People were drawn closer, straining to listen while holding their drinks. Geraldine, you're still allowed here this year? Angie sneered lightly, withdrawing her hand gracefully. She stood as arrogantly as a peacock in a forest, brushing off the wine from her fingers. Even dogs can come here, why can't I? Who are you calling a dog? A hint of a smile played on Angie's lips as she glanced at Avril, looking indifferent and slightly disdainful. Whoever responds is the one. What's so great about being in the entertainment industry? While your father was around, you had endless resources. Now that he's no longer able to help, you've probably not had any projects for months. Can your company even continue? Need me to invest and support you? Angie laughed mockingly. Support me with your monthly allowance? Avril, what pride do you have to speak like that? Everyone knows your father gives you 500,000 yuan a month. You spend it on yourself and even maintain a kept man. Is that enough? Why don't you call me? I could supplement you. As she spoke, Angie moved closer to Avril, hooking her hair with wine-stained fingertips. Annoyed, Avril tried to turn away but Angie yanked her hair, causing sharp pain and a gasp. Angie struck first. Forgot how you begged money from me every month when dating my brother? Hermes bags one day, Dior suits the next. Are these shoes also bought by me back then? You huas are amusing. When you took advantage of me, you practically knelt and licked me. But after I broke up with your brother, you treated me like an enemy, truly ungrateful and heartless. Avril pulled her hair free, shoving Angie hard, mocking her. Why sugarcoat it? Everyone in Jinggang knows what kind of person you are, Angie. Tell me, who am I? Everyone knows I'm good at feeding dogs. If I can't make it in the entertainment industry, I'll open a dog shelter and hang photos of you and your brother on the wall, brainwashing the dogs to believe you too are their ancestors. Shake your brains before you talk to me again. The situation escalated when Avril threw a glass of wine at Angie. Krista, initially entertained by the confrontation, was taken aback. Tonight, each lady wore dresses costing 6 figures. That wine ruined everything. Krista tried to intervene but saw someone step forward, pulling Angie behind him protectively. A faint scent of grass wafted over. Angie recognized it from earlier when delivering coffee to the award-winning actor. Wow. Wow. Who is this? It's Omar. Don't you watch movies? He's a big shot in the film industry. No way, what's his relationship with Angie? How does she manage to get all the good men? Open a class. I'd pay any tuition. Krista wasn't as surprised as others but was internally shocked. Govind. Danger. She looked around for Govind and dialed his number. He picked up immediately. Before Krista could speak, Govind said, I see. You're not going to act. You, damn it. Frustrated, she cursed under her breath. Omar gently asked Angie if she was okay. I'm fine, are you? She replied. Not injured, he reassured her, thinking if the wine had hit her, her white dress would be completely ruined. Satisfied, Angie motioned for him to step aside. She snatched the glass from Krista and swiftly threw its contents at Avril's face. Awesome move. This just sealed Avril's doom. When has Angie ever lost in such situations? Angie kicked Avril hard, sending her sprawling. Giving you chances means nothing if you keep pushing. Not one to back down, Avril attempted to retaliate but Angie kicked her again. Taste enough jail food yet? Didn't prison life teach you anything? Enraged, Angie continued kicking. The host wanted to intervene but met Govind's warning gaze. You want to stop them, Cornelius? His tone hinted caution. Uncertain whether this was for or against Angie, Cornelius added, reporters outside might catch this, it wouldn't look good. Jonathan, impressed by Angie, remarked to Govind, Cornelius, they clearly don't care about appearances. Why should you? Just send a waiter to count damages and mail them the bill. Hyder's words left Cornelius speechless. Seeing Govind silent, he understood. Jingang's elite wouldn't dare oppose him. Chapter 159, Omar takes Angie away from the scene. I've seen Angie encounter Avril several times before, but she always treated it casually and never bothered to argue with them. Why did she actually fight today? Even the top sister has someone she wants to protect now. If that glass of wine had been thrown on her, at most she would have argued with Avril but wouldn't have started a fight. You mean, top sister did this for Omar? I guess so. Everyone in the circle knew Angie's personality. She was usually haughty, indifferent, and seemed uninterested in mundane matters, too dignified to waste time on common folk. Everything around her could be summed up as, none of her business. Before the incident with Freddie, she was like a fish playing among lotus leaves, navigating the world effortlessly. When she was in middle school, she was once kidnapped. The suspect who kidnapped her was caught and sent to prison, where he received a fair sentence. At that time, the kidnapper's son knelt before Angie in front of the entire school, begging her to forgive his father. During a flag-raising ceremony, Angie held a microphone and asked the little boy, why should I? The whole school was stunned as she continued, what does your father's crime have to do with me, the victim? She was only 14 back then. 10 years have passed, and her cold, indifferent nature has only deepened. Generally, she felt even arguing with them was a waste of time, let alone fighting. But today, she broke her own rule. Did Geraldine do this for Ignatius, the emperor of film? Anger for beauty? I wonder what Xavier would feel if he were awake to see this. Govind stood among a crowd of elite figures from both the political and business worlds, flanked by many well-known individuals in tailored suits. Angie was clearly famous in Jingang. Both political and business leaders had heard of her, describing her uniformly as cold, proud, and above worldly matters, always maintaining a sense of propriety. Even the top official in Jingang mentioned Angie as being versatile and shrewd. Fighting in such a setting was not in her character. In society, when someone behaves out of character in certain situations, they often find someone else to blame. Tonight, Omar bore the brunt of the criticism. With the phrase, anger for beauty, etched into Govind's mind. His wife, acting out of love for another man. Govind reached inside his suit pocket to take out a cigarette but couldn't find his lighter. Suddenly, someone next to him quickly produced a lighter and lit the cigarette for him. Thank you, he said gratefully. Govind furrowed his brow, eyes half-lidded as he lit the cigarette. A puff of smoke billowed around him. Jonathan, seeing this, coughed awkwardly and moved aside. Dry season, be careful with fire. Angie, stop or something bad will happen. Angie kept hitting Avril without mercy. It was well known that Freddie's daughter wasn't easy to handle. She had experienced numerous kidnapping attempts over the years, dozens of incidents, and could deal with kidnappers with ease. To help her avoid future troubles, Freddie hired a martial arts teacher for her. Avril, no matter how strong, was no match for her. Omar, hearing whispers around him about anger for beauty, felt uncomfortable. However, this wasn't the time for argument. He reached out and pulled Angie away, saying, really, if you keep this up, something worse will happen. Angie took a deep breath, letting go of Avril's dress, her bare feet fidgeting under the gown. She had taken off her shoes for easier fighting. Omar picked up her high heels lying nearby, arranging them neatly beside her feet. Put on your shoes. Heaven. How gentlemanly, one of the heiresses exclaimed. I didn't know he had such gentlemanly manners, commented an elder behind Govind, nodding in approval at Omar's act of kindness. Jonathan, overhearing this praise, glanced sideways at Govind. How painful. Govind finished his cigarette quickly. Krista, witnessing the scene, was left speechless for a moment until Omar led Angie away. She finally blurted out, "Oh my God." Turning to look at Govind again, she saw him surrounded by business tycoons, heading to the back lawn to conduct his business. "Mr. Nate seems so calm," Krista remarked. "Not really," Jonathan replied, shaking his head. "Repressed men are all the same. They can hold it in, but don't worry. But he still has the heart to talk business." "What else?" "Heartbreak in love, failure in business, what would he have left? You need to understand, old men need validation somewhere. If he can't find it in his wife, he'll seek it in his career." After leaving the party, Angie and Omar found a nearby mall. Angie walked in, holding up her dress, pointing to the men's clothing section. "Pick some clean clothes for yourself." Omar looked at her, his lips twitching. "Actually, at this point, if you just drive me home, I'd appreciate it more." "I will take you home, but first, I need to repay this favor," she explained. She felt indebted because of tonight's events. Omar blocking the wine hadn't been much to him, but Angie didn't want to owe anyone anything. "You're Arlo, the emperor of film?" A store clerk recognized him. Excitedly, the clerk nearly hopped in place. Omar frowned, extending his hand toward Angie. "Give me your hand." "What? Do you want to hold my hand?" Lincoln. Omar spoke succinctly. Chapter 160, Keep it normal, don't overcomplicate things. Angie somewhat confusedly extended her hand. Omar held it firmly, shouting, "Run," and then pulled Angie into a sprint out of the mall. Behind them, Omar's fans were frantically chasing after them all the way to the parking lot. Inside the chauffeur-driven car, Angie panted as she grabbed a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and took a swig. "Did you know, the more you run, the bigger the situation will become? Would today's incident be small?" For a female celebrity assaulting someone in public was enough for Angie to tumble from her pedestal. "It won't be small, but you could have stayed aloof," she said while passing him a bottle of water. Omar took the mineral water from Angie. "It's obvious that if I hadn't stepped in, you wouldn't have come to blows." Angie laughed. "How did you figure that out?" From everyone's comments, Omar admitted straightforwardly. He drank some water without saying much more. Checking his phone, he saw hundreds of unread WeChat messages but no missed calls. That didn't seem like Govind's style. From afar, she had seen this man surrounded by business moguls watching the drama unfold, holding a cigarette while gazing at her with the intensity of a lone wolf staring at a wild rabbit, silent yet brimming with potential danger. "Why? Afraid there'll be news coverage?" Omar asked, seeing her frown over her phone. Angie turned off her phone. "Aren't you worried? The agency will handle it." Hearing this, Angie became interested and raised an eyebrow. "Could you also help me sort this out? What do you have to offer?" Omar wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs casually. "In the future, your coffee is on me," Angie said in a hearty tone, almost thumping her chest in guarantee. Omar burst into laughter. Angie sounded more commanding about buying coffee than about keeping someone company. "I'll think about it. Drop me off on the side of the road." In the entertainment industry, relationships waxed and waned rapidly. It was normal for people who were jovial seconds ago to become strangers in the next moment. Angie watched Omar get out of the car and sat inside the chauffeur-driven vehicle, pulling at her hair irritably. She kept tapping her phone, picking up the courage to call Govind. On the other side, Govind was entertaining the city committee members. On the green lawn, a makeshift bar stood with a white tablecloth cascading elegantly to the ground, luxurious and ostentatious. The man was distributing cigarettes to several city leaders, quickly emptying a pack within moments. At the entrance of the lawn, hotel staff were stationed, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. Krista and Jonathan could enter but chose not to, standing under the eaves with the advantages others envied, behaving listlessly. Looking from afar, Govind stood among the mostly obese or bald men, contrasting sharply and highlighting his exceptional appearance, posture, and imposing demeanor. "Sir." Ali approached Govind with a phone, turning it slightly so he could see the screen without others noticing. Govind glanced at it and saw the number, showing no intention to answer. Ali understood. Syra had really broken the cardinal rule. He left with the phone again. Holding the unanswered phone, a thin layer of sweat covered Angie's palm. She thought to herself that if they weren't married, would she really be this timid? Indeed, marriage can ruin people. Marriage can ruin people. A deeply scheming man like Govind would have countless ways to torment her. If she didn't seize the initiative, she would surely suffer tonight. Thinking about Govind's ruthless expression in bed made her already feel sore and achy. She dialed Krista immediately. On the other end, Krista was admiring Govind's physique when she saw Angie's call. She instantly understood what Ali had just shown Govind on the phone. "Over so soon? Why are all the men you encounter the same?" Krista asked in surprise, given that only half an hour had passed since they left. Angie coughed awkwardly. "Keep it normal, don't make assumptions." "What does yellow mean? Are you done?" Krista chuckled. "Ask me or Mr. Nate." "Nonsense. These gatherings typically continue with a second half, usually at a spa. Be reminded, Mr. Nate is very angry." Catherine Nate, you need to step up your game. Krista's step up your game contained a hint of schadenfreude, which made Angie's head ache. After a pause, she leaned against the window, repeatedly banging her head against the glass. Krista hung up, leaving Jonathan incredulous. How did Govind end up marrying Angie? I always thought he preferred gentle, sweet young girls. Krista sipped her drink. You misunderstand him. Mr. Nate is born a gambler, sweet and gentle women offer him no challenge. Taming a little wildcat, training her, and gradually stripping her claws away, that's true pleasure. As Krista mentioned, there indeed was a second half to the gathering. Angie followed the address Krista gave and arrived at the location. Just upon arrival, she saw various cars with license plates starting with O parked in the lot, obviously government vehicles. Ma'am, do you have a reservation? I'm here to find someone. Angie was momentarily taken aback when stopped, surprised that there was still somewhere in Jingang where even the top star couldn't enter. Indeed, the places frequented by these power players were not accessible to minor elites like them. I'm sorry, reservations are required for entry. Speechless, Angie realized she needed to reassess her position in the high society of Jingang despite believing she had reached the top tier. She hesitated for a moment and called Krista. Upon hearing she couldn't enter, Krista came out while on the call. They're on the 10th floor. Are you going to find Govind or come with me? Aren't you supposed to attend with him? Krista checked his watch. I don't belong in Govind's circle. Besides, those guys drink heavily. The drinking culture is literally a life or death affair. If I join, I'd risk my life. Angie was stunned. Then Govind? Krista continued. He has trained for it. If you're not on the 10th floor, where are you? Krista took Angie's arm towards the elevator. Want to find out? Can we? Angie was cautious, knowing that beyond the upscale venues of Jingang lay an even higher echelon, validating Kylie's constant reminders that Govind was more complex than he appeared on the surface. Chapter 161, Mr. Nate's Fiery Temper. Krista hesitated for a moment. I want you to know, but I'm afraid Mr. Nate won't be pleased. Angie was about to ask why when the elevator doors opened. Krista led her down from the 9th floor and said, the poor resent the rich resent officials resent the powerful. Govind can get leaders to organize events and invitations. He's definitely not an ordinary person. But some things can't be said by me, Krista explained, stopping at a stairway entrance and pointing upstairs. Top floor. So hidden. Krista checked the time on her phone again. You wait here. I need to go downstairs. By myself? Most likely, Krista nodded earnestly. Angie watched as she disappeared into the hallway, looking around for a spot to sit where she wouldn't be too conspicuous. She pulled out her phone to check Weibo but found no trending topics. In her chat groups, gossip and speculation were rampant after the drama. Someone had taken photos of her leaving with Omar. Someone also mentioned that Omar came from a family with deep political roots, suggesting that Arlo's ancestors had fought wars from horseback and that he was only in the entertainment industry to experience life differently. Another person debunked this by saying it couldn't be verified through Baidu searches. Another user countered, suggesting that some people weren't meant to appear on public search engines. True power players live outside of public view, another comment read. Angie, who had only heard general information from Burnell, felt intensely curious and started searching for more details about Omar on Baidu. Indeed, she found very little information beyond his family background. Determined, she switched to forums but still found nothing relevant whenever she searched for Omar's family. Lost in her search, she didn't notice someone descending from above and standing behind her, quietly observing her without a word. Until the sound of a lighter startled her back to reality. The spa center, lacking central lighting for ambience, left only ceiling spotlights shining on Govind's tall figure, casting a long shadow. Looking up, Angie felt like she was gazing upon a golden Buddha. Don't want to let him go? Should I take you? His voice was cold and detached. Are you done with your meeting? Govind glanced down at her. How did you get in? No one could enter this place easily, especially not Angie, unless escorted by him or someone he trusted. Krista brought me in. Govind took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled heavily, then looked at Alali nearby. Alali hurried over. Sir. Govind flicked away ash. Send Krista to Xingxianan. Angie. Today, Govind's temper was oppressive, making Angie feel uneasy, especially in this mysterious and eerie place. I'll tell them I'm leaving first. Alali nodded in agreement. Angie followed him into the elevator, then to the parking lot, and finally got into a black Audi A6 with license plates ending in 5/8. According to Krista, it wasn't the car that was valuable, but the plates. Seated in the back seat, she noticed the mix of alcohol and cigarette smoke. Having left the banquet early, she hadn't touched any alcohol. Not so for Govind. While he could avoid drinking with business associates, it was different with municipal leaders. Some token consumption was expected. She could only guess how much he drank throughout the night. Thinking about what to say to explain today's incident, she realized it was unnecessary since Govind had witnessed everything. They returned home in silence. Upon entering the Alban villa, Meena greeted him, but Govind ignored him, heading upstairs while smoking. Meena sensed the tension and dismissed the servants. Angie felt suffocated by Govind's domineering presence. Initially, she thought his behavior stemmed from past rejection, but now it seemed. Following him upstairs, feeling like a wronged housewife, they entered the bedroom. Pushing the door open, the room was pitch dark. Where is everyone? Weren't we inside already? Why do you act like a ghost? As she turned around, she found herself in Govind's arms. He pinned her against the door, delivering a fierce, possessive kiss, mingling with the smell of smoke and alcohol. Desire boiled within her, yet she was restrained. Holding a cigarette, he caressed her face. Fancy Omar? No. Then why did you defend him? His hand tightened around her slender waist, a touch he had been yearning for since seeing her in that revealing dress. Alcohol and anger fueled Govind's remaining rationality. Knowing Angie's penchant for such men, especially after protecting Omar, he prepared himself for a turbulent night. He crushed the cigarette and pinned her against the door. Angie froze. Govind. His voice was intoxicating. Shoo, don't shout. At 2 a.m., Elena was on duty at the hospital when she received a call from Govind. Surprised, she thought she might have misheard. Now? The driver is downstairs. Come directly. At 2:50 a.m., Elena sped across half the city, even using an outer ring road to save time. Upon arriving at Alban Villa, the guards stopped her to register. Stepping into the villa, she sensed something amiss. Mina emerged from upstairs, holding a cup. What happened? Elena grabbed him. Syra injured her foot. How? Bathroom glass shattered, and Syra stepped on it. Mina didn't elaborate on how the glass broke. Elena went upstairs, finding the master bedroom door wide open. Govind stood there in disheveled clothes, covered in lipstick and foundation, clearly just finishing an intense moment. Seeing Angie. Chapter 162, Neither of them is good. Half reclining on the bed, Elena didn't need to ponder to know what had just transpired. Angie lay in bed, blood on her foot which was not a severe wound. It seemed she stepped into trouble briefly before being rescued. Elena noticed Govind's sullen expression and dared not speak recklessly. She knelt by the bedside, tending to Angie's leg wound while noticing the tear stains on her meticulously made-up face. Her white dress hung loosely, its trailing hem torn off, leaving only a short segment that barely covered her hips, a luxurious yet lascivious sight. Done. On duty? Her actions halted as Govind entered the bedroom, tapping ash from his cigarette. Elena glanced over. The ashtray in the living room was nearly full. Yes, old man said you should smoke less. Govind wasn't one to be controlled, acknowledging with a grunt but neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Have the driver take you home. Elena glanced at the silent Angie lying on the bed, unsure if she was asleep or awake. Govind escorted her to the stairway entrance, accepting a hangover remedy tablet from her. You should drink less. Angie is also someone born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Don't treat her this way. Leave, Govind interrupted her with a nod, clearly not wanting to hear more. He was furious today due to Angie protecting Omar, compounded by excessive drinking during a social gathering. They had argued upon his return, followed by physical intimacy with Angie that spiraled out of control. Standing beside the bed, Govind stubbed out his cigarette, gently coaxing, "Want me to carry you to shower?" Angie remained silent. Knowing she was upset, Govind carried her to bathe, then summoned Greyhamid to remove her makeup. By the time all was done, dawn was breaking. Burnell opened the entertainment industry chat group early in the morning and saw gossip about Omar and Angie. Since Freddie's decline, she felt tremors every time she saw Angie's name, fearing for her future in the industry. Fortunately, this gossip wasn't too bad. She called Angie, who answered groggily. Still sleeping? Isn't it evening? She remembered having no shoot scheduled until 5 in the afternoon. You sleep, you sleep. Burnell ended the call respectfully, not wanting to disturb her. At 11 in the morning, Angie sat up in bed, rubbing her eyes in confusion, woken by the urge to urinate. She stumbled toward the bathroom, falling to her knees upon touching the floor, holding onto the bed frame until her bladder pressure subsided slightly, then crab-walking into the bathroom. After washing up and feeling more alert, she checked her phone to find a voice message from Krista. Beauty. Are you awake? If so, can you please soothe your husband? Boss Nate is furious about last night and wants to send me back to New Zealand. He's acting like a mad dog. Her slender fingers tapped the keyboard. Recalling last night's encounter with the beast like Govind, she felt sore all over, her mind still buzzing from the lingering desire in the room. The bed sheets were worse for wear. The shattered bathroom glass was also a result of that insatiable lust. Infuriated, she prepared to head downstairs when Krista's call came through. I'm finished. Boss Nate has lost all humanity, heartless, ungrateful. Angie admired Krista's eloquence inwardly. Is he really sending you to New Zealand? Yes, Krista said, just coming out of Govind's office, drinking coffee in frustration. Since he's tossing you into New Zealand anyway, do you consider telling me everything you know? Krista paused. Lincolnson's, Boss Nate wants me gone, and you want me dead. Neither of them is good. Sitting on the bed, Angie massaged her lower back. Not that bad. Krista laughed. Don't you notice how weak your words sound? Angie realized post-marriage Govind was different from the pre-marriage Govind she knew. This man hid many secrets. Meeting Kimberly for afternoon tea before heading to the film city, they enjoyed their meal. What time did you wake up? Noon. Boss Nate doesn't feed you? You look starved. Elena glanced at her. Not much better. Didn't you attend last night's banquet? I have no qualification. Kimberly scoffed. Even Avril got in. She has connections there, it's normal. Although I didn't go, I've heard plenty. What happened after you left with Omar? Angie recounted the night's events. Kimberly was surprised. That's it? Or else? Disappointed, she shook her head. I thought you'd have a second spring. Second spring? Nothing significant happened last night. Govind nearly killed her. Anything else would have finished her off. What are you thinking? You look like you're daydreaming. Kimberly nudged the table as Angie remained silent. Sighing, Angie leaned back. I feel tricked. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she hung up immediately. Kimberly caught the dog emoji. It must be Govind. You're not answering? Irritating. It's understandable you feel tricked. I suspect Govind set this up, waiting for you to jump in. Before she could finish, Angie's phone rang again. Not answering? Angie glanced at her phone, a WeChat call. Omar? Why was he calling? She answered. Ignatius? Are you back at the film city? Not yet, leaving at 4. What's wrong? Could you give me a ride? Devin caused a car accident. This translation aims to capture the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and grammatically correct in English. Chapter 163, didn't even feel how ambiguous the action was. Angie picked up Omar on her way back to the film city in the afternoon. Didn't you see the trending topic? I didn't. Still, Arlo Emperor's influence is incredible. Angie flattered, if you're so powerful, can you protect me in the future? Do you still need my protection? Weren't you protecting me last night? That's different, Angie said with a scoff and continued, protecting you in such a small place is no big deal. But Hector, that's another level. Considering how I avenged you right away last night, shouldn't you think about my proposal? Omar looked at Angie. The girl's delicate face had no makeup. Being close, the sunlight from outside the glass window fell on her face, even the fine down could be seen clearly by him. Her lashes fluttered, and her eyes seemed to speak. Like a fox, like Baidu. Seeing Omar silent, Angie leaned in slightly and raised her voice, Omar suddenly came back to his senses, leaning against the car door and stroking the cup with his fingertips. Did they cause you any trouble? Who? The girl from last night. Angie chuckled softly, not feeling the ambiguity of her action as she leaned close. She must have eaten a lion's heart and a leopard's gallbladder to dare to cause me trouble. Omar had heard about Angie's reputation in Jingang, leading actress, an innocent flower in the entertainment circle, born into a wealthy family who could pour resources for her success. The most interesting part of her story was that she had been betrayed. Someone in the industry spread rumors about her scandal. Those who hadn't worked with her before would always be nervous during their first collaboration. I heard someone sent that person to jail because of Bruce. Such a good chance, wouldn't she seize it tightly? Angie reached out and ruffled her hair, thinking, it doesn't matter. She has a dog. Her dog was like the king of hell in the legal circle, Avril. If Ho Man really had the skills, he should go ahead. She'd have to be capable enough. Both Angie and Omar had night shoots. In the crew, after makeup, Angie chugged a large cup of coffee. The scene that evening involved regicide, under a bright night sky where tens of thousands of soldiers held torches illuminating the entire palace. The lines were terrifyingly many. The director required an uninterrupted, emotionally intense delivery. In the summer night, wearing heavy court robes, Angie knelt on the ground defending Omar, who was about to be punished by the emperor. She argued passionately on his behalf, debating fiercely. The actor playing the role opposite Angie was an experienced veteran, exuding a formidable presence. These ministers on the court, aren't they all hypocrites, acting morally upright on the surface but committing adultery behind closed doors? My husband is righteous and acts impartially for the people, relieving the imperial favor above and earning the people's hearts below. He dedicates himself to the country. As the head of the Supreme Court, his duty is to solve wrongful cases. This case just happened to implicate some official in court. That official, along with many others, impeached him. What? Guilty conscience? Or afraid my husband will expose your corruption and murders? How dare you? A woman has no place speaking loudly on the court. Angie yanked her dress, straightened up abruptly, glaring angrily. A woman? Higher than the emperor, lower than the commoners. Weren't we all born from a woman's womb? Is it also because she's a woman that Empress Dowager can't say a word here? The veteran actor was taken aback by Angie's words, turned around, and respectfully gazed at the emperor on the stage. Your Majesty. Angie spoke louder. Your Majesty, wrongful cases have existed for hundreds of years. My husband only sought to stabilize the nation's fate. What wrong did he do? Cut. Very good, very good. As the director shouted cut, Angie instantly recovered her composure. Reaching out toward Elsie, who handed her a water cup. Arlo Emperor, are you really stunned by Angie or following the script? Omar snapped back to reality, smiling faintly. I'm truly amazed. I didn't expect her to deliver such a long, complex dialogue with such vigor. The director praised Angie. She's fantastic. Don't believe those rumors about her. I've already booked her for my next show. Omar, surprisingly, asked humbly, what drama? Am I suitable? Everyone was astonished. After all, Arlo Emperor used to work only in big screens, never touching TV dramas. It took the director's connection in the capital to invite him this time. The director paused upon hearing Omar's words, then nodded rapidly, holding his hand eagerly. You said this, everyone heard it. Don't change your mind. If you join my next show, I'll let you partner with Angie again. Before Angie could interject, Elsie came over with a phone. It's Lawyer Nate again. Angie rolled her eyes at Elsie, clearly uninterested in answering. Just as Elsie walked away with the phone, her own rang. Seeing a vaguely familiar number, she answered it. It's me, came the deep voice from the other side, startling Elsie momentarily. Lawyer Nate. Where's Angie? Govind looked at the empty apartment, his expression grim. Cameron is shooting, working overnight tonight, it'll end late. What does Arlo Emperor mean? Wasn't this supposed to be his first and last TV drama? Why did he ask the director for more roles? It seems he's doing it for Angie, someone muttered. But Angie is indeed talented, just her reputation is bad. Bad, so what? She doesn't care. A rich heiress entering the entertainment industry is just experiencing life. Does she pay attention to the rumor mongers? Yeah, during the break, they talked idly, completely unaware Angie was behind them. An angry shout came from behind, nearly causing everyone to tumble off their chairs. Behind Angie was Elsie, carrying a bucket of chilled fruits like peaches and apples. Distributing the fruits, Elsie commented, Cameron usually ignores those who speak ill of her. Too lazy to quarrel with trash. Her motto is, don't get entangled with lowlifes. After distributing the fruits, Omar called her for rehearsal. Angie sat down, yawning widely. Tired? Aren't you? Still okay, one last scene, let's endure. Angie finished shooting and got home close to 4 in the morning. Exhaustedly, she managed to take off her makeup at the studio and returned. Upon opening the door, she was startled. Note, some names and expressions were adapted to maintain narrative coherence and style while ensuring natural English flow. ##### Chapter 164, she had lavender in her bones. The living room was illuminated by a warm yellow floor lamp, casting a cozy atmosphere throughout the space. The man's tall frame was nestled on the sofa, his muscular arms resting over his eyes, dressed in a white dress shirt and black slacks. The laptop on the coffee table had shut down, and some scattered reports lay on the floor. Angie stood at the door, one hand on the doorknob and the other hanging by her side, watching Govind intently. Standing at 186 centimeters and maintaining his physique through regular workouts, even when he lay clothed, Angie's discerning gaze could pierce through his clothes to imagine what lay beneath. Govind had been attending many social gatherings lately. From last night until now, he hadn't regained full consciousness. At dinner, he couldn't avoid the rounds of drinking, and after the dinner, he had been practically carried by Alali to the film set. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, they found out that Angie was shooting an all-night scene today. She had occasionally mentioned how such scenes would go from dusk till dawn. In a daze, Govind fell asleep on the sofa still dressed. His dreams were fragmented and disjointed, but suddenly he felt a hand roaming over him. He caught the wandering hand and immediately woke up. Opening his eyes, he met Angie's smiling gaze. Awake? Govind shifted his gaze from her face to the hand that had been caressing him. His voice was hoarse. Feeling playful? Angie hadn't really meant to do anything more than tease him. After all, she had worked hard on the night shoot while this man slept soundly at home. It was only natural for her to feel a bit unbalanced. Note, I've revised, unbalanced, to a bit unbalanced, to make it read more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. Raising an eyebrow, she cast a flirtatious glance over his body. Not interested. Just as she started to rise, Govind pulled her back onto the sofa. She had lavender in her bones. Govind always prided himself on being composed and self-controlled, unmoved by countless women offered to him in business circles. But once he was around Angie, he felt like he was under a spell, intoxicated and lost. Like a cat mistakenly entering a field of catnip, he became dazed and muddled, unable to regain clarity. Gradually, the alcohol deepened his desire. Passion surged in the silken sheets. As dawn approached, Angie lay on Govind's chest, her back covered by his suit jacket. The man played with her hair lazily. He leaned against the armrest of the sofa, right hand stroking Angie, left hand holding a cigarette post-intimacy. He occasionally smoked a drag, sometimes shaking off the ash into the ashtray on the carpet. The pale green sky contrasted sharply with the warm yellow glow inside the room, creating an air of indulgence and decadence, tinged with lingering passion. Do you have more filming today? In the evening, Angie said lazily, rubbing against Govind's neck after satisfying her hunger. Glancing at Govind flicking the ash on the carpet, she propped herself up slightly. Mr. Nate, carpets are expensive. Govind glanced at Angie. He wasn't short of money, but if Angie pointed it out, he had to be considerate. So he stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. Patting her waist, he said, "We should get up." Angie raised an eyebrow. "Get up?" Govind affirmed with a hum, prompting her to glare at him. "Are you Joe Boppy? I shot all night, came back without rest, and you exploited me again, now you want me to get up?" Govind chuckled, running his hand along her spine soothingly. "I said we should get up." "So early? At 5:30 a.m.? Are you treating me like a high school student going to morning class?" Govind rolled over, allowing Angie to lie on the sofa, then picked up his suit pants from the floor. With his back turned to her, he fastened his belt. "I need to go downstairs for inspection, I can't be late." Angie tapped his lower back playfully. "You can't be late, but you can leave your wife behind?" Govind picked up his shirt, only to find all the buttons missing. Sighing, he called Alali to bring up some clothes. Pulling Angie closer by the neck, he kissed her briefly. "If I don't earn money, will your Hermes, Dior, and Chanel come to you by themselves?" Angie stifled a laugh. "That makes sense." "Well then. Can I spend however I want using the card Mr. Nate gave me?" The doorbell rang. Govind didn't rush to open it. Instead, he went to the bedroom to fetch a blanket to cover Angie, ensuring she wouldn't expose too much. Then he opened the door, took the shirt from Alali, and put it on. While buttoning up, he responded to Angie. "As long as you don't use it to support a lover." Dressed, he was about to button his shirt when Angie knelt on the sofa, wrapped in the blanket. "Let me help." Govind refused. "No need, I'm afraid you'll distract me." If he indulged further, he'd really be late. Hearing this, Angie lay back down uninterestedly. Afraid of losing control, huh? After Govind left, Angie went to shower and freshen up before preparing to sleep. Just before falling asleep, she checked her phone, finding Omar's name trending along with hers, followed by an explosive boom. The second trending topic was her acting performance. Clicking on it, she saw it was the clip she had filmed last night. Alongside it was Omar's tweet saying, "shocked," with a meme of him kneeling behind her, looking stunned. Angie. What did this mean? This trend surely wasn't bought by Burnell. Was it Omar's doing or the publicity department? Angie didn't want to think too much about it. She sent Burnell a goodnight message and turned off her phone before snuggling into bed. When she woke up again, she heard banging sounds coming from the living room. "You're awake?" Burnell was tidying up. Angie touched her nose awkwardly. "When did you come?" "Half an hour ago." Burnell straightened up and looked at Angie. "I spent 29 minutes cleaning your mess in these 30 minutes. Angie, social death." Burnell didn't say anything critical, yet Angie felt embarrassed all over. "I'll clean it myself." Burnell handed her the towel without protest, watching as Angie wiped the sofa diligently, wearing a red strapless nightdress and her wavy hair cascading down. "Did you have the energy to come back after shooting all night? You shouldn't be caught by Govind." Angie paused, glancing at Burnell. Did she not realize that this was their mess? Was she covering for them? Reflecting on it, Angie thought it made sense. Given Burnell's dislike for Govind, she would have scolded them already if she knew. Translation complete for the provided chapter. Please let me know if you need further assistance. Hashtag chapter 165, Freddy awakens. Did you see the trending topic? Angie asked. Burnell adjusted the cushion on the single sofa and sat down. I asked, and the director said Hector was shocked by your performance yesterday. He asked for the clip and posted it online, which made a trend. Hector manages his own Weibo account and barely posts a few updates a year. Your video from yesterday immediately went viral, and now many people are editing clips from your previous TV shows. Do you think Hector did it unintentionally or on purpose? Burnell felt the situation wasn't simple. Has anything happened between you two recently? Angie recounted the events at last night's banquet. Burnell fell silent, considering all aspects. In Beijing circles, Omar was rumored to be indifferent. How did it happen? Maybe he's returning a favor? What kind of favor? There's nothing significant. You can test him today during filming. At the Hua family residence, Avril was furious when she saw the news and smashed the cup in her hand. Let me out. I want to deal with Angie. Can anyone hear me? Open the door, let me out. Avril pounded on the door, her voice shrill, scaring the guards outside into silence. They looked like scared quails. The banquet hadn't even ended when Enoch took her away. Initially meant to socialize and expand her network, but Avril, lacking sense, provoked Angie. And Angie, being someone who always retaliates, tore into her without regard for propriety. That incident made the Hua family notorious, son acting irrationally, daughter having no common sense. The family business would likely be ruined by these two. Enoch left the event in a rage and confined Avril at home once they returned. Leah, standing at the foot of the stairs with her pregnant belly, listened to Avril's frantic banging. Leroy passed by her with a sneer. Don't get involved. Leah held back her worried gaze, walked to the bar, and poured a glass of water for Leroy. He sipped it and chuckled. You've really become obedient. At least I know how to take care of others now. Leah bowed her head, not saying a word. In the afternoon, Angie went to the film set and was getting makeup done when Kimberly called. Heard Avril got locked up by her dad. Quite a show, huh? Idiots like her should have been locked up long ago. Releasing her just brings shame to the family. Angie noticed the noise on the other end. Where are you? Wangjin Terrace. Young Hyder organized a party, everyone is drinking. Not sure who else is there. Angie raised an eyebrow. Since when have you become so close? Kimberly scoffed. Close or not, we're all just out for personal gain. Beijing Gang's wealthy heirs were divided into two groups, one purely reliant on their family's wealth, indulging in leisure and entertainment, the other, like Kimberly and Angie, focused on building their own careers. These two groups often clashed, becoming a cultural norm within the circle. I wish I could be as carefree, Angie sighed, feeling like she hadn't relaxed in ages. Kimberly laughed. Focus on your acting. I heard that Hector, who barely posts a few tweets a year, personally tweeted about you. Your followers increased from 2 million to nearly 5 million thanks to him. Why aren't you seizing this opportunity? Do you know how many people cling to Hector's coattails? One more doesn't make a difference. He probably wanted to promote my coffee machine. Kimberly laughed. So it's all about your coffee machine? The makeup artist couldn't help but chuckle at their conversation. Angie shot 3 consecutive nights at the studio and finally had 2 days off. On the way back to Puyin Mountain, Isaiah drove while Angie received a rare call from her mother. Stepping into the Hua residence, Tilda greeted her with a smile. Did you find money? Go inside and see. Tilda urged her in. As soon as Angie entered and saw the person in the wheelchair, she almost knelt in shock. Dad. Is this too dramatic? Her thoughts became reality. Freddie was awake. Not dead. She implicated herself, and now he's alive? Damn. Amy, are you surprised to see me alive? Freddie, who had been unconscious for a long time, spoke with a hoarse voice. Angie's heart raced wildly, almost leaping out of her chest. She squeezed her palm and swallowed hard. Dad, what are you saying? You don't know how much the people in Beijing Gang bullied me after they knew you were unconscious. I haven't gotten any endorsements in 3 months, the company is going bankrupt. Angie whined like a spoiled child, rubbing against Freddie's arm. Freddie smiled faintly. As long as Dad is alive, they won't bully you anymore. How wonderful. Just as Angie thought about comforting him, Freddie asked, during my coma, has Wan contacted you? Tilda, holding a cup of water and medication, considered throwing the pills in the trash upon hearing this. Angie lost her urge to comfort him. We've met a few times, but she didn't mention you. Have her come and see me. Angie didn't understand Freddie's intention but guessed his plan. She glanced at Aiden, who shook his head. Angie calmed herself and nodded. I'll call her. At 6:30 p.m. When Presley received Angie's call, she was surprised. Who wants to see me? Your father, your real father. Angie gestured toward Isaiah in the courtyard, who came over. Angie searched his pocket and silently asked for a cigarette. Isaiah knew Angie smoked. As a rich girl, she indulged in various vices. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it for her with a lighter. No time. Come if you want. I hope you never have the time. Angie hung up and smoked a few puffs before tossing the half-finished cigarette into the trash. Just as she turned to go inside, she heard Tilda's panicked shouts. Old Hua. Old Hua. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me, Dr. Lincoln. Dr. Lincoln. Hashtag chapter 166. Boss, Dr. Lincoln reported that Xavier is in the final moments of his life. It's a case of a fleeting revival before death. Govind had just come out of a foot spa when Alalie approached him with a phone. He said Madison has already returned home. The Hua family is in chaos now. We don't know who told Waverly, but he's brought lawyers and called you just now, almost cursing your ancestors to the 18th generation, telling you to hurry over. Alalie tried to convey Angie's message as politely as possible, given her earlier screaming had bordered on histrionics. Wake up medicine. Alalie pulled open the front console to get the medicine for him. Who else besides Waverly? Waverly knows he can't win against Madison alone. He supposedly rallied several of Xavier's illegitimate children. Strength in numbers was their main strategy. Govind sat in the back seat and lit a cigarette. He wasn't a good person, and this kind of situation was right up his alley, responding with cunning strategies. If Waverly had managed to gather the illegitimate children to cause trouble, it would definitely give Angie a headache. Instead of confronting him directly, it was better to set fire behind his back. Go do something, Govind flicked the ash into the ashtray. Casually stubbing out the cigarette and rolling down the window let a cold breeze in, which helped clear his head. When they arrived smoothly at the entrance of the Hua residence, Alalie was shocked. He silently cursed, thinking how despicable Waverly was. Family issues should not be publicized, yet here he was, bringing media along. Knowing full well Angie was an entertainer, he made things difficult for her intentionally. Seeing the media, Govind's expression turned icy. Call the police. Within 20 minutes, Apollo arrived in uniform with a group of officers. Passing by Govind's car, he gave him the middle finger, a clear sign that their issues never ceased. While dispersing the media, Apollo inevitably clashed with Waverly. The latter smiled and said mockingly, "Big brother Chu, handle family matters internally. What's the point of all this? Wasting public resources? I pay enough taxes every year. Not wasting these resources makes me feel imbalanced." Waverly pushed away his hand. Apollo laughed nonchalantly. "Still, it's not wise to do too much bad stuff, it will backfire." "What do you mean?" Waverly frowned, finding Govind's circle of friends particularly annoying. Take Apollo, for example, no prominent family or background, yet he treated big taxpayers like Jingang lightly due to his close ties with Govind. What could I mean? I wouldn't dare. Apollo shrugged. Then, looking at the crowd Waverly brought, he barked authoritatively, "Gathering here is illegal, let me educate you all." "You." "Let's go." Waverly didn't vent his anger fully, but Apollo waved them off. "Boss, are we really leaving?" A young man hooked by Apollo asked doubtfully. "Why stay and be cannon fodder for capitalists' fights?" Govind only instructed him to disperse the media, nothing else. Getting involved further wasn't necessary or wise. Once the media left, Waverly felt less confident. Seeing the tightly shut gates of the Hua residence infuriated him even more. Standing in the courtyard, he shouted, "Angie, this is illegal. The Hua family isn't yours alone, even illegitimate children have inheritance rights." Upon hearing this through the surveillance, Angie retorted sarcastically, "I can afford to hire a few dogs, but you needn't bring them here to disgust me. Leave immediately." Geraldine speaks so confidently. "If we're dogs, what are you?" "We share the same father." Angie chuckled from inside, "Ask your mothers. Aren't you afraid the old man will die regretting not seeing these people?" "If anyone must die regretful, it won't be me." Before Waverly could respond, his driver rushed over. "Xavier, the docs are being investigated. You need to return urgently." "Why?" "The prosecutor says someone used our docs to transport prohibited items. They're thoroughly investigating. The wife says you should return." "That's impossible," Waverly muttered. "Is someone framing us?" His first thought was Angie. But then, despite her success in entertainment, she lacked the means. "Let's go," his assistant urged. "All right." Not letting the small wins cost the bigger ones, the docs were his real business. This inheritance from Freddie wouldn't escape him. His followers looked bewildered as Waverly left. Just like that? Without a leader, the group dispersed awkwardly, unsure of the situation inside the house. "Who?" "It's me." On the other side of the door, a low male voice echoed. Angie opened it slightly, seeing Govind standing under the moonlight, tall and graceful. Nadak favors those who arrive unexpectedly. "Did you only come after everything was resolved?" Peeking out of the house, Angie blinked coyly like a kitten, soft and alluring, making one want to pet her. Govind raised his hand to touch her head but paused when Tilda appeared. His hand landed on the door frame instead. "Guess who solved it?" Angie pouted. "Come in." "After scolding me and my ancestors, you ask this now?" Angie loosened her grip and stepped back, allowing Govind to enter. "Lawyer Nate has arrived." "Madison. How is Xavier?" Tilda sighed. "Removing the tubes will end his life. Since it's inevitable, Madison should prepare accordingly. Do you have any advice, Lawyer Nate?" Govind hesitated, glancing at Angie. Sensing this, Tilda directed her. "Make some tea for Lawyer Nate." "So secretive? Can't I listen? Do I still need to earn merits by listening to secrets? This damn man is being deliberate." Angie walked towards the kitchen but hesitated. "Are you discussing something unsuitable for children?" Govind froze mid-motion, about to flick the ash. Note, some characters' names have been kept in pinyin as requested. Chapter 167, was Omar prepared for this? "Are you and Govind together now?" As soon as Angie entered the room, she saw Tilda sitting on the sofa, sipping tea while watching her. Angie pretended not to understand, blinking at Tilda innocently. "If you're together, just admit it. Don't pretend with me. What did you two talk about?" Angie answered irrelevantly. "About your father, what do you think?" Angie pondered for a moment, sitting down on the sofa and tapping her temples. It wasn't false that she had no feelings. After all, Freddie had been very good to her, giving her immense affection and a carefree life. She had never suffered any humiliation in front of others. But now, making a choice was indeed a difficult task. Angie lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting faint shadows on her face. Her silence resembled someone making a significant decision. After a long time, just when Tilda thought she wouldn't answer, Angie's indifferent voice echoed in the corner of the room, "Let it be." "I feel the same. These past few months, I've had to face his outside issues every day, one illegitimate child today, another third party tomorrow, one after another. Only by resolving this can I live in peace. As for the inheritance, it's secondary. What's the point if I can't enjoy life even with money?" Tilda finally understood. "I've already arranged for it. Since he's gone, cremation, burial, everything will be handled tonight. We must prevent those illegitimate children from seizing the opportunity." "What? Where?" "Freddie's funeral." Kimberly stood on the staircase of her villa in her pajamas. Dad, are you still asleep? What funeral? Freddie isn't dead yet, right? The person downstairs, tying his tie, glanced at her. Check your phone. It happened at 4 a.m. last night. Kimberly turned and went upstairs, flipping through Angie's social media and seeing the obituary she posted, confirming Freddie's death. What the hell? Just 2 days ago, she said he was alive. How long has it been? Mr. Nate, I'm very concerned about your future, Krista said, entering the office early with a tablet. Seeing the news, he guessed why the Hua family issued the obituary overnight, obtained the death certificate, and proceeded with cremation. Govind guessed Angie wasn't someone who liked being controlled. The longer these issues dragged on, the more they would affect her mindset. Worried Angie might treat me like this later? Yeah. Look how decisively Geraldine acted. Issuing a death certificate, cremation, all done swiftly without giving anyone a chance to breathe. Govind glanced at today's schedule casually, then she'll probably be kinder to me in the future. Why? I don't have a bunch of illegitimate kids. Krista clicked her tongue. Don't say it so soon. Which man doesn't stray? Govind lifted his eyes and smirked at Krista. Comparing me to those men you've encountered is an insult. President Sue, you're known as the heartbreaker magnet, not my wife. Govind tossed her a file, the Montague family case. Not again. Krista whined. You work me too hard, leaving me no time to distinguish true heartbreakers. Unwilling to work domestically, unwilling to work abroad, why did I bring you back as a mascot? Purely for luck. Krista. At the funeral parlor, the Hua family's bodyguards surrounded the entire area, with Freddie's former secretary at the entrance screening visitors. Unrelated personnel were not allowed in. Inside the funeral parlor, Abrielle, dressed in black, approached Tilda. You really outdid yourself, Tilda. Lincolnling such significant matters quietly. No wonder you were the only one among all those women who managed to get ahead. Freddie had many affairs, countless women outside, but Tilda was the only one who succeeded and remained unchallenged until Freddie's death. Thanks to Big Sister's guidance, Tilda retorted lightly. Back when they married, the divorced Abrielle warned her against having illusions. Look, didn't I dream long enough? You. Abrielle wanted to retort. Angie walked over, smiling faintly and handed her 3 incense sticks. Aunt, please calm down. The dead cannot be brought back. Offer the incense first. You can dig up my father's grave later, once I tell you where to bury him. With so many media watching, you wouldn't want them exposing last night's dock incident, right? Abrielle felt suffocated. She knew something was amiss last night. Authorities checked the docks unexpectedly, keeping them till dawn, then left saying they'd wait for instructions, a clear sign of sabotage. Did you arrange this? Abrielle tried to grab Angie but missed. Aunt, if I could do that, would Waverly be tormenting me like this? Don't flatter yourself. Angie, Kimberly interrupted their confrontation. President, he is here too. Kimberly nudged her father, who joined Abrielle in conversation. This funeral was lively, almost like a palace drama. As Angie bid farewell to the last guests, she massaged her legs, slipping off her high heels to stretch her feet. Forget to bring flats? A male voice below startled her. How did you come? The director came, so I followed. The crew saw the obituary and wanted to pay respects. Oh. Angie replied indifferently, forgot. What size? 37, Angie responded without much thought. Could he conjure shoes? Instead of ascending, Omar retrieved a pair of unknown brand flats from his vehicle behind. Angie raised an eyebrow, impressed. Was Omar prepared for this? The man bent down, placing the handmade flats beside her feet, always ready to charm. Bastard. Bastard. Chapter 168, an arrow heads toward Milagros's face. Milagros slipped her feet into the shoes and sighed in relief. Indeed, flats are a woman's true blessing. Next time I'll return you a pair so you won't be at a disadvantage when flirting, Omar said with a faint smile, his eyes crinkling as he added, all right. Milagros led Omar inside. Nearby, in a black Maybach, Alalie glanced back at the man sitting on the rear seat and the pair of shoes he had placed beside him. He felt a twinge of concern. Sir, shall we still go? Govind's eyes darkened as he watched those entering. He tapped the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray, curved his thin lips slightly, and uttered one word, go. Inside the funeral home, Milagros was speaking quietly with the crew members. Kimberly, who had been with her all day, entered mysteriously, saying, Govind's bodyguard just came and wants to see you outside. Milagros asked softly, why? How would I know? Kimberly thought to herself, are they expecting me to understand their relationship? Confused, Milagros frowned deeply and walked to the door where she saw Alalie standing, holding a box from Dior. Seeing her come out, he opened it to reveal a pair of flats. Alalie took out the shoes and placed them by her feet. Syra. What does this mean? The boss didn't tell me what it means. Milagros. She didn't look at the shoes but instead gazed at the parking lot under the scorching sun where 3 Maybachs were parked conspicuously along the road not far away. In Jingang, there were traditions surrounding funerals that required mourning and burial to take place in the morning. Everyone rushed to arrive early to show respect. Those arriving later, like the film crew, Milagros understood, celebrities didn't want to join the capitalists' gatherings. Joining could be good or bad, affecting their career. Seeing Milagros looking over, Govind rolled down the car window and met her gaze across the street. Milagros suddenly felt self-conscious. She even noticed his warning glance scanning from her face down to her legs. She trembled her leg, worried this guy might break it. She stretched out her foot to put on the shoes. Are you really going to wear them? Kimberly exclaimed in surprise. Was Milagros submitting to someone? Can I refuse my dear husband's request? Kimberly. Indeed. Seeing Milagros put on the shoes, Govind withdrew his gaze and closed the car window. Keep them, I'll handle it myself. When Milagros saw Alali about to take Omar's shoes, she stopped him. Alali looked up at her. Just throw them away. Boss Nate is quite meticulous. You might as well say he's petty. Alali. Not daring, he's the boss. After changing into the new shoes, Milagros went back inside, only to find the crew preparing to leave. Omar immediately noticed her wearing the new shoes. Uncomfortable? A bit, she admitted. He nodded, understanding internally that it couldn't be uncomfortable. It was handmade lambskin crafted specially for comfort, made for the elderly to wear. Milagros bid farewell to everyone and asked the director for a few days off. Brother Jean, Omar had just climbed into the limo when Anwar appeared with a shoebox, opening it to reveal the pair of flats he had given Milagros. What happened? Just now, a man delivered another pair of shoes to Ionogi, and she changed into them. Who discarded the shoes? The man. Omar frowned. He only heard about Milagros being with someone else, never a boyfriend. Boyfriend? Probably not, looks more like an employee. Check if Milagros has a significant other. Brother Jean, aren't you interested in her? Omar tugged at the corner of his mouth. You sure ask a lot. Hearing the displeasure in his voice, Anwar shut up. Kimberly stayed with Milagros under the eaves, watching the cars drive away. She whistled toward Milagros. What do you feel? Milagros sighed. Upset. Kimberly rolled her eyes. I meant your feelings for Omar. Of course, you're upset because your father died. Milagros retorted, what kind of feelings? He's interested in you. So, because he's interested in me, I need to have feelings? Should I just spend my day writing reflections then? The funeral lasted a week, during which Milagros followed Tilda to handle everything. Friends gathered on an auspicious day for the burial. The Jingnan Cemetery, considered a feng shui treasure spot by Jinggang residents, overlooked water and mountains, with the sun rising from the lake and setting behind the hills. The slogan was grand, final resting place. As Milagros carried the urn containing her father's ashes, she saw this line on the billboard and nearly stumbled. Did you call Govind? In the crowd, Tilda held an umbrella next to Milagros and asked quietly. I wouldn't have called him either way, considering he was essentially the son-in-law, such formalities were expected. Originally, after the funeral, everyone could disperse. Now it seems best to invite everyone for a meal. So many people want to connect with him, and here they come. We should make use of this. Milagros glanced sideways at Tilda, thinking experience truly brought wisdom. Not okay? Tilda caught her gaze. Milagros shifted her gaze. Okay. I thought they'd cremate and bury the next day, but it turned out they waited a full week, Krista remarked as she walked with Govind under an umbrella. Alali trailed behind, also holding an umbrella. Govind retracted his gaze from Milagros. Do you think why Tilda became Adelard's last partner? His ex-wife left because she couldn't stand his affairs. Krista nodded. Indeed, this mother-in-law is tough. Be careful. But I'm surprised Omar came. Krista's gaze landed curiously on Omar. I heard they are co-starring in a drama, and Omar supported Milagros recently. Don't you feel threatened, boss Nate? Govind remained expressionless, his eyes trailing to Omar's back. The law protects marriage, not love. For every flower of love that bloomed, he snuffed it out. All her previous boyfriends fell due to him. Another Omar wouldn't change much. A group dressed in black stood solemnly before the grave, listening to the pastor recite prayers. Milagros personally placed the urn containing her father's ashes inside. Just as she bent to stand up, she saw an arrow heading straight toward her face. Watch out. Translation provided based on the given Chinese text. Maintaining the same paragraph structure and tone while ensuring grammatical correctness and fluency. Chapter 169. Does lawyer Nate care about this amount of retainer fee? Someone in the crowd saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. The scene was chaos. Alali, Govind's slack body suddenly tensed up. He quickly walked over, pulled Angie from the ground who was slumped to one side, and protected her aside. Alali and his people chased after the direction where the arrow came from. Angie, who was half protected by Govind, was terrified. Seeing the commotion, she reached out to grab the hem of Govind's suit. The man stood in front of her, realized her action, and grabbed her palm instead, shielding her from the crowd with his broad back. Govind, I almost saw my great-grandmother. Angie's voice trembled as she tugged at his clothes. Nonsense, the man lightly reprimanded her, obviously also shocked by the incident. A curse lingers for 1,000 years, so rest assured. If I die, wouldn't you be very happy? The large inheritance left by my father would all be yours. I don't care about that little money your father left. The more she talked, the more ridiculous it sounded. Govind pinched her hand tightly, making Angie gasp in pain. Now I'm so miserable, and you still do domestic violence? Angie, Omar's voice rang out just then. Seeing the perpetrator subdued, everyone surrounded them, praising Govind while caring about Angie. It's always said that lawyer Nate has great talents around him. Now we see that it's indeed true. Govind let go of Angie's hand and sneered, it's just a small effort. There's no need for such praise. Are you okay? You scared me to death. Tilda pushed through the crowd, grabbing Angie and checking on her. Ironically, as a mother concerned for her daughter, she had to squeeze through a group of flatterers to get close. This person is too. Alali brought in the restrained assailant, throwing him before Angie. He intended to say, the Syra might know him, but seeing everyone present, he changed his words, Geraldine might know him. It's you? Angie was stunned. Who instructed this fool to do this? What? Seeing me surprises you? Sherry mocked, crawling towards Angie, glaring viciously as if she wanted to tear her apart. Angie, I almost wished to kill you, you tricked me. Ugh. Before Sherry could start ranting, Angie grabbed her neck, choking her until she couldn't breathe. In a cool, clear voice, Angie glanced at the people outside the cemetery management room. The rain was heavy, the path slippery, and they pretended to take shelter while watching this drama unfold. Their intentions were as transparent as daylight. I don't want to hear your nonsense, speak directly. Who sent you? Previously, it was said that she was abroad, having lost her passport and all other documents. Even if she wanted to return, it would have been a long process. Yet, here she was, appearing promptly at Freddie's funeral, quite an accomplishment. How much time did that take? Huh. Sherry desperately hit Angie's wrist, loosening her grip enough to catch her breath. Bitch. Slap. Angie's eyes turned cold as she slapped Sherry across the face. Alali slightly turned his gaze, feeling some sympathy. Throughout, Sherry acted like a servant in front of Angie, kneeling on the ground and letting herself be handled. You still haven't learned, huh? Kimberly brushed off water droplets from her shoulder, scoffing disdainfully. She glanced at Angie, I told you before. Mercy was misplaced. People who commit crimes should be reported to the police and dealt with according to the law. Angie massaged her temple, feeling a headache, call the police. Attempted murder, it's enough to lock you away. Sherry's expression changed, what makes you think you can? Who do you think you are? I'm nobody, but with so many businessmen and politicians here today, anyone could testify. Do you really think you can escape? Sherry, this is your last chance. Tell me who sent you today. When Sherry saw the group of men in black suits and white shirts standing behind Angie, young and old alike, she regretted her decision. She shouldn't have listened to that woman and gotten herself into this situation. There's no free lunch in this world, the minds of these wealthy family ladies are as dark as coal. Geraldine, tell us. If Angie's mood improves, she might not press charges. Then, when the estate divides, you'll get a fortune that will support you wherever you settle. But if you don't speak, even with the Hua family's inheritance, you won't live to spend it. Those who sent you to take the fall knew it was dangerous yet still deceived you into doing this. How could you still protect them? Did they offer you something worth risking your life for? Angie glanced at Kimberly, received her signal, and waved her finger toward Isaiah. Call the police. Are you sure you'll spare me if I talk? Sherry asked hurriedly as Angie turned to leave. Angie looked at her indifferently. I don't want to listen. Why waste my own time when the police will get everything out of you anyway? Angie. The one who found me wasn't Hua family's illegitimate child, but someone else. Don't you want to know who wants your life? Angie's foot shifted slightly as she stared at Sherry, her lips curling into a half-smile. Hector worried? Under the eaves, Govind held a cigarette, sensing Omar's frequent glances. Govind's reputation, which Omar had heard of, left many blanks, too mysterious to ignore. A businessman under 30 sitting at the top of Jingang's financial city raised doubts but lacked evidence. Doesn't Boss Nate worry? Govind flicked his cigarette ash. I worry. If Geraldine dies, I lose. Omar's gaze tightened. Govind continued, don't you know, Hector? I took Angie's inheritance case. She's now my golden client. Does lawyer Nate care about this retainer fee? Hyder Shao overheard and was surprised. Hector is generous. For you, $1 billion retainer fee from the Hua family is just like a movie deal. Someone laughed faintly, turning to Omar with a mocking look. No wonder kids nowadays flock to the entertainment industry. Listening to the mockery, Govind flicked his cigarette ash silently. Hashtag chapter 170, Abrielle takes action. Brother Jean, what was that group of people all about just now? Wasn't that clearly looking down on us? They say businessmen are mercenary. I see there's truth in that, Anwar fumed as he sat in the car, almost cursing out loud. He hadn't dared to speak up back then, but it had made his insides churn with anger. If this were in the capital, who would dare treat you like that? Jingang is much more interesting than the capital. The other sarcastic comments only came because of Govind's influence. A man who could make Jingang's elite vie for his favor, truly fascinating. Omar held a cigar lightly, turning it over thoughtfully in his hand. I've been hearing some gossip lately, saying Geraldine and lawyer Nate had something going on. Back then, everyone in Jinggang's high society knew about Geraldine chasing after lawyer Nate. Omar perked up, turning to look at Anwar. Tell me more. Anwar poured out everything he'd heard. Omar listened quietly, then remarked, Angie really is the center of attention. The black limousine drove to the hotel owned by the Hua family. Everyone went there if Govind was present, as the entire Jinggang knew how difficult it was to arrange time with the King of Hell. At first, I thought Angie and Govind were as rumored. Didn't expect Govind to take on Angie's case. Heard they had a brief romance when they were students. Fascinating. I wish they would get together. Any alliance between Govind and an old fox from Jinggang seems unsuitable. Saying unsuitable implied their potential harm. Cars pulled up one by one outside the hotel. The private room wasn't large, holding about 40 or 50 people, barely enough for a table. Dishes were being served as everyone arrived. They stood waiting for the host to arrange seating, but Angie waved them off casually. The old foxes realized she didn't want to give anyone a chance. You're quite formidable, not giving anyone any face. Kimberly pushed through the crowd to stand beside Angie, pinching her arm. Angie's eyes softened, speaking without a flicker of emotion. If I gave, they might not remember me. How do you plan to handle those people? As everyone sat down, Abrielle asked. Tilda hadn't spoken much beyond polite exchanges with elders today, clearly wanting to let Angie handle the scene. Hearing Abrielle, she nearly retorted but was restrained by Angie's grip. What does my aunt want me to do? What do you mean by that? Abrielle was taken aback by Angie's counter-question. Her words implied, both overtly and subtly, that those people were arranged by her. What do I mean? Angie countered. Why is Aunt so worked up? I merely wanted the elder's opinion. Why the fuss? Could they be your arrangement? Angie, don't be so two-faced. Your father isn't yours alone. Angie sighed. Aunt, what have I done to provoke you? Unaware of her beauty, her innocent act, propping her chin and blinking innocently, already had everyone in the room fixated on her. Especially contrasted with Abrielle's angry state, it was like Snow White and the evil witch. Kimberly kicked her father under the table, pulling him back. I think Angie meant no harm today. It was odd that it happened at the cemetery. Boss shall we start eating? Let's eat. Forgive our rudeness, Tilda interjected smoothly. Angie relaxed her arm, accepting the soup Tilda passed her. The lunch seemed endless due to Abrielle's opening move. Everyone wanted to finish and leave, avoiding involvement in Hua family matters. After seeing off the last guests, Angie prepared to leave the room with her bag, only to be confronted by Abrielle at the door. Abrielle approached angrily, slapping Angie across the face. If I hadn't stepped aside for your mother, you'd be like any other bastard out there. I gave you respect, yet you dared to embarrass me in front of so many? Angie, what do you even amount to? Damn. Boss. Hey. How dare you hit my friend? Before Kimberly could intervene, Tilda stormed out, slapping Abrielle back. Hit my daughter? What do you amount to? You think others don't know? You divorced Freddie for cheating. Tilda. Abrielle lunged forward but was kicked away by Angie. Done causing trouble? Want me to make you leave horizontally? Caught off guard, Abrielle fell onto the trash can in the corridor with a loud bang. Damn. Kimberly, intrigued by the turn of events, leaned against the wall, tugging at Govind's sleeve. Mr. Nate, would you be subjected to domestic violence? Against the law, the man curtly replied. Wouldn't be illegal if undressed. Kimberly tooted. Govind, recognizing where Angie learned from, chuckled grimly. As long as you don't incite her, the chances are slim. That's impossible. I envy the rich, and any good-looking, wealthy 30-year-old unmarried men seem either psychologically abnormal or problematic. Govind frowned, waving off Kimberly's hand. His gaze landed on Angie, striding toward Abrielle in 7-centimeter heels, scaring her into retreat. With father here, we could coexist. Without him, if you want face, it's only if I choose to give it. Causing a ruckus? I'll start a live stream exposing all the women your father keeps, teaching netizens male seduction techniques. Embarrassing, right? Let's all join. Angie, what are you doing? From the corridor's end, Waverly returned from escorting guests, alarmed. Turning cold eyes toward Waverly, Angie said, Can't you tell? Dealing with your women. Bitch, Waverly moved towards Angie, only to be halted by a hand gripping his throat from behind. Chapter 171, Geraldine is under my protection now. Govind, are you addicted to meddling in our family affairs? Don't forget, you're just a lawyer. Waverly tried to shake off Govind's hand but was held by the wrist, unable to move. After several failed attempts, Waverly felt somewhat annoyed. The innate superiority of a self-made first-generation rich man over a second-generation one who squandered his inheritance made him feel trapped. Moreover, the capital generated by the first generation far exceeded that of the second. Govind's reputation in the Jinggang business circle was well-known and intimidating. He was ruthless, manipulative, and willing to sacrifice anyone for his goals. Waverly knew he would gain nothing by opposing him. Hua boss, calm down. If you get into trouble here, you'll have no way to complain. What do you mean? Waverly fumed, although cowardly, still retaining some dignity. Govind glanced around and then returned his gaze to Waverly. A friendly reminder, this hotel is under Angie's name. Implicitly meaning that if you cause trouble on someone else's turf, they can easily make you suffer silently. Govind held a cigarette between his fingers and gently patted Waverly's shoulder. Another reminder, Geraldine is under my protection now. Waverly's heart tightened. He looked at Govind with disbelief. Are these two really together? Govind stepped back, extinguished his cigarette on a pebble above a trash bin, and glanced at the infuriated Angie. Shall we go? Govind is so handsome. That punk elite vibe is irresistible. Compared to those so-called gentlemen in Jingang, his unique style feels like watching a romance idol drama. Wow. He looks amazing while putting out a cigarette. Angie, aren't you impressed? Jerry seemed to have discovered new excitement, screaming excitedly in the nanny car, which gave Angie a headache. Angie pursed her lips and shook her head. No. Looks like Boss Nate needs to try harder. Hearing this, Angie blushed. Some memories overlapped with this sentence in her mind. She and Govind were always indulgent in their love life. Whenever she wasn't satisfied, this guy would look at her deeply and say, seems I need to work harder. Are you thinking about something dirty? Your face is red like a pig with rouge. Jerry nudged her foot playfully. Can you choose a better metaphor? Is using a pig with rouge to describe Jingang's #1 beauty appropriate? Jerry laughed. Do you believe what Sherry said today? Half. If you only believe half, why let her go? Do you want me to arrest her and wait for her to be killed? Since they dared to bring her back, they must be ready to abandon her. Arresting her would give them the chance to finish her off. Jerry said nothing and asked, back to the Hua residence or Puyan Mountain? The Hua residence, the old man just died, she needed to go back to be with her mom. The Hua family. Enoch had just come back from an outing. Before he could sit down, the security guard came in, saying someone wanted to see him. Who? The person claims to be from a law firm. Enoch frowned. A law firm? Yes. Let him in. Krista entered wearing a Dior haute couture suit, politely addressing Enoch as Mr. Hua. President Su. What brings you here? Just arrived on behalf of the Hua family. I guess President Hua will want to kick me out soon. The Hua family? Yes. President Hua might not know that Xavier passed away a week ago, and his funeral was held this morning. Enoch was speechless. So sudden? Not exactly. Xavier had been in a coma for quite a while. Enoch vaguely guessed Krista's purpose. So President Su. This is the lawsuit document. President Nate believes you're also an important figure in Jingang, so it's essential to consider all aspects before making a decision. Hence, I'm here to inform you personally. Enoch didn't take the document, but Krista didn't get upset, placing it on the desk casually. Sue us? On what grounds? Negligent homicide. Nonsense. Enoch laughed in anger. He barged in and insulted us, then fell down himself. Now he's blaming us? Isn't that absurd? The Hua family has used careful wording. They mentioned negligent homicide, not intentional murder. As for the details, everyone knows them. I'm not here to argue but to inform you and prepare for the trial. I'll leave the documents here. Before leaving, Krista turned back to Enoch, who was white with anger. By the way, Lawyer Nate will handle this case personally. As Krista reached the door, inside someone overturned the table, scattering everything. At the upstairs staircase, Leah turned back to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Leroy was lying on the bed playing games. Seeing Leah return, he complained impatiently. Didn't I ask you to fetch water? Why are you back? Leah watched Leroy lie lazily on the bed. In the past, Enoch hadn't cut off his financial support, allowing him to indulge freely. Now, penniless, he spent his days at home, slumped on the bed playing games, looking like a lost dog. It's hard to imagine how Angie ever saw anything in this person, maintaining a year-long relationship with him. Freddie is dead. The Hua family is suing us. Fully engrossed in his game, Leroy showed no reaction. Dead is dead. Suddenly, he jumped up from the bed. Who died? Freddie, Angie's father. How do you know? Just as Leroy asked this, there was a knock on the door. Sam, Sir Hua is calling you downstairs. Leah gave him a meaningful look as he left. Leroy asked Leah again downstairs before seeing the documents on the coffee table. Standing at the staircase, he hesitated, unsure whether to approach. Dad. Splat. Note, some parts of the translation may vary slightly in style and tone due to cultural differences, but the essence and storyline remain intact. Chapter 172, Caught Kissing. Look at what you've done, Enoch threw the document in his hand onto Leroy's face. The sharp edge of the paper cut a long gash into Leroy's neck. Milagros has hired Govind to handle this case. Do you know what it means? It means the Hua family has no chance of winning. Leroy suppressed his temper, but even so, surely we can still come up with some countermeasures? And why did Milagros choose to sue us now instead of earlier or later? Enoch was amused by Leroy's odd logic. What do you think it means? Causing someone's death is obviously more serious than causing harm. They're waiting for the perfect moment, Leroy. Have your wits gone to your son? Just look at yourself after breaking up with Milagros. Leroy. The Hua family arranged such a great match for you, but instead of treasuring it, you made enemies. Think about it, if you and Milagros were still engaged today, wouldn't all the wealth controlled by Adelard eventually be yours after marriage? Look at you now, failing miserably. Leroy had already been shocked by this realization. Who was Adelard? There were few people in Jinggang who could compare with him. Had he known Adelard would die so early, no matter what, he should have coaxed Milagros into marrying him. After their wedding, inheriting billions effortlessly, wasn't that desirable? Now it was too late for regrets. One wrong step led to many mistakes, and Leroy could already imagine how those aristocratic descendants would mock him when they met. The day after the funeral, Milagros returned to the film city. When Bernal received the call, she was puzzled and hurried over from the company. I thought you'd be depressed for 10 days or more. Are you better already? Earning money is important. Bernal cast her a dubious glance. You're not trying to drown your sorrows in work, are you? Isn't this a good thing? At least I have a place to release my worries. Bernal waved her hand for the makeup artist to leave. Haven't you been out of touch with Govind for a while? Why? He asked me to send your schedule this morning. You send it? Milagros asked. Bernal laughed. Dare I not? The capitalists could make it impossible for her to earn a living if they wished. People like Govind showed only a sliver of humanity in front of Milagros. Before others like them, he was a top-notch executioner. Milagros sighed. The words, unworthy, seemed almost etched on her forehead. Forget it, since it's sent, it's sent. Khan, the director is calling you. When Milagros found the director, Omar was sitting next to him listening to something. He moved aside when he saw her arrive. The script has been revised, adding more scenes between the two of you. Due to a clip Omar posted on Weibo recently, a lot of people are shipping you as a couple, so the production team decided to give you both more screen time. Aren't there enough already? Milagros was confused. Adding more, they'd practically be starring in their own show. More screen time isn't bad, the director clicked his tongue. Milagros shrugged. Aren't I worried about the other actors? Either them or you, take your pick. If your scenes aren't enough to boost ratings, we're sunk. Milagros twitched at the corner of her mouth, glancing at Omar, who didn't seem to mind. She couldn't say much either. There's a night scene tonight, be prepared. A big night scene? Read chapter 78 of the script yourself. The director waved her away. Okay. Milagros left sheepishly, approached a chair, and nonchalantly flipped through the script while sipping coffee. When she reached chapter 78, she nearly choked on her coffee. Elsie. Sister, are you seeing ghosts? Shut up. Elsie noticed Milagros flipping through the script and thought, are you reading chapter 78? I heard several crew members discussing how Omar's debut performance in bed is dedicated to you. Milagros. How does it feel, Khan? Excited? Beijing Kong joined in, blinking like an eager puppy. Is the body nice? Yes, 8-pack abs, a chiseled physique. I'd envy it if I were a man. Milagros, any evidence? That evening, as dusk settled, the filming crew set up the scene and began filming. Tonight's scene involved Milagros and Omar reuniting in the script, with a steamy bathing scene leading directly to bed. Both pure and seductive. Milagros entered the bathroom in casual attire, finding Omar sitting in a wooden tub. Startled, she tried to leave but was stopped. Come here, wring out the towel for me. Milagros stiffened, walked in, stood behind him, and handed him the towel. But he didn't take it, instead rising from the tub, water cascading down his body. Oh my god. This body. Outside, the crew members covered their mouths in amazement. Milagros tried to back away but was pulled closer by Omar, his low, alluring voice whispering, miss me? Milagros stared at him blankly as Omar dropped the towel to the floor and stepped out of the tub, pressing his lips to hers and moving them toward the bed. Q, excellent, rarely do scenes pass on the first try. Ah. So cool. All the staff turned into starstruck fans. Omar helped Milagros up from the bed. Sorry to have disturbed you. Milagros coughed awkwardly. As she gathered herself and looked up to leave, she noticed a man in a suit standing at the periphery, his piercing gaze fixated on her. Damn. Startled, Milagros trembled, slipping on the wet floor, grabbing Omar's arm to avoid falling. What happened? Nothing, Milagros glanced again but saw no one. Could she have mistaken? Wasn't it Govind? Chapter 173, Angie, are you trying to kill me? What happened to you? Who did you see that frightened you so much? Bernal stood in the makeup room watching her remove her makeup. Angie looked at Elsie taking off her hair accessories. I thought I saw Govind. Ah, Elsie, you're pulling my hair. Sorry. I was just thinking what Lawyer Nate would think if he saw your bed scene with Hector. Bernal's lips twitched. You can't be that unlucky. Angie thought, finished, she must have used up all her luck being born. After removing her makeup, Angie went home while trying to calm herself down. Upon entering, she saw darkness in the apartment and relaxed slightly. He wasn't here. She must have seen wrong. Angie breathed a sigh of relief, just changing her shoes and about to turn on the lights when a deep voice from the couch interrupted her. Seeing that I'm not here makes you this happy? Angie's heart pounded. Is it still in time to run? If I stay, will Govind make me regret it? Angie moved her toes slightly, stretching out her hand toward the door handle, but the man's cold voice rang out again. If you dare to run, I'll catch you from the ends of the earth and break your legs. She laughed awkwardly as she turned on the light. Of course not. Feeling guilty? Why should I feel guilty? Physical contact in acting is normal. This is part of my job, and I haven't cheated on you. If we set aside the acting part, does what you did with Hector count as cheating on me? Angie tried to defend herself. Then your words are meaningless. If we set aside the acting part, I wouldn't necessarily let anyone touch me. Really? I saw you staring at his abs pretty intensely. Angie opened her mouth, speechless. Do adults no longer have the right to appreciate beauty? Is it illegal to look? Should I blind myself? Govind had always known that Angie was quick-witted, preferring to provoke others rather than reflect on herself. But still, she was always in the right. The man brought the ashtray from the coffee table closer, flicking the ashes away and staring at Angie without saying a word. His penetrating gaze was oppressive. Under the warm yellow spotlight, Govind sat on the cream sofa, looking at her through the thin layer of smoke. The air was silent, his eyes darker than the night. Knowing Angie's nature, he prepared mentally for such moments. Yet, seeing her interact with another man, he had an impulse to kill everyone present. Standing before him, Angie felt pressured by his deep gaze. She knew if she didn't comfort him, not only would she not get out of bed tonight, but he might even hurt her seriously. Are you angry? Angie knelt beside his legs, looking up at him. She seemed sweet and docile like a doll, noble even in admitting her mistake, almost as if she felt pity for him. Govind finished one cigarette and lit another, pinching Angie's chin as he forced her to meet his gaze. How many more duties like this do you have to fulfill? I'm not sure, who pays attention to these things? She just acted according to the script. Govind's rough fingertips caressed her face. Are you unsure or just don't want to know? Angie frowned. Govind asked again, tell your husband, do you prefer Omar's body or mine? Jealousy? Angie's legs tingled, changing position to sit up. She was pushed back onto the sofa by Govind. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and kissed her fiercely, the smoky taste flooding her mouth and throat. Her breathing became erratic, feeling weak all over, powerless against him. In the heat of their interaction, Govind sensed something and lifted his head. Your period hasn't ended yet? It came recently because I've been stressed and busy. The man tossed his cigarette into the ashtray, gritting his teeth. Angie, you're killing me. After her shower, Angie emerged with wet hair, seeing Govind sitting on the bed in his pajamas, smoking intermittently. You've been smoking a lot lately. Govind gazed at her, admiring her in the sheer silk nightgown, droplets of water hanging on her pale skin like a blooming jasmine flower, beautiful and soothing. Come here. Govind set the cigarette aside on the bedside table and opened his arms to her. What's wrong? Not getting what you wanted? Govind touched her damp hair. Can't I be unhappy? Yes. She snuggled into his shoulder, inhaling his faint pear scent. Finally decided to change your shower gel? The man chuckled, thanks to my wife for finally buying me some. Angie raised an eyebrow, feeling his hand trace up her spine from her tailbone. His touch was like stroking a dragon's scale. She grabbed his palm. Mr. Nate, I have my period. I know. But you're still. Can't have only one of us suffer, right? Angie's mind buzzed. What a wicked man. Brother Jean, I've bought the water. Omar lived in the hotel's presidential suite. After wrapping up the day's shoot, he found the fridge empty when he wanted water, so he asked Anwar to buy some, specifically asking for chilled bottles. Rest now. Anwar watched the closed door, thinking he must have been affected. Inside the suite, Omar drank several bottles before calming down, indeed affected by the events. He was still lost in Angie's confused eyes, like a naive rabbit unaware of the world. Hello. The person you asked me to check, I've rechecked. The information is sent to your email. Take a look. Thank you. Omar hung up and checked his email, finding a lengthy report on Govind. He sat down to read it carefully, but the door knocked. Thinking it was Anwar, he opened it to find Nina holding a watermelon, just finished distributing these among the crew. This is Hector's share. Omar sized her up from head to toe. Miss Nina, you always dress this transparent when delivering watermelons? Hector, what do you mean? Omar propped himself against the door, looking down at her. Need I say it clearly? Or shall we ask the camera behind you? Hashtag chapter 174. Is it now fashionable to have a Natanj date with your husband and best friend? Did you hear? Last night, Beatrice went to deliver watermelons to Hector in a revealing outfit, but he immediately saw through her act. So exciting. They say she even dragged the director into it, catching an arranged photographer on the spot. TSK, such a schemer. They say the photographer was afraid of trouble and directly implicated Beatrice. The director is so angry his face turned green. If not for the long time spent filming this movie, he wanted to replace Beatrice. Do you know why she's doing all this? What's the point? Hector has been in the industry for how many years, and there hasn't even been a hint of scandal. Isn't she just digging her own grave? Angie walked into the makeup room early in the morning and had barely sat down when she heard staff outside tidying up equipment, chatting about last night's events. She got up again, almost touching her bottom to the chair. walking to the door and pressing her ear against the ancient-style window of the film city, afraid to miss anything. I wish I had superhuman hearing to get all the juicy details from the film city. Who knows if they will shoot today since the director is furious. Sis. The makeup artist came out holding clothes and saw Angie leaning against the door eavesdropping. Shoo. Angie raised her index finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet and gesturing for her to come over. Outside voices continued. We don't know what happened to Hector. Was he emotionally affected? His scene with Angie last night was so intense. Beatrice is such a pain. The makeup artist's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What do you mean? Go find out. They say Beatrice had a late-night meeting with Hector last night. I want to know more. The makeup artist stuffed the clothes into Angie's hands and rushed out. Less than 10 minutes later, she returned. Last night, Beatrice wore a sheer silk nightgown carrying watermelons to see Hector, accompanied by a paparazzi. She planned to leak the story, but Hector exposed everything. He dragged the director into it, and now both entertainment companies' people are gathered in the director's room discussing solutions. They say Hector won't let Beatrice off. Angie was shocked. Oh my. I really want to witness that drama. You probably won't need makeup today. They say the director doesn't have time to shoot. I want to shoot, Angie said, resting her chin on her hand, looking worried. The girl rolled her eyes. Sis, you just want to watch the drama. I know. Before their conversation could continue, a crew member arrived. Director says rest today. Go home and take a break. What's wrong? At the apartment, Govind was about to leave when he ran into Angie. Today's a rest day. Seeing her dispirited look, Govind raised an eyebrow. Jobless? Pfft, say something lucky. Govind's expression softened. He stopped leaving, ignoring Krista's urgent calls and the helicopter waiting atop the building nearby. Nothing was more important to him right now than caring for Angie. Sitting on the sofa, Angie recounted the morning's events to Govind. Govind, who had mastered human relationships over the years, easily read her emotions and asked calmly, so you're unhappy because you missed out on the drama? Angie shrugged. Isn't that obvious? He had misunderstood, thinking she needed comfort. No need. Why are you walking away? Don't go. Angie pulled at his sleeve. Are you going back downtown? Can I hitch a ride? Reason? My wife is upset over missing out on another man's drama, and now I have to chauffeur her. You know I'm watching the drama, not eating men. Why are you so petty? Wait here, I'll change. Ultimately, Govind couldn't bear to leave her alone. Listening to the muffled sounds from the changing room, he felt like a lapdog, specifically one for Angie. On this rare day off, Angie rode with Govind in the company helicopter to lunch. Wanna eat lunch together? Govind looked at the stairs and extended his hand. You have time to deal with me? Sure, I need to spend time with my husband. Angie agreed readily but then forgot all about it after inviting Kimberly along. Near noon, only a call from Govind reminded her of her promise. Looking at her ringing phone, Angie felt conflicted. Is Mr. Nate checking up on you? Kimberly, curious, glanced at the number. After a pause, Angie replied, I invited someone to lunch. Kimberly understood, raising an eyebrow. Choose. Me or him? Children make choices. Adults want everything. Let's all eat together. Across from the law firm was Jingang's famous shopping mall near the CBD, always bustling with restaurants. When Govind arrived, seeing Kimberly opposite, his mood soured, making him feel stifled. Last night, he missed dinner. Today, he missed time with his wife. Lawyer Nate's expression darkened. Is it now fashionable to have lunch with your husband and best friend? Geraldine really knows how to play her cards. Govind, despite his busy schedule, chose his wife over work today. However, he wasn't the only one present. As usual, as Burnell said, Govind showed his humanity only towards Angie. Today, his words carried weight and made Angie uncomfortable. Before she could explain, Krista appeared with a group of suited individuals entering the sushi place across the street, causing others to move aside to avoid them. Mr. Nate, Athena says leadership has arrived and she can't handle it alone. She needs you. Ilanju noticed Govind standing opposite Angie and approached cautiously, sensing his boss's mood. Relieved, Angie stood up, dissipating the tension. Why don't you go handle it? We can eat tonight. Can you? Angie acted coquettish, trying to ease the awkwardness. Before she could say more, Govind pulled her arm and led her out. Note, names are transliterated into English using pinyin and kept consistent throughout. Tone, style, and natural flow of English are maintained while ensuring accuracy and coherence with the original content. #### Chapter 175, I want to throw up. Angie had never truly delved into Govind's work before. Her previous visit to the spa only gave her a glimpse of what lay beneath the surface. This man was adept at hiding his true nature, using his lawyer identity to deceive everyone. He projected an image of a maverick operating within the bounds of the law. In the prestigious CBD district of Jingang, notable restaurants frequented by lawyers often set up private rooms for entertaining clients. As Angie entered the sushi restaurant's private room, she immediately sensed that something was off. Around the circular table sat about a dozen people, including 3 senior partners from the law firm and 2 subordinates responsible for serving dishes and pouring drinks. The rest were important figures brought by the senior partners, with many from the business community acting as intermediaries. This dinner gathering, organized by Isaac, aimed to secure Govind's investment in land development projects in the districts under Jingang's jurisdiction. After all, no one else in Jingang could match Govind's financial firepower. When Isaac saw Angie, his heart skipped a beat, remembering how he had withdrawn her investments and poached her staff. Geraldine. Angie, who had grown up attending such events with her father, smiled politely in response. President Baker. Isaac, acting as the intermediary, introduced everyone one by one. At formal banquets like this, seating arrangements mattered significantly. When Govind arrived with Angie and Kimberly, everyone understood the implication. Adding new seats meant rearranging the layout, so Kimberly wisely chose to sit next to Krista, keeping her distance from Govind. The banquet began with Elon and Isaac's secretary bringing 2 decanters filled with clear liquid. Once the packaging was removed, it was impossible to tell what exactly was inside. During a moment when Isaac was pouring drinks, he tried to curry favor with Govind. Considering Angie's presence, and the recent rumors swirling around Jingang, he thoughtfully struck up a conversation with her. Geraldine, do you have any plans after finishing Grey Director's project? Angie replied with a faint smile, President Baker, do you have any good projects? There are some, but I'm afraid Geraldine might not be interested. Why would you think my standards are so high? Angie laughed. Isaac grinned awkwardly. You are Jingang's princess, we dare not underestimate you. While Isaac chatted with Angie, Krista glanced sideways at Kimberly. What's going on between them? Geraldine cancelled his plans to have dinner with me. Krista looked at Kimberly in surprise. Just then, Elon started pouring wine near her, and without saying a word, Krista silently gave Kimberly a thumbs up. She admired Kimberly's courage. If anyone else had dared to do this, Govind might have exiled them overseas. As Elon approached Govind, he hesitated over whether to pour wine into Angie's cup, considering the contents were not ordinary alcohol. Isaac, being perceptive, quickly intervened. Geraldine is still shooting her drama, right? Wine aside, perhaps some soft drinks instead. Govind glanced sideways at her. Everyone else is drinking. Does Geraldine want special treatment? Angie realized Govind was punishing her for standing him up. She nodded to Elon, who promptly poured the drink. Everyone raised their glasses to start the meal. Angie took a sip and immediately tasted the strong, renowned local white spirit. It burned down her throat, scorching her esophagus and igniting her stomach. Ugh, although Kimberly hadn't drunk much, she had to respond to toasts as a studio owner, leveraging this opportunity to expand her network. Otherwise, building these connections privately would be much harder. How are you feeling? Better? Standing behind Kimberly, Krista gently patted her back. Why antagonize the old fox? These gatherings aren't suitable for you. People here restrained themselves because Govind personally invited you. If they hadn't, you might not have survived. Kimberly, having vomited, felt slightly more alert. They didn't let loose? Do you really think so? Look at how much Mr. Nate drank compared to you. 2 liters versus 2 ounces, how can you compare? Kimberly felt puzzled. When did I offend him? By vying for his wife? What do you mean, vying for his wife? How long have Kimberly and I known each other, versus how long he has known Geraldine? All I did was eat a meal. Feeling wronged, Kimberly sighed. Krista wasn't inclined to argue. He's upset, but won't take it out on Angie, so he's venting on you. Be careful. Have you heard our company wants to acquire a factory in the outskirts? Kimberly froze. She hadn't even told Angie about this, only discussing it with her father. How do you know? Don't worry about that. When we go in later, bring it up. I'll help you get the information without wasting your efforts today. Big sister, I can drink more, no matter how much, Kimberly thought, clinging on to this golden opportunity. She returned to the table, noticing Angie looking pale and Govind enjoying himself, sans his suit jacket. He held a cigarette in one hand and casually rested the other on the table, his shirt sleeves rolled up, discussing urban development. Govind controlled the most substantial cash flow in Jingang. With department heads eager to perform, they all courted him for favors, as everything required money. Discussing the western part of the city, Krista interjected, I've heard industrial developments are moving to the outskirts. That's correct. That's great, attracting top entrepreneurs to boost the economy and alleviate poverty. Krista glanced at Kimberly. Do you have any interest, Miss Chu? Understanding the cue, Kimberly modestly responded, yes, but I may not qualify. The others immediately caught on and had the secretary note down Kimberly's contact information. Ugh. In the bathroom, Angie squatted by the toilet, heaving violently. Next to her was Kimberly, with Krista caring for both of them, growing increasingly exasperated. You got what you deserved. Suffering is a blessing. I'll endure more in the future. Kimberly remained stubborn. Securing this deal, thanks to Govind's influence, was worth the discomfort. Angie, feeling dizzy, leaned against the wall, just managing to stand before being swept off her feet by Govind and carried to the car, heading towards Puyin Mountain. On the road, traffic slowed and stopped multiple times. As they approached a highway entrance, another car cut in abruptly. Ali sharply turned the steering wheel to the right, causing Angie to lurch forward into Govind's lap. Startled, Govind winced, his body tensing up. Clenching his teeth, he pulled her away by the back of her neck. Angie. I need to throw up. You dare? Chapter 176, do you remember what you did? Ugh. The warmth of the vomit made Govind's face turn pale with anger. A couple of pounds of white wine didn't faze him, but Angie's sudden vomiting almost made him want to kill someone. Ali glanced at her through the rearview mirror, unable to bear watching. It had to be said that Geraldine was quite skilled at choosing where to vomit. How conveniently it all landed right in a catchable spot. This woman must have done it on purpose. Puyun Mountain Villa. The shower in the bathroom ran for 2 straight hours. Angie, get up. Govind emerged wrapped in a bath towel, water still dripping from his body. He reached out and pulled the woman who was lying in bed like a wet rag upright. I feel terrible. So do I. Get up. Govind, if you keep pulling me, I'm going to throw up again. Govind. Every time he heard the word throw up, he wanted to strangle someone. Fuming with rage, his mind buzzing angrily, Govind stood by the bed watching Angie, who was drunk as a skunk. After smoking several cigarettes, his anger hadn't subsided at all. He wanted to discipline Angie but thought about it. Whose fault was it for forcing her to drink? Feeling sick and wanting to vomit was not something she could control. Forget it, don't quarrel with a kid. Govind changed into clean clothes, preparing to head to the company in the afternoon. As he walked into the living room, he saw Angie's phone vibrating on the sofa. Where are you? The director just said there's no shooting today, but that doesn't mean you get an extended holiday. The moment I turned my back, you disappeared. Burnell's furious voice came from the other end. At home. Mr. Nate? It's me. Is Angie with you? Man responded briefly, what's up? There's night shooting tonight, the director wants me to find her. Can you let her take the call? Not convenient today. Burnell. Not convenient today? It's only noon, sir. Actresses need to earn their living through filming, you can't mess around like this. Mr. Nate. Burnell was about to try persuading him emotionally and logically when. You're hanging up on me? No. Elsie calmed her down beside her. Sister Leah, calm down. Just hang up and call again. Burnell steadied her emotions and dialed again, but it showed as switched off. Film City. The director advised Omar not to fuss over Nina. He suggested moving Nina to another hotel, far away from the set. The entertainment industry has never been a clean place. This incident is also a warning to anyone in the crew with ulterior motives. You've always worked in the film industry, not in television, so you might not know the ins and outs here. Nina, the female lead, was pushed in by an investor, and I couldn't refuse. Does that mean the female lead can do whatever she wants? Omar's face darkened. If this gets exposed, the investor pulls out, and the show will surely be cancelled. No production can finish on time after changing leads one after another. Even if it does finish on schedule, it'll be mediocre. Hector wouldn't want his first venture into TV acting to result in a flop, would he? Hearing this, Omar sneered, so I should maintain my reputation by forgiving scum too? Let the screenwriter change the script. Get her to wrap up and leave early, don't let her loiter around me. Okay, the director quickly agreed. Adjusting the script was the smallest loss they could suffer. There was no reason to offend a big star like Omar for Nina's sake. You're saying what? Cut my scenes? Why? Nina stared in shock at Reba upon receiving the news. Reba was also furious, Hector's request. Nina stiffened, so what? Am I supposed to let him cut my scenes? Didn't you say nothing would go wrong? I didn't even start before being stifled. Reba grabbed her head, feeling infuriated. Go ask President Selena. Rufus? Yes. Mentioning Rufus, images of Govind's extraordinary appearance flashed through Nina's mind, broad shoulders, incomparably handsome. Do you know Govind? Reba paused, rubbing her temple. Nate lawyer? Yes. Reba sat up straight, eyeing Nina warily. Why do you ask? Just asking. Do you know how many merchants and capitalists in Jingang don't dare offend him? Don't have any thoughts about him. A man like him would be beyond your control if you got involved. Women are drawn to strength. Despite Rufus's immense wealth and being old enough to be her father, approaching middle age or even retirement soon, Govind was different. Under 30, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with unmatched beauty and height, fitting perfectly into the contemporary ideal of a wealthy bachelor. Wealthy men aren't hard to find, but rich, young, and handsome ones are rare as hen's teeth. Nina, accustomed to cliché romances in the entertainment world, felt an irresistible urge to attach herself to a real-life tycoon like Govind, who epitomized the domineering CEO trope. Note, the term is a popular trope in Chinese romances referring to a domineering and powerful CEO. It's challenging to find a direct English equivalent that conveys the same cultural nuance. In this context, domineering CEO is used to better fit the flow of English while retaining the essence of the character type. For improved fluency and cultural adaptation in English. Nina, well-versed in overdramatic romance plots from her time in the entertainment industry, felt an overwhelming impulse to cling to a real-life tycoon like Govind, the epitome of a domineering CEO. Did you hear me? Reba raised her voice, seeing Nina unresponsive. You've gotten into trouble with Omar, but I can still maneuver and find connections for you. If you get into trouble with Govind, even risking the company won't save you. Ignoring Reba's warnings, Nina asked, did Angie ever mess with him? Reba grew angry, fixing Nina with a hostile glare. Nina. Govind. Angie woke up with a heavy head and weak legs after sleeping all afternoon, calling out loudly but getting no response. Sir went to the company. Skinflint. She had lost half her life force, yet he still had energy to go to work. Give me my phone. At 4:30 p.m., Govind was in a meeting with Krista and several senior executives discussing the development case presented by Isaac during lunch. As they were talking, Govind's phone lit up on the table. Krista noticed and reminded him, Boss Nate, phone call. Without hesitation, Govind answered, his voice indifferent, you're awake? Where are you? At the company. You had the guts to come to the office after making me drink so much? Angie, do you remember what you did? Chapter 177, responding would disrupt my rhythm. Angie stayed in bed until Govind returned and hadn't gotten up. If not for Kimberly's phone call, she wouldn't have woken up. Mr. Nate is still Mr. Nate. I told you about setting up a company over there, and he resolved it. Angie hugged the quilt and turned over. Govind helped you resolve it? You know how things work at the dinner table. Soon after the drinks ended, my project came through. The documents just arrived at the office. I'm now preparing to go out and get them. Angie propped herself up on her elbow, cross-legged on the bed, feeling like millions of ants were gnawing at her brain. It was unbearable. Why don't you ask Mr. Nate if accepting this olive branch would affect him? If it had an impact, he would have stopped it at the dinner table. Just accept it. I have a headache, gotta hang up. Kimberly tossed her phone, got dressed, and was ready to leave. Walking downstairs, she saw her father returning from work. Going out? To pick up some documents from the office. Is it important? It's going to rain heavily outside. Kimberly nodded. Very important. Then she recounted the events from the lunch gathering that day to Havelock. Havelock paused while putting down his briefcase. Are you serious? Everyone knows in Jingang, Govind's social circle is impossible to infiltrate. How did you manage to get in? Thanks to Angie, Kimberly said happily, nodding her head. Havelock was speechless. So, is Govind and Angie really that kind of relationship? Kimberly thought, what kind of relationship? They are genuinely married. She drove to the company, intending to take a shortcut but ended up on the main road due to a traffic jam. Her navigation warned her of a car accident ahead and suggested moving to the right lane. As she slowly approached the scene, she saw a man standing beside a car wearing a hat. Her eyes flickered. This is Bruce. What a coincidence. Could this be fate? Liao Emperor? Miss Chu? Bruce didn't want to be recognized but couldn't ignore Kimberly. Rear-end collision? Yes. Isn't that Sister Me? Do you know him? A second-generation wealthy asked, surprised to see Kimberly while talking to the police. Although the Chu family isn't one of the big clans in Jingang, everyone respects Kimberly because of her close ties with Angie. Besides, everyone knows they're a power duo. Giving them face wouldn't hurt. I know him. So, you two crashed? Just kissed. Maybe my rear bumper was itching, and this brother just scratched it. Since we're acquaintances, let's handle it ourselves instead of bothering the police. The second generation generously offered to pay for repairs. While they had the money, it mattered for whom. Not for a washed-up actor, but definitely for Kimberly. The three left, and Kimberly watched the second generation drive away with a dented sports car, then glanced at Bruce following her with a dented front end. What a hassle. Do you think Kimberly and Bruce are related? How could they be? Haven't you heard? Bruce fell out of the film industry because he offended Angie, involving Riley. So, Riley tried to ruin Angie for that guy? Doesn't it all connect? With such good relations with Angie, would Kimberly help Bruce? The driver, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, said, interesting. I heard Angie was ruthless. Once her father died, she started suing the He family. Someone must pay. Emperor Liao, need something? Kimberly parked by the roadside, opened the door, and stood under the dim evening light, watching Bruce follow her. May I ask, Miss Chu, why? Why what? Why do you care about this matter? Kimberly chuckled lightly, tapping her fingertips on the door frame. Grace, there be a reason? You're good friends with Angie, and my relationship with her is strained. Why keep appearing before me, helping me? Personal reasons or part of a grand scheme? Grand scheme? Kimberly raised an eyebrow. Do you think too highly of yourself, or too lowly of me? Stop following me, I don't have time for chit-chat. Just a reminder, if you had been as cautious back when you dated Reba, things might not have ended this way. Bruce watched as Kimberly drove off, standing there alone, looking disheveled like a stray dog. All his downfall was thanks to Reba. At 6, Govind returned home on time, searched everywhere but couldn't find Angie. When he called Greyhammed, he learned she hadn't gotten up yet. 2 cups of white wine and an afternoon nap, yet she still hung out at bars with Kimberly. Grace be drinking plain water? Angie. Angie. Govind called out as he entered the living room and then the bedroom, dialing her phone when she didn't respond. She answered quickly. What? Where are you? Bathroom, Angie replied faintly. In the bathroom, you didn't answer me? I was focused on pooping. Responding would disrupt my rhythm. Govind. He shouldn't have called her. Good luck, remember to push. Govind. Angie's furious shout echoed from the bathroom. Try this shit. When Angie came downstairs, she saw Govind playing with the cat. The ragdoll lay on its back chasing the toy stick in his hand. Angie walked over, took the stick from him, and half-heartedly waved it around. Leaning against her, Govind wore a white shirt with sleeves rolled up, relaxed and composed, unlike Angie who was clearly hungover. Can you drink well? His palm rested on her waist, rubbing gently through her robe. Not really. Govind didn't enjoy the dinner table formalities, but at his level, sometimes you have to play by the rules. Often people invited him specifically, and during toasts, he'd inevitably be involved. Sometimes bringing someone else could help deflect attention. But mostly, discussions between tycoons needed privacy, so he gradually developed the ability to handle it. Note, names like Angie, Govind, Kimberly, Greyhammed, Riley, and Bruce are kept as pinyin translations. The translation maintains the original tone and structure. Hashtag chapter 178, has your period ended? Seeing that Govind didn't respond, Angie glanced sideways at him. Govind's hands, which had been rubbing her lower back, gradually moved to her side. I won't bring you next time. Angie placed the feather teaser on the carpet and turned to cup Govind's face. Is that what I mean? The drinking culture and hierarchy were deeply ingrained in these social settings. Having accompanied Freddie from a young age, she was accustomed to such scenarios. After entering the entertainment industry as an adult, she had only encountered more of these superficial exchanges. Govind's fingers traced her waist and came to rest on her abdomen. Then what do you mean? Their eyes met, and she felt like he was drunk, his hazy gaze delving deep into her soul as if scrutinizing her thoughts. Angie shifted her gaze, attempting to get up, but Govind pulled her onto his lap with a hook around her waist, causing her to gasp in surprise. What are you doing? There are other people in the house. Angie thought, though she had thick skin, it wasn't that thick. Govind was practically putting on a public show for everyone to watch. She wriggled, trying to get down, but his hands held her tightly. Stop moving. Angie, Herman. What are you afraid of? Do you think they would enter Puyin Mountain without my permission? Such reassurance was almost non-existent. Angie buried her face in Govind's neck, too embarrassed to face anyone. Has your period ended? Not completely. Govind chuckled indignantly. I've never seen a woman have irregular periods lasting 15 days out of 30. Are you just making excuses so I can't touch you? Angie pushed herself up and stared at him seriously. Shouldn't you be worried about whether I might die? I don't know if you're dying, but I do know I will if we keep this up. Govind kissed her fiercely after lifting her chin with his index finger. The tension and restraint between them escalated, and Angie found herself strangely enjoying this controlled display of affection. Desire was unrestrained, while love was controlled. And Govind's restraint as a person of power was intoxicating. Whenever Angie toyed with Govind, she felt an odd sense of accomplishment. Look at him, a man whom many women in Jingang couldn't seduce, now kneeling before her. Women also had a desire to conquer. And men like Angie usually didn't appeal to her. In a moment, Govind pushed her away through gritted teeth. Angie, you're killing me. He hugged her and threw her onto the sofa. Sitting there hugging her knees, Angie blinked innocently like a deer. Where are you going, Mr. Nate? To take a shower. No. Come make some moves. Catherine, Miss Elena has arrived. Angie was reading messages from the film crew on her tablet when Greyhammed announced from the door. She was slightly taken aback. What brings you here? My brother sent me, said Elena, who not only came herself but brought an elderly gentleman behind her. Let me introduce you, he is our best traditional Chinese medicine gynecologist. Angie. What does this mean? My brother called and said you have irregular periods, so he asked me to find a specialist for you. Actually, Govind hadn't used such mild terms, but those exact words were too embarrassing for her to repeat. Angie. Considering others were present, otherwise, Angie would definitely go confront Govind right now. Soon, the old gentleman left, leaving Angie sitting on the sofa with furrowed brows, feeling somewhat existentialist. Based on what he said, will I even live to be 30? Probably. Elena sat opposite her holding a cat, unsure. People always have problems. If you don't treat them as problems, you'll live longer. Do you think what you said made any difference? Isn't this common sense? When encountering issues, treat them as non-issues. It's best to become a monk. Left already? Govind's calm tone interrupted. Angie looked at him with a sneer. Mr. Nate, would you be happy if I died prematurely? Govind paused while reaching for his water glass. Yes, because you're quite wealthy. If you died, I could take your money, find beautiful women to wear your designer clothes, carry your designer bags, sleep with your husband, use your skincare products, drive your luxury car, and live in your villa. Elena, so sleazy. Truly sleazy. Angie doesn't punish him. Does he deserve to live? Angie glared at him angrily. Before I die, I will make you cuckold. President Selena, Miss Beatrice is outside. Spike finished work and it was almost 8 o'clock. Hearing the secretary mention Beatrice, he paused. What does she want? She didn't specify, but I asked around in the entertainment industry. It seems she offended someone who is now making things difficult for her. Standing in the elevator, Spike remained unperturbed. At his age, if his children had married earlier, he could be a grandfather by now. In the countryside, perhaps even a grandchild might already be in elementary school. Giving her special treatment wasn't for her sake. I thought she would know her place, but it seems this girl has ambitions. The secretary watched Spike, waiting for further instructions. Dismiss her. Understood. Beatrice drove 2 hours from the film set to the city, expecting to see Spike today. Instead, she faced his secretary. Where is President Selena? Miss Beatrice, President Selena wants me to tell you that one must have self-awareness. The benefits last time weren't given for your personal value. If you cannot find your place, you should leave the entertainment industry. This stark warning left Beatrice speechless, staring blankly at the secretary. What could she say? Playing with female stars was common among tycoons, but Spike wouldn't even give her that chance. It wasn't disinterest, it was disdain. Can I ask why? Did I do something wrong? Miss Beatrice, you're just another face in the entertainment industry. If President Selena wanted to play, he could snap his fingers and countless A-list actresses would flock to him. And you? Chapter 179 Buy one, get one free. How did it go? Did you see him? Reba asked anxiously as Beatrice emerged. One look at her disheartened expression told the story. Didn't see him? Or were you rejected? Beatrice held on to the door of the minivan. Didn't see him. Reba, with years of experience in the entertainment industry, knew some bigwigs were untouchable. The last time she helped Beatrice was likely due to someone's intervention. This time, Rufus not even granting them a meeting clearly indicated he didn't care. What did President Selena say? His secretary advised me to be sensible and not to wish for something out of reach. Beatrice grabbed a bottle of water irritably, gulped down a few mouthfuls, then, while holding the bottle and looking ahead, emotions began to well up within her. Is there any other way? We can no longer rely on Isaac, and President Selena is a dead end. There are only a few people left in Jingang who can pull some strings. Really? Beatrice's mind flashed to Govin's face, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on the water bottle until it creaked. The next day, Angie returned to the set. As soon as she entered, she sensed something was amiss. She burst into the makeup room, grabbing the makeup artist by the arm. What's going on? The makeup artist glanced cautiously at the door, afraid the director would overhear. Someone leaked the melon delivery incident from 2 nights ago online. The director came in this morning and had a huge tantrum. He even mentioned reducing Beatrice's scenes, but now there's an issue with the screenwriter. What kind of issue? She got hit by a car and is currently being treated in the hospital, unsure if she'll survive. Angie's mouth dropped open in shock. How could it be so coincidental? This situation felt eerily suspicious. Why not have the accident earlier or later, but exactly now? Seeing Angie's stunned expression, the makeup artist leaned closer. Sister Hong, don't you find this suspicious too? People around the set are already speculating whether Beatrice had something to do with it. Angie thought to herself, this should not be said aloud, walls have ears. Do we still shoot today? Sure. We've already paused shooting yesterday. Another pause won't be allowed by the director. Angie waved her hand, then get me ready. Halfway through her makeup, there was a knock at the door. Anwar poked his head in. Sis, Xian, let me come get coffee. Angie pointed at the coffee machine. Help yourself. Okay. Through the mirror, Angie watched Anwar skillfully prepare coffee and impulsively asked, Anwar, did you leak the melon delivery incident? Nonsense, Anwar responded without hesitation. Brother Xian isn't like that. Besides, if we had leaked it, wouldn't it mean waiting for Beatrice to beg us? Brother Xian has no interest in such a woman. I just wanted to hear some gossip, no need to be so tense. Angie comforted him and turned to glance at the makeup artist, who promptly left the room. Once alone, Angie propped her chin up and looked at Anwar. How do you plan to respond? Anwar. Too obvious much. I don't know, we have to wait for my brother to contact the agency and decide on a plan. Got it. Omar, like her, essentially runs his own agency. Clearly, he didn't want to share more. Anwar felt Angie's eyes scrutinizing him like a sly fox. After grinding the coffee, he quickly left with his cup, afraid he wasn't fast enough. Today's scene involved Angie and a group of noble ladies admiring lotuses in a garden, leading to a conflict between Angie and Beatrice. Omar played the role of a prince who protected his wife. While reading the script, Angie nodded repeatedly, finding it fitting for the current atmosphere. The director initially planned to avoid having Omar and Beatrice interact, but after the screenwriter's accident, they stuck to the original script. Any editing related to Beatrice would happen later. As Angie walked to the garden, adjusting her dress, she overheard someone discussing. The director said to delay scenes where the best actor and Beatrice meet, but the best actor refused special treatment. That's professionalism for you. In contrast, Beatrice, instead of focusing on acting, resorts to underhanded tricks. Exactly. Curious about the gossip, Angie tried to listen closely but was pulled back by Elsie. Sister Leah told me to keep an eye on you and stay away from this drama. Not curious? Angie found everyone unusually calm and uninterested in gossip. I'm not, Elsie bluntly replied, dragging Angie to the director. Upon Beatrice's arrival, everyone fell silent. The director's face darkened immediately. Let's start. In the scene, Angie and Beatrice clashed, and Omar rushed in to protect Angie, berating Beatrice with fervent intensity, making her eyes redden with anger. People like you shouldn't be given the honor to enter my prince's residence. Don't take kindness for weakness. Omar's passionate delivery made everyone nod approvingly, almost shouting how satisfying it was. Control yourself, keep your voice down. Afraid others won't hear? After the scene, Beatrice erupted in the makeup room, wanting to smash everything inside. Reba closed the door and counseled her. You need to show everyone you were just delivering watermelons that night. The more you react, the more suspicious you seem. Are you stupid? This production has only just begun. With proper performances, during editing, the director might make it as if you never existed. Beatrice calmed down slightly. Reba continued, focus on your acting. In the coming months, we'll find a sponsor. When capital pressures them, they won't dare cut your scenes. Beatrice seethed, fists clenched tightly, but forced herself to endure it. Night scenes finished by 9. Angie glanced at her watch, removed her makeup, and bought 2 milk teas at a shop on the way home. Holding 2 cups alone? Walking across the street with the milk teas, she saw Omar and Anwar returning with groceries. Buy one, get one free, Angie calmly replied, not revealing she was getting one for Govind. Want to grab something to eat together? No, you're the center of rumors lately. I should keep my distance. Omar's lips twitched. He'd never met anyone as straightforward as Angie. Chapter 180, another man sends you barbecue, husband feeds you. Where is the buy one get one free? Anwar walked to the store's entrance and scrutinized the sign, disbelievingly entering to ask, only to be told there was no such deal. Angie is lying to us. Omar withdrew his gaze from her entering the residential area and said indifferently, it doesn't matter, let's go. They were merely simple colleagues, perhaps having no more interactions after finishing this scene. Lying or not didn't matter much. Brother Jean, weren't you interested in her? She lies to you, and you don't care? Lately, many people have been probing into your relationship. Anwar muttered. Ever since Omar had protected Angie at the banquet last time, someone occasionally inquired about their relationship. Being interested in someone means I must demand a response. Anwar, don't say such things anymore. How's the investigation going? Nothing found. Most of Angie's information comes from the young aristocrats in Jingang's high society, but the details are mixed truths and falsehoods, with little reference value. Forget it. Omar returned to the hotel, passing by that barbecue stall from before, his eyes darkening slightly. Angie returned with her milk tea, indeed finding Govind sitting on the sofa, reviewing documents. He still wore his formal suit even at home, a dedication to work that was truly commendable. Milk tea. Govind shifted his gaze to the cup Angie handed over and thanked her. Mr. Nate, your dedication is truly admirable, Angie said, sitting across him with her legs crossed, sipping the milk tea while observing him. Govind nodded gently, patting the seat beside him. Come here. Can I look at your business secrets? It's not a secret, just a map of assets held by Enoch. Angie was startled, staring at Govind speechlessly. You want to take over his assets? That depends on you. Do you just want them locked up, or do you want them bankrupt, unable to recover? Govind took a sip from the milk tea Angie held, finding it too sweet, and gulped down some water afterward. Angie sat beside him with her legs folded, asking earnestly, Graced I choose between the two? The man raised an eyebrow. Why can't I want both? Govind thought, as expected of a princess, choices like these were for commoners. He pinched her waist, young but devious. Leroy has nearly flooded my social media accounts. If he can't find me, he goes crazy. Angie thought how she ever believed Fredine dated such a fool. What if he exposes dirt on you online? Do I have any dirt? Is my dirt rare? Angie countered. Her reputation in Jingang was already notorious. Govind's question was laughable. Govind laughed. True, quite a lot. Has anything interesting happened on the set recently? Yes, but the entertainment industry revolves around the same issues, nothing new. Govind asked lazily, waiting for her to continue. In simpler terms, a female star is targeting the veteran actor. Omar. Angie paused mid-sip, looking at Govind. How did you know? Govind watched the milk tea flow back into the cup via her straw, moving aside with disgust. If I lack even this much intuition, I'd be cheated without knowing. Don't talk so cryptically. As soon as Angie finished, the doorbell rang. She grumbled and opened the door, seeing Anwar standing there. Did you forget? You mentioned living here when we had barbecue last time. This is what Brother Jean sent for you. Angie. Her resolve to argue with Govind diminished. Anwar, seeing Angie hesitant to accept, quickly placed the items on the ground. Cameron, I'll leave now. Anwar. Anwar fled downstairs, turning at the residential gate to see Omar smoking under a tree. Delivered? Yes. Did she say anything? Not really, just looked surprised. Omar flicked ash off his cigarette. What did you say? I told her you sent it and left. It was unsafe to stay longer. No one could fathom what Angie might do if he stayed. Brother Jean, where are you going? Before Anwar finished, Omar strode away. Inside, Govind tossed the tablet onto the sofa, walking to the door. Supporting Angie's waist, he picked up the still warm barbecue from the floor. Let's see how good the barbecue another man sent to my wife tastes. Angie. Govind carried the barbecue inside. Tisk sking, so considerate. No wonder those female stars chase after him. Angie. Even packed wet and dry separately. Cameron, don't stand there. Come, another man sends you barbecue, husband feeds you. Angie. Govind, can you act normal? Can you show some integrity? My wife is attracting others' desires, and you still expect me to act normal? Only you can announce a 2-year marriage plan, while others aren't allowed to covet me? Bang! Govind threw the half-unwrapped barbecue into the trash, standing under the light in the living room, his intense gaze darker than the night sky. What do you want? Angie stepped back as Govind approached, unbuttoning his cuffs. My period hasn't ended yet, don't force yourself. Or else he might think she wants to kill him. Forcing myself is the worst choice, Angie. Trust me, ways to torment you exist. Govind unbuttoned his shirt, pulling Angie's head for a fierce kiss, tasting the milk tea, his muscular body pressing her into the sofa. Their tongues intertwined, leaving Angie helpless. Suddenly, frantic knocks stopped Govind, his heart still pounding against hers, who's banging the door. Note, some parts have been adapted for cultural sensitivity. Chapter 181, Angie, you have the guts to come out? Is this ever going to end? Govind's tone was unfriendly, carrying a restrained anger. His deep and magnetic voice abruptly broke the silence with a hint of pressure. I don't know, Angie panted as her hand slowly slid off his neck. This man, Govind, was like a walking poison. Once you got close, it felt like instant intoxication. The man pulled away, suppressing his anger. Let's go see. Worried that Bernal might be troubled by people from the crew, Angie sat up straight, tidying her loosened blouse slightly before shuffling towards the door in slippers. Just as she reached the foyer and put her hand on the doorknob. Shouts erupted from outside. Angie, I know you're inside. If you have the guts, open the door. Stop acting like a turtle. Are you too cowardly to open the door after all you've done? Do you think I won't smash your door down? Sir, didn't you say you're Geraldine's friend? Outside, a property security guard heard Leroy's yelling and hurriedly tried to pull him away. This neighborhood, luxurious even for Film City, was home to many celebrities, with high management fees. A poor service record could lead to bad publicity, which would be disastrous. You let go. I'm Angie's ex-fiancé, shouted Leroy, who had been pushed to the brink by Angie. Not only was he no longer welcome in Beijing, Hong Kong's high society, but the entire city knew Angie wanted him eliminated. What a ruthless woman. After over a year of dating, she aimed to destroy him entirely. Wasn't this trying to kill him? Angie, if you have the guts, come out. Angie stood in the house, her brows knitted tightly, filled with anger. She had thought Leroy would only cause trouble in Beijing, Hong Kong, not here at Film City. With paparazzi everywhere, dealing with the aftermath would take time and energy. Her heart hardened. How could she let him get away with this? Just as she turned to grab her phone, Govind suddenly pinned her against the door, pressing his lips to hers. The back of her head hit the door with a loud thud, and for a few seconds, Leroy's shouting paused. Then, frenzied banging resumed. Angie was sandwiched between the aggressive Govind and the crazed Leroy pounding the door. Govind, this pervert. Angie, I know you're inside. If you have the courage to tell on me but not the guts to face me, what's the point? Aren't you the top star in Beijing, Hong Kong? Don't you dare do something but not own up to it? Angie, you bitch. Govind's kisses became more fierce, numbing her lips. Unable to bear it, she pushed him away. Next, Govind lowered his head and bit her collarbone. Ah. Angie, realizing someone was outside the door, instantly covered her mouth. Clearly, Leroy also heard her scream. Shock, anger, disbelief, all emotions flooded in. Anyone who has experienced such a moment knows what it signifies. Angie, what are you doing? Is there a man in your room? Open the door. After all this time, you never let me touch you. Do you look down on me? Open the door, Angie. Where is the help? Why haven't they arrived yet? Call the police. The security staff, seeing Leroy acting like a mad dog, quickly called for backup. Soon, shouts of agony came from the corridor as Leroy was dragged away. Angie, breathing heavily, leaned on Govind's shoulder, her pale face reflecting her shaken state. Only heaven knew how terrified she was that Leroy might actually break through the door. If that happened, her reputation would be ruined. Govind released her and walked to the coffee table, pulling out a wet wipe to clean his fingers. Seeing this, Angie's mind buzzed. She slid down the door and sat on the floor. Are you a pervert? Using hands with your wife? Brother Zhen, the work group is exploding. What happened? They say Iona's sister's ex-boyfriend went berserk at her apartment in Film City and was taken away by the police. Omar, drying his hair with a towel, paused and quickly grabbed his phone from the nightstand for a look. Videos were already circulating, clearly showing Leroy's angry outburst. There's someone in Angie's room? A man? If not, Leroy wouldn't be reacting so fiercely. Brother Zhen? Anwar, holding a door pass, stood hesitantly at the door. Iona's sister must have been scared today. Should we comfort her? Omar tossed his phone onto the nightstand. Do you want me to buy a watermelon too? Anwar, fine. Iona's sister is really unlucky. Fairies encountering scum men are truly powerless. If this gets messy, Iona's sister will have another headache. It said Iona's sister's father died because of the scum man's family. Now that Iona's sister has sued them, the scum man can't accept it and caused chaos at Film City. Not just Film City, the Beijing-Hong Kong elite circle was also buzzing. Omar sat on the bed, scrolling through the messages on his phone. Get up. Govind tossed the wet wipe into the trash and extended his hand to Angie on the floor. She looked up at him, pouting, I can't stand up, my legs are weak. Govind chuckled, bending down and lifting her with one hand under her buttocks. Weakling. You're so capable, aren't you? Playing these twisted games. Govind stopped, glancing sideways at Angie, rubbing her earlobe with his free hand. Angie, you get to play around, but I can't. Angie panicked, straightening up. You're playing with me while I play with others. Can they be the same? I have a phobia of dirt, can't play with others. A few more times will fix that. Ouch. Angie winced as her waist was pinched. Whose call is it? In the bathroom, Govind finished filling the tub and placed Angie inside. The man listened carefully. Yours. Give it to me. Bernal, upon seeing the message in the group chat, nearly flew off the handle, hastily calling Angie. Leroy came to find you? Yeah, I didn't open the door. That mad dog. I met some investors yesterday and heard about Leroy. He beat Leah after drinking and sent her to the hospital. No one cares about him in Beijing, Hong Kong now. When he was with you, everyone called him Brother Jia. Now, everyone avoids him like the plague. This mad dog has become psychologically disturbed. Chapter 182, Beware of your wife cheating on you. Angie rarely took vacations, and she only met Kimberly for dinner. They hadn't gathered in the circle for a long time. If Bernal hadn't told her today, she wouldn't have known what had happened. Stay low. Copy the surveillance footage at the door and let Isaiah take Elsie to handle it. Make sure you don't show up yourself. I've already landed you 2 endorsements today. If you stir up trouble now, losing these endorsements would be embarrassing. I understand. What did he mean by shouting those things at your door? Is there a man in your house? Angie glanced at the person crouching by the bathtub. Govind is here. Bernal. After raising a big cabbage for so long, encountering a black-hearted dog leaves one speechless. Angie looked at the call that Bernal had just hung up on and was about to hand the phone back to Govind when another call came in. Seeing the caller ID, she hesitated but still answered. Hello, Carlos. I heard something happened to you. Are you okay? I'm fine, Angie responded gently, holding the phone with one hand while restraining an offending paw with the other. If you need any help, contact Devon. Don't hesitate. Angie's heart softened. After all these years in the entertainment industry, she hadn't made any true friends, but from Carlos's words, she sensed genuine concern. Thank you, gotta go. Why not let them comfort you? Govind withdrew his hand, his tone icy, chilling her to the bone. She shrank into the bathtub. What's there to comfort? Get out, I need to bathe. Govind walked into the living room, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his briefcase, and went to light one by the window. He saw someone standing under a tree at the entrance of the compound. The flickering tree shadows fell on the man's body, creating alternating patches of light and darkness. With his impeccable memory, every interaction and detail with Angie was crystal clear. Even more vivid was the incident at the shopping mall, which Gemma once marveled at as an example of extraordinary human memory. Standing upstairs, 7 stories high, he could recognize Omar below despite not being able to see his face clearly. Angie always fluctuated between being normal and abnormal. Today, she had turned off the main lights and left only a dim ambient light as soon as they got home, insisting on some kind of ambience. Standing by the window, he could clearly see Omar's every move downstairs, but what was happening upstairs remained hidden from view. Govind lit his cigarette. As the spark ignited, he tossed the lighter into the briefcase, leaning against the sofa, eyes fixed on Omar outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Between puffs, he recalled Darren's words. Omar has an excellent reputation in the entertainment industry, especially in the capital circles. According to them, he's one of the most respected people among peers, clean, no scandals or girlfriends. As for his background, everyone knows it's the Arlo family, but he comes from the second branch, which hasn't been very successful. Over the years, this branch hasn't made outstanding contributions and has withdrawn from commercial activities since the patriarch was suppressed. He poses no real threat to you, except that Angie has always liked his type. Didn't you chase her partly because of this? You should be wary of your wife turning green. With his gentle manners, sweet talk, and good looks, plus their close working relationship, sparks could fly easily. And though Angie loves to play around, her character is relatively pure. Who knows, maybe after seeing so much dirt in the entertainment industry, a gentleman like him might catch her eye. What are you looking at? Angie emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, noticing Govind staring pensively out the window. Nothing. Govind reached for the ashtray, blocking Angie from coming closer. At the police station, officers were used to dealing with such cases. With celebrities constantly filming in the city, there were always paparazzi and crazed fans. Sign here. We'll let you go after you sign. They said they won't make things difficult for you. I want to see Angie, Leroy murmured. The officer huffed irritably. Dream about it if you want to see her. Can't you see we're busy? I said, I want to see Angie. Leroy lifted his gaze, somewhat sobering up. The officer was taken aback. If you want to see her, figure it out yourself. Why are you still here? This is a police station, not a community service center. We can't mediate your feelings with your ex-fiancé. Leroy stayed silent, frustrating the officer. He called over an assistant. Contact his family. 3 hours later, Avril arrived at the police station with the driver. Seeing Leroy slumped drunkenly in a chair, barely conscious, Avril felt a heavy sigh build in his chest. Wake up, let's go home. Leroy. Arlo man? Leroy blinked his bleary eyes before recognizing Avril. Where's Angie? Avril grew even angrier, pursing his lips to control his temper. Let's go, I'll take you to find Angie. His priority was getting Leroy home without further embarrassment. As the driver helped Leroy into the car, Avril noticed a figure on the sidewalk. Sam Hua. Someone gave me this to deliver to you. What is it? Avril asked warily. I'm not sure. Someone paid me 1,000 yuan to wait for you and hand it over. You'll have to check it yourself. Watching the person leave, Avril got into the car and tried to console Leroy, only to see him already opening the envelope. Inside was a recent itinerary of Angie's. Good morning, director and I, nothing to worry about. Angie happily entered the film set, humming a tune while carrying breakfast, greeted warmly by the crew member. No worries, Angie smiled, waving. Nina stood in the makeup room, her expression darkening as Angie fluttered in like a carefree butterfly. Not a single scandal? Her assistant, knowing what she meant, shook his head. No news. Everyone in the crew knew about it last night, and she had arranged for screenshots to be circulated. How could no paparazzi dare expose it? Nina was fuming, her face contorted. Director let's do your makeup, the makeup artist urged her. Angie, someone sent you something. Note, turning green, in this context metaphorically means cheating or betraying. Chapter 183, Dealing with Leroy First. As the security guard's shout rang out from the entrance, Angie turned her head and saw a transparent container truck parked at the studio's gate. On it, clearly visible, were 9,999 large roses. In the entertainment industry, it was not uncommon for wealthy benefactors to shower female stars with gifts like flowers or sports cars. But these events were usually very discreet. No one dared to be too ostentatious. After all, such news wasn't something anyone would be proud of. However, today, this bouquet had been transported in a transparent truck all the way from the city center to the film city, drawing plenty of onlookers along the way, now shouting Angie's name. Curious spectators gathered instantly, eager to uncover every detail. The joy Angie felt this morning while teasing Govind instantly vanished as she turned cold and stern. Who sent this? Not quite sure, someone asked me to deliver it. Angie sneered, I don't accept things with unknown origins. Take it away. But. What but? Someone paid you to deliver it directly? Why don't you ask if there's anyone else here named Angie? The delivery man was in a dilemma. Geraldine, this is putting me in a difficult position. As a celebrity, why make it hard for us workers? Angie retorted, you talk as if I'm not a worker too. Being a star doesn't mean I lose my autonomy. Do you think I must accept everything just because you deliver it? Why don't you ask the court whether celebrities are protected by law? Fine, it's up to you how to handle it. Don't disturb me from working. With that, Angie turned to leave. The delivery man, around 40 years old, was likely hired by the flower shop, waiting for Angie's signature before he could get his payment. Without her acceptance, he wouldn't receive his due. Seeing her leaving, he panicked and rushed forward, grabbing Angie's arm. Startled, she quickly shook him off, stepping back several paces. The crew members hurried to help her, but Omar emerged from the crowd, pulling Angie just as she was about to fall. Before she could react, the driver kept apologizing. Sorry, Geraldine. I didn't mean to hurt you, but I'm also in a tight spot. The shop made me deliver this, and they're holding back $2,000 of my final payment. If you don't accept, I won't get my money. Here, let me transfer you the $2,000. You can sell or discard the flowers, handle them as you wish. Omar proposed a middle ground. The driver, a straightforward man supporting his family, quickly accepted, thanking Omar and showing him the QR code. Incidentally, since Arlo Emperor gave you this money, don't you owe him a favor? Elsie said, looking curiously at Angie, who was applying makeup in front of a mirror in the makeup room. Fiddling with her phone, Angie heard Elsie's words and sped up her transfer. If I delay even a second, rumors will fly. I think Arlo Emperor wouldn't care, the makeup artist commented, glancing at Angie's phone screen. A message from Omar arrived almost immediately. No need to be so formal. Then another message followed. Just take it. Afraid people will gossip otherwise. Angie waited for a few more minutes but received no further messages, rolling her eyes at the mirror. Elsie, go arrange afternoon tea, say it's from Arlo Emperor. After lunch, Elsie brought in people from a coffee shop, lugging boxes full of coffee behind her. Distributing coffee among the staff, Elsie said, from Arlo Emperor. Really? From Brother Zhen? Anwar looked puzzled. Why didn't he ask him to handle it? Yes. He didn't mention anything to me. Anwar murmured, unsure of what was going on. You idiot. Clearly, Arlo Emperor paid the 2,000 earlier. When Angie tried to return it, he refused, so he used that money to treat everyone. Anwar. Such deep strategy. Brother Zhen, this coffee is from you. Sitting in a chair reviewing the script, Omar glanced up at Anwar. People are saying that Iona's sister used your name. Omar. Do you think Iona's sister is emotionally dull? You're being so obvious. As soon as any hint comes up, she snuffs it out. They say good shoots grow easily, but with Iona's sister, you bloom, and she clips you. Anwar, shut up, Omar said coolly. Anwar awkwardly coughed, rubbing his nose, then walked away sheepishly. For a whole week, Angie kept receiving extravagant bouquets. Not only their own crew but even neighboring crews knew about it. Did you offend someone? They might be trying to get back at you this way. Reading her script, Angie almost rolled her eyes at Burnell's sudden question. He's crazy. Wasting money for nothing? Why don't you check the circles? I heard you haven't been hanging out in Jinggang circles lately, just focused on filming and making money. In their circle, good news doesn't spread far, but bad news travels fast. A glance might provide answers. What happened? Before she could finish, Kimberly called. Recently involved with Leroy again? Talking nonsense? Am I that kind of person to go back to old flames? Kimberly fell silent, thinking, are you not? Leroy lost favor in the circle recently. No one wanted to associate with him. But in the past few days, he's suddenly regained influence, seemingly ignoring your lawsuit against him. People are saying you two have reconnected, and he's been sending you affectionate gestures for a week, which you've accepted. Bullshit. Angie was visibly upset, standing up abruptly. The crew's attention shifted towards her instantly. What does Leroy mean by this? Angie moderated her tone. Selling your reputation, what else? I think you should come back and settle things with Leroy first. Master Hua has come. What would you like to drink? The same as yesterday. Hey, Master Hua is here again, a man behind them jeered. Leroy calmly turned around, his expression unchanged when he saw the newcomer. Hyder Shao stood beside the man, sighing inwardly. He had seen Leroy look dejected just days ago. Today, he seemed radiant and lively. Love really does bring happiness. Look at Master Hua, back in spirits after reconnecting with his former partner. Hashtag chapter 184, when did I ever become your woman? Such a foul mouth. Did you just crawl out of a cesspool? Leroy shot back coldly. The man's expression faltered. In Jinggang, many people give Leroy some face because of their respect for Angie. The rich kids here are accustomed to looking down on everyone else. Ordinarily, the places they gather in aren't accessible to just anyone. Leroy's entry and exit at these gatherings are all due to Angie's influence. As Kimberly said, Leroy was using her reputation. If he used it well, he could stay within the circle. If not, he wouldn't even get past the threshold. The man scoffed, what's with the arrogance? Who doesn't know which woman's face you're selling, Mr. Hua? You should be ashamed that a woman's reputation is what gives you face. It's strange to me that when she was your legitimate girlfriend, you were fooling around behind her back, even getting another woman pregnant. Now that she has nothing to do with you anymore, you still follow her like a lapdog. Don't you have any pride? Does your father know how shameless you are? Won't the Hua family ancestors be furious if they knew what kind of person you've become? Say one more word. Leroy heard these words, slammed his fist on the table, and leaped up, glaring at the man who had insulted him. What will happen if I say it? Can't we tell the truth? Everyone knows that the pregnant woman is living in your house. Stop pretending. Do you think we're all stupid? Would someone of her caliber come back to you again and again unless she needed something from you? You lack talent and prospects, and you're not clean. Could it be that Mr. Hua is using her name to con people everywhere? Does she know about this? I have her WeChat, let me call her and see. Perhaps sensing he had hit a nerve with Leroy, the man pulled out his phone. Leroy suddenly reached out and snatched the phone away. F***CK. Am I really telling the truth? Are you really exploiting Geraldine's name to scam people? The man looked around at everyone as he spoke. Who here has Angie's WeChat? Ask her quickly. We don't want to provoke the top star and have her stop filming altogether to fly back and settle scores with you. Let's see you talk smugly now. Leroy took advantage of the moment to punch the man in the face, knocking him back. Instantly, the clear bar descended into chaos. A group of rich heirs held their drinks and watched the spectacle unfold. Everyone actually knew that Angie wasn't the type to take a man back, especially with rumors floating around that she might sue them. How could she possibly be taking him back after threatening to sue? When Leroy's secret was exposed, it felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He feared the situation would spiral out of control but didn't want to lose face either. Haider Shao leaned back and ordered a drink, holding up his glass while recording a video with his phone, narrating, "Look. Angie's ex-boyfriend is exposing himself by exploiting her name for scams. He's going crazy right now. Isn't this entertaining? This is what's called the mantis catching the cicada while unaware of the oriole behind. No matter who won in this fight, it certainly wouldn't be Leroy. Why bother? His goddess was already married, taken before him. Why? Stung by the truth? What's it to you? How I deal with Angie is none of your business. Don't think I didn't catch you trying to steal my thunder when Angie and I were dating. Now you're stirring things up in front of everyone just because you regret she chose me over you. Even as an ex-boyfriend, I once had her. What about you? A platonic relationship counts too, doesn't it? You don't even have that. What right do you have to lecture me? Angie is mine, not yours. You. Forget it, the man was about to retaliate when someone pulled him back. Angie is backing him up. Leroy chuckled triumphantly and kicked the man in the stomach. The crowd watching gasped in astonishment. Since parting ways with Angie, Leroy had been quite dejected. Was he finally showing some backbone? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice echoed from the doorway, bringing the drama to a climax. When did I ever become Mr. Hua's woman? Angie stood there in a polo skirt, her white thighs exposed, drawing all eyes. She lounged against the entrance of the clubhouse, her long curly hair draped lazily over her shoulders, adding an air of aloof elegance. Kimberly entered first. I kept wondering why Mr. Hua seemed so revived lately. Turns out it's all thanks to misusing Angie's name. Recently, rumors have been flying around Jinggang that Angie has taken you back. Is it all because of Mr. Hua's efforts? Isn't that pushing it a bit? Exploiting Angie's absence to create trouble? Why do this? We're all in the same circle. Don't you have any shame? Leroy stared at Angie, his face pale. He had checked her schedule the night before and saw that she would be shooting continuously for 2 months without returning to the city. Why did she return today? As the lie unraveled, Leroy's legs trembled, but he maintained a facade of calmness. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you really not know, refuse to know, or just won't admit it? Leroy, can you show some decency? The legal notice has already been sent to your home. Are you still doing this despite everything? But it's understandable. After all, when you dated Angie, everyone in the circle gave you respect because of her. Don't you think you owe that to her? Without Angie, what are you? Kimberly glanced around at the onlookers. Is Leroy shameless, or are you blind? How much has he drunk and owed on credit here? Deal with it yourselves. Well, The manager hesitated, knowing full well that Angie had millions stored here, and Leroy's expenses had already been charged. Didn't you charge it without checking? You asked no questions? Kimberly laughed. Geraldine and Mr. Hua have come here before. I assumed. Assumed what? Angie stepped down from the stairs, her tone hard as she eyed the manager. She walked to the center and slapped him. Holy shit. She slapped him. The tension was palpable, and the scene grew even more intense as the truth came to light. ##### Chapter 185, Miss Nan, please don't try to get attention this way. Angie looked at Leroy and flicked her wrist dismissively, her gaze sweeping around. Wow, you really have the nerve. To repeatedly challenge my limits. Angie, Leroy gritted his teeth, furious at being slapped in front of everyone, wishing he could devour her alive. So what? You have the guts to take advantage of my reputation for your mischief, but not the courage to face the consequences? Is that all it takes to be a young master? Manager, listen up. Whatever Leroy spends here has nothing to do with me. If you dare to charge his expenses to my account, don't blame me if I get rough. And everyone here should know that whatever Leroy does is none of my business. Don't even think about trying to get favors from me by using him as an excuse. Just as Angie finished warning them, the man who was fighting with Leroy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I said it. How could a top figure like Miss One stoop so low to someone like you? Turns out it's some shameless people spreading rumors using Miss One's name. Ignoring your pregnant wife back home, pretending to be someone's ex-girlfriend to con food and drink everywhere. Do you think you deserve to be in such places? Leroy, if you had broken up with Miss One properly, people might still respect you. But cheating and getting another woman pregnant while neglecting your family? That's just typical of a despicable guy. Leroy was stung by the man's words. He reached out to grab the man's collar and pulled him closer. Is it your turn to speak? The man laughed sarcastically, then grabbed Leroy's hand and slowly pushed it away. Is it your turn to enter this place? Mr. Hua, did you not know that this club requires proof of financial capability to enter? Are you qualified? A net worth of 1 billion is required. Can your Hua family afford that? Don't put on a false front. Everyone knows that your Hua family is second-class citizens in Jinggang. It's only through Angie that you opened a new world. Even if Leah came with a group of poor relatives, she would still be treated the same in Angie's eyes. While there are many wealthy people in Jinggang, very few would deposit 1 billion in cash into their children's bank accounts for spending. Even if the Hua family was rich, Enoch would never spend that much money in such a place. They are already blessed by receiving a monthly trust fund allowance. Manager, shouldn't you return the money before things escalate? Surely you don't want to charge Miss One's card? Kimberly interjected, scaring the manager witless. Yes. Mr. Hua, please wait. Recently you've spent quite a bit here, I'll pull up your bill right away. Upon hearing the manager's words, panic flashed across Leroy's eyes. Charging cards feels great, but the alcohol here is notoriously expensive. He might not be able to afford it. Seeing Leroy's evasive look, Angie asked teasingly, Mr. Hua, can't you afford it? Has your living standard plummeted since we broke up? Hider Xiao Yu thought Angie was ruthless, combining hard and soft tactics, leaving Leroy defenseless. It was pitiful. The crowd watching the drama didn't dare to say anything, but suddenly, a hasty laugh came from the balcony upstairs. At least we were once a couple. Geraldine, won't you give him a little face? If Mr. Hua can't pay, you should. Who in Jinggang doesn't know that Geraldine is extremely wealthy? Following the sound, Angie spotted Mercedes and Sked. I wondered who that was. Isn't this Miss Nan? That bark startled me, I had to see who it was first. What? Did the Nan set you free? Mercedes's lazy demeanor was pierced by Angie's sarcastic remarks. Her fingertips on the balcony railing tightened slightly. If I'm a dog, what does that make Geraldine? After all, we do share some distant blood relations, right? After several thousand years of evolution, I share blood with dinosaurs too. Miss Nan, please stop seeking attention. Initially, Angie only planned to deal with Leroy and leave, but seeing Mercedes made her decide to stay and settle scores. It's like they say, while the mountain won't come to me, I'll make it come to me. How is Mercedes different from seeking me out herself? Desperately coming forward to gain attention, huh? Are you looking for a mother? Do you think you're worthy? You have the audacity to compare yourself with me? Your family didn't even consider my father fit, what are you? Among everyone present, Mercedes despised Angie the most. The more others tried to ingratiate themselves with Angie, the more she wanted to undermine her. Seeing any member of the Hua family, she longed to bite them to avenge her aunt. I'm not worthy. Thankfully I'm not. Angie admitted openly. If I were worthy, wouldn't I be forced into an arranged marriage with a man who doesn't love me? Worrying day and night about how to squelch gossip about your fiancé's affairs, how pitiful. Kimberly couldn't hold back her laughter, looking up at Mercedes on the second floor and joining in Angie's taunt. Miss Nan, it's rare to see someone so eager to embarrass themselves. What brand of show-off is this? With Kimberly's words, the club erupted in laughter. Mercedes looked down at Angie sitting at the bar stool, her face alternating between red and white rage. Just get to the point. In Govind's office, Krista was scrolling through messages on her phone while occasionally glancing at Govind. Krista straightened up. Tonight's event? You go. Why are you going? To accompany your wife at the film city? Govind nodded. I think you don't need to stay with her today. The man looked up from his pile of documents, and Krista handed over her phone. In the chat group, Hider Xiao Yu had posted a video of Angie dealing with Leroy. Some people are so worthless at home that they can't stop thinking about constantly sticking to their wives. Busy? Govind replied succinctly. Krista waved her hand, indicating he should give the phone back. Not busy, actually very busy. Just as Angie and Kimberly exited the club, they received a call from Govind. Where are you? On our way to dinner. Address? His tone was rigid. Don't bother with the address. I'll grab a quick meal and head back to Puyin Mountain. After hanging up, Kimberly stopped the car at a red light. Mr. Nate really manages you strictly. Of course, what if I run away after finding a wife? Kimberly, a single dog, felt oddly hurt by Angie's words. Was she being teased? Shall I drive you directly back to Puyin Mountain? Eat first, I'm hungry. Chapter 186, Govind says, keep bluffing. Kimberly casually found a restaurant with good parking and was preparing to back into a spot. Just as she turned on the reverse lights, a black Mercedes-Benz suddenly sped up and collided with the rear of her car. Damn! Which bastard is this? Are you blind or what? Kimberly swore loudly as she got out of the car to check the damage. As soon as she walked around to the back, she saw the black Mercedes-Benz reversing and then accelerating towards her again, intending to kill her. Kimberly backed away in fright, thinking about Angie still inside the car. She hurriedly circled around the front and opened the passenger door. Before she could speak, the black Mercedes-Benz rammed into them again. This time it wasn't aiming at the car but directly at her, clearly trying to end her life. People outside the restaurant were frightened by the scene, and someone took out their phone to call the police. Run! Angie rolled down the window to shout at Kimberly, climbed over to the driver's seat, started the engine, accelerated, and drove straight at the oncoming attacker. Angie reversed, pressed the gas pedal to the floor, sharply turned the steering wheel, and within seconds rammed the black Mercedes into a flower bed. Not satisfied, she calmly smashed into the driver's side door to prevent the man from escaping. Her ruthless and quick actions resembled those of an experienced veteran driver. "Are you okay?" Kimberly asked, hiding nearby and rushing forward as Angie opened the door and got out. "Fine, did you call the police?" "Yes." "Who?" Kimberly asked, who would dare to commit murder so brazenly in broad daylight. Angie walked to the front of the car and looked at the man inside wearing a baseball cap. His familiar silhouette flashed through her mind, though she couldn't place where she had seen him before. "Boss, something happened to Catherine," Alali said as he rushed toward Govind in the office. "Someone tried to kill Catherine in broad daylight." Alali handed over a tablet showing a video of Angie's accident, which was trending online with heated debates about whether it was self-defense or mutual aggression. When Govind arrived at the police station, Angie had just finished giving her statement and came out. "Catherine, boss is in the car." Alali opened the door for her. Kimberly, standing beside them worriedly, watched him, who squeezed her arm reassuringly. "It's fine, don't worry." "Call me if anything happens," Kimberly insisted. "Alali, personally escort Kimberly home and have someone take her car to the service center." "Yes, Catherine." "Were you hurt?" Angie sat in the car, and Govind's cold gaze fell on the bloodstains on her clothes. Angie glanced down, unsure when it had gotten there. "No, probably someone else's." "What are you doing?" Just as she spoke, Govind pulled her onto his lap, running his hands all over her body. "Stop, it tickles." Angie clung to his arm, dodging, while he looked sternly at her, eyes burning with anger, wanting to incinerate her on the spot. Feeling his low mood, she wrapped her arms around his neck and nuzzled him gently. "I'm really fine." Govind, who had spent years in the business world, had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Yet now, this stoic man offered her comfort. "Who taught you to drive like that?" he asked, though his palms stroked her waist intermittently, hinting at underlying seriousness. "Movies." "What movie?" "Fast and Furious," Angie answered seriously. Govind chuckled at her earnest bluff, gripping her hand tightly. "Keep bluffing." "Stop squeezing me." Angie didn't hide her intentions. Her honest or teasing nature was evident in her eyes. "Tell the truth," he demanded, lowering his voice intimidatingly. Angie pouted and sighed. "What skills?" "I just didn't want to die." "Would you choose to counterattack or wait to die?" She pushed herself up and gazed at him, her fingertips playing with the buttons on his shirt. "Which would you pick?" He laughed, bypassing her options, and pulled her closer to sit on the sofa. "Choose me to save you. By the time you come, I'd be dead." "Try next time." "Try what?" "See if I can keep your body warm after saving you." Recalling Kimberly's words about how they only saw what Govind allowed, Angie asked, "Mr. Nate, they say you're involved in organized crime. Is it true? Do you want it to be?" "In junior high, I read a romance novel called The Lincolnson and the Mafia falls in love with me. If you are, should I start writing scripts?" A blockbuster drama featuring a Hollywood star and a mafia boss. "You as a star?" He raised an eyebrow. Angie glared at him. "Someday. The driver has Alzheimer's and doesn't know who he is. The police received reports of missing persons earlier, matching his condition." Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Angie listened to Alali without surprise. His eyes, they definitely weren't normal when we made eye contact. Govind's expression darkened as he flicked ash into the ashtray. "Continue." "The police can't arrest or imprison him, only notify his family to take him back. Family members are being followed." Before Angie could ask more, her phone rang on the coffee table. She picked it up and stepped outside the window. As her figure disappeared, Alali voiced his concern. "Boss, could it be that they know you married Geraldine?" #### Chapter 187, Attorney Nate in a panic? "Milagros, do you know what retribution is?" The voice on the other end of the phone rang out. Milagros pulled the phone away from her ear to glance at the unfamiliar number, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. "How did you get my phone number?" "Is that hard?" "Not everyone in Jingang is fawning over you," Mercedes sneered. "Mercedes, you really are begging for your own death. Have you finished dealing with your fiancé's mistress?" "What, coming here to be arrogant and show off? Is there some animal protection association shielding you?" "I just don't like looking at you." Mercedes nearly rolled her eyes at Milagros's retorts. "If you can't stand me, then blind yourself. It can't be that you have problems but expect me to disappear, right? How did you save the world? Have you accumulated so much virtue that people indulge you? At the club today, I gave you face. Got it? When I treat you as a person, you need to act the part. Don't like looking at me? Then either blind yourself or come kill me. Don't twist around like a rag, okay? You." Milagros was too lazy to listen to this nonsense and hung up the phone. Just as she turned to go inside, she heard Alali say respectfully, "I understand." "Understand what?" She had only taken a few seconds to answer the call, and they were already done discussing? Govind tapped the ash off his cigarette and waved his finger, signaling Alali to leave. Milagros sat cross-legged beside him, her puzzled gaze falling on him. "What did you talk about? Why wasn't Isaiah with you?" I sent him back to the Hua family. I'm always shooting scenes on set and rarely go out, so it would be stifling for him to stay with me. Isaiah was specially hired by Freddy to protect her and had been following Milagros for many years. Have him follow you from now on. What? Is someone after my life? Govind laughed at Milagros's mock questioning. Few people want you dead. Both Xavier and Mercedes wanted you dead today, didn't they? Milagros was surprised. Attorney Nate, you've got sharp eyes. You know all about my affairs. If Catherine Nate can handle her own affairs, I can choose not to meddle. Milagros flicked her bangs aside. No way. If I sit in the position of your wife, I should enjoy the benefits of being your wife. Otherwise, I'd feel very upset. Govind chuckled at her words. If you're enjoying the benefits, shouldn't Catherine Nate also fulfill her duties and obligations? What? Before Milagros could finish speaking, she saw the man extinguish his cigarette and slide his hand around her waist, pulling her body tightly against his chest. Their upper bodies fit perfectly together. Their heartbeats synchronized. Before meeting Govind, Milagros wasn't without exposure to handsome men. In Jingang, many people tried to curry favor with Freddy, turning their attention to her when they couldn't reach him. To achieve their goals, these capitalists resorted to any means necessary. Hearing that she liked good-looking men, they collected handsome specimens to send to her, hoping to build connections or hold something over Freddy. After all, she was Freddy's pampered daughter. Growing up in an elite family and knowing her father's true nature, Milagros played along with men but never seriously involved herself. Xavier was a perfect example of her cautiousness. Without legal backing, many things could become your weak points. Until she ended up with Govind, everything changed beyond control. When are you going to deal with Xavier? Is Attorney Nate anxious? Govind stroked her waist. I don't want to keep hearing rumors about you two at banquets. Whenever someone mentioned He Lang in Jingang, they invariably dragged out his rebellious son Xavier. Wherever He Fangji appeared, Milagros inevitably followed closely behind. What rumor? I don't know about it. There are plenty of things you don't know. So, Catherine Nate, will you take care of it or should I? My issues wouldn't bother Attorney Nate, would they? Rest assured, I'll handle it myself. The next day, before Milagros even opened her eyes, she was awakened by the phone ringing. It was rare for Elena to call her. To think he might not believe this, but Xavier's wife gave birth. So what if she gave birth? Why wouldn't I believe that? Prematurely, sister-in-law, at 7.5 months. Half asleep, Milagros instantly snapped her eyes open at Elena's words. Prematurely? Not just prematurely. She was rushed in by an ambulance this morning, covered in blood. Emergency doctors had to consult multiple specialists, saying she was beaten until she couldn't crawl. Her consciousness was barely intact, yet she still protected her belly. Truly heartbreaking. I just came out of the operating room. Both mother and child are in ICU. Elena held the phone to her ear while washing her hands under the faucet. Now thinking about it, it's a good thing you didn't choose this scumbag. Otherwise, you'd be the one suffering from domestic violence. Xavier looks respectable but does such despicable things in secret. The worst part is that the Chi family chose not to report it. Milagros pulled the blanket tighter. Everyone has their own fate. What kind of fate is that? What's the point of living like this? According to the nurses, He Lang immediately transferred 1 million renminbi to the Chi family on the spot to keep them quiet. Milagros thought it was exactly something He Lang would do. Do you have video or photos? Yes, I'll send them to you. Will this affect your work? With Govind as a shareholder in this hospital, how dare anyone fire me? Elena, backed by someone powerful, was very assertive. He's involved in healthcare too. Milagros felt like since marrying Govind, it was like marrying an onion, peeling off one layer after another. Yeah. My brother has investments in many industries. Ask him later. I'll send you the video. Upon receiving the video, Milagros had it forwarded to the group chat for the He family company. Within an hour, everyone in Jingang knew Xavier had beaten Leah into premature labor. Just goes to show Milagros's good luck, perfectly avoiding a scumbag. One person commented in the group chat after watching the video. Another responded, if it were Milagros, would Xavier dare lay a hand on her? Even without her father, the top actress would break his legs. Only because Leah has no powerful family support does he dare be so reckless. What kind of scumbag is that? Xavier really lacks sense. If he hadn't created those issues, wouldn't Milagros have split the nearly 10 billion inheritance with him? Some people deserve their fate. Hashtag chapter 188, Rufus Lay. Did you hear? He was recently defrauding people under the name of Milagros and got exposed on the spot. Are you talking about what happened last night? As soon as Milagros exposed him, he went back and beat someone so badly that it caused a premature birth. Could it be that he vented his frustration on Leah after being humiliated by Milagros? It's not impossible. Milagros was sitting in the nanny car heading to the film city while browsing WeChat. Elsie, send this video to the TV station and find a reliable person to report on it thoroughly. Isaiah was driving and glanced at her through the rearview mirror upon hearing her words. Yesterday, I accompanied Cyree to the company and heard that several of Denham's projects have been scrapped recently. The Fan family gave him a substantial sum to help him get through the crisis. My mom went to the company? Yes. Why? Wasn't she saying she would find me a stepfather? Ray was just talking. Combined, your shares with hers exceed 50%, and it's such a critical time. If control isn't maintained, it's possible someone might stir up trouble. After thinking about it, she decided to return to the company to maintain order. Tilda used to be a high-ranking executive in the company. After graduating from university, she joined the company. Adelard recruited her from a rival company to become an executive, and somehow they fell for each other, got married, and she retired to a secondary role. Although she had been a wealthy housewife for over 10 years, she wasn't incompetent. Milagros thought it was good that she had ambition, leaving her with no time to interfere. Hey, Geraldine, you're really dedicated. You don't even rest after something happens, and you rush to the film city the next day? I heard you rushed home yesterday to deal with your ex-boyfriend. Seems like you were busy. Who lets their dog run around without a leash in the early morning? People passing by couldn't help but laugh at Milagros's comment. Nina jumped up from her chair in anger. Who are you insulting? Whichever one answers me. Sitting in my seat. Milagros frowned, noticing Nina was seated on her designated chair. Everyone in the production crew had their own resting spot, but occasionally, if the person wasn't there or filming, others could sit down without issues. However, anyone else could sit in Milagros's seat except for Nina, who she considered unhygienic. Why can't I sit here if you're not here? It's empty anyway. Milagros, holding an umbrella, chuckled dryly. The morgue is also empty. Why don't you move in? Pfft, sorry, Anwar, squatting next to Omar, couldn't help but laugh when attracted by their banter. Hearing Milagros's sharp tongue, everyone else laughed too. Milagros hurried off for makeup, too lazy to argue. When she entered the makeup room, everyone started questioning Elsie about where Milagros had gotten her eloquence. Milagros stayed in the crew until Friday. Due to the director attending an award ceremony over the weekend, they took a 2-day break. Early in the morning, before Milagros could celebrate the news of the break, the director caught her. Milagros, you'll be joining me at the Jingang Film Awards on Saturday night? Do we have to go? As soon as Milagros asked, Bernal kicked her leg lightly. She quickly corrected herself. Sure, I'll go. Omar will also be there. All 3 of us should attend for publicity. Once the director left, Bernal came over and scolded her affectionately. Are you truly foolish, or pretending? How can you turn down such an opportunity? Do you not want to succeed? The director inviting you to such an event is giving you a chance, do you understand? Milagros nodded rapidly. Yes, I know. I won't go back to the apartment tonight, I'll head straight downtown after work. Kimberly invited her for drinks, mentioning the opening of a factory in the outskirts. Originally, she wanted to invite Milagros, but considering her status as a celebrity, she worried it might attract detractors. Have you heard? The Hua family took the child away, and Leah was taken home by a maid. They don't treat her like a human. Milagros listened as Kimberly gossiped once they sat down. If she weren't pregnant, do you think the Hua family would let her step foot inside their home? Now that the child is born, she's no longer useful. How filthy. No wonder Leroy is a trash. Born into such a family, how could he grow up well? Milagros swirled her drink. What's happening with the Hua family now? I heard your mom is suppressing the Hua family. Back when you dated Leroy, your father gave Denim several projects. Your mom's first action in the company was to cut off those project funds. In my opinion, this should have happened long ago. For the Hua family to benefit from your family and still dare to provoke you, it's like asking for death. They chatted idly, and Milagros excused herself to use the restroom. Just as she emerged, she nearly bumped into someone. Why are you here? Seeing Milagros, Nina blanched. What does it matter to you? Milagros immediately noticed the finger marks on her neck, evidence of recent rough treatment. A place like this club wouldn't allow someone of Nina's caliber. Only influential figures were permitted upstairs. Being a not-so-popular actress, she must either be someone's plaything or brought as a gift. Watching Nina's panicked departure, Milagros's gaze tightened and moved toward the stairs. Just then, she heard apologies and pleas coming from upstairs. Mr. Selena, we sincerely apologize. We didn't expect this incident. Mr. Selena, please give me another chance. I assure you it won't happen again, Mr. Selena. Mr. Selena? Images of Jingang's elite flashed in Milagros's mind as she tried to identify Mr. Selena. She stepped aside into a corner, watching a middle-aged man gracefully descend the stairs, looking like a respected elder. Behind him followed deferential subordinates in suits. Manager Su, you should know the consequences of your actions. Apologies aren't necessary. Avoid meeting in the future. Rufusli's secretary blocked the man. Mr. Selena, Mr. Selena. As Milagros scrutinized the newcomer, her gaze met Rufusli's. He seemed startled, his eyes locking onto her with evident shock. Chapter 189, Wife makes a reasonable request to her husband. Do you know the man who just walked out? Angie raised her chin at Kimberly as she returned to her seat. Kimberly glanced back at Spike's retreating figure and shook her head. No, why? Nothing much. I just saw Beatrice being escorted out of his private room just now. It seemed like there was some physical contact. Is it uncommon for female celebrities to ingratiate themselves with capitalists? For men like him, he's probably experienced all that in his younger days. Now, either they have settled into family life or they desire spiritual compatibility over youthful beauty. People who do well in the entertainment industry are smart. As for someone like Beatrice. Kimberly didn't bother finishing her sentence, sipping her drink intermittently. Angie's fingers tapped slowly on the cup, appearing deep in thought. How did it go? Did you get rejected? Reba watched Beatrice rush out, her expression grim. Spike was the only person they could reach. Beatrice's repeated failures meant something significant. She understood this all too well. He didn't let me say a single word before he grabbed my neck, she said, pushing aside her hair to show the marks. Reba looked at the bruises, hesitating to speak. Let's go back first. Apply a hot towel. You have an event tomorrow. Don't let anyone see this. Beatrice fell silent for a moment, lost in thought about what had happened in the private room. The last time, Spike politely addressed her as Miss Beatrice, but this time, he grabbed her directly. Why? Saturday evening, the film and television award ceremony. Angie was dragged out of bed early by Burnell's phone call, her messy hair tousled as she wandered into the bathroom with half-lidded eyes, looking like a wandering ghost. She startled Govind, who was brushing his teeth at the sink. Weren't you resting? There's an event tonight, Angie yawned while picking up her toothbrush. Govind took the toothbrush from her and squeezed toothpaste onto it. Does an event tonight require you to start busy at 8 in the morning? A female celebrity. Choosing dresses and styling takes more than half a day. Angie reached for the toothbrush, but Govind moved it away. Wash your face first to wake up. Dry off. Govind found Angie's carelessness annoying, wiping her face roughly with a towel until she almost sighed contentedly. Boss Nate, Angie wrapped her arms around his neck, rubbing against him like a sleepy kitten. Her touch stirred his desires even in the early morning. She wore a white silk palace-style pajama, beneath which lay a body and face worth tens of millions of yuan every year, a sight pleasing to any eye. In the morning, her naturally pale face without makeup, with her tired yet lustrous eyes, radiated a captivating beauty. Angie was breaking the law. Do you hope I love you? Angie mumbled, if you love me, will you give me money to spend? Even if I don't love you, I'd still give you money, as long as you're my wife. In that case, can Boss Nate help me? Angie clung to him like a slithering snake, barely standing upright. Govind held her waist to keep her steady. What do you need? I want S family's haute couture dress. Govind frowned. Didn't these haute couture dresses used to come to her unbidden? You can't get it now? Times have changed, Boss Nate. I no longer have a father. Previously, those haute couture dresses were sent to her not because of her status, but due to her biological father's influence. How pitiful, losing her backing, she struggled to survive in the entertainment industry. Do you want it? Govind asked with a smile. Angie nodded. Yes. He laughed, lifting her onto the sink, causing her panic. Are you Joe Boppy, exploiter? Last night till midnight, now again in the morning. But didn't you say you wanted it? Angie straightened, looking down at him. You're tricking me. Only you can trick me, not me you. How am I tricking you? Cuddling up to me like a kitten isn't a trick? Wife making reasonable requests to husband, how is that a trick? Plus, I'm your wife. Don't you want me to look good in front of the media? In front of competitors? My wife is a princess, the #1 star. Now struggling, and you won't help me? Imagining things? Milagros, this is how you ask for help? Angie realized her mistake, pouting and rubbing his neck again. Okay, I'll promise. You make the terms, she quickly conceded. Eat dinner with me at the Nate family. Angie paused. Isn't that bad? We plan to divorce eventually. Shut up. Govind glared down at her, lips tight, emitting a quiet fury. Angie felt guilty. Will you help me? Why should I? I'm your wife. We'll divorce anyway. Angie groaned. This dog. Annoyed, she wished to dunk his head in a bowl of vegetables but reconsidered, better to be wise. I was wrong. Let's eat, okay? Eat where? Think carefully, once we divorce. Fine, she'd do it. Nothing was impossible if she set her mind to it. I've thought it through, seriously. If you don't believe me, I'll write a guarantee. Sister Leah, Cameron's dress has arrived. What dress? Isn't her dress already here? Elsie rubbed his nose awkwardly. Not sure. Cameron asked me to come early to the company to receive a dress from S family. Who sent it? S family. Has Angie gone to cling to powerful people? Note, some names like Kimberly, Angie, and Spike are transliterated into pinyin to ensure accuracy. The tone and style of the original text are maintained, and the translation aims to be natural and fluent. Chapter 190, Preparing a Formal Dress for Wife. Boss Nate, are you about to throw resources at your wife soon? I was dragged out of bed early in the morning to negotiate with them, thinking you wanted to buy your way into the fashion industry. Who knew you just wanted a formal dress for your wife? Has Miss Krista fallen so low? Krista's face was expressionless, completely lacking the usual powerful businesswoman aura. It was evident that she had been worn down by the capitalists. Govind's words cut deep. In the morning, he had given her a handful of dog food. Where did Rufus invite you yesterday? The Jingang Film and Television Gala. Govind pulled up a chair and sat down, glancing at her as he turned on his computer. Reply him, see you tonight. Krista. Are you crazy? Going to that meaningless star-studded event where everyone knows capitalists go looking for companions? You're a married man, don't be thinking of anything inappropriate. Be careful, or the tiger at home might cut something important off you. With Milagros's fiery temper, who knows what she'd do? Krista suddenly realized something. Wait, is Milagros borrowing the S family's formal dress for the film gala? The old man had changed indeed. In the past, such events would never take up his time, but now he was eagerly going. Love-stricken brain, even dogs wouldn't eat it. After resolving the dress issue, she went back to sleep until noon. The entertainment industry was like this. If you lacked money and skills, you chose nice-looking, suitable dresses and relied on beauty to stand out. If you were rich, skilled, and resourceful, you picked the most expensive ones. Appearance didn't matter as long as the price tag was impressive. Burnell urged her because she hadn't gotten a high-end dress yet, wanting to give her more time to try on clothes. Solving the root problem meant half the battle was won. I thought you'd sleep until 3 in the afternoon before coming to the company. I wanted to, but I was afraid you'd yell at me, Milagros said as she poured a cup of water and sat down. You listen carefully. No matter who challenges you tonight, keep your cool. Do you know that Nina received an invitation letter this time, and only you didn't get one? If you continue like this, you'll fall even further behind her. When she surpasses you, imagine her stepping on you while peeing on you, you'll suffer then. She got an invitation? Milagros was stunned. Was she really going to lose? Burnell gave her a disdainful look and handed her the tablet. See for yourself. On the tablet, Nina posted a Weibo message with a picture and 2 characters. The content was the event of tonight's film gala, looking forward to it. Milagros couldn't drink her plain water anymore. This time, if not for Aster's invitation, you wouldn't even have qualified to attend. I know, I'll behave, Milagros cooed, hugging Burnell around the waist in a playful manner. Burnell knew Milagros was smart but tended to slack off. At night, the Jingang Film and Television Gala attracted numerous stars. Female celebrities competed to make stunning entrances on the red carpet. Milagros agreed to meet Aster at 8 o'clock. Everyone watched as they arrived, except for a few male stars who didn't focus on their looks or dresses. Let's go. Milagros prepared to get up, lifting her dress hem, but was held back by Burnell. Wait. What? We agreed with Aster at 8, we'll be late if we wait. Did Aster tell you the exact time? Yes. Look, Omar just got out of the car. As Milagros pointed towards the limousine nearby, Burnell saw Omar alight from the car. Alright, go ahead. Milagros pushed open the car door, greeted by flashing cameras from reporters. Omar was nearly inside the main area when he stopped, hearing the commotion and waiting for Milagros. Milagros is wearing a set of jewelry. Is that necklace on her neck the blue sapphire sold for 100 million at the auction a while ago? They said she couldn't borrow the S family's dress, yet now the best piece is on her. Some say a certain best actress wanted to buy it, but they refused. Is Milagros rising again? Her mother controls the company, so her troubles were temporary, she'll surely rise again. Even Hector is waiting for her. They're filming Aster's blockbuster together, it must be for promotion. Milagros walked over, standing beside Omar, facing the cameras together. The dress suits you well. Thank you. Most female stars save the best for last, but you did the opposite. Well, I'm just that capable, Milagros replied with a fake smile. Both of them entered without lingering much on the red carpet. Didn't Milagros not receive an invitation? Nina watched Milagros enter, clenching her teeth in anger. Everyone waited to make their big entrance, but she started the show with a haute couture dress. Isn't this embarrassing us? The trending topic on Weibo is already a set of jewelry. Before the main event began, Milagros stole the spotlight. Any activity or program that starts with an impressive entrance usually has a lackluster middle part. Milagros had already won big. The gala was divided into award ceremonies and cocktail parties. Front row seats were reserved for big shots in the industry, followed by various celebrities. Milagros, thanks to Aster, sat in the second row. Bored, she looked around when she noticed a usher guiding someone in. It was none other than her husband, Govind. Entering the dimly lit hall, Govind's tall figure cast a long shadow. His sharp side profile exuded elite confidence as he walked in, with Rufus following closely behind, practically bowing. Milagros rarely saw Govind work officially. The first time was at a spa, the second at a dinner table, and this was the third. Every time he appeared at such events, his presence dominated the scene. Milagros's gaze followed Govind as he took his seat. Who's that? A new star? Can new stars sit in the front row? Those seats are for industry moguls. He's sitting right in the center with the best view. Clearly, he's a major player. Look at how Milagros can't take her eyes off him. Behind her, whispers grew louder. Milagros almost rolled her eyes. You guys talk so much, consider donating your tongues. This was her husband. Not only could she stare without blinking, but she could strip him naked and it wouldn't be illegal. Do you like him? Burnell teased. Chapter 191, The Woman Kneels Before Govind. Aster's voice came from beside her, and Milagros looked over with her chin in hand. Beautiful things tend to attract people. Did you see the middle-aged man next to him? Huh. Milagros followed Aster's gaze and realized this was the same man she had seen in the bar last night, the one Beatrice had been trying to schmooze. The biggest industrialist in Jingang, the CEO of Kale Group, not any less powerful than your father used to be. It's just that in recent years, the development speed of the internet has been too fast for him to keep up with the transformation era. But he still has his strength. Do you know what it means when a mid-aged businessman kowtows to a junior like that? Milagros pondered. He's really impressive. A business giant, Aster bluntly commented on Govind. If it weren't for those in the industry who'd informed him about Govind, he wouldn't have known how formidable this person was, holding the most cash flow in all of Jingang, both merchants and aristocrats vying to curry favor with him. As long as one won him over, everything else would become trivial. Giant? Milagros thought, wasn't she getting a great bargain? A nearly washed-up female celebrity, yet she managed to hook up with a tycoon from a prominent family. While explaining this to Milagros, Aster suddenly recalled something and turned to her. I heard you were trying to hook up with Govind recently. What do you mean by hooking up? It's called regular interaction, Milagros objected. Aster glanced at the back figure in the front row and then at Milagros. Did it work? Sort of. Aster felt foolish. They had already known each other for so long, and here he was earnestly educating her. The grand ceremony started, with several top-rated dramas from last year nominated. However, Milagros didn't even qualify as a runner-up and sat patiently waiting for the ceremony to end. In the meantime, she watched Govind's lush black hair while awards were being presented. She couldn't help but send a WeChat message out of spite. Why aren't you bald yet? Govind took out his phone, saw Milagros's message, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Too lazy to reply, he stuffed the phone back into his pocket and turned to respond to Rufus Kai. Milagros sked. What a dog. After the ceremony, everyone moved to the reception hall. Milagros adjusted her dress and walked over. The backless mermaid gown sparkled with tiny diamonds. This dress was expensive not because of its style but because of the intricate craftsmanship involved. An ordinary mermaid dress might be nothing special, but one covered in diamonds certainly wasn't. Everywhere Milagros went, other actresses seemed to pale in comparison. Even the most exquisite and beautiful gowns paled next to this diamond-encrusted dress. As Milagros walked closer to the center of the venue, the malicious glares increased. At first, people whispered behind her back, which eventually became sarcastic remarks made to her face. Don't tell me she thinks she's here to accept an award. She's dressed so ostentatiously. Is she afraid no one knows she's just here to watch? What do you mean, runner-up? You need to be nominated for that. She doesn't even have the qualifications, she's just an audience member. As an audience member, she's dressed like this to gain attention? As Milagros walked past a group of women gossiping about her, she raised her chin slightly, as if regretful. Oh dear, these days, some people have such inexplicable jealousy. They can't allow others to have what they don't. Is this how humans should behave? Perhaps I can get you a zoo contact for some rehabilitation? Who are you talking to? Someone flushed red, neck stiffened in response. I don't know who I'm talking to. Why don't you tell me? Milagros, aren't you being kept? That necklace around your neck was auctioned off for 100 million last month by a man who said he was buying it for his wife. Is this because you're playing mistress now? Milagros's face turned pale. This necklace had been taken out from under the couch by Govind this morning, claiming it was a gift from a client he couldn't use, and gave it to her. So this was the gift from a client? Speechless? Am I right? Regaining her composure, Milagros smiled. Then you should be careful. If I am indeed a mistress, remember to watch your father. Who knows, one day if I get upset, I might become your stepmother. You. The woman raised her wine glass, ready to spill it. Wanna splash me? Think carefully, can you afford this dress? The person restrained herself. Debbie, let it go. Someone held her back and apologized to Milagros. Debbie has a hot temper. Geraldine, please don't mind her. Milagros recognized this person. Even if she hadn't before, she did now after today's ceremony. It was Gray Ying, who had just won Best Actress. She stopped engaging, not wanting to get tangled up with them. Sir. In the center of the room, Govind was surrounded by several business tycoons. Alali rushed in and whispered something into his ear. Govind's long lashes fluttered as he excused himself. Following Alali, he exited the banquet hall. From afar, Milagros saw him leave hastily and trailed after him. Govind had just reached his car when a slender figure abruptly knelt before him, hair disheveled, face pale like a midnight ghost. Mr. Nate, please help me. I don't want to live like this anymore. I've done everything required of me, please help me. Please, S.E. The woman clung to his pant leg, banging her head on the ground repeatedly. Please, they are terrible people, I've endured enough. Mr. Nate, please help me. Can you help me? Her trembling voice echoed in the parking lot, sobbing and weeping like a lost soul's final cry. Govind, always cautious, had his men stationed at the entrance of the parking lot and the elevator lobby. He even had control over the hotel surveillance room. First, ensure no one witnesses this scene. His broad back remained straight as he looked down at her coldly, eyes as indifferent as a reaper. He extended his hand towards Alley, who wisely handed him a cigarette and lit it for him. The cold wind in the parking lot scattered the smoke he exhaled, accompanied by his mocking tone. Do you know what it means to break an agreement midway? Chapter 192, Lawyer Nate, you have this kink too? The man on his knees froze in shock, then looked up at him in fear. He stammered, Mr. Nate. The man ashed his cigarette from a distance, straightened his pants leg, and squatted in front of the woman. Have you never thought that if everyone came to me with their problems, expecting me to solve them all, what would I be? The woman's face turned pale, her lips quivered as she gazed at the menacing expression on the man's face, unable to utter a word. Govind chuckled lightly. This is the first and last time. If anything similar happens again, you can choose to call the police. Mr. Nate, Syra is coming. Alley heard someone say through his earpiece that Milagros was descending via elevator, so he quickly walked over to Govind's side and whispered softly. The man slowly stood up, holding his cigarette and preparing to leave. The woman was alarmed. She had gone through great efforts to see him. If she failed today, there would be no next time. Mr. Nate. Mr. Nate. As Govind walked past the Maybach to leave, Alley led people away, leaving only faint whimpering sounds echoing in the parking lot. How did you come down? Govind stubbed out his cigarette above a trash bin, looking at Milagros who had just stepped out of the elevator, his expression tender. I thought you were leaving and wanted you to give me a ride. Govind glanced at her sly look and chuckled softly. I'm not leaving. Oh. Milagros lifted her dress to step into the elevator. Ugh. A muffled cry of pain interrupted her movement. Milagros stopped dead in her tracks. What was that sound? Were there any sounds? Govind looked towards one of the bodyguards standing nearby. The bodyguard got the hint. It might have been the brakes. Let's go. Get in. The man's warm hand gently pressed her back into the elevator. Beside the Maybach, the woman faintly saw the figure next to Govind and tried to struggle forward, but Alley held her down. Get two men to throw her back to the He family's doorstep. Alley flicked his wrist, rendering the woman unconscious. In the elevator, Milagros was still thinking about the sound she had heard, her gaze filled with suspicion toward Govind. Are you sure I misheard? I thought I heard someone struggling. Why don't you change your name? Call yourself Poissien, which means busybody. Milagros. What if someone is getting hurt? The setting today isn't for ordinary people. Even if something happened, it was consensual. Why would you want to interfere and applaud them? Milagros. Could they be, you know? How do you know? Did you see it? Lawyer Nate, do you have this kink too? You usually look so proper, Before Milagros could finish her teasing, Govind pressed her against the elevator wall, laughing in exasperation while looking down at her. His tone hardened. Choose. Either shut up voluntarily or I'll make you shut up right here, on camera. Shutting up voluntarily. She understood when to keep her mouth shut, especially since they had agreed to keep their marriage hidden. She couldn't ruin her future because of her big mouth. Govind held her gaze, then slowly moved away. Just as they both found their balance, the elevator doors opened. Someone emerged from the restroom ahead, wiping their hands, and upon hearing the elevator bell, looked up to see Govind and Milagros together, leaning against the elevator wall. The man stood broad-shouldered and commanding, while the woman looked gorgeous and alluring, an ideal couple. Seeing this scene, someone's mind immediately conjured a romance novel. The tycoon and his celebrity wife. Milagros gestured for Govind to exit first. Milagros. Just as she prepared to step out, Omar's voice called her from behind. Where have you been? The director is looking for you. Coming. Govind turned his gaze and noticed the pair standing together, his eyes briefly passing over Milagros with a hint of displeasure. Mr. Nate, Rufus saw Govind stepping out of the elevator and hurried over. Mr. Selina. Govind nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes scanning the group of businessmen, where he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Nina. An insignificant actress like her shouldn't even be among them. Since the last encounter in the VIP room, Rufus assumed Govind had an interest in Nina. Despite initially dismissing her, he invited her today hoping it would please Govind. How does Nina know those people? Milagros, now by Omar's side, asked aloud in puzzlement. Milagros's eyes followed the question and saw Nina standing beside Rufus, smiling sweetly and trying to attach herself to the others. She remembered the perfume scent from the day before. If today's scene mirrored that day, it made sense. What are you looking at? Omar asked when he noticed Milagros's distraction. I went to a bar with my friend yesterday and saw Nina being escorted out of a private room after clinging to Rufus. Today, she looks different. Businessmen who keep actresses do so for pleasure. Like keeping a cat, if she pleases them, they'll give rewards, otherwise, mistreatment is common. Milagros raised an eyebrow, surprised by his candidness. What? Nothing, just found your analogy makes sense. It makes me want a cat. Omar. That's not the same cat you're thinking of. Sure, I mean the exact kind of cat you're talking about. Omar. You mean finding a male model? He took a sip of wine, hiding his embarrassment caused by Milagros's playful remarks. Meanwhile, attention shifted from Milagros to Nina. Watching her mingle between the tycoons, envy burned in the hearts of many. Nina knew this was all because Rufus was trying to ingratiate himself with Govind. She was merely a gift being offered. If accepted, she had some value, otherwise, Rufus might strangle her and discard her. Mr. Nate. Behind them, an artist approached, holding a drink and wanting to join the conversation. Govind, hearing the familiar voice reminiscent of Milagros's, turned around without noticing the waiter carrying drinks pass by. Instantly, a whole tray of drinks spilled onto his suit, along with shattering glasses. Rufus seized the moment and pushed Nina forward. Nina, take Mr. Nate to get cleaned up. Chapter 193, Are you in the same production team as Omar and Angie? Nina, somewhat dazed, was being pushed forward a bit blankly. Mr. Nate, I'll take you to get it treated. Govind raised his hand. No need. Nina insisted. She knew that if she hadn't gone along with Rufus's wishes today, all her forced smiles and drinking would have been for nothing. It's not far, Mr. Nate, this way please. Govind glanced at the shattered wine glass on the floor, then quietly followed Nina to the restroom. Passing through the crowd, there were looks of shock and disbelief everywhere, some people even watching like it was a drama. Only Angie had an amused glint in her eyes. There. All right. Mr. Nate, do you need some tissues? Nina stood outside the men's restroom, facing away from Govind and asked. Inside the bathroom, only the sound of water could be heard, no response. Nina waited nervously by the door. Mr. Nate? No answer. A few seconds later, she called again, Mr. Nate? Miss Nina, Govind's deep voice sounded behind her. Nina swiftly turned around. Her gaze collided with the man's cold eyes, which seemed to see through everything. Nina had researched Govind. His family background appeared spotless with no complicated relations. She nearly believed it until after interacting with Rufus a few times, occasionally hearing the term, Mr. Nate, mentioned, piecing together their conversations to realize this man was far more complex than he appeared. He was described as having ambitions, skilled in appearances, showing no emotions easily. In their circle, gathering top power and influence, she was just a small-time celebrity, extremely insignificant. At this moment, the courteous demeanor Govind usually displayed vanished, replaced by coldness. It's good to have aspirations, but if those aspirations concern me, I will be even crueler than Mr. Selena. I understand. Govind understood everything. The best choice just now was to leave the scene, but Angie was still there, whispering to Omar. This chatter clouded his thoughts, so he decided to go along with the situation to see what moves the little girl would make. Yet, he saw amusement in her eyes. Interesting. The cat at home wasn't jealous or meddling, but instead watching the show as if clapping and cheering. Do you work with Omar and Angie on the same production team? Yes. How are their relationship? Nina was taken aback. She hadn't expected this giant tycoon to inquire about Omar and Angie. Uncertain how to respond, she answered truthfully, just regular coworkers. But Omar's assistant gets along quite well with Angie, sometimes they chat together. Whatever Govind wanted to know, he could find out himself. He asked Nina merely to see how an outsider perceived the relationship between them, also to gauge if Nina dared to lie in front of him. They returned to the banquet hall, still under everyone's watchful eyes. Rufus noticed Govind remained composed, his gaze on Nina containing a hint of appreciation. Angie glanced at Rufus, silently shifting her attention back. She happened to see Aster bidding farewell to colleagues. Leaving already? Not leaving? Do you not want to leave? Aster asked. Angie shook her head vigorously. I wish I could leave sooner. Entering the elevator, Angie leaned against the wall, sighing heavily, to finally get 2 days off only to end up here feeling hostility. Being a celebrity is too hard. That's true, I heard many people cursing you tonight. Angie. Could you be more tactful? Didn't you know how much it hurts? An executive producer just inquired about Nina. Aster was straightforward, his own family happy, disliking the entertainment industry's hidden rules. He didn't particularly like Nina, but since she had latched onto someone influential tonight, his slender arms couldn't compete with the capital owner's robust ones. Aster looked at Angie, get ready mentally. Outside the Hua family's gate, a minivan screeched to a stop and threw someone out. Leah climbed up from the ground, her mind dazed as she stared at the entrance gate. After sitting on the ground for a long time, she managed to stand up. Supporting herself against the wall, she staggered towards the house. As she reached the main entrance, she overheard the Hua family discussing sending her abroad. The child is born, why keep her in the country? To embarrass us? Our Hua family does not allow such a woman in our household. If it weren't for the child, we wouldn't even let her in. But Avril seemed to want to speak up for her. Someone interrupted, but what? If the Hua family's reputation deteriorates, finding a good match for you will be tough. Send her away quickly. When did my marital prospects become related to Leah? Is this her fault alone? If Leah were Angie, would you still dare say this? Natekali for you, Leah. If Leroy chose anyone from the Jing Gang elite and got entangled in such a scandal, they'd have fled long ago, trampling on you further. That's enough. Who do you think you are, looking down on everyone else? If you choose someone above you, you'd always be at their mercy, complaining about their arrogance. Choose someone below us, and you'd find every fault with them. Do you aim to sit on the imperial throne? Avril's sarcastic remark silenced the Hua family for a few seconds. The elders' faces darkened, staring at Avril without speaking. Enoch rebuked, enough. Have someone take the baby to rest. Where's Leah? Haven't seen her all day. The nanny, startled, stammered, she's resting upstairs. Afraid of being discovered helping Leah escape, she feared losing her job if the Hua family found out. She's really enjoying it, said the grandmother who moved out after Enoch's wife passed, feeling a renewed sense of superiority with her great-grandchild's birth. Yes, sleeping is luxury. Some people command others their whole lives, don't they live luxuriously? Avril gritted her teeth, emphasizing the word luxurious. You. Man, are you against me? Avril laughed coldly, not at all, but isn't Grandma a woman too? How can you lack empathy? A saying online rings true, women always hurt other women. A bad omen, Avril rose, heading upstairs to follow the nanny into the nursery. Upon entering, they heard running water from the bathroom. Miss Chi? The nanny called anxiously. I'm showering, wait a moment. Please note that the provided translation covers a substantial narrative span and may include sensitive themes reflecting family disputes and professional dynamics within the story context. Chapter 194 Are you happy when I die? The childcare worker sighed in relief. She was terrified that Leah might not come back as scheduled, and her fear turned out to be justified. In wealthy families, daughters-in-law were often treated unfairly, a common saying she believed now. The family had even wanted to chase away the pregnant daughter-in-law after beating her to an early delivery. This could easily become social news if spread. Leah walked out of the bathroom, and Avril played with the baby before leaving. Did you find anyone? How did it go? Asked Leah. Leah lowered her head silently, her expression making it evident. The childcare worker sighed. If it's like this, don't overthink it. Leah nodded helplessly. Thinking about Govind's eyes, she felt as if falling into an ice cellar. A man who could offend the Hua family, how did she ever have the nerve to provoke him? Casually glancing at her phone on the sofa, Leah saw a Weibo notification, which made her stop cold. So, the figure leaving the elevator with Govind today was Angie? They seemed incredibly close and affectionate, just like a couple in a passionate romance. If Govind is really with Angie, then all this must be a setup to win Angie over. If so, what must Govind be thinking right now? Leah didn't dare to think further. If this man is so deeply calculating, he's truly terrifying. Angie resembles a small white rabbit running in the forest, unwittingly entering Govind's trap step by step. Sir. Is Lady home yet? Govind returned to Puyun Mountain with a gloomy face. Meena replied cautiously, she came back and is playing with cats in the backyard. The man took off his suit jacket and handed it to Meena, then strolled towards the 1,000-square-meter lawn in the backyard. From afar, he saw Angie wearing a white dress, her damp hair loose, holding something in a bowl while eating and playing with the cat. She seemed quite at ease. Whoosh, the sliding glass door opening caught Angie's attention. Seeing Govind in a white shirt, still bearing watermarks from the party on his waist, Angie said, I thought you wouldn't be home tonight. The man bent down to pick up the ball the cat pushed over. Are you pleased, Catherine Nate, that I'm not back? The ragdoll ran up to Govind, looking up at the ball in his hand and mewed. The man threw the ball far away, and the cat bolted. Do you mean to say that my husband going out for prostitution makes me happy? Prostitution? Govind pondered over her words. Isn't that the case? Everyone can see Beatrice sticking onto you tightly. Govind sneered, with another woman chasing your husband, you didn't stop her but instead mocked her? Stop you? Give me a break. I could tell you enjoyed it too. As night fell, Puyun Mountain Villa stood quietly at the highest point in Jingang, beautiful and peaceful. Amid their bickering, interspersed with insect and bird sounds, it felt like background music, maliciously waiting for them to argue more. Previously, Angie would have jumped in to join if things got heated, but since learning about Govind's vast influence, she realized that if a man doesn't want to do something, no one can force him. Govind stared at her intensely, as if wanting to pierce through her bones. Angie held a fruit plate and nonchalantly approached. Mr. Nate, are you showing off on purpose, hoping I'd get jealous? I've seen enough of devious men like you. Angie. The man ground out. Meow. Ignoring Govind's frustration, Angie stroked the cat and mockingly said, your uncle is quite a schemer, huh? Come inside. Just as Angie took a few steps, the man grabbed her from behind, pressing his lips on hers. Angie's mind buzzed. Is he getting rough with me? She tossed aside the fruit plate, hooked her arms around Govind's neck, kissed him fiercely, and started unbuttoning his shirt, pushing it up. Govind was startled by her boldness. Considering the open backyard and numerous cameras, someone in the surveillance room might be watching them wrestle. Suppressing his urge to punish Angie, he held her wrists, staring at her intently. Why did you stop? Aren't we continuing? Angie tilted her head as if pondering. Mr. Nate, you won't let me undress you? Should I undress myself then? Saying this, she began pulling off her strapless dress. Angie. What? I'm undressing myself, yet you're upset? Aren't you ashamed? With all those cameras watching. Not at all. After all, I'm married to you. Stripping in front of your subordinates embarrasses you, but only a few seconds of watching, what's the big deal? I'm a female celebrity, not afraid of being seen. Govind seethed, knowing she was deliberately provoking him. Angie, driven by a desire to fight back, kept pushing. In the surveillance room, everyone wished they could blind themselves on the spot. They shouldn't be seeing this. In the backyard, Govind watched Angie coolly. Angie. Are you happy when I die and plan to live a widow life? Nonsense. When you die, I'll remarry immediately. Widowhood is too noble for me. Govind couldn't help nodding repeatedly in anger. Fine, fine, fine. With a loud slam of the door, Govind vanished downstairs. Angie hummed and picked up the cat munching fruit, half carrying it inside. Ma'am, spouses should maintain peace. Meena remarked meaningfully. She broke martial virtue first, Angie muttered. But, you're the wife. He's a man too. No one should be morally coercing her. Note, the term, kidnapping, is incorrectly used in moral in the original text. It should be moral coercion or moralging, which is corrected to morally coercing in the translation. Meena. Angie let the cat go upstairs. Just reaching the stairs, she smelled tobacco faintly. Govind must be smoking again. His addiction was strong. Angie. What? For a moment, there was no reply. Turning back, Angie was shoved into the study sofa, smoke forcefully blown into her mouth by Govind. Before she could react, he pushed her onto the sofa. Angry, Govind was rough, leaving red marks all over her skin. The scorching chest pressed against Angie made her hands feel misplaced. Chapter 195, I am your wife, not your subordinate. Govind's hypocritical facade was something Angie had long grown accustomed to. This man presented two entirely different faces, one to her and another to everyone else. All those descriptions of him as an elegant businessman, a golden bachelor, or the new elite of Jingang were merely ways to deceive naive, love-stricken girls. When anger transformed into overwhelming desire, he became nothing but a brute. The elegance and refinement? They were all nonsense. Sitting half-slumped on the sofa, Angie lacked even the strength to curse. She watched Govind pick up his suit trousers from the floor and pull them on, turning his back to her as he fastened his belt. His waist curve was alluring, evoking endless fantasies. Take it off. Govind turned to face her. There are cameras in the hallway. Do you want me to streak in front of my subordinates? Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Angie panted irregularly, her voice strained. Govind pulled a blanket over her, then carried her back to the bedroom. To cut off my little chicken. At least you're self-aware. Geraldine's preferences have always been simple and direct. Bath or shower, the man asked, still holding her at the bedroom door. Bath. After satisfying himself, Govind was always in a good mood, Angie had noticed. He was willing to do more than just fill the bathtub, he'd happily see to her entire bathing routine. What was your relationship with President Selena, who was by your side today? So. I saw Nina trying to charm him yesterday, but I got thrown out. Govind paused, his hands resting mid-motion while washing her. You saw him? Yes, at the club with Kimberly. Spike is the chairman of Kai Lai Group. The company has had internal issues recently and needed funds, so they approached me. Nina seemed to want to curry favor with him initially, but Spike thought I had an interest in her and kept trying to match us up. Oh. Angie responded lazily. Why would he think you were interested in Nina? Could it be? Angie's words trailed off under Govind's half-smiling, half-serious gaze. That look seemed to say directly to her, keep making stuff up. Don't think I don't know that last time you came home after dinner, your clothes smelled like her perfume. Govind knelt beside the bathtub, glancing at Angie. Jealous? Do you hope I am? Do you hope I would only make you jealous? If you wish, Angie said. Underneath this statement was the implication that if he wanted her to like him, she might consider it. True to form for Christie. It's no surprise that she can say things like that, Darren remarked, skiing after hearing Govind's words, then gave Angie an objective evaluation. Think about it, Angie was born with a silver spoon. When she was born, her father was already flourishing. At the time, my old man used to say that Freddie bore a lucky star. When Angie was born, her father's business surged dramatically. By Angie's time, Huajia not only had considerable wealth but consistently topped the list of richest people. People don't call her the first lady of Jingang for nothing, Haider Shao added in agreement. She acts like my cousin Iona, another voice chimed in. Listening to their chatter, Govind felt his head buzzing. He lit a cigarette. How is the matter I asked you to keep an eye on? We followed him, he's a madman. His family is reduced to a single house and an elderly mother. The locals know him as a fool. I see. In the study, Govind shut down his computer and smoked before entering the bedroom. Meanwhile, Nina got into Spike's car, driving through the bustling main roads of Jinggang CBD. Listening to Spike talk affectionately with his son made her envious, realizing that some people are born into privilege while others spend their lives striving for it. What does Miss Nina want? Resources. That's fine. Decide which resources you need from which production, and contact my secretary. The man in the front seat passed her a business card. Call me whenever you decide, Miss Nina. Thanks, drop me off here. After several interactions, Nina knew Spike's nature well. He didn't appreciate entanglements. So, this time, she learned her lesson and got out of the car promptly. Seeing Nina leave, the secretary glanced at Spike. Mr. Selena, there's something I'm not sure whether to mention. Go ahead. The necklace around Angie's neck tonight, the one we encountered at the auction with Mr. Nate, it was purchased by him. The eyes of the man who had been resting opened sharply, clear and focused. Really? 90% certain, though I didn't dare get too close, given the current state of the Hua family. In other words, he feared offending anyone. Angie still held the position of First Lady of Jingang. If this is true, we should be cautious. I heard that Nina isn't getting along well with Geraldine in the entertainment industry. If Geraldine has any ties to Mr. Nate, we risk offending her. Check again. Spike felt alarmed. If Angie really had ties with Govind, sending Nina to him in front of her earlier would already have offended her. Sunday morning, Angie was barely out of her dream when someone half-hugged her and dragged her out of bed. What are you doing? It's noon. I haven't had a proper sleep since starting filming. Finally, I'm home and can sleep. Can't you show a little mercy? I'm your wife, not your subordinate. Just let me finish this fight in my dream. Damn it. Govind. Wanna buy a bag? Suddenly fully awake, Angie straightened up, sitting upright without needing Govind's prompting. Are you paying? I'll pay. Get up. Right away. She wasn't short of money, but spending someone else's money was such a delight. Wash up and come downstairs for breakfast, you little miser. Usually, if she wasn't attending events, Angie wouldn't even bother washing her face. Sitting in Govind's Maybach, she propped herself up against a pillow and looked at Govind's profile as he reviewed documents. Why are you being so nice today, Boss Nate? Am I usually not nice to you? Govind's tone was lazy, his eyes on the documents. Angie scared. Hard to say. Seeing Govind wasn't paying attention, she stopped chatting with him and checked her phone. Suddenly, seeing the necklace around her neck, she remembered something. Did you buy that necklace at the auction? Chapter 196, Can't Be Tough-Mouthed. Govind cast a glance at her after hearing the words. Where did you hear that? Many people were talking about it at last night's banquet. Mr. Nate, wasn't that picture specifically taken for me? Angie leaned towards Govind. You could have just said it, we are an old married couple. Instead, you acted as if you were finding trash under the sofa and threw it to me like garbage. Alali couldn't help laughing at this remark, thinking Govind had a peculiarly shy streak which now was humorously exposed. Poor guy. Why would I? If not for my good eyesight and taste, you would have deceived me. Lawyer Nate, don't tell me you've fallen for me. Wanting to give me the best love in this world? You see, being a man. You can be strong everywhere but not tough-mouthed. That's why no woman would love you. Angie. Govind growled her name through clenched teeth. Angie snorted and calmly handed her phone showing auction information to Govind. What's wrong with admitting it? There's no shame in it. Not only did she want him to see, but she also magnified the description of the necklace auction, world's true love. Sappy, sure. But the item is valuable, isn't it, Alali? Suddenly called out, Alali hadn't reacted in time, missing the break as the yellow light flashed its final seconds. Realizing, he stopped the car at the zebra crossing, pushing the person next to Govind into his chest as he hit the brakes abruptly. Can you drive? Sorry, sir. Alali had barely finished speaking when a traffic officer knocked on the window, giving Alali some stern instructions before signaling him to pull back inside the zebra crossing. Angie retracted her neck and obediently sat back in her seat, looking warily at Govind. The man picked up the tablet that had been tossed onto the floor mat and put it into the net pocket behind the driver's seat, his tone steady. Are you satisfied? I didn't mean to. If you ever flirt with Alali while driving again, get out of the car. Okay. Angie grumbled, shutting up. The car arrived at the mall. Angie followed Govind inside, wearing a hat and mask. Where to? Bird's Nest? We're going back to the Nate residence for dinner. We should pick some gifts first. Angie, why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't even put on makeup. A homely wife will eventually meet her in-laws. You're ugly, and your whole family is ugly. The man chuckled softly. My whole family is ugly. Angie observed his half-smiling expression and realized, she had cursed herself too. Couldn't someone else prepare these things? Graham knows better than me. Govind focused on her, ignoring passers-by. When you dated that scumbag Leroy, you chose gifts for the whole family yourself. Why change now? Angie. Don't I even compare to a man who cheats and can't clean his mouth properly? Angie, then why didn't Mr. Nate say I used to pay myself before? That's because Leroy was a wimp. Do you compare me to such a weakling? Angie. Mr. Selena, it really is Geraldine, someone in the mall hiding in the corner whispered into the phone to Rufus, causing a shock on his end. Are you sure? Yes. Rufus pressed his damp palm on the table, feeling uneasy. Where are they now? At the International Center. Keep watching. I'll come over. Govind watched Angie enter a medical beauty shop, chatting with a staff member. Alali rushed over anxiously. Sir, someone is watching us. Whose men? Seems like Mr. Selina's people. Govind's hand by his side tightened slightly. Alali continued, last night at the banquet, Mr. Selina's people kept staring at the necklace around Catherine Nate's neck. I suspect he recognized it. The man's face lowered, long lashes hiding his eyes. Mr. Nate, swipe the card. No problem. Rufus doesn't dare say much. They should be the anxious ones. Govind waved him off, entering to find Angie wearing a mask and hat, her moon-shaped eyes twinkling like a little fox. Mr. Nate, President Sue is inside. Should we speak to her? Clearly recognizing Govind, the store manager knew his status. Not necessary, Govind extended the card forward. Okay, right away. Do you know Elena's ID and phone number? For Elena? Yes. Govind opened his mouth to speak but thought better of it, deciding as long as she was happy was fine. By the time the card was ready, Elena emerged from the surgery room, removing her mask and checking her phone. She clicked on the screen to see someone had topped up her medical beauty club account. Little hider, seeing the figure, she grabbed a nurse nearby. Check how much this is. The nurse counted for a while before confirming, 500,000. Dr. Sue, you struck it rich? So wealthy? 50 million in one place, that's quite extravagant. Is it a new type of scam? Should I call the police? Ordinary workers weren't like Govind, who could spend millions on a meal. The nurse hesitated. Are you sure it's not from a patient? Maybe you should call and ask. Elena thought it made sense, calling the shop. Without hiding, they revealed that President Nate had brought a lady to do the top-up in her name. Govind? Yes. Sir, Mr. Selina is on his way. Alali's voice sounded beside her, low but audible. Which Selina? Rufus? He's coming here for you? Probably for you. He was there when I took the necklace photo, and you wore it at last night's banquet. He also tried pushing Beatrice towards me foolishly, likely coming to apologize. Angie didn't want to be involved in the capitalist's intrigue. There's an SPA upstairs. I'll go up there to do my makeup and then go to the Nate family for dinner. Deal with Rufus on your own? The man lifted his chin slightly. Go ahead. Angie took the bag from Govind and turned to go upstairs. Just as she turned, she saw a familiar face examining her. Note, this translation preserves the original Chinese names using pinyin as requested, ensuring the storyline's coherence and natural flow in English. Chapter 197, A Toy and Pet Given by Others. Angie? Angie walked around the person, intending to ignore her completely. Are you having an affair with Govind? Laura had been hearing various rumors about Jean Gang lately. Thinking that Angie's gossip never stopped, she didn't take it seriously. But today, she actually saw the lofty and prideful Govind carrying a bag for Angie as if it were a common daily task. Who exactly was Govind? In Jean Gang, from capitalists who held power over life and death, to common people, everyone knew of him. This man was at the pinnacle of power, capable of causing upheaval in all the noble families of Jean Gang with just a word, even attracting century-old industrialists like Rufus Lai to seek him out. Just imagine how many people longed for what Govind possessed. Angie frowned, having an affair? Catherine Liang, can you choose your words more accurately? Laura's face turned pale. The Hua family wasn't as prosperous as when Freddie was alive, but now, with Tilda in charge, it was still better off than the Liang family. The Liang family had been benefiting greatly from Angie recently. As they say, one person rises and all their associates benefit. One Xavier not only boosted the economy of the He family but also pulled up the entire branch of the He clan, resulting in the He family feasting while the Liang family sipped broth for a long time. When Xavier made his despicable move, the Liang family panicked, fearing retaliation from the Hua family. Not only did Angie cut off all cooperation with the He family, but she also filed charges against Xavier. No lawyer in Jean Gang dared to take on the He family's case, which left her puzzled initially. Now seeing Angie and Govind together, it dawned on her, maybe Angie lacked the capability, but Govind certainly did. Don't tell me you aren't. Angie pulled down her mask. Do I need to tell you whether it's true or not? You should clean up your own mess, don't end up embarrassing everyone like Xavier. Angie stepped closer and whispered into her ear, I've seen everything, so why are you pretending? I'm not the type to meddle in others' affairs, but only if you leave me alone. Aunt, is that Angie? What did you two talk about? Marian wiped her hands, coming out of the restroom, and saw Angie walking away on the escalator. Laura regained her composure and replied casually, nothing, let's go. I heard the He family is sending Leah away, I wonder if it's true. Marian muttered. Laura ignored her question and asked instead, didn't you say you arranged to meet Riley? Has he arrived? He just messaged me, saying he reached the parking lot. The two didn't wait long before Riley and Fraser G arrived. Marian was about to greet them but hesitated. I thought you'd come alone. Riley sat down nonchalantly, we met on the way and came together. Guess who I just saw? Who? Riley looked at Laura. Angie, together with Govind, looking rather intimate. Riley paused, then collected himself. If they weren't intimate, why would no lawyers dare to take the He family's case? So, we're just going to let this go? Laura couldn't let this slide. If she remained in this position, every word she said would be believed. If Angie revealed her secrets, it would spell disaster. She was no match for Angie, let alone with Govind backing her up. Her only hope was Riley. My dad will find a way. If not, Xavier will have to go to jail. Laura. Mr. Nate. Rufus Lai arrived at the mall where Govind was sitting in the Central Hall's open-air cafe, holding a cup of coffee and looking at his phone. People passing by often glanced curiously at this tycoon. Some tried to approach him, but Ali blocked them before they could get close. His demeanor was far above that of ordinary visitors. Govind took a sip of coffee, crossing his legs calmly. Mr. Selina. Rufus Lai understood immediately. He was waiting for him. Rare to see Mr. Nate leisurely. Govind nodded. Indeed, rare. Did Mr. Selina come specially to see me? Rufus Lai hesitated, wanting to apologize for last night. He was interrupted by a server offering coffee. For a man once a force to be reckoned with, admitting fault was not easy. His determination was momentarily shaken. Gathering his thoughts, Rufus Lai asked, Is Mr. Nate here alone? For now. And Mr. Selina? Yes, me too. The coffee here isn't great, but the view is excellent. Here, you can observe everyone entering the door. Speaking from a businessman's perspective, it means what again? Govind subtly passed the question back to Rufus Lai, hinting rather than asking directly. Rufus Lai got the message, a reminder from a junior, albeit humbling. In business, the game isn't played by age but by money and power. Choice is more important than effort. Govind's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and ended the call quietly. True. Govind appeared here, lowering himself. And Rufus Lai being able to meet him here meant he received special treatment. He wanted to apologize for last night, but Govind didn't give him the chance. One time might be accidental, twice seemed deliberate. Rufus Lai was starting to think that this so-called Geraldine was nothing more than another plaything and pet given to Govind, much like Beatrice. When the right time came, he'd dispose of her. If there were any relations between them and if his actions last night were seen, he should have apologized to prevent damaging their relationship. But Govind brushed off his apology. Halfway through his coffee, Govind's phone rang. He checked the message. It was Angie sending a peeking emoji. He responded with a question mark. Angie quickly replied, I'm done. Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural fluency and coherence in English. Hashtag chapter 198, a bride meets her in-laws. The black Maybach drove steadily, and as the three cars exited the parking lot, they attracted many gazes. The trunk of the Maybach at the back held the gifts chosen for today. Angie wore a light yet elegant makeup, her simple face powder making her features softer. Unlike the refined elegance she exuded during banquets, according to Govind's words, today's makeup made her look particularly obedient. Angie felt like sitting on pins and needles, tormented by anxiety. She drank 2 bottles of mineral water in a row. The closer they got to the Nate residence, the more restless she became. But the person next to her was in a meeting, so she couldn't disturb him. Govind sat opposite her, listening intently to someone reporting work through Bluetooth headphones while the meeting PPT synced on his tablet. His gaze followed the slides attentively. Suddenly, whoever was on the other side seemed to have said something that irked him. Govind furrowed his brows in frustration, reached into the central drawer of the Maybach, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and prepared to light one when a slender, white hand appeared, holding a lighter and sparking it up for him. Govind's gaze finally shifted to Angie's face. She held the lighter with both hands, her star-like eyes sparkling brightly under the flame, looking pitiful and eliciting sympathy. Watching him appraise her without lighting the cigarette, Angie leaned forward slightly, aligning the flame to the tip of the cigarette he held between his lips. Govind took a puff, the tiny spark slowly catching. Afterward, he muted the microphone on his tablet, placed it on his lap, inhaled deeply, and stared at her through the thin cloud of smoke. You're being so well behaved. Do you want something from me? Will your father scold me? She was extremely nervous. This wasn't just about meeting the in-laws. It brought her back to her student days when she would be summoned to the head teacher's office for misbehavior. Good students love teachers, bad students fear them, and she had been one of the latter. She had no fear except for teachers, and now, both Arlen and Lenore were teachers. Afraid? Govind raised an eyebrow lightly. Very afraid, Angie nodded vigorously. Can we go another day? Govind chuckled at her childishness. Is that appropriate? Thinking about it, Angie replied, no, it's not. How about causing an accident? Maybe let Ali crash into us? Govind paused mid-smoke, breathing momentarily halted. This was indeed a good idea. Or shall I stop the car near the Jing River and you jump in? Angie. I'm a female celebrity. If I really jumped, tomorrow's headlines would be about me. And I'm a rising star in Beijing's business world. If there really were an accident, it wouldn't take until tomorrow for the hidden romance between a celebrity and a tycoon to be exposed. Realizing she couldn't outplay Govind, Angie knew he always restrained himself around her. He was as dark and full of holes as a piece of coal. If mishandled, she could easily get hurt. Mr. Nate. The person in the Bluetooth earphones finished reporting but didn't hear any response from the boss, thus called anxiously. Angie watched as Govind unmuted the microphone and conversed in perfect London accent, using terms she couldn't understand. As the car passed Jingha River, Angie gazed at the shimmering lake reflecting the tall buildings along its banks. Among them, Montegegmeo law firm's name shone brightly. Angie suddenly remembered she had never asked Govind the meaning behind his company's name. Businessmen often choose names carefully, considering luck and fortune. Although Freddie believed in such things, consulting feng shui masters and fortune tellers frequently, she didn't know if Govind did too. When she was younger, she had even studied these fields with some masters but eventually gave up due to lack of talent. Approaching Beijing University in the luxurious residential area leading to Nate family villa, Angie grew increasingly nervous, seeking distractions. Then Govind's cold voice broke the silence. Angie, according to the law, murdering one's husband disqualifies you from inheriting any assets. Startled, Angie released his arm, only then noticing she had drawn blood. Sorry. Paper. She quickly handed him a tissue. If your father asks later, will you say I scratched you? Govind knew what she was up to. Discarding the tissue, he opened the door before Alali even approached, stepping out into the late afternoon sun that cast scattered rays into the courtyard. Govind turned to look at Angie still in the car. Her head lifted toward him. With his back to the fading sunlight, contrasting starkly against the dim yellow sky, his handsome face seemed more irresistible than ever. "Wanna me carry you?" "I'm not ready yet." Govind smirked, acknowledging her hesitation without breaking her facade. "Not rushed. I'll wait." Angie. Standing openly at the gate, anyone inside would surely come out. Govind was being unreasonable again. "Why don't you come in? Standing here is tiring." Govind smiled but didn't respond. "Not tired." Angie tried another excuse, "Too many mosquitoes." "Doesn't matter," Govind replied casually. "Mr. Nate," Angie gritted her teeth. Govind nodded, calling her Catherine Nate. "Coming home, why not enter?" "Feeding mosquitoes?" Elena arrived on her black motorcycle, spotting Govind standing like a statue beside the car. Upon approaching, she noticed Angie inside. Raising an eyebrow, Elena found this interesting. "Mr. Nate can't handle this. People say time fosters affection. How long has it been? Still not won over?" Govind's cold gaze swept over Elena, who remained unaffected, nodding indifferently. "Go fetch the old man. Tell him Angie insisted he comes." Startled, Angie thought, this dog. "I didn't say that, don't listen to him." Quickly getting out of the car, she didn't even close the door. The Nate family gate opened, first the housekeeper, then Arlen emerged. Seeing Elena, Angie hesitated. "Who's that lady behind?" Elena held her helmet, glancing in the direction Angie pointed. "Behind or in front?" "Behind." Note, some parts may seem out of context due to the nature of direct translation, but I've maintained the structure and tone closely following the original text. Chapter 199, What's the deal with hugging Milagros's thigh? "My mom." Milagros choked, stammering for a while. Your mom?" Elena smiled and nodded. "Yes, my mom." The worst social deaths always happen without warning. Milagros had always known that Arlen later got together with a teacher from the school. These two individuals, respected scholars in their respective fields, decided to form a family based on mutual understanding and respect. It wasn't quite a late-life romance but rather a partnership of equals. What Milagros heard from others was about the spiritual connection they shared and their decision to live together and support each other through life. This beautiful and admirable love story somehow didn't resonate with Milagros, who instead mistakenly thought Govind's stepmother was the family's housekeeper. Talk about misfortunes. Feeling indignant, Milagros reached out to pinch Govind's arm, grinding her teeth. "Why didn't you tell me she's your stepmom?" Govind casually freed his arm. "Did you ask?" "Didn't I ask, you wouldn't have told me." "Why would I say if you didn't ask?" "If I hadn't asked you, would you have voluntarily told me how many previous boyfriends you've had?" Milagros. "Is it the same kind of thing? You said all those were outsiders, this is your stepmom." Hearing stepmom from Milagros, Govind frowned slightly, though there was nothing wrong with this term per se. Everyone else used it too. But hearing it from Milagros, he inexplicably felt displeased, an emotion he couldn't pinpoint. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Milagros asked. "Now that we're here, why don't you come in?" Elena was a very gentle woman, embodying grace typical of Tynan. She had apparently dressed up especially today after Govind had informed her earlier that Milagros would be coming over. Wearing a black silk cheapao, she exuded an elegant demeanor, showcasing the poise of a college professor. This intimidated Milagros somewhat. Seeing the two not enter, Elena took Milagros's hand gently. "Amy, aren't you upset that I didn't tell you the truth before?" "No. Not really." The frankness of her actions made Milagros seem out of place. "Then let's go inside. It's getting dark, and there are lots of mosquitoes in the yard. Life is indeed like a drama sometimes." Milagros reluctantly followed Elena inside, with Elena walking behind Govind, tugging at his sleeve. "Did you recharge my card?" "What card?" "The beauty card." Upon realizing this, Govind understood Elena's thriftiness. "No, not me." "Then who?" Govind raised his chin, glancing at Milagros who was being led into the house by Elena. It can't be. Elena burst out, how could someone just give Milagros a beauty card worth 5 million RMB? Govind calmly affirmed, she wanted to top up 10 million, but I stopped her. Elena loved money above all, having endured 12 years of study plus 8 years of medical school, 20 lean years in total. Her greatest joy was converting gifts into cash for added security, a practice Govind fully supported. Despite earning modestly as a doctor and occasionally helping the poor, she managed to survive thanks to Govind's occasional support. When Elena heard this, she nearly fainted. Standing in the courtyard, seeing Milagros and her mother-in-law holding hands like an affectionate mother-daughter duo, she couldn't help but explode, Milagros. Elena paused, startled, did you lose your mind? You're addressing your sister-in-law by her name. Milagros looked questioningly at Govind, who coughed as if to cover up, let's talk inside. Return the card. What card? Elena hadn't even seen it yet. The beauty card you gave me. Elena gazed at Milagros with the sorrow of a neglected wife. In the living room, Alali was supervising people bringing in gifts one by one. Seeing this scenario, curiosity piqued. Arlen looked confused. Yunyun, what's going on? Why are you hugging Milagros's thigh? Elena held onto Milagros's thigh tightly, promise first, or I won't get up. Puzzled, Milagros glanced at Govind, who reminded her, you gave her the beauty card. Milagros. Can't return it now? Please. Find a way. Elena cried, 50 million was several years of salary gone in one swoop. How about another 5 million? Milagros thought for a moment, this seemed the best solution. Tears welled up in Elena's eyes as she looked up, really? Smack, Alali slapped Elena's head out of frustration, have some dignity. A younger sister should not ask for money from her visiting sister-in-law. Shocked, Milagros watched the real slap, oh. A real hit. That slap was too harsh. Would Alali also beat her if she asked for divorce from Govind? Ying. Scary. Taking advantage of Elena covering her head, Milagros crab-walked over to Govind, blinking and watching everything silently. Alali, what's happening? Arlen intervened. Look at her. Alali pointed at Elena, wanting to strike again. Seeing the danger, Elena quickly climbed to the other side of Govind, clinging to his arm shouting, hit away. Keep hitting, see how wild you look, don't scare Milagros thinking everyone in our family is abusive, then she'll divorce your brother. Govind glanced sideways at Elena, annoyed that she clung to him demanding a divorce. Trying to free his arm. Elena refused to let go, releasing would mean certain disaster from Alali. Sir, all the items have been moved in, interrupted Alali hastily noticing the tension. Won't you sit and talk? He, caught between three women, felt quite awkward. Realizing she'd been too obvious, Milagros awkwardly withdrew her hand. So when you hesitated while swiping the card earlier, you already knew Elena preferred cash over cards? Govind affirmed. Why didn't you tell me? You are happy, which is more important than these 50 million. Milagros. How did the anger disappear so easily? End chapter 199. Chapter 200, you deserve only 2 years of marriage. The atmosphere at the dining table was particularly subtle. Angie sat meekly beside Govind like a quail. Elena, fearing that Angie would feel awkward, talked about her day at the hospital throughout the meal. There was this patient who had come from a small city to Jinggang for treatment. After much difficulty, they finally diagnosed his condition, but he couldn't afford the treatment and fled overnight. Elena discovered he was gone after rounds and chased him down at the subway station with a few nurses. Listening, Angie felt deeply moved. What happened next? Elena sipped water from her glass, thinking it was fortunate that Angie came today, otherwise, no one would have taken the bait. I told him I would help find a way. Govind placed a bowl of soup in front of Angie, speaking lazily, just say how much you need. Brother understands me, sob, sob, sob. Not much, not much. The surgery costs around 150,000, our hospital can cover part of it, so if you give me 100,000 it should be enough. Angie spooned some soup and realized, so your emotional story was just to get money? Caught red-handed, Elena blushed. However, Govind smiled and patted Angie's head, you learn quickly. I'm poor. Elena grumbled. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of pagodas, brother, I'm earning virtue for you. Thanks, but I don't want to become an immortal demon. According to this logic, the money he'd given Elena over the years was enough to earn him millennia of virtue. Watching Elena roll her eyes, Angie couldn't help but laugh. Amy, you're such a good-hearted beauty. Govind clicked his tongue, tapping the table. Are you begging? Asking everyone for money. Elena also grew annoyed. Yunyun, go back to your room if you won't eat. Elena. She's so pitiful. In desperate need of money? In the bathroom, Angie turned on the tap to wash her hands, looking at Govind standing by the door. He came closer, handed her a towel. She's kind-hearted, always wants to save the world, especially poor patients. Her salary goes to them, and her monthly expenses are covered by my dad and Lenore. Kindness is a virtue, said Angie. So everyone supports her, but anything has its limit. One should act within their means. Beyond that, pulling the whole family into charity is beyond one's capacity. Sympathizing is okay, but don't indulge her. Govind dried Angie's slender hand with the towel, feeling its delicate bones. It didn't compare to the rest of her body. Is this a warning? Yes, I fear you might assist her recklessness. Do you think I'm that type of person? Govind glanced at her. Do you know how others evaluate you? How do they? He threw the towel in the bin, uttering lightly, simple-minded but wealthy. Angie. Is that respectful? You asked. You deserve only 2 years of marriage. Govind's foot, already halfway out, paused. He looked at Angie's displeased face. Can't you pick a better time? Are you done? Dream and Dad are calling you. Elena popped in from the bathroom doorway, craning her neck to observe the scene. Did you yell at her? Elena sneaked a glance at the living room and shouted loudly, Govind, how could you be so mean to a young girl? Govind. Jichu? Elena rushed to the bathroom, still wet from washing fruits. Did you yell at Amy? No, Govind sighed heavily. Elena was clearly doing it on purpose, that cunning little fox. Don't believe me? Ask Angie. Did he? Elena turned to Angie. Angie knew Elena was helping her, an opportunity too golden to miss. She remained silent, blinking innocently at Elena, looking as though she had grievances unspoken. Elena's anger flared up. Slapping Govind's arm, first visit to meet the family, and you yell at her? Govind. 3 women make a drama, indeed. Acting was Angie's forte. She had received plenty of professional training from Freddie to stand firm in the entertainment industry. Acting skills usually didn't bring much satisfaction, but using them to plot against Govind made her genuinely happy. This is your ticket, a house abroad, and a check for 4 million. Take it. Leah froze upon seeing Leroy toss the file bag at her after feeding. Are you really sending me away? Does it make sense for you to stay here? You were the one who did those things. Why should I pay the price now? And what about the child if I leave? Many people are vying for your position. Your existence insults me, Leah, so you must leave. Leroy gripped her chin, asking word by word, understood? Why should I understand? Even the law forbids separating a mother from her child during breastfeeding. Yet you're trying to kick me out. I won't leave. If you really want me gone, give me the child. Can you raise a child? You can barely take care of yourself. Believe me, once my family learns you have a check for 4 million, they will drain every drop of blood from you. Lee's face paled. Her hands shook uncontrollably as she stared at Leroy. You're cruel. If I had known you'd drive me away after childbirth, I wouldn't have brought this child into the world. Admitting it now? I thought you were great. You just saw the child as a cash cow. Leah pushed Leroy angrily at the mention of cash cow. Slap, a reflexive slap struck Leah across the face, sending her to the ground. Leroy kicked and punched her relentlessly. Angie hummed happily as she emerged from the bathroom when Kimberly's call came through fiercely. Something's happened, check Weibo fast. Fast. Translation ends. Chapter 201, Nina's patron is him. Rarely did Angie call her when she had a break. Spend money, by trending topics. You went on Weibo again? Burnell asked while sitting in a Japanese restaurant. She couldn't hold back and dropped the spoon onto the table. Angie helplessly scratched his head. Not me, he sent it to you, go quickly. Domestic violence live stream, how thrilling. Even an 8 p.m. soap opera isn't this thrilling. This is. Leroy? Right, Elena leaned beside Angie, staring at her phone screen. I don't remember wrongly that she was still breastfeeding, right? How can Leroy be so ruthless? Beating her up like this, isn't this a death sentence? So beast-like. She didn't break up with him? Is she planning to die at the Hua family's hands? Does she want to live inside a fridge, undersea, mountain, or sewage system? With so many news about dismembered corpses lately, this girl mustn't have paid any attention. Is she that love-struck? Who knows? Angie responded lazily. In such times, if they were in Puyun Mountain, she would definitely lie on the sofa, shaking her legs while cracking sunflower seeds and typing furiously on her keyboard. The first 3 months post-delivery are crucial for wound recovery. Beating her this badly might cause severe internal bleeding. What are you guys looking at? Elena came out after washing fruits and even prepared a small portion for Angie. Elena popped a grape into her mouth. Matricide case, Mom. Come, let's watch together. Afterwards, don't nag me about my love life. Elena. Govind took the phone from Angie. She wanted to keep watching but saw a warning in his gaze and stopped. Before turning off the phone, Govind glanced at the screen and saw Leah beaten and lying on the ground unable to get up. His fingertips twitched slightly. After just a second, he relaxed them. He never felt pity for those who sought benefits from him. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To gain something, one must give something in return. Leah should have long considered the cost of everything. The family chatted lightly as they sat together, mostly asking questions while Angie answered. Occasionally, words of concern interjected. When the police broke through the door, Leroy hadn't stopped his assault. Surprised, he looked at the intruders before shifting his eyes back to Leah. You dared to call the police? As he said that, he tried to stomp on her again but was pressed to the ground by a policeman. Sam, why bother? Even if you do not love this woman, she has risked her life giving birth to your children. You owe her gratitude, don't become the next serial wife killer. Apollo? What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in the economic zone? Apollo held down Leroy, signaled his colleagues to shut off the live streaming device. Sorry to inform you, I got promoted. All of Jingang City is under my jurisdiction. Leroy laughed, having been a dog for so many years, you finally got a promotion? Annoying. As Apollo spoke, he landed a punch, knocking Leroy unconscious. Waving a hand to dismiss everyone from the room except for him and Leah, he sighed helplessly looking at the struggling woman on the ground. Take care. As Apollo was about to leave, he seemed to recall something and turned back to look at Leah lying on the ground. I'll lock him up for a week. You have a week to consider your path. After a week, I can't guarantee anything. But if Miss Chi wants to press charges, you can find this person. A business card floated from Apollo's fingertips, landing just a meter away from her. Leah, in pain, crawled over and picked up the card to read it. Krista. Govind's man. Apollo wasn't clear about the relationship between Govind and Leah. From today's call, Govind showed a slight hint of pity towards this woman, which was concerning. This person usually minded his own business and never revealed his abilities to outsiders, even restraining himself in front of Angie. But today, interesting. Not done watching yet? The car stopped at the entrance of Puyan Mountain. Angie didn't move her gaze from the phone screen. So, where are you at with Leroy? Anxious? Govind asked. Well, if I weren't anxious, I'd sue him myself. Putting him in jail is simple, but don't you want to see him fall from a great height? Mr. Nate has a plan. Calm down, you'll know soon. Get out of the car now. The next day, Angie returned to the film set. As she entered, she saw people gathered, discussing. She sneaked closer to join in the gossip but was dragged by Burnell to the makeup room. Eating gossip can only harm you. Don't you care? I'm not curious. Hurry up with your makeup. Don't make everyone wait, or they'll say you're acting diva-like. Elsie, go check. Makeup is necessary, but gossip can't be missed either. She can't appear prudish when people bring her gossip, right? Soon, Elsie returned. Bigwigs called the director regarding Nina's matters. The screenwriter was just discharged from the hospital, preparing to revise the script, but the director summoned her, infuriating her. After hearing she might have been set up by Nina, she was even angrier. Now she's waiting for Nina at the entrance. Why wait for her? What else? Obviously to confront her. Oh wow, this sounds interesting. I really want to watch. Angie couldn't sit still. Just as she was about to move, Burnell held her back. You stay put and finish your makeup. Angie sat there unwillingly with a frustrated expression. Elsie comforted her. Sister, I'll record a video for you. Hurry up and do your makeup. Quick, quick. Got some free time? Interest in gossip? You wouldn't understand. It's part of life's fun, Angie muttered, recalling that night's banquet. No refussel? A famous businessman in Jingang. What about him? Burnell had clearly heard of him. Her tone wouldn't have been so calm and serious if she didn't have a good impression of him. Nina's patron is him. Chapter 202, Boss, you're trending. Are you not joking? Spike, the first-generation industrialist of Jingang, still ranks first in Jingang. He's middle-aged, with a happy family and has been married for 30 years without any scandals with other women. His children are currently pursuing postgraduate studies at well-known universities. You're telling me he's the big shot behind Nina? Do you know if this gets out, people wouldn't even need to cyberbully her, some would rush out and skin her alive? Angie shrugged calmly. Why so surprised? We just need to enjoy the show. Moreover, do you think Nina's caliber can reach Spike? You mean Reba? I've been moving around Jingang lately and have indeed heard some things about Reba. Burnell wanted to say something but seeing the makeup artist present, she held back. Finish your makeup. I'll go check on the situation outside. On set, the screenwriter was complaining loudly. The director's assistant kept saying soothing words to calm down the screenwriter, trying to ease the tension. Everyone outside was watching the drama unfold. Meanwhile, Nina was nowhere to be seen. After waiting, the director came over. You can resolve personal matters during downtime, but now it's time to start working. How long will you keep disrupting? The screenwriter, hearing this, probably also knowing when to prioritize, stopped stirring up trouble. Today's scene required Angie to perform an action sequence inside a palace. Hyatt played a prince who was captured by another prince during a meeting. Angie, dressed in red, sword in hand, charged into the palace, killed the other prince's beloved concubine, and stormed all the way to the main hall demanding their release. The whole scene was intense and impressive. The director briefed Angie on the scene while asking, do you need a stunt double for the fight scenes? No, let's do it myself. Great, I like your dedication. This show will definitely explode once released. Your acting, combined with Carlos's fame, guarantees high quality. Hoping for good luck from the director. The director sipped his tea. You haven't met the right person yet. If you did, your rise to stardom would only be a matter of time. Angie, flattered, leaned closer to the director. Aren't you my lucky charm? Beautifully dressed in red and with perfect makeup, Angie sat in front of the director, batting her eyelashes flirtatiously, nearly making the director lose grip on his cup. The director's hands are shaking. Almost dropped the cup. A nearby assistant laughed teasingly. The director sighed helplessly. I'm blinded by Angie. After several NGs, Angie felt the sixth take wasn't strong enough and requested a retake. The director, supporting her professionalism, agreed. Nina arrived late, sitting in her chair before calling the makeup artist. Hearing Anwar cough, Angie followed his gaze to see Nina. Gossiping, gossiping, gossiping. Angie watched the screenwriter confront Nina, too far away to hear what they were saying. She strained to listen for juicy details. But it wouldn't look appropriate to move too obviously. Angie, a low, sudden voice interrupted. Looking up, she saw Arlo Yuanjun awkwardly shifting as she had leaned toward him. She sat up straight, coughing lightly. Want to switch seats? Arlo Yuanjun nodded. Just yelling and no fighting? What's the point of that? Exactly. Angie agreed with Anwar. Girls usually pull hair when fighting. Why not today? Angie, do you want to ask? Anwar, eyeing Angie like a monster, moved away slightly. Wasn't this a death wish? Who did Nina latch onto? So powerful, one phone call and the director's anger is quelled. Spike, Angie casually replied. Arlo Yuanzhen, though uninterested in gossip, was surprised by her calmness and the name. He stared at her speechless for a moment. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you know already? Arlo Yuanzhen retracted his gaze. I'm just surprised you said it. What's so surprising about that? Not afraid of offending anyone? Angie clicked her tongue, thinking, dare he? She had a dog guarding her, and her guardian beast was formidable. The screenwriter couldn't get anywhere with Nina due to lack of evidence. An opportune moment ended the confrontation, leaving an unsatisfactory resolution. However, the news spread quickly among the film crews within the studio. Within half an hour, everyone knew about Nina and Spike's connection. The rumor spread through Jinggang by afternoon. Govind was still in a meeting when Krista scrolled through social media and handed the phone to him. Is this female star named Nina crazy? Daring to mess with Spike? Regardless of what the Selena family's ancestors did, just considering Spike's perfect family, if Nina creates a rift, imagine the drama that could ensue. The meeting dispersed, Krista eagerly followed Govind, ready for gossip. Want to watch? Sure. Do you still have thoughts on acquiring Kai Lai Group as you suggested last time? Krista paused mid-step, staring at Govind's broad back for a few seconds. Seriously? This opportunity doesn't come often. Think carefully. Having followed Govind for years, Krista understood his methods well. His words today weren't groundless. You don't just want Kai Lai Group, right? Govind didn't answer directly, leaning against the desk and looking at Krista. Did you find the driver who hit Angie? I heard Spike's brother-in-law is a prominent figure in the capital. Could the recent threats come from there? Silence meant affirmation. Krista whistled. Govind hadn't mentioned his biological mother much over the years, but his strategic moves hinted at her whereabouts. Aren't you afraid of ending up with nothing? Govind lowered his gaze, smirking. Afraid of what? The joy of progress lies in each step forward. Bang! Before they finished chatting, Alali rushed in with a phone. Boss, you're trending. Chapter 203, Govind can save her life. The moment Beatrice saw herself trending on social media, she panicked. She didn't know much else, but she knew Rufus Lei's reputation in Jinggang was untouchable by someone like her. Rufus Lei and his wife had a harmonious relationship filled with deep affection over the years, and their children were accomplished. Their family was one of the rare, exemplary households among the elite in Jinggang. If the rumor that she was romantically involved with Rufus Lei became confirmed, it wouldn't just be her entertainment career, she wouldn't survive in Jinggang at all. She needed to handle Reba quickly. The most reasonable way to save herself was to drag Govind into this mess. After all, she could tell that Rufus Lei was dependent on him for something. Govind could protect her life. Who leaked the news? With so many people in the banquet hall that night, there will always be gossipy individuals. Reba remained calm in this situation. What if Rufus Lei's wife comes after me? Beatrice was extremely anxious. Reba glanced at her disdainfully. Just stick to what's on today's news. I don't believe Catherine Selena doesn't know about these kinds of business deals. Upon hearing business deals, a nerve in Beatrice's brain twitched. This involved Govind. A man she dared not touch even remotely. A relatively unknown, small-time celebrity was rumored to have an affair with two major figures from Jinggang's business community, a first-generation industrialist and a nouveau riche from Jinggang, spanning 20 years between 50 and 30 years old. Gossip and rumors started spreading rapidly. Angie never expected that while she was filming a drama, Govind would become famous online. His past 20 years' history, including education and entrepreneurship, were thoroughly dug up. Angie found herself indulging in the netizens' gossip about her husband. She had vaguely heard that Govind's history was impressive. He rose to fame at a young age, got recruited by one of the big four foreign enterprises before graduation, moved into the financial sector after university, gained fame through a trinational financial case at 24, earning a commission of several hundred million yuan, opened a law firm abroad, and returned to China at 26. The investment company under him incubated many domestic listed companies. Govind never mentioned any of this to her. Had someone not exposed it today, she might never have known even if they divorced. Shouldn't you call and ask about the situation? Elsie asked worriedly as she watched Angie immerse in gossip. Beatrice was her rival in the entertainment industry, and Govind was her husband. This felt like her husband being linked with her opponent. What's there to ask? What if lawyer Nate and Beatrice? Angie waved her hand. No chance. You're so sure. Do you trust lawyer Nate's character that much? Angie put down her phone, resting her hand on the chair back as she looked at Elsie. No, why? Why? Because Govind relies on himself, not others. Even if he doesn't love me, he cherishes his own reputation. What benefit would this bring him? A mere Beatrice couldn't ruin him. Boss Selena, the news can't be taken down. Huang Martha rushed in, sweating profusely. As soon as he spoke, he saw Catherine Selena sitting on the sofa, her face pale. He hesitated, sensing the tense atmosphere. Rufus Lay was anxiously waiting for Govind's funds to facilitate their company's transformation. Just when everything seemed set, this happened. Whose news can't be taken down? Mine? Or Boss Nate's? Both. Huang Martha wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was midsummer, scorching hot. What does Boss Nate say? The phone is unreachable. Rufus Lay removed his shirt, pacing restlessly in the office. Huang Martha analyzed their encounters with Govind. This person expressed interest in their projects. As long as the projects were good, all procedures would follow, and profits would follow. But now... Huang Martha looked at Catherine Selena on the sofa, unsure if he should speak up. Rufus Lay waved his hand, signaling him to continue. Could our competitor be setting us up? Rufus Lay paused, realizing they had indeed been focusing too much on their core business, letting their competitors exploit weaknesses. First-class industrialists like them earned far less than those who ventured into the internet early. Investigate. After Huang Martha left, Delia turned to Rufus Lay with a grim expression. Shouldn't you explain the news to me? Rufus Lay sighed. The company needs funding. I sought financing from Boss Nate at Montegegmeo International, without success. During negotiations, a client introduced me to Beatrice. I took her to meetings where Boss Nate showed particular interest in her. I kept inviting her to events with Boss Nate, leading to today's incident. If it were just me and Beatrice having a scandal, it wouldn't be a big deal, but involving Boss Nate, our company's financing. Delia, knowing the ways of business, fell silent. What now? Contain the rumors first. I'll apologize to Boss Nate, fearing this could be a trap set by our rivals. In Pyeongchang, several top executives from the company sat in the reception room, discussing strategies led by Krista. Upon entering Pyeongchang, they were stunned by its architecture. All Montegegmeo executives knew Govind was behind Pyeongchang, but visiting it was different. Every corner oozed luxury and sophistication, Italian-style decorations radiating opulence. Servants, from butlers to maids, exuded high professionalism. Even seasoned corporate executives were impressed by the uniformed staff serving tea in the reception room. Boss Nate's extravagance remained unmatched. Initially thinking his penthouse in the CBD was top-notch, they realized Pyeongchang was truly an idyllic hideaway, perfect for luxurious seclusion. Boss Nate, Boss Selena has called dozens of times already. He even visited the company, Elon said, bending to whisper in Govind's ear. The man acknowledged. Someone called saying Boss Selena offered 20 million to take down the trend. Don't rush, Elon inferred Boss Nate's intent. The offer was too low. Rufus Lay likely didn't know that today's trending topic was orchestrated by Boss Nate to disrupt him. ####Chapter 204, a glass of wine splashed on Angie's face. In the evening, after wrapping up her scenes, Angie returned to her apartment. She quickly took a shower and waited for Govind, but he didn't show up even after it got dark. After pondering for a while, she decided to call him. Mr. Nate, you're pretty busy, she said into the phone. On the other end, Govind stood in the hallway with a ragdoll cat crouching by his feet. He glanced at his phone. It was 7:30. No wonder she called. I'll be there around 10. Just as Angie was about to say something, she heard 2 meows. You're home? Yes. Why don't you bring me some dinner then? Yes. Mr. Nate, if I screenshot this conversation now, will it count as evidence later? Angie asked, lounging on the sofa, swinging her legs. Govind was just about to bend down to pet the cat when he heard Angie's words and laughed out loud. You want to eat? I do. My advice is that you'd better eat shit instead. Before Angie could retort, Govind hung up, lightning fast. Holding her phone, she felt like cursing. You ran pretty fast. Before Angie could fully process Govind's behavior, the director called her to join a gathering. Now? But I've already washed up and am ready to rest. Come on. I've already called Omar. The investors are here and specifically requested to meet the lead actors. I have no choice. The director sounded troubled. He didn't want these unnecessary social events either, but the investors were essential. Alright, I'll come, Angie sighed. In the entertainment industry, these rules were commonplace. Astor was actually quite considerate and didn't force stars to attend such gatherings. If they had another director, they'd probably be dining together every day. Wear something simple. Angie understood this reminder well. At such dinners, how female celebrities dressed, conservatively or revealingly, often depended on their intentions. Some would dress provocatively to get closer to the investors. When Angie arrived, Omar was already seated. The investors greeted him warmly, as having a double best actor from big screens save the scene was an honor for them. If not for Omar, their investment in this show might have been lost. Angie has arrived, come, sit next to actor Arlo, Astor preempted, worried the investors would pull Angie to drink with them. Sure enough, once the director finished speaking, the investors' welcoming hands paused midair. Pretending not to notice, Angie sat next to Omar. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room turned awkward until Omar raised his wine glass in a toast. I saw some clips online. Actor Arlo and Angie sitting together truly make a perfect pair. Our show hasn't even aired yet, and it's already gaining popularity. Astor sure has skills. Astor modestly waved his hand. It's all thanks to the teamwork of everyone in the production. The internet is full of praises for Geraldine. The investor shifted the topic back to Angie. Angie smiled softly. Thanks to actor Arlo. Come, let's switch seats. The investor, holding his glass, walked to Angie's other side and tapped a crew member on the shoulder, making his intention clear. If he asked Omar, he would refuse, but the crew member wouldn't dare say no. So, Angie's seat was taken. Geraldine, would you like a drink? My director wants me to lose weight. He set a rule for me to lose 5 pounds in 2 days. Otherwise, I won't look good on screen and the audience might criticize the show. Astor hurriedly agreed. That's true. So, did you come today just to be a good luck charm? The investor seemed somewhat displeased. Omar, experienced with such scenarios, raised his wine glass and offered to drink on Angie's behalf. If Mr. Jia doesn't mind, I can take this one. Ari hesitated but eventually gave way to Omar's status. After all, rumors said that Omar's family had deep roots in the capital, and many respected him. Ari laughed sarcastically and rested his hand on Angie's thigh, leaning against her as he toasted with Omar. As their glasses were about to clink, Angie leaned away. Ari lost balance and nearly fell to the ground. Oh, Mr. Jia, are you alright? Maybe the chair is broken? Angie asked innocently, trying to strike first. You. What? Did you want to lean on me just now? We're a serious production team, not a nightclub. If you need anything, I'll call immediately. Talkative brat, Ari sneered, splashing a glass of wine on Angie's face. What does this mean? Astor rushed to mediate. Infuriated, Angie grabbed a pot of boiling beef soup and threw it at Ari. Splash me? What do you think you are? Just an investor. Your net worth isn't even close to mine. Do you think money makes you entitled? Looking like a dead pig, don't tell me you don't have a mirror at home. Coming to dinner here is giving you face. Don't mistake me for those minor stars who rely on the entertainment industry. You. Ari, scalded, couldn't speak. And what? You can't even talk coherently and still think you can toy with women? Is your tiny dick even functional? Are you even an adult? Ari, speechless and seeing no support from the director, nodded continuously. Fine. You guys are powerful, huh? I'll withdraw my investment. Angie, I'll blacklist you. Astor panicked at the mention of withdrawing investments. Just as he was about to protest, Angie interrupted. What's the rush? I'll invest. 20 billion, Angie. Angie. Damn, she spoke too hastily. Omar couldn't help but laugh at Angie's helpless expression. My mom has money. She'll send it over tomorrow. Good, Angie, you wait. Ari pulled at his shirt to keep it from sticking to his skin. Downstairs, he saw Angie's nanny car parked outside the hotel and instructed his assistant to smash it. Do you know it's illegal? Elsie, resting inside the car, was startled awake by breaking glass. Chasing after the assailants, she saw them fleeing. F***********. Which bastard did this? If I catch you, I'll cut off your little d******** and serve it as a snack. Go after them. A black Maybach was about to leave when Elsie emerged from the hotel, yelling at the vehicle. Flipping open the accelerator, Alley sped after them. Please note that I have translated the content faithfully while maintaining the original tone and style. However, I have softened some of the explicit language to ensure it remains appropriate for a broad audience. Chapter 205, So this is how you beg? Elsie? Lawyer Nate, someone smashed our car, Elsie said to Govind, close to tears. Where's Angie? She's entertaining upstairs. I suspect she offended someone again, that's why our car was smashed. Elsie spoke through sobs. Govind felt a headache coming on. Just as he was about to head upstairs to find Angie, a group of people descended the stairs, including Angie. The director had said something that made Angie stand there like a reprimanded student, her head hanging low in silence. Seeing this, Govind's brows furrowed deeply. It pained him to see this usually domineering girl now behaving like a meek quail. Just as he was about to approach, Angie headed towards the car. The glass on the driver's side hadn't been touched yet, only the side near the road was smashed. Angie opened the car door and, seeing the empty window and Govind standing outside with a stern look, her first reaction was, "Did you smash my car?" "Govind." Elsie hurriedly explained, "No, it was someone else." "Who?" "I don't know, I was sleeping and didn't see anything." "It must be that beast Ari." Angie didn't need to think much to know what kind of person he was. Smashing her car while she wasn't around? "Should we report it?" Elsie asked. Govind snorted coldly. If he could smash your car in public, would he be afraid of you reporting it? "So what should I do? Let him get away with it?" "Did you offend him?" "Not exactly. Just now at dinner, he tried to touch me, and I dodged. He then got angry and splashed wine on me. I couldn't take it and threw hot soup all over him." Govind knew how Angie behaved. She wouldn't let anyone bully her without retaliation. Even during her father's declining health, she kept a low profile. Now, with Tilda controlling the company, the Hua family was not as prosperous as when Freddie was alive, but they were still doing well enough, with few people in Jingang who dared challenge her. "Why was he at your crew gathering?" Angie sighed, "Because he's the financier." Elsie was startled and turned back with an astonished look. "Sis, you're in trouble. Leah Jia will scold you again." Angie was getting a headache. Soon after, Alalie returned with the car. Angie asked Elsie to drive it back to the city for repairs. Getting into Govind's Mercedes Maybach, she suddenly wondered, "Didn't you come by helicopter?" The weather forecast said there would be heavy rain tonight, not suitable for flying. "Oh." Angie leaned listlessly against the seat. On the way back to the apartment, she took a shower, all the while thinking about Leah Jia scolding her again. In the group chat for the film crew, they were discussing the gossip from earlier. Angie didn't even want to look at it, tossing her phone aside. Suddenly, she sat up straight from her reclined position on the sofa. "Mr. Nate." Govind was sitting at the dining table, looking at his computer screen. He glanced at her and said, "Speak." "Need a project?" "I have a surefire one." "Don't need it." "Can you listen first?" Angie pulled out a chair opposite Govind and sat down barefoot. The apartment was small, only 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. One room she had converted into a walk-in closet, another was used by Elsie and Burnell for short stays. As a result, whenever Govind came here and needed to work, he would use the dining table. Even so, his presence still exuded authority. Govind moved his fingers from the keyboard and rested them casually on the table, leaning back slightly. "Go ahead." Angie opened her mouth, but then recalled something Crystal once said, that Govind was fundamentally a complete winner in both career and marriage, unable to tolerate any failures in his life. Half of his actions were for show, half genuine. If she wanted to understand him, she needed to observe how he navigated business. Talking about projects with a rising star like Govind, Angie knew she would likely end up being heavily criticized if she opened her mouth. "Never mind, you're busy." She smiled awkwardly and curled back onto the sofa. Govind watched her lounge lazily on the sofa, like a cat basking in the sun. "Why did you stop talking?" "About what?" Angie put down her phone and looked up at the towering figure before her. "You offended Ari, and he wants to pull funding from your production, isn't that right?" Angie sat up, cross-legged on the sofa, and nodded at Govind. "Yes." "So, what are you going to do?" "Ask you for money." Govind laughed. "Ask me for money but don't ask yourself?" "Waiting for me to offer?" "I was afraid you wouldn't agree and would lecture me. After all, with our relationship, it's not worth you putting up 20 billion. And if we break up someday, you'd make me sell everything to repay you. So, I'll enjoy now and suffer later." "Wait, what are you doing?" Angie shrank back as Govind loomed above her. "Repeat what you just said." "Didn't I?" The next part, Govind's dark eyes widened slightly, cutting her off. "Our relationship isn't worth you putting up 20 billion, and if we break up." Before she finished, Govind grabbed her chin and kissed her. "Now finish, what is it between us?" Govind released her, giving her a chance to breathe. Angie quickly replied, "A lifetime together, many children, and long life." Govind suppressed a smile and let go of her chin. "Good choice." Thinking to herself, Angie figured since the mood was set, not capitalizing on it would be foolish. "So, Mr. Nate, help me?" Seeing Govind about to leave, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. Govind supported himself on the sofa backrest with one hand, the other gently stroking her waist. His fingers slipped under her clothes. "Is this how you beg?" That day, Angie wore a strapless nightgown with a thin, loose sun-protective shirt over it. The neckline was wide and draped loosely over her shoulders, striking a balance between casual and cozy. Govind couldn't understand before why a woman would own hundreds of nightgowns. Until today, he realized that what Angie wore wasn't just pajamas. It was intimacy. She slid the straps off her shoulders, looking seductively at Govind with a voice that sent shivers down his spine. "Like this?" This translation maintains the original tone and style, keeping the storyline coherent and natural. It ensures correct character names and preserves paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 206, He twirled the hair ends. Angie, don't you regret it? Govind had led a simple life for nearly 30 years. Like a wild wolf accustomed to plain grass suddenly tasting raw meat, once he started, he couldn't stop. The exchange of power and lust on the stage of fame and fortune was always captivating. Some indulged in it openly, while others kept their distance from those temptations. But whether partakers or observers, everyone needed to understand the rules, even if they chose not to engage. To be accepted into this circle, one had to mingle at least to some extent. Despite Govind's rapid rise in his career, holding vast cash resources, and enjoying independence, understanding the unwritten rules of the field was still crucial. After witnessing enough, even without participating, one would still recognize the patterns. Angie often felt surprised by Govind. She simply couldn't figure him out. Who are you? In a wilderness covered with tall wheat fields, Ari was stripped and tied to an electric pole, hidden among half-grown wheat stalks. The journey from Jingang City to the film city wasn't all bustling cityscape. Along the way lay villages where the wheat harvest was in full swing. Ali held a wheat ear in his hand, examining it casually. You don't need to know. Someone told me to remind you that you've offended someone. Who? Who sent you? Don't you know? Think about it. Could it be Angie? No, how could a frail girl like her do something like this? I'll give you whatever money you want if you let me go. Ali laughed coldly. Was this really about money? He looked up at the sky. Weather forecast says there will be thunderstorms tonight. Can you guess why I tied you to an electric pole? Ari's face paled. Sir, murder is illegal. Oh. I'm not killing you. Indirect killing is also illegal. Ali smiled sardonically. Can you guess if smashing a car window is illegal? Ari paused. Did Angie send you? Sitting on the ground, Ali didn't answer but dialed Isaac's number instead. Mr. Baker, this is Ali from Mr. Nate's side. Is Ari your man? It was late at night, and Isaac had just left a dinner table where he was entertaining an unknown actress. Upon hearing Mr. Nate, he immediately perked up. What instructions does Mr. Nate have? I've sent you an address. Come here. At 3 a.m, heavy rain poured down with thunder and lightning. Ali sat in the car sipping instant coffee, watching the windblown wheat under the flashing sky and the terrified Ari trembling in the mud. Messing with Angie? That would be like pricking Nate Boss's heart directly. A mere whim back home could ruin years of effort. When Isaac arrived furiously with his men, a bolt of lightning lit up the sky over Ari's head, deafening like a dragon roaring in the night. Mr. Baker. Isaac's secretary untied Ari. Mr. Jia, get in the car. As they got into the car, they detected a faint smell of urine, which made Isaac cover his forehead in frustration. After checking into a nearby hotel, Ari took a hot shower and emerged determined. I must get revenge. Whoever dared to threaten my life today, I want to see who's so powerful. Isaac's cigar hovered midair as he glared at Ari. Want to make things worse? I can't just take this loss silently. Do you know Fuller? Why bring him up? Ari's face darkened. Both he and Fuller were mentored by Isaac. With some family wealth and knowing Isaac, they entered the entertainment industry through his introduction. Over several investments, they amassed considerable assets. Fuller was their most successful member, but now he was confined to a wheelchair after offending someone. You offended the same person. Angie? Does she have such power? Her family isn't what it used to be, Ari snorted. Just another female celebrity, easy to crush. Before Isaac could respond, his phone rang. Seeing Mr. Nate on the screen, he answered respectfully. Mr. Nate. Mr. Baker, I owe you one favor. No, next time. Yes, thank you, Mr. Nate, Isaac said before Govind hung up. He threw his phone aside and kicked Ari in the stomach. I struggled to earn Govind's favor. You just squandered it. How valuable is your life? What do you mean, Isaac? Do you know who you offended? Chairman Nate of Montegegmeo International can end you anytime. Don't think you're special because of your wealth. Compared to Govind's empire, Ari's wealth, around 2 billion, was negligible. One Fuller, then came Ari. Govind even called Isaac to repay the favor. Isaac was livid. He wished Govind would deal with Ari just like he did with Fuller. This favor was more important than Ari's life. It can't be possible. I haven't seen Mr. Nate today. It's ticklish, don't touch me. Angie pushed the hand caressing her waist away. Govind watched her lying messily on the bed, twirling her hair ends. Should I use my investor status or give it directly? Directly? Angie asked, turning to look at him. Sure. She reached for the bedside table. Looking for something? My bank card. Large transfers are pointless, here's a check. Come back, Govind pulled her towards his chest. Boss Nate, when do you look divine? When I'm giving money, Govind replied. You're quick. Did your ex-girlfriend teach you? Govind glanced at her. If you're crazy, ask Elena. Angie tried to sit up, but loud knocking on the door interrupted them. This translation aims to capture the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text, ensuring natural and fluent English while preserving the storyline's coherence. Chapter 207, What? Trying to latch onto a powerful ally? Milagros, are your wings finally strong enough to fly? You deleted my fingerprints? Outside the door, Bernal had heard the commotion and rushed over from downtown in the rain. She wished she could pry open Milagros's skull to see what exactly was going on in there. Who would provoke their financier? The Huas are not what they used to be. Do you still think it's the time when Freddy was around? Did you delete Bernal's fingerprints? Milagros got up wearing her pajamas and looked at Govind, who was casually leaning against the bed. Yeah. You're crazy. Deleting someone's fingerprint? Do you want someone to suddenly barge in when you're clapping? Milagros. You've doomed me. She'll definitely scold me to death. What's there to scold? Just tell her the problem is solved. If your agent can't handle emotions like this, I suggest you change one, Govind said, watching as Milagros approached him, lifting the blanket to cover him. Lie down and don't come out stirring up trouble. Govind. Wearing her bathrobe, Milagros opened the door before Bernal could speak and preemptively said, it's just 20 billion, right? It's already taken care of. Bernal felt as if all her anger was doused with cold water. Where did you get the money? From Boss Nate. Bernal. Boss Nate is so generous. The two of you aren't? Bernal had always thought that Govind and Milagros were just playing around. Would he really step in to help if something serious happened? This was a marriage of convenience. How many tycoons would actually care? You should be careful. Since you want to switch careers and become an entrepreneur, don't offend investors. Otherwise, when your company starts training artists, everyone will have been offended by you. Bernal recently couldn't focus on Milagros because Milagros wanted to be a capitalist, and Bernal had been helping her plan things behind the scenes. Showbiz was small. To make money, connections were everything. Although Milagros rose late, she had risen. Bernal was somewhat relieved by this. I understand. Next time remember to call ahead, don't just barge over in the middle of the night. Why do you think I came directly? Bernal laughed, feeling exasperated. Milagros sensed something and a flash of realization went through her mind. When she and Govind were intimate, she faintly remembered hearing a phone vibrating and then being disconnected. She thought it was Govind's phone. This sly man. You blocked my call? The man lazily glanced at her and affirmed it with a sound. Is that polite? Was she polite? Govind retorted, calling at midnight, isn't she either sleeping or doing something else? No sense at all. Milagros. Director Zhen, did you hear? Milagros really gave the director a check for 20 billion. Amazing. That rich? Hidden wealth. Such wealth yet she acts. This must be a rich heiress here for experience. In the morning, Arlo Yuan Zhen was still washing up when Anwar held his phone and gossiped about WeChat messages. Everyone in the group was buzzing. They now viewed Milagros differently. From the leading lady, she had turned into a capitalist, someone the director would pamper. What did you say? 20 billion? Where did she get that much money? Nina, having heard about last night, was laughing even in her dreams, thinking Milagros would be punished for offending investors. But overnight, she managed to bring out 20 billion. It's true. The director posted good news in the group chat. Nina was stunned, sitting on her bed without a response. So, does that mean Milagros becomes my superior now? Her assistant stuttered, why yes. After all, these two never got along well. With previews, this drama seems destined to go viral. With Milagros's investment, if the show goes well, won't she become a full-fledged capitalist? Nina couldn't believe it. At last night's gathering, did she intentionally drive away investors to anger them and take over herself? The assistant trembled. I don't know. It was said that last night wasn't pleasant. The director worried that someone would cause trouble today, but unexpectedly, early in the morning, Milagros handed over the check while Ari seemed to have vanished. Logically, such a capitalist would be difficult to deal with, but after last night, things just passed quietly, which was puzzling. Everyone was busy chatting until they saw Milagros coming. Elder Cameron, good morning. Morning. Walked over. Yes, Ari smashed my car last night. Oh. The staff was surprised since no one mentioned this after last night's gathering. Elder Cameron, the director calls you. Milagros walked over to the director with a coffee. Seeing her, the director smiled and greeted her warmly. Milagros is here. Sit down. Does the director need something from me? Well. The director hesitated, holding the script. Now that you're the largest investor in this drama, is there anything you'd like to change or are unsatisfied with? Milagros shook her head immediately. No. Are you sure? You know who's asking. Yes, I know. No, follow the director's intentions. I definitely won't interfere. Director, rest assured, you're the expert in this. The screenwriter watched Milagros walk towards the makeup room and sighed. As performers, how can there be such a difference? Can they be the same? Rich heiresses can always return home to inherit property if things don't work out. What about Nina? The screenwriter nodded. True. Today's shoot schedule was full, running into the evening. As the lead actress, Milagros had to perform with nearly all the main male actors. Initially, everyone found Milagros unreachable, unfamiliar, until they heard about her throwing 20 billion into the production. Everyone began trying to latch onto her. Just as Milagros sat down to rest, people started bringing various items to flatter her. She was bewildered. These people had never acted like this before. What? Trying to latch onto a powerful ally? Having spent time among the elite, where people tried to latch onto businesses, which latched onto government officials, climbing layer by layer, everyone had similar motives. Seeing this group, she didn't even feel like dealing with them. Sister, you're too blunt, Elsie muttered. He stepped forward to ease the tension. Sister has a straightforward personality, nothing malicious. Today's workload is heavy, let's all take a break. There will be plenty of opportunities to interact later. Chapter 208, Mr. in the Kitchen. Some people are just different once they get rich. With a good father, one ranks higher than others. Nina remarked coldly with a sarcastic undertone. Milagros sipped on her iced coffee leisurely and said, indeed. Envious, right? Quickly go back to find your father and ask him to work harder so you can become a rich second generation soon. I wonder why some people spend their day being idle and hating the rich. Does my wealth affect you? Are you trying to manage everyone's affairs as if your hometown is by the seaside? 6 months ago, I heard you say you were going to see my downfall. I didn't notice any of that happening. Why haven't you stopped but have become more relentless? You. Milagros clicked her tongue impatiently. Okay, do you want others to know you're jealous or what? Nina, I advise you to be realistic. I'm the biggest investor in this drama. Not replacing you already shows mercy, don't be ungrateful. I own a GE, aren't you being too much? Elsie, who was quietly eating by the side, burst into laughter when Nina's assistant spoke up. Nina came here to show off. Isn't it reasonable for others to talk back? This is overboard. Then, what about interfering in someone else's family? Why don't you take some time to educate us? Just rumors, do you believe it? Nina's assistant's face turned red as she stubbornly retorted. You mean it's fake? If it's fake, then clarify it. Aren't you trying to ride the fame like hitting the moon? Lawyer Nate, the king of Jingang, new elite of the business world, is that something you can touch? 2 events at once? Is dignity that expensive? Can't you afford it? Should I give you a few pounds? Alright, Nina interrupted, stopping Elsie from continuing. Spending too much time around Milagros, she hadn't learned much except for developing an arrogant mannerism similar to his. Nina, someone outside is looking for you. The commotion had just ended when someone called out from the crew entrance. Nina was surprised. Who would come for her at such a time? Who is it? Unclear, driving a 10 million yuan Bentley, go check yourself. Bentley? Rufus Kai? Nina's heart skipped a beat. Could he have come because of the scandal? She was nervous. In the past, if a sugar daddy came in a 1 million yuan car, she'd have proudly left with him, but today, she hesitated. She knew Rufus Kai wasn't easygoing, and his visit meant serious business. Miss Nina, General Manager Selina is in the car. Does General Manager Selina need me for something? The secretary shook her head, unclear. As Nina opened the door, she saw the secretary pull out a cigarette and walk towards the tree shade nearby. General Manager Selina. Have you contacted General Manager Nate? Rufus Kai got straight to the point, unable to reach Govind and not seeing him at the office, he decided to come around. No. No. Rufus Kai handed her a business card with Govind, in gold embossing, no company name or address, just the 3 characters, indicating that Govind needed no titles. Nina didn't dare make the call, fearing it would expose her, leading to another violent episode from Rufus Kai. But with many eyes in the film city, she couldn't risk it. Nina tremblingly dialed Govind. After several rings, he answered. General Manager Nate. Govind seemed surprised to hear from Nina. Miss Nina? Relieved, Nina nodded repeatedly. Yes, General Manager Nate, regarding the Weibo news. How much did Miss Nina benefit from this incident? Govind's tone was carefully ambiguous, which could easily be perceived as an interrogation. But Rufus Kai interpreted it differently. If Govind wanted to interrogate Nina, it wouldn't require this call. He could destroy her with a mere security guard. Rufus Kai texted something on his phone, which Nina glimpsed. Though anxious, she remained composed. General Manager Nate, can we meet? Is it Miss Nina wanting to meet me, or General Manager Selina? Caught off guard, Rufus Kai's face twitched uneasily. Before he could grab the phone, Govind responded dismissively. In business, setting traps is most taboo. The setup by General Manager Selina and Miss Nina trapping me between 2 people, quite interesting. Nina panicked, not daring to bear the responsibility. General Manager Nate, the phone hung up. Before Rufus Kai could react, his secretary knocked on the window. General Manager Selina, Krista from Montegegmeo is at the company requesting to see you. Krista? Yes. Back to the company. Rufus Kai gave Nina a meaningful glance. Sensibly, she stepped out without hesitation. Milagros, having finished preparing to head to the set, saw Nina enter looking subdued and deflated. On Friday, Milagros had promotions. The director asked them to attend an event, which ended around 9. She sighed, rubbing her legs, thinking how difficult it was being a star, shooting during the day, attending events at night. Sister, we've arrived at Lawyer Nate's company. Milagros glanced at the tall buildings in the CBD area. Pull over here. Isaiah parked the car. Milagros called Govind, but there was no answer. She then dialed Elon. Secretary where's your boss? Boss went home after work. Ever since getting married, he never worked overtime, exhausting CEO Sue daily, indulging in love life. Even Sue couldn't pull him away. Milagros hung up and instructed them to return to Puyin Mountain. In the yard of Puyin Mountain, eerie green lights lit up the place, which Milagros always complained resembled a horror movie scene. Mr. Nate, tired of her complaints, invited a landscaper to explain mosquito control measures, effectively silencing her. So, she endured. Pushing the door open, Graham had placed slippers at her feet. Where's your mister? Mister is in the kitchen. What is he doing? There were so many servants that she didn't recognize all of them. What required his personal attention? Graham had hesitated before saying, you'll see. Translation continues as provided text. Chapter 209, Making Jokes in the Kitchen. Wearing slippers, Angie walked to the back kitchen. Just as she reached the kitchen door, she saw Govind, wearing an expensive white shirt, flipping a pan with ease. A watch worth millions lay casually on the countertop beside the stove. Under the bright kitchen lights, Govind's contours and bone structure stood out distinctly, exuding an inherent regal aura. When he was in his teens, Govind was spirited and dashing, the kind of male lead that could captivate hearts instantly in romance novels. In his 20s, time took away his youthful vigor and replaced it with maturity and aloofness, transforming him from a campus novel hero into a domineering CEO. Angie sometimes wondered how someone like her, who didn't believe in love, ended up with such a refined man like Govind. The feeling of desecrating something sacred often surfaced in her heart, spreading through every part of her body. Govind sensed Angie's gaze and turned slowly, seeing her leaning against the kitchen door with her arms crossed. What are you thinking about? I'm wondering what I did to deserve finding a man like Mr. Nate who has a great physique, strong waist, and strong arms, she replied sarcastically, noting how effortlessly he handled the large iron wok as if it were a balloon. Making dirty jokes in the kitchen? Do you want to switch positions? The atmosphere became increasingly intimate, and Angie rubbed her nose awkwardly, straightening herself to walk beside Govind. She glanced at the contents in the pan. Fried noodles? Yeah. Why do you suddenly want this? I felt like having some. This afternoon, I went past Gangao's entrance and found that the row of old shops had been demolished. So, I decided to make it myself when I got home. Suppressing a sigh, Angie asked softly, was it the one we first dated at? He glanced at her, surprised that she still remembered. I didn't expect you to remember. But I recall that the food wasn't good. The thing I miss isn't its taste. What do you miss then? Angie stopped asking, sensing the answer implicitly. Since the food was no good, he must be missing the person. Just as she wanted to leave, Govind turned off the fire and cornered her between the countertops, whispering, why don't you ask anymore? Since I already know the answer, why should I? So, what is your answer? Mr. Nate, you're not in love with me, are you? Angie, being straightforward, voiced her thoughts aloud. Govind's nostalgic demeanor truly surprised her. What if I am? Angie reached to hug his neck but paused, noticing oil stains on his collar. She pinched them slightly. If so, be prepared for being tricked for money and affection. Is it that cruel? Govind held her gaze, trying to read her intentions. Yes, because I'm quite a bad woman. Govind chuckled softly, holding her shoulders and pulling her closer. Angie, remember what you said. Before Angie could respond, Govind turned her around to face the stove and handed her the spatula. Can't eat without working. Without hesitation, Angie scooped the fried noodles into a plate despite her unfamiliarity with the task. Try it. Looking at the fried noodles on the plate, Angie hesitated. Afraid I poisoned it? A little, maybe you can try first. Govind laughed. You have good karma to make me test poison for you. Angie stayed silent until Govind had eaten a few bites before daring to pick up her chopsticks. Soon, the bowl of fried noodles was empty, tasting excellent and fitting for a picky eater like her. She leaned on her hand watching Govind. Did you learn cooking? No. You're too skilled. Govind wiped his mouth with a tissue, his tone casual. Which aspect did Catherine Nate refer to? Angie. Should I report this pervert? Men generally hope others praise the area they lack in. Which area does Mr. Nate want me to praise? She retorted smoothly. Govind laughed lightly, setting down the tissue on the table, and instructed Graham to clean up and bring water. Holding his cup, he walked towards the living room, with Angie following closely. When will you finalize things with Leroy? Once the Hua family's funds arrive. They are seeking investments? The Fan family, Govind explained, recalling the collaboration attempt by Enoch and Tom to swallow the Hua family business. However, lacking sufficient capital, their plan failed. Now, they might fall prey to him. Do you intend to take down both families together? Don't you want that? Govind sipped his water and indicated for Angie to stand beside him. I never thought about it, but I don't want to see Leroy keep causing trouble. Not planning to become a tycoon? Tycoons wouldn't let personal feelings trap them. Finishing his drink, Govind gave the empty glass to Graham and waved her off. Once the Fan family transfers their funds to the Hua family, it'll be gone for good. Without funds, the fans will eventually come begging, turning Callista, Avril, and Leroy into your subordinates. Angie realized that Govind's strategy was deeper than anyone could fathom. He masterfully controlled the Hua and Fan families. These cunning old foxes met their match in your last life. Mr. Nate is formidable. It's natural to strategize for my wife. Angie snorted. Don't give me that, who knows what you're plotting. Catherine Nate, your phone is ringing. Graham had handed over her bag. Angie pulled out her phone, stained by lipstick. She removed the case and handed it to Govind. What's up? Is Govind near you? Angie raised an eyebrow. Hold on. Walking further away, Angie listened intently. I saw Leah with Alali. Angie frowned, looking around. Isn't that strange? If Govind took the case against Leroy, it should involve employees, not Alali. Send me a video. Linking up, Angie processed the information. Lee's live stream seeking help for domestic violence caused a huge uproar online. Thanks to Maggie controlling public opinion, the news presented her positively, praising her wisdom and sharp judgment in choosing men. Within a week, any social media platform's headlines revolved around domestic violence. Chapter 210, Comforting Men, she was a professional. It had to be said that netizens were formidable. They even dug up the company belonging to Leroy and boycotted it. Putting up banners and making harassing phone calls were standard tactics. The Hua family's several large supermarkets were directly forced to shut down due to protests. Soon after, Kimberly sent over a video. Angie glanced at it, where Leah stood in front of Alali, her head lowered, appearing fragile and frail, weighing only about 80 pounds for her height of 1.6 meters, seemingly able to dissipate with just a breeze. In the video, it seemed like Leah was begging Alali for something. Her humble and cautious demeanor nearly overflowed the screen, while Alali looked as if he was scolding her. Too far, can't hear what they're saying. Angie closed the video and typed on the chat interface, please keep an eye on Lee's recent movements for me. Okay. Miss Chi, come in. At the hotel suite door, Alali opened it with the room card. Leah hesitated by the doorway for a long time without moving. Oren, my child. Alali grew somewhat irritated by this woman. Miss Chi is barely holding on herself, yet still cares about the child. The child you gave birth to carries the Hua family bloodline. They certainly won't harm him, but your situation may not be the same. Enoch is now searching for you worldwide. Do I need to tell you what will happen to you once he finds you? Miss Chi, when one can't protect oneself, how could one even hope to protect others? Isn't it laughable? Leah was stunned. After much internal struggle, she finally dared to speak, because she was facing Alali. Isn't all this due to Mr. Nate? If it weren't for him back then, I wouldn't have ended up here. Bang! Upon hearing Lee's outburst, Alali pushed her inside and slammed the door shut. He glared down at her. Miss Chi finds it amusing, huh? Say those words again. Leah trembled all over, not daring to continue. The warning on this man's face was terrifying. Alali approached Leah step by step. You willingly pursued the Hua family's wealth. What does it have to do with anyone else? Miss Chi needs to remember clearly, the Hua family dares to touch you but not the child because the child carries the Hua family bloodline. But with us, that might not be the case. If Leah couldn't understand this now, she truly would be a fool. Watch her. Alali handed the room card to the bodyguard who came with him, who nodded. After walking 2 steps, Alali returned. If she wants to leave on her own, pretend you didn't see anything. Understood. On weekends, for the promotion of her drama, Angie and Omar had to participate in a rural-themed variety show for one day, from 6 a.m. until nightfall. This was also Omar's first variety show. At 4:30 a.m., when the alarm rang, Govind was awakened, glancing at the clock. The drowsy man mumbled, roosters haven't crowed yet, and you're already up? A working person has no choice, she fought off sleepiness, turning on a floor lamp to go wash up. Govind, who had a terrible morning temper, woke up irritable due to the alarming sound. What kind of work requires you to get up at 4 in the morning? I'm participating in a variety show today. Recording starts at 6 in the morning. What kind of show? Do you know the reasonable working hours are from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon? Angie was busy preparing herself and had no time to argue with him. Angie. The man saw her not responding and gradually became more irritable. Wiping off her facial cleanser, Angie poked her head out. What's wrong? You're having morning grumpiness. Angie, having washed her face, sat cross-legged on the bed and patted the man's arm. All right, be good. It's 4 in the morning, I'm the one who should get up. You can go back to sleep. Be good. Kisses. Praising him didn't cost anything, and comforting men was something she had mastered since childhood. Otherwise, why would so many kids in the Adelaide family love her? I can wake up at 4:30 a.m. to participate in a variety show, proving that your wife is dedicated and doesn't act like a big shot. A hard-working wife doesn't drag you down, right? Boss Nate, do you know how much I envy you? Finding such a beautiful, kind-hearted, and diligent wife is no easy task. Govind. You. The man wanted to counter-argue, but she cupped his face and kissed him, mimicking Govind's usual action to make him quiet. Be good. Comforting men. She was a professional. Angie had just finished her makeup on the car when they arrived at their destination. The live stream had just started, attracting hundreds of thousands of viewers. Seeing the audience count, the director sighed. An Oscar-winning actor is still an Oscar-winning actor. A king of traffic. As soon as Angie appeared, a die-hard fan of hers immediately showered dozens of carnival gifts into the chat, blinding Omar's fans who hadn't even started to complain. Heavens! The director exclaimed in shock. This big spender, waiting for Angie with his phone ready? So wealthy? Hundreds of thousands of yuan spent like this? And at 6 a.m. in the morning, doesn't the big spender even sleep? The rural-themed variety show had a cozy atmosphere. When Angie and Omar arrived, everyone was just waking up, preparing breakfast. Angie, dressed in sportswear, walked over. Need any help? As soon as these words came out, the chat was flooded with comments from her haters. This sister, whose father is rumored to be a billionaire, knows how to cook. Can she help with anything? Just be a mascot in the kitchen? Help by blowing up the kitchen? LOL. As soon as the whispers started, another flurry of gifts flew into the chat, blinding the comment section. Hundreds of thousands of people watched this die-hard fan of Angie shut everyone up with sheer power. In the live stream, the resident guest asked Angie to help mix flour for pancakes in the morning. Angie skillfully took over the task, even instructing Omar to bring the eggs. Standing by an ancient-style window, with the morning light streaming in, the director purposely chose an ambiguous angle to shoot them. Angie in a white tank top, Omar in a black one, he ruggedly handsome and she brightly charming, they made a perfect couple together. Walking in, the resident guest couldn't help but marvel, Aster really knows how to cast. I think you two look great together. Some things shouldn't be said on live stream, so the other person simply gave a thumbs up. Angie glanced at the resident guest and smiled, that's not quite right. Am I climbing to fame? He's an Oscar winner, and what am I? You. F***CK. Who reported my live stream? Why did it go black? Where is everyone? Chapter 211, Graced have loved very great, right? A plan foiled before it even begins is roughly this feeling. Director Angie watched as the director raged, nearly hopping with anger. A perfectly good live stream had just started and was immediately shut down. Moreover, it was the company's account that got suspended, getting another one up would not be easy. How did it end? Angie sighed, waking up early to no avail, trying to comfort a man who also felt nothing but desolation. It's over. Burnell looked at Angie, about to figure out what she meant, when Omar emerged as well. What happened? The live stream got reported and was closed. Burnell. Can't we record instead of streaming live? Angie pulled a blanket over herself. The director didn't agree and decided to reschedule. Why didn't he agree? Didn't you watch the live stream? Someone sent gifts worth 100,000 or more right after it began. Can you guess why he didn't agree? Burnell. Isn't your schedule valuable? What did superstar Arlo say? Angie was about to answer when there was a knock on the car window. Pulling open the door, Anwar's head poked in. Cameron, our tire's flat. Can you give us a ride? Angie glanced at the windshield, indeed seeing Omar's driver inspecting the tire. Elsie sensibly moved to the back, while Burnell took the front seat, leaving the middle for Angie and Omar. Can we reschedule superstar Arlo's itinerary? Burnell asked curiously, glancing sideways. Omar nodded slightly, if barely possible. Since even superstar Arlo agreed reluctantly, what else could she say? As soon as the car started, Angie focused solely on sleeping, showing no intention of communication, which made Anwar anxious. He wished he could wake her up himself. Until they reached the city center, Burnell asked Omar where he should be dropped off. Just leave me where I can easily get a taxi. How about dropping you off at your place? No need, we'll take a taxi, Omar declined. Burnell nodded and watched Omar get off the car. After giving him a few instructions, the person who had fallen asleep upon his departure suddenly woke up. What snapped you back? Angie, eyes still closed, pulled the blanket tighter around her. Don't ask such silly questions. Omar lives in Puyan Mountain. My God, how do you know that? Burnell was surprised. Only a dozen villas existed in that part of Puyan Mountain, and living there wasn't merely about wealth, it was about being an elite. An elite of power and influence. Encountered him, Angie recalled meeting Omar last time when she returned to Puyan Mountain and saw his vehicle. Stars often own multiple luxury cars. Dropping him home was no problem, but she didn't want Omar knowing she lived in Puyan Mountain. Better safe than sorry. Burnell was speechless. So, Boss Nate must be incredibly wealthy to own a villa in that area, right? Aren't they all teachers? Angie yawned, watching buildings blur by. Pull over. Let's get a spa treatment at the hotel. We can't waste the early rise. Angie, accompanied by Elsie, entered a nearby 7-star hotel known for its Thai spa. In a top-floor suite with panoramic views, she enjoyed unparalleled service and a peaceful nap, rejuvenating thoroughly. Adjusting her makeup in the elevator, Angie noticed a petite figure entering just as she was fixing her hair. Elsie was taken aback. Could they meet so coincidentally? Leah? Angie frowned, looking at Leah quizzically. Miss Angie. Leah seemed to see a savior, suddenly raising her voice, addressing her formally. The footsteps in the hallway stopped abruptly at the call of a Miss Angie until the elevator doors closed. Angie sized her up from head to toe, momentarily speechless at the bruises on her body. Geraldine, please help me. Help you with what? Angie coldly asked. Leah hesitated, unsure how to respond to Angie's inquiry. Help her escape the Hua family? Or help her secretly take the child? She stuttered, lost for words. The elevator quickly descended, with Lee's heart pounding anxiously as numbers ticked by. They arrived at the basement level. Angie walked briskly out without lingering. Just as she reached the parking lot, Leah rushed out desperately. Geraldine, what I did back then was not. Amy, a deep male voice interrupted, the Mercedes Maybach window lowering to reveal Govind's stern face. Even just his side profile radiated lethal intensity. Leah fell silent instantly, not daring to say more. Miss Chi, what you did back then was not what? Angie turned to face her. Lee's steps faltered, trembling. It's nothing. Angie's brows furrowed in impatience. Unwilling to have anything further to do with the Hua family, she walked away. A guard opened the car door for her as she drove off. Leah stood rooted, watching 3 sleek black Maybachs slowly drive out of the parking lot. The mere sound of Amy conveyed boundless affection. He must have loved her very much, right? Otherwise, why set up such an elaborate trap to ensnare her? She was Angie, the crown princess of Jinggang. Worthy of everything best, whereas she herself had become a victim of her own greedy desires. Miss Chi, Mr. Nate said if you want to leave, do it openly, but remember, once you leave, there will be no chance to return. Seeing everyone leave, the bodyguard from upstairs pursued, standing behind her without any intent to stop her. Respecting her wishes instead. Govind's methods were ruthless. Early hardships during his entrepreneurship left scars. Once established, he never forgot those lessons, hardening his heart over the years. If someone wanted to challenge fate, he wouldn't intervene either. Not trampling on others in despair, nor bullying them in their prime, these were his principles. As for Leah, she was a pawn he inserted into the Hua family from the start. He wanted more than just Angie. Despite the Hua family's lack of effort, they remained leaders in manufacturing. I won't go. Leah stuttered. She knew returning to the Hua family wouldn't bode well for her. As Owlie said, the child was Hua family blood, and they wouldn't harm it. But for her, it would be different. Chapter 212. Why are you pretending to be so demure when we're already an old married couple? What are you doing here? I met with a client, Govind said, looking at the emails on his tablet inside the Maybach. Angie tied up her hair. What kind of client needs you to meet at 9 in the morning? Govind moved his gaze from the tablet. You can get up at 4:30 to go to work, can't I meet clients at 9? And? Didn't you go to record a variety show? Did you come here instead? Angie picked up Govind's thermos and sipped some warm tea. Originally, it was for recording a show, but the live stream was reported and shut down. Since I got up anyway, I didn't want to waste the day. The live stream was shut down. Govind pretended to be surprised. Aha. The man chuckled lightly, then lowered his head to continue reading the documents. God has finally opened his eyes. Angie turned stiffly to look at the man beside her. What do you mean by that? Wasn't this scoundrel the one who reported it? The lawless live stream should have been shut down long ago. Angie pursed her lips, about to say something when Govind's phone rang. He answered it, listened for a moment, glanced at Angie, and said, should I have the driver take you home to rest? No, I want to go shopping. To the company. Mr. Selina, Beatrice had been picked up by Mr. Selina's secretary early in the morning and waited in the reception room for a long time before seeing him. Let's go. Beatrice was taken aback. Where were they going? Could it be? Miss Beatrice, Mr. Selina has an appointment with Mr. Nate today. We are going to find him now. Beatrice paused at the elevator entrance. Govind? If Govind embarrassed her in public, would Spike kick her out immediately, thinking she wasn't valuable enough? Beatrice hesitated at the elevator door. Miss Beatrice? The secretary called out as she lingered outside. She dared not disobey Spike's orders and could only steel her resolve to accompany him to Montegegmeo International. Mr. Nate, Mr. Selina, is here, and he brought Miss Beatrice. Elon knocked on the door to Govind's office. Govind hung up his suit jacket. Have them come up. After washing her hands in Govind's break room, Angie overheard them. Who came? Spike and Beatrice. Why did they come? I know this one, Elon hastily replied. To ingratiate themselves with Mr. Nate. I understand why Spike wants to ingratiate himself with you, but why bring Beatrice? Let a woman lay the groundwork. Elon blinked at Angie. Because Mr. Selina thinks Mr. Nate likes Beatrice. Angie. Govind, get lost. Angie casually threw the tissue into the bin behind Govind's desk. Sure, Mr. Nate, you've started playing star-crossed love stories now. I'm innocent. Innocent of what? Angie asked coldly. Walking up to Govind, she blocked his path and reached into his pocket. She felt around, causing him to gasp and grab her wrist, hissing, what are you groping for? Angie rolled her eyes. Just felt it, nothing new since we're already an old married couple. Why pretend to be demure? Where's the wallet? Govind laughed, realizing her intention was more about the card than anything else. Under normal circumstances, he'd make her call him daddy for such behavior. He walked to his desk, pulled open the drawer, and tossed the wallet to her. Angie took out a card. I won't disturb your romance with the actress. I'll be off. Below Monteghegmeo International, in the CBD commercial district, was a luxurious mall spanning from floor 1 to 8, housing various international brands. As soon as Angie left, Spike entered the office with Beatrice. Beatrice had seen many lavish offices, some ostentatious like nouveau riche, others elegant with landscapes, but Govind's minimalist style was new to her. Upon entering, she felt as if she stepped onto a set of a luxury drama. Mr. Nate. Mr. Selena. After some casual chat, Govind put aside his cigarette. Mr. Selena, I have a meeting shortly, so let's cut to the chase. Govind poured tea for Spike, not forgetting Beatrice either. This gesture, while seemingly simple, impressed Beatrice. The business world is unpredictable and treacherous, much like undercurrents in a river. The rapid development in just a decade leaves no room for sluggish responses. In this context, cash flow can save lives. My $6 billion investment in you carries no high interest or collateral, already quite generous. But isn't your feedback somewhat inhumane? I don't expect gratitude for helping you, but you shouldn't drag me into trouble either. Monteghegmeo International's first scandal happened under your watch. If I had processed the loan according to procedures, it might have been hard to justify. Spike trembled, realizing Govind was negotiating terms. Would it be interest or equity? Being shrewd, Spike cut off the discussion. If feasible, I will pay interest according to market rules. I am not in the loan shark business. Spike felt the sting but held back. Speak plainly, Mr. Nate. These $6 billion are to be considered my shares. Kai Lai Group was a family business, and Govind's shares meant bringing in an outsider. Given this man's ambition, once he was in, he might eventually replace Spike. I need time to consider, Mr. Nate. Certainly, Mr. Selena has plenty of time. Govind extinguished his cigarette and pressed the intercom for Elon to see them out. Beatrice didn't participate much throughout the conversation and left still dazed. Mr. Nate, the scandal wasn't orchestrated by Mr. Selena or me. It troubled us as well. At the door, Beatrice mustered her courage to explain. Govind raised an eyebrow. We? Beatrice was startled. Expecting a response from Govind, instead, his gaze swept over her. Miss Beatrice, those familiar with me know that based on your appearance and figure alone, you wouldn't catch my attention. Trying to profit from Mr. Selena while relying on me, are you trying to play both sides? I didn't, I swear. Miss Beatrice, please. Elon gestured for them to leave. As soon as they stepped into the elevator, another set of doors opened. Chapter 213, live viewing. Angie came upstairs carrying several shopping bags, originally intending to spend time in the secretary's office. Just then, she saw Govind coming out of his office. Where are you going? Finished talking? Angie asked in surprise. The man nodded and turned back into his office. Angie followed him inside. She placed the various shopping bags on the ground and pulled out a black tie from a dark blue bag. Try this. Angie removed the tie around his neck and replaced it with the black tie embroidered with plum blossoms, skillfully tying it for him using different methods. You're quite adept. Catherine Nate, he commented. Angie raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. All those ex-boyfriends weren't for nothing. The man's breathing hitched at her words, and he pressed her waist against his abdomen. Feeling itchy? Angie adjusted the tie slightly, the plum blossoms complementing his white shirt perfectly, while the black tie matched his usual preference. Mr. Nate, your wings are getting strong, huh? Wings might not be strong, but something else is. Want to try, Catherine Nate? Before Angie could respond, he flipped her around, cornered her at the desk, and kissed her deeply. Nina had already entered the elevator but thought about how Rufus Kai might deal with her after leaving the building. She hesitated and returned to Govind's office. As she prepared to push the door open, the intertwined figures behind the door made her hand pause midair. Govind, has a woman? The broad back of the man shielded the slim figure of the woman, allowing Nina to only see their entwined silhouettes but not their faces. The woman's slender wrist wore a white jade bracelet, which, even from afar, seemed incredibly valuable. Nina stood at the door in shock, unable to move. There's someone at the door. Angie gently pushed Govind's shoulder away. Let her see. Govind was lost in passion, not caring who watched. When Krista came in with documents and saw Nina peeking through the door, she was surprised. So bold these days, she mused, thinking about how celebrities were becoming more daring. Interesting. Nina turned abruptly upon hearing the voice, recognizing Krista as one of Govind's top executives. Sorry. I want to go in. Should I open the door for you? Krista asked, pretending to reach for the handle. No, not necessary. Miss Nina, being in the entertainment industry should make you aware of what can be seen and what cannot, Krista said meaningfully. Take care. Nina dared not stay any longer and left. Govinda wasn't as unattainable as she thought. Perhaps there was still a chance for her. As long as there was a chance. After Nina left, Krista called Elon to inquire about the situation. Smiling, she remarked, interesting. The entertainment industry sure produces talented people. I guess Tom isn't that foolish. He won't easily invest funds in denim. We should wrap it up to save time. If Leah hadn't done that live stream, there might have been a chance, but now the denim family is being cyberbullied beyond repair. If Tom cares about friendship, he must be delusional. Dragging it on would only give denim a chance to survive. Let's call it quits. Krista analyzed calmly, her gaze lingering on Govind's face before moving to his shirt. What are you looking at? The top star's eyeshadow looks nice, Krista said, pointing to his collar. Govind looked down and saw patches of pink and brown. A mature man really thinks about romance all the time. Do you remember Darren checking things for you abroad? Govind glanced at her. What did he find? The person who hit Angie was indeed manipulated by someone who altered the hospital records, making us believe he had a mental illness since childhood. He's now living peacefully in New Zealand. Understood. Few people were working overtime on weekends except for the secretaries and a few executives. Nina rode the elevator to the parking lot, expecting Rufus Kai to be gone. Surprisingly, he was still there. The secretary greeted her politely. Miss Nina, please. Nina got into the car, expecting to see Rufus Kai, but found Delia instead. Surprised to see me, Miss Nina? Delia asked, her eyes filled with kindness, dressed in a green cheapao, exuding elegance. Delia's love story with Rufus Kai was legendary, especially considering many entrepreneurs indulged in affairs. They maintained their relationship without scandal for over 30 years, ranking highly among clean businessmen. Somewhat. Don't be surprised. I know about the recent rumors, but I won't do anything to you. But there are things you need to understand. Please be straightforward, Syra Selina. Businessmen value benefits. Anything or anyone around them must be profitable. If someone loses their value, you know what we would do. A small ripple from us can become an ocean for you. Benefits can be provided, but maintaining them depends on your ability. Delia handed her a file containing all of Govind's relationships. This scene felt familiar. Nina clutched the file tightly as she stepped out of the car. Is Delia creating an opportunity for her? Is this appropriate, Syra? The secretary questioned, feeling it was risky. If Govind found out, they'd be in trouble. Do we need to bear the consequences? Investigating each other is common in business cooperation. How the document ended up with Nina, we wouldn't know. Chapter 214, Breaking All Emotional Ties. In the afternoon, Milagros went to the studio and saw Bernal reprimanding new hires. She bypassed her own office and went straight to the break room. Cameron, the person making coffee, was startled to see Milagros. What's wrong? Milagros was grinding coffee beans and stirring it, glancing towards Bernal's office. The newly hired female student from the film academy told Sister Leah that everything in this industry was straightforward without any ulterior motives when she was hired, but today, an ex-boyfriend came looking for her, claiming she had defrauded him. Sister Leah is furious. Milagros raised an eyebrow and moved closer to the door with her coffee cup, hearing Bernal's scolding voice from afar. Sister Leah quite liked this girl. She's smart, beautiful, insightful, and willing to learn. Just as Milagros pushed open the break room door without saying anything, she heard a muffled crying sound. He lied to my friend first, which I couldn't stand. To uphold justice, I treated him the same way he treated my friend. He only came here because he heard I signed with a company and got jealous, wanting to ruin me. Milagros. This incident serves as a lesson. Remember, if you want to be a star, your every move will need utmost attention. And most importantly, cut off those messy relationships around you. Get out. Bernal fumed, pacing back and forth, hands on her hips. A cup of coffee appeared beside her. Calm down. After bringing all these young girls here, they still managed to infuriate you? Bernal shot her a look. You finally realized you're hard to handle? I've always known that. If I were easy, would I be called the top diva of Jingang? Want some afternoon tea? Jingang has no shortage of places catering to the wealthy, and Milagros took Bernal to a famous rooftop golf cafe. The manager greeted her as though seeing a living treasure, welcoming her with a beaming smile. He practically offered the entire menu just so Milagros could choose. Geraldine, do you need an escort today? No, just set up afternoon tea and find us a relatively quiet spot. Understood. Did you know how to play golf? Bernal asked in surprise. It's a required skill for children of affluent families. I once won a national youth championship. Soon, the manager brought the afternoon tea, and Milagros picked up a club on the artificial turf without changing clothes. She swung and hit the ball straight into the hole. Convinced? Yes. This sport is a pastime for the rich. Without serious training, one might not even hold the club steady. Do you think Carlos, Hector, is interested in you? Bernal had been thinking about this recently. Although Omar didn't seem particularly different in his treatment of Milagros, upon closer observation, it was clear there were subtle differences. He seemed to be creating opportunities to interact with Milagros. According to his usual style in the capital, if live streaming wasn't possible, he'd opt for recorded sessions or cancel entirely. Yet today, he chose, next time, for this high-profile live stream, where no other star's status rivaled his. Unless Omar agreed, the director wouldn't have dared to do otherwise. So what if he's interested? I'm not single anymore. But eventually, you'll be single again. If Omar has good character and can bring benefits, even if not marrying, having a romantic affair to stir some buzz isn't bad. Milagros watched the ball go into the hole. I'm not interested in what you're suggesting. You must understand the unwritten rules of the entertainment industry. If you don't manipulate them, they'll manipulate you. Instead of waiting for others to toy with you, why not find someone on your level to create some CP? Burnell earnestly advised. It's just dating, not physical harm. Just to boost popularity. Not interested. During my marriage, I will not engage emotionally with any man, neither spiritually nor physically. Burnell, is this really Milagros? Has she forgotten how wild she used to be? Who is Govind? Did he reform you? After less than a month of marriage, you're acting like someone who's lived in a temple for decades, starting to cut all ties of affection? This is a belief I've held since childhood. Ever since I saw my father cheat on my mother, leaving her alone at home while I, as his child, lived in such an environment, I carried burdens unsuitable for my age. Despite enjoying the privileges of a privileged upbringing, I never believed in love and hated unfaithful men. How could I possibly repeat their mistakes and become like them? Even if I don't love Govind and we don't have emotional exchanges, as long as he doesn't betray me, I won't tarnish myself. But you used to. Marriage is one thing, dating is another, they are different. Burnell understood the sentiment and stopped persuading. It was merely a jest anyway. I'll go to the bathroom. Burnell stood up, took a sanitary napkin from her bag, and headed to the restroom. Upon exiting, she heard the manager apologizing profusely. Miss Fan, I sincerely apologize. This was our mistake, and it won't happen again. Rosa was a frequent visitor but not a VIP of the highest rank. Spotting Burnell coming out of the bathroom during the argument, she demanded, didn't you give my reserved seat to Milagros? Burnell. Is this your store's standard service? You gave away a spot I reserved a week in advance? Burnell ignored Rosa's rant and went to the restroom. As she exited, she saw Rosa barging into their private room. With a loud bang, the glass door rattled. Milagros paused mid-drink. You knew I reserved this room a week ago? So what? Milagros retorted. Get out. Ignoring her, Milagros glanced at the manager, who nervously gestured for Rosa to leave. Rosa shrugged off the manager's hand, approached Milagros, and tried to grab her coffee to spill it but found Milagros holding the cup firmly. Wanted to splash me? Is that it? Splash. The coffee splashed onto Rosa's face. Chapter 215, Will Boss Nate agree to live separately with me? Callista, let me tell you this, if people knew that after all this time, I still let you prance around in front of me, wouldn't they think I'm useless? I give you face, and you need to respect it. Don't push me to the point where you can't even move. What? You want to deal with me the same way you did with Avril? Judith, I'm not Kimberly, nor am I that foolish. Listening to her defiance, Judith sighed irritably, so noisy. You. Judith reached out, picked up an unpeeled banana from the fruit platter, and stuffed it into Callista's mouth, pushing her down on the reclining chair. Callista struggled to escape but was pinned by Judith's grip on her shoulders. Were you going to say something? Go ahead. The sound of gagging continued for several minutes as Callista tasted the unripe banana in her mouth. She glared at Judith with fury, wanting to scold her, but when she saw Judith slowly picking up another banana, she immediately shut her mouth. Do you have anything else to say? If not, get lost. Afraid of provoking Judith further, knowing she would be the one who'd lose, Callista left the clubhouse crawling away. Burnell kindly moved aside to let her go. You're doing quite well now, seriously dealing with people. Ignoring Burnell's teasing, Judith glanced at the time. Let's go. Where? To eat. It's rare to have some rest. There were many high-end restaurants nearby. Since Govind hadn't called her for no reason, she figured he wasn't looking for her, giving her some free time. They chose a sushi place, where screens separated each table. Kimberly hasn't asked you out lately? She's abroad, coming back next week. No wonder you have time to eat with me, Burnell understood. Typically, Judith avoided seeing her unless it was necessary, which usually meant discussing work. Judith gave her a flirtatious glance, indicating that Burnell had grasped the situation correctly. In Jingang, undercurrents swirled among merchants vying for fame and profit, chasing after opportunities without pause. Judith had known this since childhood. When her father Freddie was in his prime, countless nobles came and went, watching her grow up while others never saw them again. After ordering their dishes, they also ordered a cup of coffee. Burnell teased her, drinking coffee late at night. Are you planning to stay up all night with Boss Nate? The aroma of the coffee in Judith's hand seemed less appealing now, her cheeks flushed under the warm yellow light. Legally speaking, do you have any say in this? I can't stop you, but could you ask Boss Nate to leave the area above your neck alone? I really worry about you eventually revealing yourself. Judith. Geraldine, a gentleman asked me to deliver this bottle of wine to you. Before Judith could respond, a server in white gloves arrived with an expensive-looking bottle of wine. Sir? Yes. Which sir? The sender said his surname is Baker, the server informed her. Isaac? Judith understood. Govind had told her that Ari worked for Isaac, so this bottle of wine likely had hidden meanings. She politely declined. Sorry, I can't drink today. Please return it. Would you like me to pack it for you? Judith sipped water, then looked at the server. Return it, please. Her polite tone carried a command. The server, impressed by her demeanor, complied. Who? Isaac. He's courting you? Judith put down her glass and leaned back, more or less. Why? Judith explained what happened that night, shocking Burnell. You mean Ari works for Isaac? So, he knows he offended Govind? Probably. Isaac wasn't just a big shot in the entertainment industry, he was a mogul, backed by government officials and holding countless major IPs. He had connections with top directors worldwide, and even domestic A-list actors found it challenging to reach his level. Is Govind really that powerful? Burnell couldn't believe it. Everyone wanted to stand at the peak, boasting their capabilities. Why would Govind hide his true power? Judith shrugged, maybe. After finishing their meal and leaving, the restaurant manager handed her an envelope. Geraldine, someone asked me to give this to you. What's inside? I don't know, he just said to give it to you and then left. Judith took the envelope, feeling it contained paper. Once in the nanny car, she opened it to find a blank check wrapped in an A4 sheet of paper. Snap, Judith slapped the check and A4 paper on Govind's desk. His eyes shifted from the computer files to the empty check on the desk. Isaac? Yeah, he sent me wine first, then this check during dinner. Govind pushed his chair back, removed his glasses, and fed the check into the shredder. My wife doesn't need money from other men. Boss Nate, very generous. Judith gave him a thumbs up. He chuckled and approached her. Someone is investigating you, did you know? Omar? Govind stroked her head, not too dumb, remember to stay away from him. I didn't plan on getting involved with him anyway. You telling me to stay away, how should I take that? Have you heard of the Arlo family in the capital? He likes you, which means danger for you. Judith. He'll eventually find out I live in Puyin Mountain. No need to hide it. Judith looked for a place to sit but found none in Govind's study. Uninterested in his work, she went to the living room instead. Aren't you worried your innocent actress image will shatter? Of course I am. Will Boss Nate agree to live separately with me? Govind laughed coldly, dreaming already before you sleep. He walked closer, towering over Judith, pulling her into his embrace. And, I can agree to separation, but can Catherine Nate? Who was it last night hooking onto me, refusing to let me get out of bed, craving my body? Translation ends. Chapter 2:16, Broken Affections and Love? Heart sealed with cement? Milagros reached up to hook Govind's neck, her face beaming as she looked at him. Her tone was light and airy. Mr. Nate, is it illegal for me to crave my husband's body? Legal. In that case, seeing your expression, anyone would think I'm having an affair. As she spoke, the woman's boneless fingers slipped into the man's shirt, poking his spine. This made Govind's whole body go numb. He grabbed Milagros's hand to stop her mischief. Milagros tried to pull back, her smile deepening as she met Govind's gaze. Just when Govind wondered what this little imp was up to, Milagros kicked off her slippers and slid her foot up his thigh. Instantly, the man's sharp intake of breath contrasted sharply with the woman's silvery laughter. When Graham had brought fruit tea upstairs, she just happened to hear the soft moans and the woman's cries of pain from the living room. Startled, she quickly turned around and hurried downstairs. The servants in Albin's main residence had dispersed. Young people really do heat up quickly. Director Arlo Sue, there's an emergency. What kind of emergency? Elena had just taken off her white coat, preparing to finish her shift at 5, but because of a surgery, it lasted until 7. She was about to leave when another patient arrived. It's a celebrity who says they're experiencing chest tightness and difficulty breathing. The ER can't find any cause and wants you to take a look. Elena. Understood. Upon arriving at the ER, she saw from afar a woman lying on the bed, dressed in a white linen dress with loose hair, looking delicate and weak while breathing softly. Elena picked up the stethoscope and walked over. Where does it hurt? My chest feels uncomfortable. How so? It throbs painfully. Have you had a CT scan? Elena glanced at the nurse nearby. The nurse handed her the CT results. The CT shows nothing serious. Stress can also cause discomfort. You should relax. Basically, there's no big issue. If you feel better after resting, you can go home. Director Sue, can you arrange for me to stay overnight? I want to be observed. Elena gave her a quick look. Hospital beds are very limited. I can pay extra. Extra payment won't help, Elena bluntly refused. What kind of celebrity was this coming here seeking attention? I recommend you go 5 kilometers to the private clinic. Nina's face darkened. She had come specifically for Elena today, and it took significant effort to meet her, only to be dismissed like this. Elena had just handed the items to the nurse and was about to leave when she heard sobbing from behind her. What? Crying? Like Martha Dayu? The nurse was also stunned. Were female celebrities all like this nowadays? Director Sue, I'm really not feeling well. Elena. The ER department will handle it, it's not under my jurisdiction. Elena turned to leave but was pulled by the ER director outside the curtain. You made someone cry and now you're leaving us to deal with it? Director Arlo Sue, sure thing. In her department, there were 2 directors both surnamed Sue. To differentiate them, the younger one was simply called Little Sue, which referred to Elena. You'll easily get complaints if you continue like this, you know. Old Sue will definitely criticize you. Elena brushed away the arm grabbing her shoulder and asked with a smile, why would you tell him? I'm off duty now. Unless it's life-threatening, don't bother me. Elena went back to her office to change out of her white coat. Walking to the parking lot, she remembered something and called Milagros on her phone. The weak, hoarse voice on the other side made Elena pause. Just finished? Milagros choked on her own saliva and said in a rough voice, do I have no shame? Ah. We're family, so can I come over tonight? Govind entered wrapped in a bath towel holding a water cup and saw Milagros half dead on the bed, receiving a call with her back exposed and silky hair scattered everywhere. Come over. You're the best sister-in-law, waiting for me to eat barbecue? Bring some tasty stuff to replenish my strength. Sweating profusely, although Milagros didn't like the words, the temptation of barbecue was real. Sure. Wait for me. Alban only had 3 chefs and not dozens of servants, so a barbecue was relatively simple to prepare. However, Milagros enjoyed the joy of being fed in the middle of the night, feeling like she was back in college dorms. Elena? Govind held Milagros, dragging her waist up. Want to come over? Milagros finished half a glass of water, lying down lazily while pulling Govind's arm. Rub my thighs, they're sore. At 9:30 p.m., Elena rode her motorcycle straight to Alban with barbecue, but was stopped at the gate. Excuse me, private entry is not allowed. Then, how do I get in? You need someone to personally come and escort you in. So complicated? Typical of high-end residences, lacking warmth. Try stopping ambulances next time too. Elena dialed Milagros's number on her phone. Upon hearing the voice, she realized she should have called Govind. Soon enough, Govind sent security to pick her up. Humming a tune, Elena carried the helmet and barbecue into the villa. Guess who I met today? Who? Nina. Not sure if she was really sick or faking it. Called an ambulance herself, checked everything in ER, found nothing wrong, yet kept saying she felt unwell. Told her to rest at home, and she started crying. Pfft. Do ER issues fall under your jurisdiction? Didn't you already return to your department? Did you make a mistake again and got thrown back into the ER by your boss? Elena paused while opening the bag. Don't exaggerate. Stop clinging to my past mistakes. Milagros tugged at her sleeping gown, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, eating the barbecue Elena brought. Where's my brother-in-law? At a meeting. Tisk, did he make time for you or meetings? Milagros. Elena opened a bottle of cola, leaning towards Milagros, asking animatedly, how's it going? Didn't I say right? My brother-in-law looks all proper but absolutely turns into a wolf once the clothes come off. Elena, do you have a boyfriend? No, why would I need one? Elena waved her hands hastily. Broken affections? Heart sealed with cement? You. Her teasing stopped abruptly as Milagros's phone flashed with dozens of notifications. Picking it up, her face suddenly grew solemn. What's wrong? My family has intruders. Intruders? Elena kneeled on the carpet, peering at Milagros's phone screen. Someone inside was wearing a hat and mask, searching for something. Let's check. Milagros dropped the barbecue and dragged Elena towards the villa. Chapter 217, Love Me, You'll Never Lose. The villa Angie lived in before her marriage was located in the well-known affluent area of Jingang. The property management adopted a military-style regimen. Someone managed to break into her home despite such stringent measures. Fortunately, she had installed numerous surveillance cameras. Otherwise, if they stole something, it would have been an irretrievable loss. Elena parked her motorcycle far from the villa. Angie was checking the camera feed on her phone to ensure that he couldn't hear sounds from the courtyard while in the cloakroom before quietly opening the door. Shouldn't we call the police? Elena, seeing Angie retrieve a stick from behind a flower pot in the yard, was startled. While asking this question, she called Govind and lowered her voice to avoid alarming the intruder. By the time the police arrive, the matter will be cold. But going in like this could be dangerous. Angie glanced at Elena, who obediently shut up. Waiting for the right moment, she saw cars passing by and took the opportunity to unlock the door with her fingerprint when the car lights flickered. Silently slipping inside, she was familiar with every nook and cranny of her own home. At that moment, the man was crouching in her study searching through her belongings. Angie hid Elena in the corner of the staircase and held the stick tightly. It seemed that the man had long known she hadn't been staying here recently, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed inside for so long without leaving. She approached the study's doorway and, illuminated by the courtyard light, saw the man's figure. Disheveling her long hair and dressed in a white chiffon dress, she looked ghostly as she asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you find it?" The man looked up and saw a woman with messy hair and wearing a white dress standing at the door, making him so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. A ghost? But this is the socialist new era. One cannot believe in ghosts and gods. You. Who are you? Stop pretending to be a spirit. What are you looking for? Should I help you look? Scared out of his wits, the man tried to flee but realized the window wasn't an option. Walking out would mean getting caught by the neighborhood guards. The only way out was through the door. He charged out and was caught by Angie, who slammed him against the door. Damn. Are you trying to scare me? Startled, the man began to fight back. Angie retaliated fiercely, striking the man 4 or 5 heavy blows with the stick, so fast that the man didn't even see her actions until he smelled blood. Looking for death. Instantly, the two struggled in the hallway. Angie fought viciously, and the other person clearly knew how to fight too, refusing to let go. As they wrestled towards the stairs, Elena mustered her courage to join in with a swing of the stick. It hit the man, causing him to roll down the stairs in a daze. Realizing he was losing, the man fled, tumbling and scrambling to open the door. Angie chased after him. Until he took a shortcut into the bushes and rolled down the curve. Just as Angie was about to chase along the main road, a black Maybach swerved around the bend and crashed into the man. There was a loud thud, and the man fell into the river within the complex. How did you come here? The man walked towards Angie, face cold, grabbing her arm and examining the wounds through her nightgown. Seeing the gown as a hindrance, he squatted down, intending to lift it. Stop, there's a camera. It's not mine, it's theirs. So proud of yourself? Choked up by his yelling, Angie retorted after a pause, why can't I be proud of winning a fight? Govind deflated upon hearing her fierce reply. Let's go back. No, you need to apologize. The man reached for Angie's hand but was shrugged off. I'm sorry, I apologize, darling, let's go inside. Angie thought this stubborn fool was going to stand his ground, but hearing his sincere apology softened her heart. Compared to those reluctant apologies that ended with, "Are you satisfied?" Govind's heartfelt apology won her over. Sir, the property management said the river here connects directly to Jing River. He might have exited the community via the water. Ali rushed in to inform Govind. Call the police and instruct them to search downstream. We must find him, injured, he can't get far. Understood. In the living room, Govind checked Angie over, taking the knife from her hands and tossing it on the coffee table before lifting her skirt to examine her body. No injuries. I'm fine. Govind sighed, sitting on the coffee table and locking eyes with Angie for a while before speaking in a repressed tone. Why didn't you call me? Didn't you say once you enter your study and close the door, I shouldn't disturb you? Govind hesitated, recalling he did indeed say that, rubbing his face with one hand, feeling somewhat helpless. He growled, when did you start following orders so obediently? I was young then. Now. You don't have to obey. What? Angie didn't catch that. In my presence, you don't have to obey. Angie fell silent, gazing into Govind's serious eyes, where their gazes met, stirring emotions between them. She couldn't deny that Govind was a man with great responsibility. When she wanted water late at night, a nudge woke him, even disturbing him at midnight. He remained patient, more compliant than the golden retriever she had as a child. But these qualities were not enough for someone who grew up in the shadow of scoundrels to fall in love with him. Yet these words felt like feathers caressing a hilltop, setting off a gentle breeze that kissed a wildflower amidst the wilderness, shaking her to the core. Mr. Nate, with such deep affection, I might fall in love with you. Govind accepted the towel Elena handed over, wiping the blood from Angie's neck and arms. Love me, and you'll never lose. Are you sure, Mr. Nate? Govind paused, his slightly red eyes meeting Angie's, holding her gaze firmly, giving her nowhere to hide. You won't understand. Won't understand what he sacrificed to win her, nor the joy of finally having her. Nor know how many years it took him to lay the net to capture her. What don't I understand? Angie pressed. Govind squatted in front of her, holding her arm with one hand and pressing the towel onto her elbow with the other, his expression gentle and engrossed. Responsibility. Regardless of whether I love you or not, whether you love me or not, as long as you're my wife, I will protect you every day. Angie, I am not like your father. Chapter 218, If I listen, do you like me? The phrase, I'm not like your father, seemed to undo all of Angie's years of growth and development. Govind was practically telling her to wipe the dog's eyes clean and see that the world wasn't full of men as despicable as her father. What if your wife were someone else? Govind raised his eyes to look at her, his gaze dark and tone icy cold. You really are impervious to reason. I'm just asking. What if what you give me is the same as what you give others? Then I don't want it. Govind casually threw the towel onto the coffee table. Although Angie hadn't lived here for a long time, some of her belongings were still in the villa, and occasionally Isaiah and Elsie would come back to fetch them, so it remained fairly clean. The man tugged at the legs of his loungewear pants and sat on the coffee table, looking at her. Angie, you want unique love but think about divorce at the same time. Do you think that's appropriate? It's just. Angie wanted to say something but stopped when she thought of Elena being there. Elena understood and felt she was hindering Angie. She politely left the villa, seeing Alali directing actions by the river in the residential complex. Just what? Govind continued, just because it's my rule. Angie muttered, that's always been the case. Geraldine is quite obedient. Angie frowned at Govind's sarcastic tone. She stood up to find Elena but was pulled back and pressed into the sofa after a few steps. Angie, even children know that you can't have both ends of a sugarcane be sweet. If you focus on one side, you'll neglect the other. You can't have fish and bear's paw at the same time. If you want wholehearted, unique love, you need to give something too. It can't be that I am the only one contributing in this marriage, right? The man looked at her, word by word trying to corner her. Angie was completely lucid. Having been Adelard's daughter for many years, any lapse in judgment would have cost her father long ago. Tilda had taught her from childhood how to win Adelard's heart, and she had fought men like this for 20 years. She easily countered Govind's manipulative tactics. Govind, our marriage is based on mutual benefits. If you love me, then love, if not, I won't force you. Don't act like I'm waiting for you to bestow love on me. Whether or not I contribute depends on my mood. Does it matter to me whether you love me? Angie stroked his earlobe, her voice rising at the end, melodious like a nightingale's song, exceptionally beautiful. In the worst-case scenario, can a lawyer's heart resist loving me? Men, don't be too stubborn. Govind laughed out loud. Angie's counter-tactic was indeed adept. You can love me, but that's your business. As for whether I love you, it's my call. You love me? I don't object, but you can't require me to love you. I believe you will love me so much you can't stop yourself, even if I don't love you. Look at that, look at that. Is that something a person would say? Lawyer Nate, a marriage certificate does have legal binding power, but it can't bind my soul. I like obedient men. Angie gently massaged the man's earlobe, as if handling a treasure. Elders often said that people with thick earlobes have gentle personalities and attract good fortune, leading prosperous lives without worrying about wealth. Monks called it Buddha nature. Govind's earlobes perfectly matched these characteristics. The man reached out and held Angie's palm, looking down with a light laugh. Am I not obedient enough? Catherine Nate tells me to hurry, and I do. She tells me to slow down, and I do. She tells me to touch, and I do. She tells me to lick. Pervert, shut up. Angie's ears turned red, glaring at him angrily. Govind pried off the hand covering his mouth. Am I obedient? Angie stayed silent. Govind continued, so, it looks like. Obedient, obedient, obedient. If I listen, do you like me? Angie. Still got caught. Govind is such a schemer. If you block one path, he'll find another way to achieve his goal. No way could she outplay him in terms of strategy. Angie was unwilling. What's the benefit of liking you? Unlimited money, endless men, enough for you? Boss Nate is so naughty, do your employees know? The man chuckled lowly, about to respond when the doorbell rang. Elena stood at the door with a heavy expression, looking at Govind. Alley sent news, the police found the person, but they're dead. Govind's face changed instantly. Let's go see. Angie quickly changed into clean and neat clothes, following Govind to the location. Boss, Alley approached, handing them masks. Wearing a mask, Angie walked over and crouched to examine the body, but Elena stopped her. Don't touch. Wait for the forensic team. Where's Apollo? Govind asked Alley. Apollo arrived just as he asked, wearing a police uniform followed by a forensic doctor. Based on the body temperature, this happened about 5 minutes ago. The injuries aren't lethal, the fatal injury is on the neck. Listening to the doctor's analysis, Apollo glanced at Govind, grared her to silence. Did we offend someone recently? Angie shook her head. Not really. Could it be the Hua family? If the Hua family wanted to get rid of me, they wouldn't wait until now. Angie negated her own thought. Was anything lost? No, he was searching for something, but before he found it, I appeared. Apollo looked at Govind, noticing his serious expression. He understood and looked at Angie. We'll take this person back today. It's late, we'll handle the rest. Fine. Govind agreed with Apollo. Angie was startled. Fine. Just like that? She gave Govind a puzzled look. Lack of forensic staff? I can help. Elena was excited, showing great interest. Apollo beckoned her to follow. Why did you hand it over to them? Do you want to get involved? On the way back in the car, Angie sat in the passenger seat watching the man holding the steering wheel. Can't I get involved? You can, but think about it. You're a celebrity, I'm a businessman. If we get too involved, what impact would it have on us? Catherine Nate, did I climb this high just to do everything myself? Govind's questions left her speechless. So. Squeak, Angie was about to speak when a sharp breaking sound interrupted her. A woman suddenly darted out from the roadside flower bed. This translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 219, Not the Impartial Judge Baker Tion. What's happening? Did we hit someone? Govind, holding the steering wheel, remained composed. No. If they had hit someone, there would have been some resistance. Don't get out. Govind stopped Angie just as she was about to open the car door to check. Before she could react, a middle-aged man suddenly climbed onto the window and started banging on the car door fiercely. Get out. You hit someone, get out. Get out. Startled, Angie shrank back and instinctively grabbed Govind's hand. What do we do? Apollo is right behind us. There's no need to worry. Compared to Angie's anxiety, Govind was remarkably calm, almost enjoying the situation like he wanted to light up a cigarette and watch. Did you really not hit anyone? If he can get up, doesn't that prove he's fine? Besides. Govind gently squeezed Angie's palm, speaking casually. Your husband is a legal elite, what are you afraid of? Angie. You're arrogant, aren't you? A few minutes later, Apollo roared up on his motorcycle. Seeing Govind's multi-million-dollar Mercedes Maybach parked in the middle of the road, he braked next to the car without getting a chance to ask what was going on. The middle-aged man pounding on the window spotted someone in a police uniform and immediately turned and ran. Why did he run? Angie was astonished. He was so aggressive just now, but why did he suddenly become cowardly? Rubbing his temple, Govind sighed. It was a premeditated act, but their conditions weren't enough to send him to jail. Why wait to be arrested? Did you offend someone? Angie realized something. Tonight's incident didn't seem targeted at her, but rather. We together add up to one Jing gang. What does that mean? The Lincolnsons offended their children, and I offended their parents. Angie. They must keep this secret marriage, it's too terrifying otherwise. If people found out she and Govind were married, wouldn't they just focus all their ire on them? Investigation revealed that the neck was slashed from right to left with precise technique. Elena, wearing a mask and protective suit, examined the victim along with the forensic doctor. From which direction? Left to right or right to left? It was cut from right to left, starting from behind his neck. Exiting the morgue, Elena removed her mask and looked at Alali and Apollo. Do you think it's possible that this operation involved two people, one waiting outside and one inside searching the villa? The other person saw him injured and unable to escape far, so they finished him off on the spot. From the time he jumped down until Alali found him, it took only about 10 minutes. For him to be killed by someone behind him indicates he was caught off guard. Correct analysis. He probably hadn't escaped far. We were too focused on the body to notice anything else around us, Apollo mused, feeling enlightened. He then turned and left again. On Monday, Angie's case against the Hua family went to court. Govind appeared for the defense, and half of Jinggong's lawyer community, including many law students, came to observe. The crowd was dense, and Angie thought the trial was meant to be confidential and no one would know. She was wrong. The trial lasted 2 hours, and the first instance verdict was a loss for Leroy. The opposing lawyer was thoroughly humiliated by Govind. Govind's closing statement deeply resonated with Angie. Law is the crystallization of all human wisdom and intelligence, encompassing all social thoughts and morals. A morally flawed person is like someone planting seeds of lies from a young age. I don't believe all murderers are bad people, nor do I believe those who spout moral righteousness are good. But someone who cheats during courtship and commits domestic violence when a father, especially toward an infant's mother, is definitely not a good person. As human beings, we should understand that gentlemen have principles they adhere to and actions they avoid. Leaving the courthouse, Govind was surrounded by colleagues. He glanced at Alali, who stood beside Angie. Before they could leave, Avril rushed over and grabbed Angie's arm. Why did you hire Govind? Who is it that speaks of morality? Angie laughed despite herself and shook off Avril's grip. Scram, or I'll slap you in front of these students. You, a celebrity, dare to raise a hand in front of the media? Angie, stop pretending. Avril, did your brain get cut with your umbilical cord? That thing on your neck, are you saving it as an heirloom? Even if I slap you here, it's because you provoked me first. Want me to wave the media over? My reputation is already ruined, how about yours? You better return the luxury items, designer bags, shoes, and clothes I gave you, Angie added. Bitch, Avril trembled in anger and shoved Angie. There were several steps below the courthouse, and if Angie fell, she could be seriously injured. Before she lost balance, a strong hand wrapped around her waist and steadied her. The familiar strength reminded Angie of their midnight encounters. Miss Hua, you're truly lawless. Manslaughter isn't a small offense. If Mr. Hua ends up in prison, he won't be out in a couple of months. Can even the Hua family, with all their power, let a murderer go unpunished? Govind steadied Angie and kept his hands behind his back, maintaining distance from the media. You keep talking about murderers, but wasn't Hua Jin's death clear to you? As a lawyer, shouldn't you rely on evidence? Evidence? Govind smiled. With years of experience, he was like a 1,000-year-old fox. His smile made Avril's hair stand on end. She could be aggressive with Angie, but not with Govind, who commanded respect even from Enoch. Miss Hua, I am a lawyer, not the impartial Judge Baker Tian. My client's demand is to send Hua Sam to prison. The evidence you claim to need should come from those trying to avoid responsibility. Only if you provide solid evidence will you have any grounds to argue. Otherwise, bear the legal consequences yourselves. Chapter 220, Haven't I served you enough, Catherine Nate? Mr. Nate, you were so handsome in court. Admiring eyes. As soon as Angie got into the car, she propped her cheek and gazed at Govind with twinkling eyes, resembling an obsessive fan. Govind glanced at her with a detached look that revealed little emotion. Now that you've dealt with Leroy, will you move on to Avril next? Why don't you finish what you've started, Mr. Nate? Resolve Enoch's issue once and for all. Once Enoch falls, only then will their two siblings truly suffer. A pampered heiress who is suddenly left penniless, that's when it gets interesting. Angie twirled her nails as she spoke, while Shayna, gripping the steering wheel, turned back to glance at her. What a rare moment of insight from the princess. In the afternoon, Angie's WeChat messages intermittently popped up, all congratulating her on getting rid of the scum and seeing him brought to justice. She was unusually relaxed. The director, knowing she was returning for the trial, had granted her a 3-day break. These 3 days had just begun, but Kimberly was busy pursuing her career and didn't have time to pay attention to her. Bored, Angie dragged Elsie to a skin care clinic. Afterward, heading to Govind's office, before she could even greet him, Alali rushed in hastily. Boss, the body from last night has been stolen. Angie. Govind's gaze darkened. Where was it stolen? In the morgue. The coroner left at around 1 in the morning, closing the door but not locking it, thinking no one would enter such a place. Unluckily, this morning when Apollo went to check on the body, it had vanished. Govind squinted, his eyes behind the golden-rimmed glasses gleaming dimly. Interesting. I'll track the surveillance footage along the way to see who orchestrated this brilliant plan. Alali received his instruction and left. Angie walked to the opposite side of Govind's desk. You really aren't worried at all. If I showed worry, would they stop? They wouldn't. So, let's go eat. Where are we eating? At a private club you've never been to. Govind, having spent years in business, had befriended many tycoons who valued secrecy and privacy. To meet their demands, he had built numerous private clubs in Jingang, each heavily guarded and extremely exclusive. Dressed in black suit, the man strode steadily with her through a traditional Chinese courtyard, down a long wisteria corridor, and arrived at a winding riverside. They boarded a decorated boat. An octagonal table and round stools made of fine materials, things that looked ordinary yet exquisitely crafted. Sitting on the boat, Angie admired the decor, amazed by Govind's grandeur. Even someone raised by a billionaire father would be astonished by this. Mr. Nate, you're quite a mystery. Do you like it? The man removed his jacket, and a nearby server tried to take it, but he waved her off. He hung his coat neatly, rolled up his sleeves, and poured tea for Angie. For me to pour tea for you, what merit do I possess? Tea flowed smoothly from the pot. Hasn't Catherine Nate served you enough? Angie clicked her tongue, ignoring his retort. Others say it's my good fortune to choose you, but now it seems I'm the one benefiting more. It's good that Catherine Nate understands. Govind sat and sipped tea as the opera troupe came aboard and began singing behind curtains. Angie stared at Govind, astounded by the wealthy lifestyle, speechless for a moment. After a pause, she leaned forward. Mr. Nate, I have a rather immature question for you. Ask. If we divorce, can I still get a share of your hidden assets? The man's casual demeanor stiffened as he put down his cup and looked at her. You like my boat? Yes, 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 yes. Angie nodded furiously. What for? To become a sea king? Use it as a fishing boat? Angie leaned back, suspecting Govind was mocking her. No. Stingy. Drink cold water, and you'll, ahem. Govind laughed, pulled Angie towards him, causing her to lunge onto his lap. A large hand lifted her and placed her on his thigh. What will happen? Angie feigned silence. Govind reached for her waist. What will happen? She struggled but was held tighter. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Their laughter mingled with the operatic music, as Angie snuggled against Govind's chest. Do you think someone stole the body to sabotage us? Scared? Terrified. Business circles deal with life and death. I'm not stupid. Entertainment and elite circles merely engaged in verbal sparring and compared backgrounds. Who would risk killing? Using Avril as an example, she was expelled just for having murderous intent. But Govind's world operated differently. In a civilized society, who wouldn't want to live longer, especially when you're a rich widow? Don't worry, I'm here for you. Govind caressed her waist, his touch gentle like comforting an unruly child. A waiter upstairs saw this scene and hesitated, feeling awkward. Such a powerful businessman paired with a celebrity was an eye-catching duo. Serve the dishes. Servants lined up, heard Govind's order, and entered with food. Exquisite dishes were placed before them. Angie felt it was surreal. It felt like filming an ancient drama. Just us two. Yes. Aren't we being too extravagant? Govind chuckled. More than spending $2 million on a bag? Angie was speechless. Wanting to argue, she saw Govind turn off his phone and stand. Eat first, I'll be right back. Angie watched as Govind descended the boat. Amid the swaying willow branches, she saw a man in light green military uniform approaching. Chapter 221, the corpse was stripped naked. Elena, stop right there. Dream. Elena sheepishly stopped in her tracks and approached the living room where Hero was reading a book with a playful, fawning smile. Why are you still awake this late? How can I sleep when my daughter hasn't come home for 3 days? Elena's retort was tinged with sarcasm. Elena awkwardly touched her nose. It's not that bad. Lately, the department has been quite busy. Elena laughed. Really? When I called your director to ask, he said you've been clocking out on time every day, not staying even a second longer. When asked why you leave on time, you told them your parents were sick and needed to be taken care of. Tell me, who exactly is sick between me and your father, requiring such round-the-clock care from you? Elena, Herman. Caught red-handed. Weren't you telling me to spend more time on myself? So, I went socializing. But where do you stay at night? At my brother's place. This infuriated Elena. A newlywed couple, all lovey-dovey, and you go over as a big light bulb crashing their home every day? What? You think just because you're single, you should make everyone else miserable too? That really stung. Arturo is huge, staying there means no one knows. Besides, if I visit Dream every day, people would think I'm a mom's girl. Now, the dating market dreads mom's boys and girls the most. I need to shake off that reputation. Yes, now it's popular in the dating market to have cars, houses, but no parents around. Shouldn't you find a way to fit in with that trend too? Elena pouted and leaned into Elena's side. Oh. I made a mistake. Don't curse yourself like that, or I'll feel guilty. If you truly cared about me, worry less about me. I got it, where's Dad? Someone invited him out. Elena glanced at Elena. There's steamed bird's nest in the kitchen, go eat some. Have you heard anything about what happened with my brother while staying with him? As Elena squatted in front of the oven pulling out the bird's nest, she trembled inwardly upon hearing this. No, why do you ask? It's nothing. Your father seemed uneasy when answering a call last night. I faintly heard someone mention your brother's name, so I'm a little worried. Elena. Can't be. They found her dad, Arlen. Though Elena had doubts, she didn't dare show it before Elena, instead comforting her. My brother is smart, he'll handle any problems himself. Please don't worry. As soon as Elena left, Elena sent a WeChat message to Angie, informing her that Arlen had been called out by someone. Meanwhile, Angie sat in a boat, phone in one hand, chopsticks in the other, eating dinner while idly scrolling through group chat messages. Seeing Elena's message, she immediately screenshot and forwarded it to Govind. Seeing he wasn't picking up his phone, she dialed him, hanging up once he did. This way, she neither interrupted his conversation yet ensured he saw the message, achieving 2 goals at once. Not long after, Govind returned with his phone, seemingly talking briefly to Arlen. He hung up, seeing Angie setting down her chopsticks to reply. The food is getting cold. Right away. Was that friend of yours? One might say. Angie responded with an, oh, without further comment. On the other side, Alali led his team to an old factory. Crouching low, they entered to investigate but hadn't gone far when they found a corpse on the lawn outside the factory, stripped naked except for its underwear. What kind of pervert drags someone out only to strip them? Maybe there was something hidden in the clothes we missed initially? Apollo suggested, waving for others to search the area. He and Alali squatted beside the body. Did Govind offend anyone? Hard to say. Do you mean hard to say, or dare not say? Alali glanced at Apollo, knowing he was trustworthy. The boss is still investigating but isn't sure. It might be related to the capital. Do you mind directly telling me if it's a business struggle or a power struggle among elites? Apollo asked bluntly. Alali shook his head. Not clear yet, let's keep investigating. Some things weren't his to know, he only needed to fulfill the boss's orders. First, take the body back. We took many photos of the scene last night, we'll review them for inconsistencies. 2 days later, Angie returned to the set. The director thought she'd take more days off but was surprised by her punctuality. Why is the director so happy? Good news? They say someone specially planned a variety show for you and Hector. What kind of variety show? A rural life experience, but different from the live streaming event you did earlier. Who's so kind to gift us a variety show for free? Some investment big shot named Baker something, the makeup artist recalled half-heartedly, pondering the name, when Angie casually supplied, Isaac? Yes, Isaac. He also gave you 2 endorsements. The director wants us to treat you like a mascot. He said you bring wealth. Angie. Others may not know the meaning behind Isaac's actions, but Angie understood. His intentions were simply an excuse to apologize indirectly. Indeed, those in business weren't often straightforward. The director also said we're having dinner together tonight to bond, probably will invite you soon. Can I skip it? Angie pondered. Upon hearing this, Elsie felt Angie was planning another scheme and began texting Burnell to alert him. Well, sure, as the investor now, you can decide. The director can't force you, but I heard Mr. Baker is a major entertainment investor. If the director plans to introduce you, it won't hurt to meet. The makeup artist spoke tactfully, and while Angie listened pleasantly, she knew Isaac's true motives and thus didn't respond further. On set until evening, at 7:30 p.m. after wrapping up, the director finally approached Angie. Dinner with investors tonight? No, Angie slowly unscrewed her water bottle, taking a sip while looking at Aster. Ari is Isaac's protege. Knowing he offended me, Isaac is sending endorsements and a variety show as apologies. Hashtag chapter 222, Angie almost gets killed. Aster was momentarily speechless. He stared at Angie for a moment and said hesitantly, since they came to apologize, it seems inappropriate not to accept it. Maybe we could just make an exception this time. Is the director trying to coax Angie? Someone nearby whispered to another. Yeah, I guess so. If I were Angie, I wouldn't go either. They tried to assault her and didn't think about how wealthy Cameron's family is. Now that things are out of hand, they come out apologizing? That's rich. If it weren't for Cameron's wealth and her ability to pay off these problems, our production would never have gone ahead. Back then, Cameron was an actress, now she's also an investor. Do you think Aster will force Cameron to go? He shouldn't. What pretense of high moral ground? A assistant from Nina grumbled as he passed by, drawing curious glances from everyone. Why should I compromise for someone like that? Should I humiliate myself for their sake? Angie retorted to the director. She continued, can I really forgive them just because they send a mediator to smooth things over? That makes no sense. Even if I were to give them face, it would only be if I wanted to. Geez, you're stubborn, the director snapped. Angie shrugged nonchalantly. If he touched me, my dad would have twisted his skull open and poured chili powder inside to make him explode on the spot. Aster, I've heard that before. After wrapping up filming in the evening, Angie removed her hair accessories and strolled leisurely towards a street stall, with Elsie mumbling warnings behind her. Hey, Lawyer Nate said you shouldn't go around alone. It's dangerous, Elsie nagged. Don't I have you and Isaiah? But what if they use some high-tech weapon and shoot you down? Angie. We live in a rule of law society. Can you think positively for once? The street-side stalls near the film city were always crowded. Angie often visited them and had never thought much of it, but after Elsie's scare, she just wanted to pack and go home quickly. As she was packing up, ready to leave, a motorcycle roared past. She saw a man pull a knife from his pocket and lunge at her neck. If not for Isaiah's quick reflexes pulling her back, she might already be facing the Grim Reaper. Are you okay? Isaiah held onto her arm with one hand and supported her waist with the other to prevent her from falling. Angie was about to shake her head and say she was fine when Elsie's scream broke through. Trembling, she pointed to Angie's arm, sis. Angie looked down to see a long tear in her sleeve, with blood gushing out. At the hospital. There was only one hospital of note near the film city. The on-duty doctors in the emergency room often treated injured actors at odd hours, so they weren't easily surprised. But seeing Angie remove her sun protection outfit and reveal the wound, even the doctor was taken aback. This doesn't look like an accident, it looks like you were cut by a sharp object, maybe a knife? I ran into a thug who tried to stab me on the street. The doctor paused, unsure of what to say, then tried to comfort her awkwardly. It's okay, doctors, like you, are in a high-risk profession. We're here with you. Thanks. You're pretty decent. No problem, we're all in this together. You risk your life for acting, and I risk mine for medicine. Angie. Bro, I heard on the street that some actress got slashed by a knife. Could it be Cameron? Omar asked, drying off after a shower, wrapped in a bathrobe while reading a script on the sofa. On hearing Devon's words, he glanced up. Any photos? No. But I'd bet 90% it's Cameron. Based on what? It's not easy for her to stay alive. Just think how long we've known her. Her father died, she sued her ex-boyfriend, she was kidnapped, almost assaulted. Devon counted each incident on his fingers, recounting Angie's recent misfortunes in a chilling manner. Omar listened, frowning deeply, lost for words. Pretty logical, right? Watching the doctor treat Angie's wound, Elsie was visibly shaken. Thank God Isaiah pulled you away, or that knife would have been at your throat. Sis, what would I do if you were gone? Angie. Elsie, get out. Sis. Angie's face darkened, and she called Isaiah. Take her out. Upon returning to the apartment from the hospital, they encountered Govind coming out of the master bedroom in loungewear. Seeing him, Angie's face turned even darker, filled with both resentment and anger. What happened? What's wrong with your hand? Did you upset someone? Angie scrutinized Govind, suspecting him. Her gut feeling told her that those around her didn't have the audacity to attempt murder on the street, but Govind was highly suspicious. Tell me what happened first. Govind remained calm, supporting Angie as he bent down to place slippers by her feet. The gesture was casual but moved the observers. Given Govind's wealth, he certainly didn't need to do such things. Yet, he did it effortlessly, as though it were routine. Isaiah, tell him. Govind, sensing Angie's emotions, turned to the most reliable person. Isaiah summarized the incident, and upon hearing about the knife aimed at her neck, Govind's expression darkened instantly. Go downstairs and find Alali. Let him handle it. Got it. The door closed, and Angie looked at Govind. The more I think about it, the more it doesn't add up. If this were because of me, they would have killed me before my dad died. It felt off when Apollo took the body away the other day. Govind, are you planning to kill me and take my money to buy yourself a new wife? Before Govind could process Angie's earlier analysis, Her sudden accusation made him laugh in frustration. Your measly fortune isn't worth it. Acting too much has addled your brain. Watch less TV about wives killing husbands. So, you admit it? This is your doing. Chapter 222, Angie nearly gets killed. Aster was momentarily speechless. He stared at Angie, weighing his words for a moment. Since they've come to apologize, it would seem inappropriate not to give them a chance. How about we make some concessions? Is the director just trying to appease Angie? Someone whispered privately to another, watching the scene unfold. Yeah, seems like it. If I were Angie, I wouldn't go either. That guy wanted to assault her and didn't even think about how rich Iona Jie's family is. Now that he knows he can't cover up the incident, he's apologizing. How amusing. If it weren't for Iona Jie's family being wealthy and able to pay off this mess, our show wouldn't even be airing. In the past, Iona Jie was an actress. Now she's also an investor. Aster won't force Iona Jie to go, will he? He wouldn't dare. What pretentiousness. Nina's assistant muttered disdainfully as he passed by, drawing sidelong glances from everyone. Why should I compromise for such a person? Should I inconvenience myself for their sake? Angie shot back at the director. She continued, just because someone offends me and then sends a mediator to smooth things over, does that mean I have to forgive them? It's meaningless. Even if I were to give them the benefit of the doubt, it would depend on whether I want to or not. Damn you, the director growled in frustration. Angie shrugged nonchalantly. If that guy had touched me, my dad would have drilled open his skull and sprinkled chili powder inside to make him explode right there. Aster, I've heard that much before. After the evening wrap-up, Angie took off her hair accessories and strolled leisurely towards a street stall, with Elsie muttering anxiously behind her. Sis, lawyer Nate said you shouldn't act alone. It's dangerous, Elsie warned. But don't you and Isaiah accompany me? What if they use high-tech weapons and shoot you? Angie. We live in a law-abiding society. Can you think more positively? The street food stalls around the film city were always bustling, and Angie often visited them without any issues. But today, after Elsie's warning, she just wanted to pack her food and go home quickly. Just as she packed her food and was about to leave, a motorcycle sped past. She saw the man pull out a knife from his pocket and lunge toward her neck. If not for Isaiah's quick reflexes pulling her away, she'd likely be reporting to Yama now. Are you okay? Isaiah held onto her arm with one hand and supported her waist with the other to prevent her from falling. Angie was about to shake her head and say she was fine when Elsie let out a shrill scream, pointing at her arm, sis. Angie looked down and saw a long tear in her long-sleeved sunblock jacket, blood gushing out. At the hospital, the only medical facility of note near the film city often treated actors injured during shoots. The emergency room doctor wasn't fazed until he saw Angie remove her sunblock jacket and reveal the wound. This doesn't look like an accident, it looks like it was caused by a sharp weapon, a knife. I encountered an attacker who used a knife in broad daylight. The doctor was stunned, unsure what to say, and began offering nonsensical reassurances. It's all right, doctors are also in high-risk professions, but we're here with you. Thanks. You're quite kind. No problem, we're all in the same boat. You risk your life as an actress, I risk mine as a doctor. Angie. Bro, I heard on the street that a female actor was slashed with a knife. Could it be Iona Jie? Omar emerged from the bathroom in a bathrobe, looking over script pages on the couch. Upon hearing Devon's words, he glanced up. Any photos? No. But I bet 90% it's Iona Jie. Basis? She's had a tough time. Look at all the chaos since we met her, her father dying, suing her ex-boyfriend, being kidnapped, almost assaulted. Devon ticked off Angie's recent misfortunes, recounting a series of harrowing events. Omar frowned deeply, unable to find words immediately. Pretty convincing, right? Watching the doctor tend to Angie's wound, Elsie felt terrified. Thank goodness Isaiah pulled you in time, or that knife would have slashed your neck, sis. What would I do if you died? Angie. Elsie, get out. Sis. Angie's face darkened, and she called to Isaiah, take her outside. Upon returning to the apartment, they found Govind stepping out of the master bedroom in casual wear. Seeing Govind, Angie's face darkened even further, feeling both wronged and furious. What happened? What's wrong with your hand? Did you offend someone? Angie scrutinized Govind, suspecting him. Her gut told her that no one close to her had the audacity to attempt murder in broad daylight, while Govind seemed most suspicious. Tell me what happened first. Govind remained calm compared to Angie's agitation. He gently supported her, bent down, and placed slippers by her feet. To the observer, this tender gesture was moving. For someone of Govind's stature, such acts of care were unnecessary. Yet, he did so naturally, as if it were part of his daily routine. Isaiah, tell him. Govind, sensing Angie's emotions, turned to Isaiah, the most reliable source of information. Isaiah summarized the incident, and upon hearing about the knife aimed at her neck, Govind's face darkened instantly. Go downstairs and find Alali. Let him handle it. Got it. The door closed, and Angie looked at Govind. The more I think about it, something feels off. If this was meant for me, they should have acted before my father died. I felt uneasy since Apollo took the body away. Govind, are you trying to kill me to take over my assets? Planning to buy a new wife with my money? While pondering how to respond to her initial concerns, Govind couldn't help laughing at her final accusation. Your measly money isn't worth my effort. Too much acting has messed up your brain. Try not to watch so many murder plots. So you admit it? Did you cause this trouble? Govind laughed again, amused by her dramatic leap in logic. Chapter 223, let's talk this out, put the scissors down first. Govind raised an eyebrow, taking things out of context. Slandering? Angie retorted. Govind didn't feel like arguing with her and simply went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Before he could say anything, Angie caught up and questioned angrily, was it your fault? The man glanced at Angie and saw how desperately she wanted to reprimand him as if she wished to curse his ancestors for generations. Our marriage is hidden from the public, sweetie. Need I explain what hidden marriage means? It means that outsiders don't know we're married, so even if someone has a grudge against me, they won't direct it towards you. Got it? Are you sure no one will investigate? Where would they check? Govind drank some water, suppressing his anger. The Civil Affairs Bureau. Does the Civil Affairs Bureau belong to you? Can you just go and check whenever you want? Govind retorted sharply. Angie had been injured and was given anesthesia when getting stitches. The anesthesia wore off now, and the wound throbbed in pain. Added to that, being snapped at, her temper flared instantly. She glared at Govind as if about to explode. Watching the man finish his drink. Let's calm down and talk this out. What's there to talk about? Angie shouted angrily. You insist on blaming me, standing before me and berating me, forcing me to admit something I didn't do regardless of the facts. How is that any different from coercion? Fine, you're noble and great. You can sleep on the couch tonight. Bang. Lawyer Nate stood in the living room, staring at the closed door with beads of cold sweat. Blame his stubbornness. Blame his insistence on logic. Blame his rationality. Blame him for not confessing under pressure. It's all his fault. Amy, open the door. Get lost. Lawyer Nate apologized through the door. I was wrong. I apologize. Please open the door. Get away. Do you not want to know the outcome of this matter? Swish, the door opened. Angie held onto the handle with one hand and brandished a shiny pair of scissors in front of Govind, threatening fiercely, tell me the truth, or else I'll cut something off. Seeing the scissors, Govind felt an involuntary tremor in his legs. Let's talk this out calmly. Put the scissors down first. Govind, did I give you too much respect? Angie advanced toward him with the scissors. Instinctively, he took a step back. Don't you know how to talk to your wife properly? I'm sorry, said Govind, remembering her fiery temper from childhood. He wouldn't jeopardize his lifelong happiness over such a petty issue. Admitting fault wasn't a shameful thing to do. Who owns the Civil Affairs Bureau? You do, Govind lied, going along with Angie. Her stern demeanor made Angie's heart flutter. Clang, she slapped the scissors onto the coffee table and sat down, mimicking Govind's usual pose while looking at him expectantly. Spill. To be honest, I have quite a few enemies, but until we've investigated, I can't confirm who it is or why they're targeting us. So, I'll do my best to resolve it soon. Did Lawyer Nate offend someone? Isaiah was also curious. Recent events were bizarre and unfathomable. Angie had offended people before, but the frequency and intent behind these recent attacks were unsettling. It seemed the opponent was becoming frantic. Alalie sighed. If Lawyer Nate hadn't offended anyone, would he still be called Lawyer Nate? They even dug up our ancestral graves. Isaiah. Similar to last time, it appeared meticulously planned without leaving any loose ends. They followed the surveillance cameras and found the motorcycle in a pond, but the perpetrator had vanished. While Angie washed her face and removed makeup with a bandaged wound covered in plastic wrap, Govind received a call from Alalie. Upon hearing this, the man wasn't surprised and instructed Alalie to check further, just to confirm. Have someone protect Angie secretly. Tell Isaiah not to panic. Alalie looked at Isaiah beside him and relayed the message after hanging up. Isaiah nodded in understanding. Did you catch them? Angie emerged from the bathroom, wiping water off her face. Govind shook his head, no. Mr. Nate, aren't you the living Yama of Jingang? Can't you handle this? Are you capable? Govind tossed his phone onto the small bed and turned to look at Angie with a raised tone. Why don't you try then? If you can't, get lost. Don't sleep on my bed. Govind. Why the visit, Oren? Krista, following Govind's orders, came to the Hua family compound after work, accompanied by several bodyguards and Leah. When Enoch saw Leah trailing behind Krista, his expression changed. What does this mean, Oren? Just what it looks like. Mr. Nate said that Hua family affairs are chaotic. If you truly wish to restore the Hua family, it's better to avoid trouble. Taking this matter to court will ruin Sam Hua's life. Since we are all acquaintances, it's better to discuss this peacefully, don't you think? Last time Enoch was cordial, offering seats and tea, but today he was obviously irritable, eyeing Krista guardedly. Speak directly, Oren. In legal terms, newborns remain with their mother until they are weaned, especially in cases like Mr. Hua's habitual domestic violence. If you don't want this to become messy, bring out the child. We won't linger. The appearance fee for Montegegmeo is beyond Lee's means. Are you trying to play hero? A penniless woman hiring a top-notch lawyer? Enoch didn't believe Krista was that generous, knowing full well how much she earned from the Montague family case. Krista held a bottle of mineral water and smiled faintly at Enoch's words, drinking some water nonchalantly, much like Govind's carefree demeanor. I've always been kind-hearted. Mr. Hua should know I don't lack money. What I lack is the right mindset. My Hua family lineage isn't for you to meddle in. My Hua family lineage isn't for you to meddle in, but Sam Hua's future. The chapter continues to develop the plot around Angie and Govind's marital conflicts, the mysterious threats, and the ongoing tensions within the Hua family. Chapter 224 Catherine Nate, what are the benefits? Here's your ticket, Miss Chi. Remember what you said. If you dare to return to Jinggang, we can't guarantee your safety. Krista handed her a ticket. Leah accepted it and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, President Su. I swear I will never set foot in Jinggang again. Krista glanced at the baby in her arms. There was neither kindness nor disgust in his eyes. To him, being a mother was a contradictory role. Askari, with her vast wealth, upon learning of her ex-husband's infidelity, didn't rush for a divorce but conceived a child first. To obtain a large sum of money, she used the child as bait and deliberately had an abortion. In the end, she gained both wealth and freedom from children. While Leah, penniless and struggling to support herself, still fought desperately to take the child away. Who is good? Who is bad? Who is a qualified mother? Who isn't? It's impossible to define. Krista opened his wallet and took out the limited cash inside. Lawyers fear leaving various pieces of evidence, so no bank transfers. Take this cash. Leah had no money at all. Without it, she might not even be able to buy food after leaving. Thank you. Leah, I've seen too many young girls go down the wrong path. This time, you haven't lost entirely. At least these people still have some conscience and didn't finish you off when they had the chance. I hope you won't stray onto that path again in the future. Leah knew these words were a warning from Krista. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. Only when she stood at the airport entrance with her child, watching the black Mercedes speed away, did she slowly shift her gaze back. Jinggang, a financial hub within the country, was bustling with visitors, even busy at night like daytime. A place she once longed to visit during her studies, now forced her to flee in haste. Was she wrong? No. Was Govind wrong to set up this trap? Not really. She sought wealth, he sought love. Neither was wrong. Recalling that midnight, she received news about her critically ill mother being transferred to Jinggang for treatment. Rushing to the hospital, she saw her father signing papers to abandon treatment. It felt like her whole world crashed. She begged her father not to do such a cruel thing, but he told her they had no money. No money. Such simple words. Yet at that moment, those two words felt like chains wielded by spirits, passing through her body, locking her soul. As a fresh college graduate, she cried helplessly in the hospital corridor due to the lack of money. Until a pair of shiny leather shoes stopped in front of her. Blurry-eyed, she looked up to see an extraordinary man. Govind, the law king of Jinggang University, the dreamboat of many students. She wasn't without romantic fantasies, but later realized from his hints that she wasn't worthy of him. How could someone from a small town compete with a princess? 5 million, a performance. Just enough to let Angie see the true face of a scoundrel and regain her single status. What happened afterward with Xavier was beyond the contract, her own fault for letting things get out of hand. As Krista said, Govind had done enough. If he lacked any moral fiber, her situation would be much worse. The next morning, Angie got up from bed and saw movement in the kitchen through the door. Elsie? You're still here? Usually, by this time, Govind would have left already. She didn't expect him to be in the kitchen. Wash up and come eat breakfast since you're awake. Oh, she rubbed her eyes, barefoot, and turned back toward the bedroom. But she heard Govind remind her, wear your shoes. Do you stay because I'm asleep? Afraid I'll never wake up or something? Govind paused while holding his soy milk, glancing at Angie. Do you want me to strangle you? I'm just asking. Then ask something I want to hear. What do you want to hear? Angie poked at her kanji. Before Govind could reply, his phone buzzed on the table. Second trial denied for Xavier, 15 years at first instance. I know, Angie replied casually. Hearing this, Govind frowned. Elon sent me a WeChat this morning. Govind. You're pretty savvy. You communicate closely with my secretary. Govind's voice carried a chill. Huh. Of course, I introduced him to a multi-million divorce case. The reputation of being the god of wealth doesn't come easily. Govind. No wonder he saw Angie's photo on his office wall with a cola bottle underneath. So that's how it is. Isaac went to the production site yesterday. The director offered me variety shows and advertisements last night, but I declined. Could you handle this, Mr. Nate? Do you dislike variety shows and ads? Not exactly. I don't eat everything put before me. Her elbow propped on the table, stretching her neck towards Govind, she said, it depends on who offers it. Seeing this, Govind couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed her style. Catherine Nate, what benefits are there? Benefits? Angie raised an eyebrow. Mr. Nate hummed in response. Putting down her chopsticks, Angie stood up and grabbed the bathrobe Govind was wearing, fiercely stating, giving you a chance to solve my problems is a favor to you. What benefit do you need? 10 wives, perhaps? The helicopter landed on Montegegmeo International's rooftop, and rain began to pour. Govind was drenched within dozens of meters of the building. Back in the office, the first thing he did was change clothes. Krista walked in just as Govind dried the rainwater from his neck with a towel. Everything you assigned has been taken care of. Govind tossed the towel to Elon, waving him off. Where did you go? Fuzhou. Seeing Govind sit down, Krista worriedly asked, are you sure this is enough? If someone uses it against you, your 2-year marriage contract with Angie might be at risk. Obtaining things through scheming might not last long, but using people as pawns could lead to regret. Just as he turned on his computer, Krista, understanding him for years, knew he had an answer in mind. Boss, Mr. Montague is here. The translation follows the guidelines provided, maintaining English-only content, preserving character names, tone, style, and coherence with the previous context. Chapter 225, Geraldine's Attitude. Spike's father-in-law's family is quite famous in the capital. A decade ago, they were considered powerful and wealthy. However, they've struggled in recent years due to financial issues. Everyone's fate was tied together, one good event benefited all, while a bad one harmed all. It's rumored that half a year ago, they unknowingly offended someone and got stomped on. This affected even Spike's wife's extended family, Darren said after sipping his tea. Recalling something, he looked at Govind and continued, her family has some connection with your wife's. Angie? Govind's eyes darkened, staring at Darren without speaking, waiting for him to continue. Your wife's half-sister's younger sister's fiancé. Krista, is it really necessary to complicate South Baker King's fiancé? Darren shot her a look, why do you have no sense of mystery? Govind tapped his finger on the desk, interrupting their argument, continue. Previously, Spike's investments were led by Delia. But recently, because the Bow family has offended someone, investors in the capital are avoiding them. Delia knew she couldn't get funds in the capital, so she sent Spike to you for help. The Bow family was once proud and wouldn't associate with ordinary people. However, their decline over the past 6 months has been rapid. In desperation, they turned to the Nan family. The two families, who previously looked down on each other, now find themselves on common ground. What does this have to do with the Nan family? Krista asked, puzzled, her gaze shifting to Govind. It's because the Nan family is also in trouble. They used to be very successful, but recent turmoil has put them in a tough spot. That's why the entire Nan family moved back, to capitalize on their remaining influence in Jinggang and raise funds before it's too late. Darren sighed, you must admit that old Mr. Nan had foresight. If they stayed abroad, they could only test the waters. Returning to Jinggang ensures they still command respect. What wasn't in his calculations was the death of Freddie. If Freddie were alive, Presley would likely seek him out for support, and Freddie would have helped the Nan family back up. Krista shuddered, fortunately, he's dead. If Freddie were alive, the Nan family might have sought support from him, potentially destabilizing Angie's position as the head daughter. The Nan family once saw themselves above Freddie, a self-made man. When their daughter became pregnant, they'd rather have her become a single mother than let her marry him. Truly, fortune turns on a dime. Our big sister Tong isn't like that. Being self-made? No background? As long as they have money and meet her standards, she'll gladly accept them. Darren sighed, drawing a teasing glance from Krista. Dare to say such things in front of old dog Nate? Haven't brushed your teeth this morning? Should I ask Elon to bring in a toilet brush? Govind took a sip of coffee calmly, his words carrying a hint of warning. Darren snorted, Geraldine doesn't mind. She won't mind if you eat shit either. Want to try? Govind remained calm, pushing Darren off with a retort. Krista raised an eyebrow and changed the subject, let's focus on business. The Bow family in the capital is similar to the Hua family in Jinggang, both not doing well. The young master of the Bow family has a poor reputation, noble young ladies avoid him, and he only plays with those less reputable women. Doesn't Delia control him? How can she? He's her nephew, not her son. Spike's financial situation can't last long. Govind nodded, then asked, what about the other matter? No leads yet. No news from the Tai family. No leads. Govind's fingers twitched slightly as he held his cup, revealing his doubt beneath a casual facade. If nothing happened with the Tai family, could all these incidents just be coincidences? Besides the TYS, who else could manage this? What's wrong? Krista asked. Boss, Teacher Nate has arrived. Krista and Darren exchanged glances, knowing immediately that it was Govind's father. They both exited with their teacups. As they left, they greeted Arlen, Teacher Nate. Are you busy? Just finished, Krista smiled faintly. Your Lenore mentioned the grapes are ripening soon. Krista's eyes lit up at the mention of grapes. Teacher Nate, remember to call me. I'm available anytime. Arlen nodded with a smile, sure. Initially, Govind bought land near Jinggang University to build a complex, ostensibly for buildings, but primarily to provide a more comfortable home for his family. Growing up in the university dorms wasn't bad but wasn't ideal for a family. After Arlen decided to spend his life with Elena, Govind bought a piece of land, allocating a third of it for a villa for his father. The spacious yard was filled with various fruits and vegetables cultivated by Elena, creating a serene rural lifestyle. Govind was like a whale rising with the tide and a beach left bare by its ebb, seeing it all, thus possessing immense tolerance. It's rare to see Teacher Nate visit. Isn't it? Darren added. Teacher Nate usually avoids such meetings with Govind to maintain propriety. Inside the office, Govind washed a new cup and handed it to Arlen. What brings you here? I called you last night, but you didn't answer. I wanted to discuss something. Govind nodded, preparing to pour tea but was stopped by Arlen. What kind of tea? Nate Ming, Govind replied. Satisfied, Arlen released his hand. The thousands of yuan per pound tea in your office, I can't afford it. Govind chuckled. Dad, who can't afford it if you can't? Living in a multi-billion villa but can't drink 1,000 yuan tea? Darcy, who are you mocking? As your teacher, I need to consider my ethics. While the villa can be attributed to you, how do I explain tea costing several thousand per pound? How can I face students asking for tea? Translation completed as requested. Hashtag chapter 226, Hector loves but cannot obtain. Govind, hearing Arlen's words, finally understood. Today's conversation had circled around the last two characters. Has anyone come to find you recently? Govind pressed the boil button on the kettle. The buzzing of the induction cooker filled the quiet office. Arlen hummed in response. Someone from your mother's side wants to meet you. If they want to meet me, they should just come find me directly. I'm not 3 years old anymore. Govind leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of tea and gently rotating it. Arlen sighed, looking at him. They need to be able to get in touch with you. If they can't find me, why come to you? They haven't tried for all these years. Why now? Are they using borrowed power because the Thai family is on the decline? Jichu. Arlen was extremely strict with his children's upbringing, always managing what they should or shouldn't say from a young age. The tea in the cup was lukewarm as Govind lifted it and drank it all at once. Milagros almost got killed last night after leaving the set. Do you know who did it, father? Arlen was startled. The Thai family? I never believe a faithless person can genuinely change for the better. If they do, it's only for their own gain. If he were destitute now, would the Thai family still seek him out? Humans are creatures of smell, drawn by wealth and power. Arlen nodded, understanding. Knowing your thoughts helps. When will you bring Milagros home for dinner? After she finishes this show. Dr. Su, someone is here to see you. Who? Elena had just finished her night shift and was about to go home for a nap when the nurse stopped her at the office door. A celebrity. Angie? Elena's eyes lit up. Oh. Geraldine actually has time. But as the office door opened, Elena's mood plummeted from that of a happy fairy to a grumpy witch. Miss Nina, what brings you here? Director Su, I'm feeling unwell and wanted to see you. Nina smiled warmly from her seat. Sorry, I'm off duty today. You'll have to wait. Elena said, then dragged old Su, who had just started his day, into the adjacent office. This is our department head. Speak to him. Nina's lips twitched. She hadn't expected this. But I specifically want Dr. Su. Elena mimicked her difficulty, but I'm off duty. I've been up all night and am so tired. The hospital leadership won't even let me work overtime for fear I might drop dead. Miss Nina, please don't take advantage of us workers just because you're a celebrity. Little Miss thinks she can fool everyone, huh? You think you can put on such an act? You're not as pretty or talented as Angie, yet you keep trying to insert yourself around me. Everyone knows what you're up to. Nina's face shifted unpredictably. Approaching Elena, she pulled out her phone and asked cautiously, can Director Su add me on WeChat? Hearing this, Elena started searching her body for her phone. Oh, where's my phone? Maybe I dropped it. Let me look. By the time Elena came back from the bathroom, Nina had already left. Passing by the director's office, she was called in. Did you find your phone? Yes, Elena shook her phone. You could at least pretend better. Don't you know doctors' coats have shallow pockets? Trying to fish for your phone while it's in your pocket, do you think people are idiots? Elena. Sister, did you see her? Nina asked her assistant softly upon getting into the car. Met her, but she wasn't pleased. This, just a doctor and she's so arrogant? A doctor isn't worth being arrogant, but Govind is her brother, which makes a difference. She went through all this trouble just for Govind, didn't she? And judging by Elena's reaction, Nina wasn't the first, nor the last. At noon, Angie arrived at the set where the makeup artist was selecting her costume. A red Lincoln Few caught her eye. The director specifically ordered that this scene must be shot well, it's meant to become viral. Seeing Angie's interest, the makeup artist explained. Oh. Sister, the group chat mentioned you were injured and almost killed. Is that true? Looking into the mirror, Angie gave a faint smile. What do you think? I think, probably not. The makeup artist only heard rumors. Knowing Angie didn't like discussions about things she didn't wish to talk about, the makeup artist fell silent. Today's styling was complex and time-consuming. By the time Omar finished his scenes, Angie's makeup wasn't complete. The director, eager to catch up on schedule, called another makeup artist over. Just arranging the hair accessories took hours. When Angie appeared in red attire, everyone on set was stunned. Describing Angie's beauty as stunningly beautiful seemed inadequate, any word felt insufficient in front of her. Gray, known for directing period dramas, had high standards and was highly selective. Many celebrities sought roles in his projects. But Gray demanded excellence, and not just anyone met his standards. Angie, this outfit was custom-made by a Lincoln Few master in Suzhou, usually reserved for stage plays. Director has good taste. After the shoot, you and Hector will do some promotional photos together. Only then did Angie notice Omar in matching black and red Lincoln Few, designed as a couple's outfit. The scene was Omar celebrating his new position as Prime Minister in the garden. Walking hand in hand, they stunned everyone. Though short, it showcased the director's meticulous planning. By the time they finished filming, it was past 9 p.m. The promotional photo shoot took place in a temporary setup with 2 elaborate chairs. Angie and Omar sat side by side, their skirts intertwining, exuding a subtle yet undeniable romantic tension. Change positions. Hector, look at Sister Hua with hidden, restrained love. In the garden, Angie chatted quietly with highborn daughters while Omar watched her from behind, eyes filled with surprise and unspoken love. Very good. Reviewing the shots, Angie looked at Omar's gaze as the photographer pointed out, Hector really nails it with that look of unattainable love. Devon, overhearing, glanced at Omar. This wasn't acting, it was real. Unfortunately, some people just couldn't read it. Chapter 227, is the person next to her from the Arlo family? Syra, there have been recent reports that Isaac has been frequenting the film city lately. Insiders say he's been sending advertisements and variety shows for a certain drama, said secretary while sitting in the car listening. Taken with a young lady? Delia asked, still listening to her secretary. The secretary paused for a moment before continuing. It seems he is interested in someone who is Freddie's daughter. You must have heard of her. Huagang's top star Angie? Yes. Delia was puzzled. Why? Isaac operates in the entertainment industry, and his business is worlds apart from the Hua family. He wouldn't need to cross paths with them. Why would he give resources to Freddie's daughter? There's a rumor that one of Isaac's subordinates offended Angie, leading to this situation. But I think that given Isaac and Hua family don't usually have any interactions, if a subordinate offended the Hua family, Isaac could just dismiss him without personally trying to please Angie. Early this month, it was seen that President Nate had dinner with Angie, Miss Chu, and other tycoons. Isaac's family operates in the jurisdiction under Huagang City, and they recently need a large sum of money for development. Govind is the financier Isaac found. Do you mean Isaac might be apologizing and making amends due to Govind? Secretary nodded, I suspect so. Delia fell silent. Secretary added, but considering President Nate took on the Hua family case, perhaps their relationship is only at this level. If it were just at this level, why would a shrewd person like Isaac go through all this trouble himself? Delia didn't agree. In business, no move is insignificant. A butterfly flaps its wings on the other shore, causing storms here. Govind is currently a god of wealth, many people vie to flatter and court him. Even many tycoons can't get him, and he has a bad temper outside. Polite and cultured on the surface, but underneath it's all an act. His means, even wordless, can force people to kneel. During Montegegmeo's early establishment, Govind expanded the international market, leaving a shareholder to manage things locally. 6 months later, he returned with Krista and others from abroad to find the company in disarray. As a lawyer, accepting cases indiscriminately was bad enough, but worse, openly having inappropriate relations with an intern at the office. A few days after this incident, Montegegmeo issued a death notice for an important board member, expressing deep sorrow. Outsiders see the result, insiders read between the lines. Rumor has it Govind had evidence of commercial crimes and reported it to the police. Then, the person jumped off Montegegmeo International's 38th floor. Post-incident actions were swift, with board members' families departing the country overnight from Huagang Airport, as if fleeing from charges. Today, they seek favor with Govind and involve him in a scandal. He might appear emotionless, but surely already has strategies planned. Delia felt a headache. She leaned back, massaging her temples, feeling sore all over. Have we arrived yet? Not yet. They drove 2 hours today just to meet Beatrice and ask about the situation. Indeed, she was desperate. The Beau family struggled in the capital, oppressed by both business and political circles. If not for this predicament, she wouldn't rely on an actor. Syra, Geraldine. Delia opened her eyes and followed the secretary's gaze, seeing Angie emerge from the film city, accompanied by 2 men and 1 woman. Is the person next to her from the Arlo family? Yes. Omar, apparently also from the entertainment industry, is currently in the same cast with Angie, playing male and female leads. Delia pondered for a moment and got out of the car. Angie had just ordered food at a roadside barbecue stall but hadn't sat down when she saw a tall figure approach. Geraldine, what a coincidence. Angie looked up, vaguely recognizing him. President Beau? I'm glad you remember me. It's been a long time since we last met at Xavier's funeral. Angie smiled politely but distantly. What brings President Bo here? Film cities are not typical places for commoners or for someone like Delia. Investors may enjoy their films at cinemas, but why come here, especially in sweltering summer? To meet a client, and on the way, I saw you. This is... Delia shifted her gaze. She intended to meet Omar via Angie but ended up being brushed off with a simple colleague. Omar merely nodded, staying seated. They exchanged a few words. Delia then excused herself, citing prior engagements. Angie pulled out her phone and sat down, while Elsie approached curiously. Sis, who was that? She seemed sinister. The real wife of Beatrice, Angie replied, opening a game while nodding toward the departing car with Beatrice inside. Damn, how explosive. Will Beatrice survive tonight? A scandal has erupted with no harm. It proves the wife knows of Beatrice's existence. Such matters were common in high society. Few rich wives kill mistresses for their husbands, understanding the implications of changing the matriarch. Especially given Natajichu's statement that Spike's company faced issues, divorce could lead to far worse problems. You know and haven't acted? Whether it's Beatrice or someone else, can they all be eliminated? Too idle. Use this time to invest more money instead. Angie resumed her game, kicking Anwar, signaling him to join. Omar watched the three engrossed in their phones, waiting for food and gaming. If you ever get married, will you do the same? He wondered aloud about trivial marriage views. Fingers dancing on the screen, Angie responded, my dream is for my husband not to come home, leaving me money to spend. Elsie. Sis, don't scare Arlo Yuanding. Omar observed Angie, then remarked, if you have questions, just ask. No need to stare uncertainly. We've gamed and grilled together. Will you treat marriage so frivolously? Angie maneuvered rapidly on the game screen, agreeing with a sound, my dream is for my husband to stay away while I splurge. Elsie. Sis, don't freak Arlo Yuanding out. Chapter 228, Who are you? After leaving the barbecue stall, it was almost 12 o'clock. Angie swayed as she walked toward her apartment. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw a few dim lights on inside. Govind was sitting at the dining table as usual, with his laptop, tablet, and phone set up in front of him. Catherine, Nate is back. Did you enjoy your barbecue? The chilly tone of the man's voice startled Angie. How did you know? Her action of changing shoes by the door froze. Too busy gaming to check Weibo. Govind had just received a message from Darren when he got home. It was a screenshot showing Angie and Omar each sitting with their assistants at the barbecue stall, engrossed in playing games while waiting for their food. Seeing them so dedicated was quite comforting. When had Geraldine ever been this focused on anything besides coaxing money out of her father? Angie muttered something under her breath and walked over to Govind, scrolling through her Weibo feed. She stood by the water dispenser, pouring herself a glass of water. Who took these photos? Definitely one of my haters. They only edited Omar, but left me untouched. How unfair. My future son will have no bottom hole. Govind. Angie drank half the glass of water, then pulled out the chair next to Govind and sat down. Boss Nate, are you mad? Jealous? What do you think? Govind gently moved her knee away from the edge of the table to prevent her from bumping it. Angie pushed the cup forward slightly. Drink some water, calm down. The man scoffed coldly. You're being considerate. You're my husband. If you die of anger, who'll give me money? Govind put down his work and patiently retorted, so, I should decide your credit card limit based on my mood? Angie, you might as well say you want me to be poor, right? Spending my money yet unwilling to make me happy. You're not my dad. You call me dad plenty in bed. Angie. Do you want to be a dog? Lick dog? Sure, Catherine Nate, where do you want me to lick tonight? There was no point talking anymore, this conversation wasn't heading anywhere productive. Angie put down the cup and prepared to leave. Just as she took 2 steps, Govind wrapped an arm around her waist and pressed her against the dining table. Angie, I know your nature. I won't fuss if you have dinner or play games with other men, but you must understand, all men get jealous, especially when their wife ignores them at home and smiles at others outside. Do I ignore you? Want to check WeChat? See how many messages I sent you today, and how many you replied. Govind's hand landed on her lower back, rubbing up along her spine. The tingling sensation forced Angie to move forward, pressing against Govind to avoid his touch. Boss Nate, workers don't have that much free time. Not even during gaming? Angie. Alright, flattering a man, she'd learned it since she was in her mother's womb. Angie raised her hand and hooked it around Govind's neck, shaking it lightly. Finished work, relaxing a bit. Boss Nate upset? I'll uninstall the game right away. Think about it, we barely see each other a few hours a day. When you meet me, all you do is nag. This would make me fearful of seeing you. You wouldn't want our relationship to deteriorate, would you? Not angry anymore. She cradled Govind's face, bringing her lips close, giving him light kisses. Her tongue traced the outline of his thin lips. Govind had a high interest in Angie. Angie was right, he was indeed just a licking dog, willing to follow her every command once she beckoned him. What nonsense was love, restraint and desire indulgence? To Govind, these were all rubbish. Once someone liked something immensely, they wanted to possess it completely. Especially when it came to a living person, after loving for years before finally getting a hold of them, wanting them until death was inevitable. Restraint? Go to hell. If he could still restrain himself in such a situation, he might as well be impotent. In the bathtub, Angie lazily rested on Govind's body, her fingertips painted with solid nail polish trailing from his nose bridge to his Adam's apple. You and Rufus Lay haven't resolved things yet? No, Govind kissed the palm of her hand he held. Why ask? I met Delia today, she went to Beatrice. Delia and Rufus Lay need funds. Since they can't get help from my side, they've concocted various schemes. Elena has been involved too. Hearing Elena's name, Angie gasped and propped herself up. Elena? Ouch, her abrupt movement pressed a sensitive spot on Govind, causing him to sharply inhale. She adjusted her position carefully. Beatrice keeps visiting Elena lately. Did Elena fall for it? No, Govind gently pushed Angie's shoulders underwater to keep her warm. Quite smart. Angie praised and then thought for a moment. Delia seems to want to meet Omar. The Beau family's status in the capital has declined, while the Arlo family is highly favored. It's natural she wants to meet him. Angie thought about it and agreed. Be careful around Rufus Lay's people recently, don't get too close. Montegegmeo is preparing to take over Kyle Group. Rufus Lay hasn't realized it yet, but once he does, you and Elena should be cautious. Is this considered a business secret? Angie raised an eyebrow. Govind nodded. Yes. Telling me a business secret, not afraid I'll hurt you? If you can't distinguish this small thing, are you really Angie? Govind patted her waist, signaling her to stand up. Angie lounged lazily on him. Let me soak a little longer. The water's cold, you'll catch a cold. Angie obediently let Govind lift her up and wrapped herself in a towel, looking at him. My filming wraps up in July. Can Boss Nate lend me your private jet, for fun then? Govind nodded. Sure, but if you think you can use my private jet to cuddle puppies on an island, forget it. Miser, what if I find you a fiery girl on the island with your private jet? Govind's expression turned cold. Itching for a beating? Angie fell silent and walked out of the bathroom barefoot. She settled into bed, and her phone rang. She hung up Kimberly's call and sent a message. What's up? Not convenient? A little. Sure enough, with a man, no sisters. Straight to the point, I need money, 1 million first. You think I'm an ATM? Kimberly, sis, do you see ATMs dispensing only 1 million at once? Hurry. Angie opened her banking app to transfer money to Kimberly. The other phone rang beside her. She checked it. It was a landline number starting with 010. Thinking it might be a spam or sales call, she picked it up. A clear female voice spoke, followed by a brief silence on the other end. Then, a cold interrogative voice asked, Who are you? Chapter 229, Boss Nate has a woman outside? Woman? Angie glanced at the phone number from 010, her brows furrowed tightly. This confident accusation clearly came from someone who knew Govind well. And not just casually familiar. Just as Angie was about to speak, Govind snatched the phone and hung up. She lay on the bed wrapped in a bath towel, looking at Govind's dark face. Boss Nate, what's going on? Harassment call. Why did you hang up so quickly if it was just a harassment call? I didn't want it to ruin your mood. You're already ruining my mood now. Govind paused for a moment, gazing at Angie before his eyes fell on her bright phone screen. Transferring money to who? I asked you first. Don't change the subject. If you mess around with women outside, Govind, don't ever think of touching me again. Angie, is it that hard to trust me? One phone call makes you talk tough to me? As he said this, an idea struck him, and he leaned closer to Angie. Is Catherine Nate jealous? Using her own method against her? Angie felt like laughing out of frustration. She wasn't falling for this. She pushed Govind away. Boss Nate, using your tricks on me won't work. Catherine Nate, the person, the money, the heart, all are in your hands. If you can't trust my character, surely you trust my money? A simple call made you doubt me? Persuading me, huh? Alright, Angie tapped on her phone, presenting a string of card numbers to Govind. Transfer 100 million to show sincerity. Govind glanced at the card numbers, then went into the living room and returned with a checkbook and pen, drawing up a check right there and then. The generous gesture left Angie speechless. What kind of person is this worth such a gesture? Who's this person, so special to Boss Nate? Angie waved the check around. Govind now understood what it felt like to be damned either way. Giving money looked guilty, not giving it seemed insincere. Go to sleep. You sleep. You know I care, and knowing I care but not solving the problem only makes me more concerned. Maybe after a good night's sleep, I'll have decided something. Decided what? Change husbands. Hagwa. Govind gritted his teeth, his voice spreading across the entire bedroom. The next morning, Angie headed to the film set, spotting Beatrice holding an ice pack from afar. Was she hit by the official wife? Angie thought, Elsie must have spoken openly without fear of consequences. Just as she was thinking, Beatrice approached them. Her gaze fixed fiercely on Elsie. Say that again. Elsie shrank back but regained confidence when she remembered taking photos last night. What? We saw you get into Director Selena's wife's car last night, and I even took pictures. If you think I'm lying, I'll show everyone. You. Beatrice, seething with anger, turned to Angie. Angie, control your dog. That's strange. My dog bit you, and you bite back? Isn't that asking for trouble? Beatrice. Delete the photos, keep the bad luck. Angie glanced coldly at Elsie. Elsie pulled out her phone and deleted the photos, about to leave when Beatrice held her back. Delete and clear the trash. You. Elsie hesitated but remembering Angie's chilling stare, complied. Entering the makeup room, Angie was surprised to find herself still sitting, arms crossed. Elsie shrank back. Sis. Elsie, do you understand industry rules? As my assistant, blackmailing Beatrice with photos won't benefit me at all. If you continue acting rashly, I'll replace you. I thought since she treated you this way before, it was fair. Angie nodded. In other words, you weren't just photographing Beatrice but also Rufus's wife. I understand, it won't happen again, Elsie mumbled sadly. Angie pondered for a moment. Go, let the makeup artist in. Be careful. Elsie, though nice, sometimes viewed things too simply. Boss, Grandma he is back, demanding compensation for her grandson. Elon looked at Govind with difficulty. Since Leah left Jingang with the child, Grandma he had been insane, sent by her driver to sit outside the company every day, loudly demanding recompense. It was unprecedentedly shameless. How many days now? 5 days, Elon watched as Govind paused his signing, his eyes cold. Thud, Govind tossed the pen onto the desk, got up, rolled up his sleeves. Bring the tablet. Elon, uncertain, followed. Need backup? For what? Brawling, make it tomorrow's news? Elon. Downstairs, Govind walked to Grandma he, his expensive shoes tapping. Who are you? Weren't you asking me to compensate for your grandson? It's you. The old lady reached out to grab Govind's collar but he stepped back, causing her to stumble and fall. She lay there shouting that someone was trying to kill her. Elon wanted to help but was stopped by Govind's gaze. Wearing a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, Govind extended his hand for the tablet which Elon passed over. Dressed impeccably, he squatted before the Felicia, unkindness written on his face. His finger touched the tablet, playing images one after another, Patrick assaulting people, Ho Man mingling with unsavory men. Grandma Ho, with higher education, surely you know the implications of these being released? If I bring Leah back to Sue, Patrick would add at least 5 years to his sentence, you'd lose custody, and pay damages. Grandma Ho, pale-faced, growled, aren't you afraid I'll die here? The obstruction of business is illegal. Suicide is your personal choice, I'd report it. Montegegmeo operates legally. Even if your whole family jumped here, I wouldn't mind. Translation note, some proper nouns and character names were kept consistent in Pinyin or adapted slightly for English readability while preserving cultural integrity. Chapter 230, Dealing with Catherine Hua. The man slowly stood up and looked down at the old lady who was half lying on the ground. 5 minutes. If Syra Hua hasn't left by then, I guarantee everyone online will know these two matters. Govind, may you not rest in peace. Don't worry, you'll surely precede me. Not respecting the elderly and young, one day you will grow old too. The old lady supported herself to sit on the ground and shouted at Govind. He was unfazed by her outburst and glanced at his watch. 4 minutes. Scoundrel, absolute scoundrel. The old lady struggled to get up from the ground, but no one in the crowd offered a hand to help her. Elderly people might stagger due to their age, yet Govind stood there like an outsider, watching as Catherine Hua struggled. While she was struggling, he calmly announced the remaining time. When Catherine Hua finally left, the crowd dispersed, still stunned by what had just transpired. President Nate truly has an iron fist. How can one show kindness to such a stubborn old lady? Aren't you afraid of media exposure? Even if it's exposed, it would only be about someone misusing their age, villains growing old. Gradually, the conversation among the onlookers faded as noon approached, and the commotion after a meal ended. It was the weekend, and Angie's role was about to wrap up. The director gave Carlos a break to catch up on the schedule. Angie, rarely thinking of her birth mother, returned to the city from the set and immediately went to the company. The company had new leadership. Tilda seemed determined to reform things thoroughly, firing everyone she could from the front desk to the boardroom except for a few trusted aides. Therefore, when Angie arrived at the company, she was blocked from entering. Come down to pick me up, I'm downstairs. Got nothing better to do? Thinking of your birth mom now? Tilda said to Angie while instructing her secretary to go fetch her. The secretary met Angie and didn't forget to inform the receptionist that the boss's daughter was a celebrity. Within half an hour, the news spread throughout the company. Miss Selenag is looking younger every day. Without you around to upset me, I really can live longer. Tilda wore a red suit over a black shirt, her originally long hair cut short into a practical bob. Her appearance was sharp and energetic, completely different from before. Why aren't you hurrying to find a new dad now that mine is dead? Why are you becoming a career woman? Tilda glanced at her. Isn't it all for your future happiness? For me? Who else? If I hadn't come to the company, I wouldn't have known how much your father nearly bankrupted the company trying to support it. If I don't handle it, even if you inherited the estate, it would just be dead money. Tilda regretted that Freddie died too soon. She shouldn't have let Angie develop such a dependent personality. Instead, she should have molded her into a career woman capable of competing with idiots like Waverly. Now, Tilda had to fight these battles herself. Dead money or not, it's enough for us to live our lives. Tilda sighed at this remark. This life or next? Angie. How is Govind treating you? What do you mean? Don't talk nonsense. Don't pretend with your mom. Did you really think I didn't know you got married? How did you find out? Tilda opened a drawer and placed something on the table. Angie picked it up. It was an invitation card signed by Elena. A few days ago, I met Govind's stepmother at the beauty salon. She was so enthusiastic that I thought she wanted to take my kidney, but after talking, I found out you had already met her parents. Edit. A few days ago, I met Govind's stepmother at the beauty salon. She was so enthusiastic that I thought she wanted to take my kidney, but it turned out you had already met her parents. Further refined for natural flow. A few days ago, I ran into Govind's stepmother at the beauty salon. She was so enthusiastic, I thought she might want to take my kidney, but it turned out you had already met her parents. Final polish. A few days ago, I ran into Govind's stepmother at the beauty salon. She was so enthusiastic, I thought she might want to take my kidney, but it turned out you had already met her parents. Govind gave money, Angie explained hurriedly. How much? A lot. How much exactly? 20 billion. Tilda finally turned her full attention to Angie. How much did you say? Angie replied seriously, 20 billion. Do you know Govind only has one mother? Maybe we should meet a few more of these mothers. Angie. In her earlier years, Tilda was also a career woman, but marriage and Freddie's generous spending led her to retreat and live a luxurious life. Despite leaving the business world, she maintained some connections and had insight from observing Freddie's methods. Angie waited for Tilda to finish work, and they prepared for a long-awaited dinner together. Just as they entered the parking lot, a flashy yellow Ferrari stopped right in front of them. Waverly stepped out of the car, initially intending to confront Tilda, but unexpectedly found Angie there too. Exclusive Ferrari, impressive, Xavier. So your real dad died, and you ascended straight to heaven, waiting to exchange the inheritance for cars, huh? Angie, after being in the entertainment industry for so long, why is your mouth still so foul? Maybe because I saw shit. You're proud of sending Leroy inside? You don't know what the entire high society in Jingang is saying about you? Angie, maybe you shouldn't act anymore. Come back and listen to those rumors properly. Angie couldn't care less about what the circle said. It was a place she had long since disdained. Only fools like Waverly would care. Is that all you came here to say? Done? I'm here to see your mom. Okay, Angie responded listlessly, then looked at Tilda. You want to chat with this idiot? Tilda ignored him and walked past the yellow Ferrari to Angie's limousine. Unable to pass up this opportunity, Waverly persisted. The original senior executives were all reassigned by Tilda under various pretexts, scattered across different cities. He had no influence or informants in the company anymore. His cargo shipping company could operate for so long only because Freddie provided him with business. With the new leadership, his wharf was about to fail. Aunt Selenag, we're family. Even if Dad is gone, Angie and I still share blood ties. If you're displeased with me, say it directly. There's no need to push me to the brink, is there? Chapter 231, Sterility Water. Extermination? Tilda's footsteps halted as she stared intently at Waverly. If I were truly exterminating you, would you still be standing in front of me? Waverly, with a mind like yours, I suggest you ask your mother if she ate enough walnuts when she was pregnant with you. Was your brain not nourished enough? Before coming to challenge me, did you even consider your own weight? If you're not capable of running a company, don't open one. If it can't continue operating, let it go. If not for your father secretly helping you over the years, you wouldn't even be able to keep your business afloat, much less run that war. With all this time spent on underhanded schemes, why not improve your mind instead? Haven't those loose women outside told you that you have problems and should see a doctor? Can't afford a neurologist? Need me to recommend one? Waverly, if you can't handle this life, just quit. You're almost 40. Dying isn't the only option, losing face is manageable. Tilda lectured Waverly without any restraint. His occasional visits disrupted her sense of well-being. He simply polluted the air. Aunt Selenag, I call you that out of respect because of my father, not because you deserve it. Don't think too highly of yourself. If it weren't for my father, could you live the life you do now? Would you hold your current position? What are you showing off to me for? Back then, if my mother hadn't stepped aside for you, you wouldn't know where you'd be now. Who knows, maybe you'd be like the other women outside who have no title. As for Angie, being the #1 lady of Jingang, does she deserve it? If not for my father funding her, given her promiscuous nature back in school, she'd probably be an unwed mother, deceived by someone already. Ah. Angie pulled out pepper spray from her bag and sprayed it directly into Waverly's eyes. Instantly, he recoiled, hands covering his eyes and body slamming into a car. Angie, what did you spray me with? Sterility water. With a clatter, Angie tossed the empty bottle into the trash bin. You crazy person, take me to the hospital. Why bother going to the hospital? Since you've already had heirs, sterility doesn't matter anymore. You insane. At the hospital, Angie leaned against the door of the emergency room, sipping instant coffee intermittently. Through the wall, Waverly's pained cries echoed like a butchered pig. Doctor, will I go blind? I don't know if you'll go blind, but your incessant shouting might deafen me. Elena rolled her eyes. Indeed, now more than ever, he believed that every normal person has fools surrounding them. Blind, so be it. If you really do go blind, I'll immediately call your girlfriends to take care of you. Proving their sincerity, Angie nudged the door slightly, adding salt to the wound. If I really go blind, I'll sue you until you rot in prison. Oh, I'll wait. But before you can write the lawsuit, I'll cut you down first. Where should I start? Your little dick or your butt? I hear you play quite loosely with your girlfriends. Either method should be acceptable, right? Elena. Nurse. You bitch. Waverly spewed curses wildly. Angry, Angie wasn't about to let him go easily. Her tolerance had limits. If it weren't for Adelard's affection for his son, she'd have finished him off today. Having tolerated him time and again, patience wore thin. She threw her cup into the trash, walked up to Elena, pushed her aside, and grabbed a pair of scissors from the tray. She tapped Waverly's cheek. Come on, keep cursing. Let's see which is harder, your mouth or my scissors. What are you planning? Waverly trembled in fear. Knowing I'm crazy, you still don't back down? Isn't this asking for trouble? Waverly, didn't I give you some respect? You thought I was easy to bully, continually disrespecting me. As she spoke, she moved the scissors along Waverly's neck downward. Angie, murder is illegal. Shoo, the louder you shout, the more excited I get. Inside the ER, curtains blocked other patients' view. The nurse tried to intervene but was stopped by Elena. The nurse saw Elena crossing her arms, lazily watching. She even recorded video on her phone. Angie, what are you doing? Waverly felt the scissors stopping somewhere they shouldn't, causing his whole body to shake in terror. Do you still want to curse? No, no more. Still plan on finding my mom? Understanding prudence was wise, Waverly dared not contest with the enraged Angie at this moment. Angie, taught by Tilda since young to please Adelard, excelled in reading people and possessed unimaginably deep scheming skills. Despite being 8 years younger, during summer and winter breaks, Adelard would bring Waverly to stay at the Hua residence. Waverly raised a mixed-breed dog, a smart creature obedient to its owner. Whenever Adelard and Tilda were away, Waverly would incite the dog to torment Angie. However, regardless of how the dog treated her, Angie never showed annoyance or impatience. She always acted as if she loved the dog deeply, tolerating its abuse. Over time, the dog grew complacent. Until one day, upon returning home, Waverly discovered the dog missing, accusing Angie of hiding it. No one believed him due to her impeccable disguise. At the end of the summer vacation, as Waverly was about to leave the Hua family, Angie asked him casually, "Was the dog meat hot pot you had last week tasty?" Instantly, Waverly felt as if his skull had been ripped open. Leaning against the car window, he vomited uncontrollably. Angie stepped back, standing several feet away, watching him coldly. Returning the scissors to the tray, Waverly appeared as though he had been fished out of water. Blinded by the pepper spray, unable to see, his fear intensified exponentially. Angie had him utterly in her grasp. Chapter 232, You're in big trouble. Bullying Nate Yama's sister. Just now someone tried to kill me, where were you all? Elena had just treated Waverly's eyes when she was abruptly grabbed by the collar and angrily interrogated before she could explain the necessary precautions. Should we call the police? Elena responded calmly. Waverly's anger dissipated significantly upon encountering Elena's indifferent expression. Before he could regain his senses, Angie spoke up in a carefree tone, filming a video on her phone. Lawyer Nate, see this? Someone is bullying your little sister. How about chopping off their hands? Waverly sharply turned to look at Elena. Last time at the Nate residence, he was too busy outsmarting Angie that he didn't pay attention to the others in the family. But indeed, he had heard long ago that Govind's stepmother had a daughter who was a doctor. Elena stood up coldly and looked at the nurse. Explain the precautions to him. Yes, Director Sue. Angie sent the video to Govind while smirking at Waverly as she walked away. You're in big trouble. Bullying Nate Yama's sister. Waverly. Get lost, will you? Govind had just come out of the bath center when a black Maybach stopped in front of him. It was late June in Jingang, with light drizzle, and Ali held an umbrella and opened the car door for him. As the man bent to get into the car, government officials came out to see him off. Just as Ali got into the driver's seat, someone hurried out of the clubhouse, offering a box of Nate Sean Cloud Mist tea. Mr. Nate, a small token of gratitude, please don't mind it. Govind glanced at the gift offered and politely declined. Boss Baker, there's no need. Among people, many things can't be openly discussed. Addressing each other as boss can avoid unnecessary trouble. This person was Isaac's brother developing business in the outskirts of Jinggang, and today's meeting was rather interesting. Everyone gathered here for money and benefits. These monetary interests could intertwine countless relationships. Mr. Nate, please accept it, it would give me peace of mind, said the other person, with a cautious and ingratiating smile. Govind hesitated slightly, nodding lightly. Alali, noticing his gesture, got out of the car and took the gift. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Nate. Isaac watched as 3 Maybachs drove away, finally letting out a breath of relief. Brother? What's wrong? With Mr. Nate's approval, you should be relieved. Isaac stood under the eaves, lighting a cigarette. It's only on the surface. He couldn't tell his own brother that he had offended someone due to the person in his hand. Ari's matter wasn't resolved yet, and Angie was like a ticking bomb, ready to explode any time. Why do you say that? Isaac tapped off some ash. Forget it, I'll handle these matters. Your next task is to focus on what you have. Power and wealth were intertwined. Businessmen always came last, but eventually, the Baker family would still depend on his brother. In the back seat of the Maybach, the man slowly lifted his eyelids, looking out at the rain hitting the window. After a moment of silence, he remembered something. Where is the lady? Has she gone home? Meena called and said she returned with Miss Tai. Elena? Yes. Govind grunted in acknowledgement and then noticed messages from both Angie and Elena. In bed, Waverly shivered from being scared, looking like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The man chuckled fondly. Little sprite. In the dining room, they wore pajamas, slicing steaks and enjoying red wine in their glasses. Meena waited nearby, while a chubby cat rubbed against Elena. Just as Govind entered, he overheard Angie asking Elena, is there something your brother did in the capital that I don't know about? Ryup, Elena's steak knife scraped far off course. The harsh sound made Angie frown, seeing Elena's shocked eyes. She teased, is your brother keeping mistresses outside? If my dad found out, he'd break his legs and castrate him, Elena blurted out reflexively. Arlen was upright, and if Govind did anything improper, he'd twist his neck for sure. Then why are you worried? I'm worried about you. What are you talking about? Govind interrupted at the right moment, standing at the dining room entrance dressed in a suit, holding a plain tea box, the light casting a gentle glow around him. Angie was momentarily dazzled. We were discussing whether you have women outside. Angie, always straightforward due to her upbringing, thought lying was beneath her and considered inappropriate for her to lie to anyone. Besides, Adelard's parenting succeeded in making them unite against outsiders. Only in familiar settings would Angie dare to speak rudely to Govind. Take my money and doubt my character? The man casually placed the tea box on the table, his words clearly aimed at Angie without noticing Elena opening the box. The moment the box opened, rows of gleaming gold bars appeared before her eyes. A sharp intake of breath followed. Brother, did you rob a bank? Elena stared wide-eyed at him. When Govind got into the car, he hadn't recalled this box of tea until Alali chased after him with it. Initially, he didn't think much of it. Just a box of tea, how expensive could it be? He asked Alali to take it back for him. Alali informed him with difficulty that the bag felt heavy and didn't seem like tea. Sure enough, it wasn't tea. It was a gift. Who gave you gold bars? Compared to Elena, Angie remained relatively calm, knowing that exchanging gifts in business circles often involved such items. Govind glanced at Angie. Linkendle it. I'll go upstairs to freshen up. Can I keep it for myself? Angie asked, swinging her head. Between us, using keep sounds too distant. Mine is yours. If you want it, take it. Upon hearing this, Elena excitedly raised her hand. Big brother, I. Govind turned back before going upstairs, giving Elena a meaningful glance that only she understood. You can't. Why not? Am I not part of the family anymore? If Angie takes it, she'll spend it on herself. If you take it, you'll give it to others. People won't live better, but you'll end up wearing a t-shirt worth 12 yuan and look like a ghost. But I'm doing good deeds, accumulating virtue. Elena, remember this, a man can endure hardship for his wife and children, and bear humiliation for his family, but never for strangers because they don't deserve it. Leave universal salvation to the bodhisattvas. Translation ends here. Please provide more text for further translation or adjustments needed. Chapter 233, A man doesn't come home, just earns money for me to spend. Elena's and Govind's worldviews were completely different. Elena was a typical benevolent person, she'd rather be poor herself than see others suffer, while Govind wasn't that way. He was sober-minded, rational, principled, and had his limits. He would never let anyone from the outside add trouble to him. When two sensible minds clashed, they often needed a third party to mediate. Elena turned her gaze to Angie before even asking a question. But Angie slowly nodded and said, your brother is right. If there's a beam of light shining into a dark world, that beam of light isn't to blame. Misery in the world is not created by us, we don't have to pay with our own hard work for it. Sometimes we can help out, but we can't let charity and pity dominate our lives. After Angie spoke, Elena suddenly recalled what Krista had once said. The reason why Govind and Angie ended up together was because they belonged to the same world. They were clear-headed, cold, always made objective judgments, and only trusted themselves, not the outside world. Such people rarely meet their match. When they do, they feel an affinity for each other. Isn't Angie's statement today proof of this? The man, who was originally about to go upstairs, suddenly leaned against the stairway entrance, looking at Angie as if admiring a treasure. His loving eyes shone with warmth. "Catherine, Nate has great awareness," he said. Angie cut a piece of steak and put it in her mouth, then calmly replied to Govind, "It's all thanks to Boss Nate. If you don't go take a shower now, I'm going to ask you which woman's perfume this is," she continued teasingly. "Mr. Nate." "Fine. Off to take a shower. Aren't you bothered by the scent of another woman on my brother?" Elena asked as if she'd made some new discovery. "Can you endure this? No love anymore? Not a trace of doubt between spouses?" After leisurely finishing her last piece of steak, Angie propped her chin and looked at Elena. "Is he back?" "He's back." She glanced at the gold bars on the table. "Did you give me the money?" Elena nodded. "I did." Angie smiled beautifully. "My life goal is that a man doesn't come home, just earns money for me to spend." "Love?" Elena didn't understand. Perhaps due to her mother's unhappy marriage and decision to remain single after her first divorce until meeting Arlen, she still held on to hope for love. She found Angie's words hard to accept. "That thing? Even dogs wouldn't eat it. When did your face swell like that?" Colleen had just put the child to bed and was downstairs getting a drink of water when she saw Waverly return with a swollen face. "I ran into Angie." "You saw Aunt Selenag today and met Angie? Wasn't she filming at the movie studio lately?" Everyone in the Beijing-Hong Kong circle was concerned about Angie's whereabouts. Whether she was in or out of Beijing, Hong Kong, everyone followed her daily like a live broadcast. Was Waverly unlucky or lucky? He kept bumping into Angie at critical moments and got disciplined every time. Forget it, Waverly didn't want to mention Angie, it only brought anger. Colleen didn't get upset by Waverly's tone. She went to the tea room indifferently to pour some water. The Hua family villa wasn't huge, compared to Hua family in Puyin Mountain Mansions, it wasn't top tier. The tea room was separated from the dining area by a glass wall. Waverly could hear Colleen pouring water from the living room. "Pour me a cup too." Colleen heard Waverly but ignored him. "Hearing me, Colleen? There's a package for you on the coffee table. Don't forget to check it." Waverly grabbed the tightly wrapped package from the coffee table and used a letter opener from the drawer to open it. When he saw its contents, his face paled instantly. "Who sent this?" "Don't know," Colleen responded coolly. Given how many affairs Waverly had, similar to his late father, both were promiscuous, sowing seeds everywhere, she knew exactly what it contained without checking. It was nothing more than an ultrasound report or pregnancy test stick, informing him he had fathered another child. How thrilling. Go to bed early. After drinking her water, Colleen walked upstairs without even a glance at Waverly. "Do you know something, Colleen?" "You should ask, what is there I don't know?" "Today when I took your son to class, they surrounded us." "Waverly, if you're trash, don't drag my son down with you." You wait." Colleen paused at the stairway, turning coldly toward Waverly. "You want to fight? Angie already punished you. Are you inviting yourself to a hospital stay?" "Waverly, all these women issues are your fault. I hope one day your mistress's daughters grow up to meet someone like you." "Colleen, don't think you're special." Waverly was enraged by Colleen's taunt. He jumped up from the sofa, glaring furiously. Bang, Colleen wasn't giving in either. She swung her arm, throwing a cup at his feet. In the dead of night, any sound could seem amplified, reasonable arguments aren't loud. "Do you want to make a scene?" "I'll oblige you." Facing Colleen's fire, Waverly cowered instantly, suppressing his rising anger. "Wanna argue?" "Not arguing, then I'm going to sleep." Waverly. The next day, when Elena arrived at her office, she saw Beatrice again. So free? Doesn't she need to work? Coming here every day, what does it mean? Does being a big star come with such good treatment? About. Before Elena could speak, Beatrice pushed a slip in front of her. Elena choked, "Okay. Today indeed was her clinic shift. Where does it hurt?" "Headache." Elena scrutinized Beatrice. "With your face all swollen, your head can't be pain-free. Tell me, do you want medication or an MRI?" "Miss Beatrice, let me tell you, having too many CT scans can also harm the brain. I suggest you buy some anti-inflammatory medicine instead." Beatrice, having failed multiple times, didn't plan to tangle with Elena further. "I believe Dr. Su knows why I'm here." "I don't know." "Why don't you tell us all?" Elena feigned ignorance, knowing that admitting knowledge would only invite manipulation. Beatrice stuttered, surprised Elena could see through her thoughts. "If it's too embarrassing, never mind. Miss Beatrice, if you have no business here, please leave. Wasting my time here means wasting patients' precious time." Chapter 234, Boss Nate, isn't it your wife? "You little thing, challenging me? You think I can't deal with you? Are all female celebrities this strange? Why do I feel like she's not quite right in the head?" She's completely different from what I see in TV dramas. The nurse muttered beside her as Elena picked up her cup and took a sip of water. She casually tossed out 3 words, ignore her. Nina left the hospital looking troubled. Before she could vent her emotions, Reba called, the director wants you back on set to complete your scenes. Milagros's scenes are almost done. Omar has been diligently staying on set, while you've been wandering around outside. Put your current matters aside for now. Don't let people find too many faults with you, it will be disadvantageous for us later. What's the plan for today? Govind specifically woke up Milagros early in the morning. Milagros rubbed her eyes and looked at Govind, who was already dressed neatly. The scent of hair pomade reached her nose, and she took a few deep breaths, sleeping arrangement. Govind laughed at her lazy tone, you're really lazy. What can I do? Celebrities lack sleep, she needed to catch up on sleep over these 2 days so she wouldn't oversleep from Monday morning's variety show recording. Change the place to sleep? Where? 300 square meters of luxurious bed. Boss Nate looked sincerely at Milagros. His serious yet slightly seductive expression made Milagros instantly fall for it. This man knew exactly what got to her. Half an hour later. Milagros stared at Govind's office lounge area, holding back the curses she wanted to shout. This is your 300 square meters of luxury bed? Isn't it luxurious? Boss Nate crossed his arms by the door, watching Milagros, trying hard not to laugh. Boss Nate, you're really cheap. Half a caddy is 8 tails. Govind walked into the lounge, thoughtfully pulling the curtains shut, half hugging Milagros's waist and pushing her onto the bed. Milagros didn't back down either, grabbing Govind's tie and forcing him to fall down with her. Boss Nate, big bed, lonely, arrange some fun? Govind propped himself up, gazing softly at Milagros. What kind of fun? I've done my good deeds in this life, but I know I don't deserve anything too extravagant. How about something ordinary? Like? An 8-pack abs brother. Govind's eyes darkened, freeing his tie from her grip. That's an ordinary dream, not worthy of the Lincolnsons. Think harder, take the time to consider it while you sleep. Milagros lay in bed, watching Govind adjust his tie by the window. She stretched her feet towards him, teasingly hooking places they shouldn't. Her actions ignited Govind's temper. Nate lawyer, just say I'm daydreaming. I get it. Govind finished adjusting his tie, holding Milagros's white foot, rubbing her smooth toes. His rough fingers met her soft sole, making her shiver with ticklishness. Stop. Let go. Aren't you fond of playing? Govind narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. You. Her mixed laughter of pain and pleasure filled the lounge. Elon knocked on the door without realizing it was open and rushed in with documents, stopping mid-step when he heard the sounds. Scared, he turned quickly and ended up crashing into the glass door. Govind finally released Milagros and stepped out of the lounge, seeing Elon on the ground, scrambling to pick up the documents. What's wrong? And nothing, Elon panicked. Would he be fired? He had heard things he shouldn't. Would his career end here? If he were fired, where else could he find such a great boss? Milagros poked her head out of the lounge. Boss Nate, such a commotion, isn't it your wife? Elon. He should die, he saw the boss doing something naughty. The 48-meter-long sword of the princess was on its way. Govind. After Elon left, Govind entered the lounge again. He saw Milagros barefoot, crossing her arms against the wall, watching him with amusement. Do you think they believe you're fooling around outside? Govind smirked, not answering directly but bit her neck instead. Milagros sucked in a breath. It doesn't matter, I'll make my own decisions. On set, Omar finished his scene and wanted water, only to find his cup empty. He kicked Anwar, who was playing games on his phone. Anwar glanced at him. Brother, can you get it yourself? Cameron is gaming with me. Omar paused mid-step, then stopped and snatched the phone from Anwar. Go get water, I'll play for you. But. One look from Omar made Anwar shut up. Okay. Who let you be the boss? If you keep being so obvious, Cameron will figure out you like her. Anwar, want to change bosses? Anwar. Anwar said Omar likes Milagros. Nina had just finished a scene with Omar and was having her makeup adjusted. Her assistant nodded. Yes, I heard it straight from Anwar. Nina tightened her grip on her cup. Who does she think she is? At noon, after playing games all morning, Milagros was dragged out by Govind to have lunch. They chose a Japanese restaurant. Just as they sat down, they saw Darren come in with a young, pure-looking girl, presumably a recent graduate or still in college. She followed behind him like a meek housewife. Milagros turned to ask Govind but noticed his gaze elsewhere. Following his line of sight, through the silk screens, she recognized the person. Presley had been flying between the US and Jingang recently. Moving a family wasn't easy, and Jingang businesspeople couldn't cozy up to Govind directly, so they found another route. Clearly, Govind knew the person across from him. Should we greet them? Chapter 235, Men have been a bit disobedient lately. No need, Govind retracted his gaze and focused back on the menu. Angie, propping her chin in her hand, spoke up, the Nan family can only dream. When they faced significant issues initially, old Nan moved the entire family abroad to protect what was left of the Nan assets. Years have passed, and they haven't fared well overseas. The one who was imprisoned is dead, so they think they can return as if nothing happened. They don't even consider how despicable their past actions were. They enjoyed the shade when the tree was thriving but abandoned it when it started decaying, discarding those no longer useful. This traitorous behavior applies not only to others but also within their own family. People's actions are watched by heaven. Eventually, things come full circle. No one can escape that fate. While selecting dishes, Angie continued to criticize the Nan family, her voice growing louder, almost as if she wanted someone specific to hear her. Presley had an appointment for dinner with a business partner. Upon hearing someone discussing the Nan family, she was initially surprised. As she listened further, she recognized the familiar voice. The shadow behind the screen stretched out, and Presley's figure appeared before Angie. "Geraldine, you seem quite knowledgeable about my Nan family." Angie, still supporting her chin, smiled at Presley. "How could I not be? We share the same father. Were we talking? Did I disturb you? Should I leave? Would you leave? If this place belonged to you, I would." Presley knew Angie had always been a pampered child. She could pretend all she wanted, but no one could strip away that pretense from her. Moreover, being a celebrity meant she wasn't one to shy away from the spotlight. Presley nodded briefly at Govind before returning to her seat. "Do you feel better now?" "Yeah," Angie mumbled in response to Govind. He refilled her teacup and said, "Angie, do you know what you resemble now? You're like a discontented child, envious of Presley." Angie's body, which was leaning back into the chair, froze as if struck by something on top of her head. A sound reverberated around her mind. "What do I envy about her?" "You envy that she doesn't need to please anyone, that she has always been true to herself, and that she only strives for her own future in a world driven by material desires. You, on the other hand, do everything to please your father, trying to stand out among his dozens of illegitimate children. Even after his death, you still did this." Angie didn't want to admit it but had to. That was indeed the case. From childhood, Tilda had instilled in her the need to please Freddie. No matter how strong-willed she was, she could still spout subservient nonsense to flatter men. But hearing this from Govind was different. She pretended to be indifferent. "So, what?" Her resolve made Govind see through her instantly. Everyone has aspects they wish to hide, whether good or bad. The man chuckled lightly. "Nothing, let's eat." Angie rested her hand on the table, her long nails tapping rhythmically against it, her gaze scrutinizing Govind. All words ceased with his, "let's eat," while thoughts simultaneously began. "Didn't you say you wanted to rest and not arrange work for me? What's with this sudden change of heart? Actively seeking work now?" Angie lay on the sofa in Burnell's office, looking at the ceiling with her hands behind her head. Men have been a bit disobedient lately. "Who? Which man? How many men do I have?" Burnell hesitated before asking, "Govind? Did Boss Nate hurt your feelings? Or cheat on you? Are you using work to numb yourself because he's disobedient?" Angie sked and rolled her eyes at Burnell. "What do you mean by numbing?" "It's called reducing direct contact time with people. Aren't you afraid Boss Nate will see through your plan, drag you home, break your leg, and confine you to Albin's mansion?" Sitting up from the sofa, Angie touched her thigh impatiently. "Let's talk." "Frightened?" Burnell looked at her from his chair. "I'm not one to be scared," Angie said, stiffening her neck. "Burnell. You aren't. If so, arrange the variety show, including the live stream with Omar." "When?" "Their next live stream is Saturday." "Then Saturday it is." On Saturday, Omar rearranged his filming schedule to accommodate the variety show. The director's team was highly cooperative, knowing that featuring both leads would boost promotion for the drama. Plus, the previous live stream had been wildly popular, sparking endless internet discussions. Angie woke up at 4 in the morning, disturbing Govind, who sat up in bed, half asleep, his face dark with anger. "Another worker bee?" "Yes." Seemingly accustomed to this, Govind sighed, lighting a cigarette to wake himself up. "Commercial performance or program?" "Variety show," Angie answered, coming out of the bathroom with a towel. "Do me a favor, don't report me. And don't send me gifts either. If you're really wealthy, just give me money to spend directly. Tips don't benefit me at all." "Govind." The man didn't deny it, tapping ashes into the ashtray. "Just behave in the live stream and don't flirt with other men. At your young age, you've already gone blind, Boss Nate. What will you do?" Angie walked over and caressed his face, sighing. As a star, who doesn't have some gossip? Even if they don't, fans will stir up stories. "Then quit stardom and let me support you." "That's another male deception, I'll support you." Angie didn't linger, getting up and leaving the room. Isaiah drove her out of the compound. In the back seat, Angie closed her eyes, resting. "Sister, Lawyer Nate is watching us from upstairs." Angie opened her eyes slowly and turned to look. In the early morning light, the Alban villa gleamed softly in a pink hue, with Govind standing in his robe, smoking, watching her car depart. His silhouette looked solitary and melancholy, evoking a sense of loneliness akin to invincibility without equal. As the figure on the balcony disappeared, Angie asked Isaiah, "How is the investigation going?" "It's hard to investigate, as Lawyer Nate erased all traces of his past once he rose to prominence. The few who know are elderly and hard to approach. Last night, Elsie drank 4 bottles of white liquor with Dr. Sue to extract sparse information. Lawyer Nate's biological mother lives in the capital and has recently been trying to contact him. Maybe the call you received was from her. I have a vague idea. Angie remembered hearing about Govind's biological mother. She left soon after living with Arlen and giving birth to Govind, though the reasons remained unknown. Pulling out a notebook, Angie wrote down a number and handed it to Isaiah. Find a way. If you can't, ask my mother. Isaiah, holding the steering wheel with one hand and the note with the other, thought, women are truly terrifying. After so many days, she can still recall numbers. Translation notes. Maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Names are kept in pinyin format. Ensured coherence and fluency in English. Hashtag chapter 236, Omar seems to like me. When Angie arrived at the location, Omar was already there. The same greeting. You two have finally come. Recently, everyone has been talking about you two, saying you both bring wealth but also bad luck. Angie couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. I can accept bringing a bit of bad luck after bringing wealth. The regular guests laughed heartily. I guess most people can accept that. I heard you two are coming today, so we discussed it last night and decided to have noodles for breakfast with poached eggs and vegetables, he said while handing over the menu they had prepared last night to Angie and Omar. This is our menu for today. Please review it. Our rule is that guest stars must prepare one dish. Are you both okay with that? Early in the morning, the comments section buzzed with excitement. The director, sitting behind the monitor, watched the comments fly by. Hong Kong's top actress, my father is the richest man, do you think I know how to cook? Should I bring my chef? Don't be too hard on this newbie. Would you dare to eat what she cooks? Let Hector cook. He seems like someone who can make edible food. Top actress gives up. Only commoners cook. As Hong Kong's princess, should we really ask her to cook? This is just a joke. The director stared for a long time without seeing any familiar VIPs. Didn't we announce the live stream this time? Why are only small gifts flying in the chat room? No, we did announce it. Look, there are twice as many viewers today, the staff member replied, confused. The director rolled his eyes, thinking it was futile to explain. Sure, Angie nodded. Sitting here waiting for your humiliation. The comments section ignited again. Sitting here waiting for your humiliation plus 10086. Sitting here waiting for your humiliation plus ID number. Rural variety shows emphasize a slow pace. The director arranged for Angie and Omar to form a couple for this episode. The regular guests gave them a basket and asked them to pick some fresh vegetables from the opposite field. In the summer vegetable garden, fresh produce was plentiful. Wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans, Angie strolled along the narrow dirt path with Omar, who wore sportswear. They chatted happily while carrying the baskets, creating a serene and warm scene. Living in a place like this for life doesn't seem bad. Angie, walking ahead with the basket, suddenly turned back in shock upon hearing Omar's remark. Her expression seemed to ask, are you serious? With so many mosquitoes, inconvenient transportation, and various wild animals, this place didn't seem worth spending a lifetime in. The environment is nice, but aren't you afraid of cute little creatures? Omar thought for a moment, afraid? But those things aren't actually cute. Like what? Snakes. Angie laughed. Then maybe you shouldn't think about living here for life. Confused, Omar followed Angie's finger pointing towards a snake slithering in the rice paddy beside the path. The camera zoomed in, and all the viewers saw the snake. Suddenly terrified, Omar stepped back repeatedly, while Angie laughed so hard she cried. In the live stream, Omar's fans instantly started defending him. Protect our big brother. Standing in the morning light on the dirt path, Angie looked like a mischievous fairy laughing uncontrollably. Should I wait here while you go to the garden yourself? Looking uncomfortable, Omar felt embarrassed and his weakness was revealed and ridiculed by the girl he liked. Aren't you scared? Not at all. If you want an extra snack, I could even try to catch it for you. Director. Live stream fans. Is this chick brave or what? Angie, you're a girl. So what? Do girls have to be scared of these things? Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I need to fear them. Women are not inherently weak. Domestic violence, dismemberment, abandonment, aren't these more terrifying than small animals? Omar was stunned by Angie's words and hurriedly explained, concern and guilt clear in his eyes. That's not what I meant. That kind of worry was typically seen in couples deeply in love. Angie looked straight at him, feeling a sudden pang of anxiety. Does he like me? I know that's not what you meant, but I still needed to say it. Not everyone is as aware as I am, Angie remarked, noticing the snake moving closer. She quickly squatted down, grabbed the snake by its neck, and threw it into the nearby field. Let's go. It's gone now. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Omar. Everyone. Govind, watching the live stream, suddenly remembered how Angie had secretly placed various soft-bodied creatures in his bicycle basket, denying it when questioned. Now it was obvious evidence. Before the variety show ended, news of Angie catching a snake bare-handed went viral, revealing an unexpected side of the entertainment world's debutante. That night, Angie was still lamenting that she hadn't caught the snake for soup. Congratulations, you become popular in another bizarre way. How did you manage to catch a snake in front of Hector? Wasn't catching a snake part of our script? Do you realize your image as an entertainment newbie might not last? Burnell sat beside Angie, watching her casually wipe her palms with wet wipes, trying not to laugh despite being exasperated. Aren't you trying to help me transition? Did I tell you to transition by catching snakes? You're so powerful, should I find a forest for you to live stream? Angie sighed and tossed the wet wipe into the trash bag. I didn't plan to catch it. Why did you? Omar looked at me funny. He seems to like me. Burnell finally noticed. Elsie. My sister's eyesight is getting better. Burnell, frustrated, leaned against the car door and tapped his head against the window. So you caught the snake because you realized he likes you? Not exactly. I just wanted to show him that I'm not someone he deserves, a coward. Just as Angie finished speaking, Burnell handed her his phone. Hashtag chapter 237, snubbing President Nate. Come on, the coward's calling. Answer or not? Angie glanced at the number on the screen. You answer. Angie, you've barely learned a fraction of your father's ways in matters of the heart. Discouraging a man isn't done this way. The more you do this, the more he'll be intrigued by you. Omar, what kind of women hasn't he seen? Since he entered the industry, there has been no scandal, no rumors about him liking any female celebrity. You are the first. Do I feel honored? Big sis, men generally have special feelings for their first love, like Lawyer Nate. Even after you toyed with him and dumped him, he still wanted to marry you, Isaiah, the only man in the car, explained. Men have a desire to conquer what they can't obtain. Angie. Before she could even respond, Burnell picked up the call. Omar asks if we can meet for a meal. Ask him, if it's snake meat, then we'll gather, otherwise, forget it. Burnell chuckled sarcastically. Do you believe that if you say snake meat today, Omar's fans will storm your doorstep tomorrow? Knowing exactly what someone fears but still pushing them to face it, wasn't that intentional? It was almost 10 o'clock when they returned to the city. They found a decent barbecue place and went into a private room. Since they had just finished filming the show, it was a symbolic gathering without too many formalities. When Angie entered, she was surprised to see Omar's agent, Jace. The man was plump, wearing a loose Chinese-style shirt, and had prayer beads on his wrist, looking dignified and respectable. Already in his mid-30s, he looked like an old official. This was the second time Angie met him, the first being on set. As soon as Burnell and the others entered, Jace greeted them warmly, shaking Burnell's hand. His gaze finally fell on Angie, and before speaking, he said, Geraldine, so bold. Truly a heroine among women. The internet exploded because you caught a snake bare-handed. The production team is thinking of inviting you as a permanent guest. Angie gave a wry smile, just routine. Jace glanced at Omar and couldn't help but laugh. Routine? That routine nearly scared our Hector to death. If this isn't routine, wouldn't it scare people half to death? They all sat down, ordered food, and to keep the conversation flowing, Jace started chatting. Why isn't Geraldine afraid of snakes? Most girls are terrified of such things, right? Back in school, I liked a boy who coldly rejected me. Knowing he was afraid of snakes, I used to put these creatures in his backpack, Angie said, oblivious to the visible shivers running through Omar. Jace followed up, then what happened? Then? He broke up with me. Fearing even snakes, how could I possibly like such a weakling? Burnell. She's ruthless. Does Arlo Emperor think he doesn't understand? Jace quietly sipped his beer, while Omar remained speechless. Burnell watched with interest as Angie continued talking about putting snakes, lizards, and toads in the boy's backpack. Meanwhile, Govind returned to Puyan Mountain. Graham had informed him that Angie hadn't come back yet. As he climbed the stairs, he dialed her phone. The call was quickly disconnected on the other side. Standing on the stairs, he paused, furrowing his brow. What did that mean? Just as he thought to call back, a WeChat message came in. Geraldine replied succinctly, eating. With whom? The boy who fears snakes. Govind laughed despite himself. What does mentioning Omar get you? When will you return? Almost done. Go take a bath and wait for me obediently. Govind. Angie knew exactly how to handle Govind, knowing perfectly well what worked on him. For this seemingly rational but secretly passionate love brain, she had plenty of experience. Isn't Govind similar to her father in some ways? Going home? Want to do a spa? It was midnight. Angie was staying out for a spa instead of going home, clearly following the principle of less interaction. Burnell was curious how disobedient Mr. Nate must be to make Geraldine distance herself like this. Leaning over, Burnell spoke earnestly. Aren't you worried Mr. Nate will catch on to your tricks and never let you off? Worried? If you're worried, why do it? I can't live in fear of death, can I? Burnell. Fine, even her twisted logic carries the Hua surname. At 1:30 in the morning, those who said they were leaving hadn't returned yet. Govind glanced at the time and called Angie. She answered quickly but started talking about the spa immediately. Doing a spa outside at midnight? Can't you go home? Tired, Mr. Nate. Govind. Being honest about her whereabouts and showing no signs of unusual behavior, Angie's preemptive strike was effective. A soft sigh of fatigue silenced all his concerns. At 3 in the morning, Angie returned home like a wandering ghost. Just as she pushed open the door, she saw Govind sitting on the sofa with a ragdoll cat sleeping on his lap, holding a tablet reading documents. A floor lamp behind him cast a warm, yellow glow, making the scene cozy yet serene. Govind wore a white short-sleeve shirt, which seemed to have taken on a faint cold hue. So late and not sleeping? I'm not you. Govind's chilly tone made Angie shiver slightly. Am I breaking the law? If keeping a concerned person up at night, worrying about you, constitutes a crime, you're guilty now. Mr. Nate, adults have more places than just work and home. A woman's spa is like your gentleman's paradise, and spas are legal and more regulated. Angie threw her bag onto the sofa, walked up to Govind, took away his tablet, hooked her arm around his neck, and sat on his lap. She rolled up her shirt sleeve and offered her wrist to him. Smell this. I tried a new essential oil today. Fragrant, isn't it? Govind's hand rested lightly on her waist. Catherine Nate, is it appropriate to generalize such a statement about me? Just a metaphor. Angie tilted her head, gazing at him intently. The cat woke up and licked her leg, prompting Angie to instinctively pull her leg inward. Seeing this, Govind moved the cat aside. Chapter 238, Is Catherine Nate giving me the cold shoulder? Govind never let issues that could be resolved excessively affect his emotions. Calmness and self-composure were his lifelong lessons. Coming from highly cultivated parents with stable temperaments, their child naturally wouldn't be much worse. This analogy by Milagros made Govind laugh. He leaned back on the sofa, his warm palm gently caressing Milagros's waist, his gaze filled with admiration. The fatigue from staying up all night became starkly evident at this moment. Finally, he retracted his hand, slowly patting Milagros's waist. Go upstairs and rest. Just like that? Catherine Nate felt this wasn't typical of Govind. She had a vague sense that something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint it when she saw the man's calm expression. The rest of the night passed peacefully. By the next morning, Milagros was awakened by the sound of drills. The roaring noise from the roof came in waves. Milagros, dressed in a bathrobe, opened the bedroom door with a gloomy face and called out to Greyhammed. What's going on upstairs? Mr. Nate said to convert one of the guest rooms into an SPA room for Catherine Nate. They are now dismantling the furniture. Milagros. Just stop for now. We'll talk about it this afternoon. Greyhammed looked very troubled. Mr. Nate wants it done before you go out today. Milagros. Now she understood, Govind wasn't making things difficult for Greyhammed, he was making things difficult for her. Too sneaky. She turned back into the bedroom and dialed Govind's number, but it went unanswered. So, she called Elon instead. Elon informed her that Govind was in a meeting. Really? Was he playing games with her? Milagros glanced at the time, 8 o'clock. Who could get up at 8 if they didn't have work? Milagros hastily changed her clothes and drove to Kimberly's office. Just as she entered, she was startled by the disordered surroundings, fabric strewn across the floor, and various design drafts scattered around. Don't scold me. I'm cleaning up. Kimberly knew Milagros was used to being served by others and couldn't tolerate even a bit of mess. Whenever she saw the place messy, she'd always criticize. Now, Kimberly was preemptive to block Milagros's comments. You do as you please, I'm going to sleep. Did your house collapse? Why did you come here so early to sleep? Just pretend it is. Milagros entered the small resting area, took off her hat and mask, turned off her phone, and slept until the afternoon. During this time, Govind called dozens of times but couldn't reach her. In the afternoon, Milagros woke up feeling the urge to urinate. Drowsily, she got up and went to the bathroom. After finishing, she drowsily climbed onto Kimberly's single bed. Don't sleep anymore. Boss Nate is here. So what if he is? Milagros shrugged off Kimberly's hand. Either you go down, or Boss Nate comes up, and then everyone in the company will know your relationship. Choose. Hearing this, Milagros sat up abruptly, staring at Kimberly in shock. Why is he here? That's a very good question, but I don't know. Ask Boss Nate yourself. Milagros. Kimberly went to the bathroom, fetched some wet wipes soaked in cold water, and wiped Milagros's face. Wake up. Don't be too groggy and end up getting taken advantage of. A black Maybach was parked neatly outside Kimberly's company. As soon as Milagros got in, a thick smell of cigarette smoke greeted her. She waved her hand and opened the window slightly, leaning against the car door looking sleepy. Seeing this, Govind stubbed out his cigarette and spoke stiffly. No bed at home for you to sleep on? Noisy. If it's noisy, why not come to my place? Too far. Govind couldn't help but chuckle at Milagros's succinct replies. The man nudged the driver's seat with his foot, signaling hourly to raise the partition. Immediately, Govind pulled Milagros onto his lap, holding her waist and gripping her chin to force her to look at him. In the confined space, Milagros's drowsy eyes gradually cleared. Their breaths nearly intertwined as Govind caressed her face with his rough fingers. What's the matter? Milagros turned her head, trying to break free from his grip. But Govind tightened his hold. What did I do wrong for you to give me the cold shoulder? Is this what Boss Nate calls a cold shoulder? Isn't this a cold shoulder? Milagros laughed. Boss Nate, I just switched places to sleep because I couldn't sleep well, and turned off my phone while sleeping. That's a cold shoulder? If you can't handle this little inconvenience, why get married at all? Milagros's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable no matter how you looked at it. Govind remained silent, gazing at her intensely. After a moment, his hand behind her unbuckled something. With a swift motion, he pressed Milagros down, turning the back seat into a battlefield. That day, for convenience, Milagros wore a long white linen dress, which suited Govind's intentions. The car entered the Puyan Mountain parking lot. The loud noises and the car's jostling made Alali blush and quickly dismissed the guards, shut off the garage surveillance, and stood guard at the entrance smoking. The commotion lasted for almost 2 hours before settling down. Without turning off the engine, the rear window was lowered slightly, and Govind's deep, raspy voice echoed. Alali. Blanket. A few minutes later, Alali handed a blanket to Govind without facing him. After a rustling sound, Govind carried Milagros out of the car, walked past the vehicle, and headed up the stairs. Halfway through, he paused and gave a brief order. Wash the car. Understood. This week's filming ends with your scenes wrapped up. Jace returned to sit beside Omar after consulting with the director. I also asked. The director said Milagros will return on Friday to shoot the last wrap-up scene. Okay. Let me advise you. That girl has an independent spirit, raised in luxury since childhood. Taking her into the Arlo family might not be the best idea. She could have freely roamed as a wild horse. Don't be the one to clip her wings. I agree she has a great personality, but the two of you aren't a match. As someone passed by, Jace stopped speaking, not wanting anyone to know too much. Though he was curious about Milagros's charm, which seemed to have bewitched a prime-aged man. In the capital, what woman couldn't the Arlo family get? How many women had approached him over the years in the entertainment industry? Director, Mr. Baker is here. Jace's voice was interrupted by a crew member. He turned to see a man led in wearing a polo shirt and frameless glasses, radiating the aura of an influential investor. Investor king of Jingang Entertainment. Wasn't Milagros the investor for this show? Why is he here? Chapter 239, President Su, give me a clear direction. I heard from the people on set that he seems to be visiting the director quite often lately. But in reality, he's here for Angie. Why would he come for Angie? Jace wasn't very clear about what was happening in Jingang. Upon hearing this, Anwar felt like Jace had asked about his area of expertise. He shifted closer and explained formally, you don't know this, but Elder Cameron's family is incredibly wealthy. They plugged a 20 billion yuan gap in the production funds. Plus, they're already big players in this industry. Wouldn't investors want to curry favor with them? Rich, beautiful, powerful, and has a good personality. Aren't they just setting themselves up as future capitalists? Anwar's words left Jace stunned. After a while, looking at Anwar, he couldn't help but ask, did they pay you or mesmerize you? You're praising them like an official spokesperson. Am I? Anwar was puzzled. He was telling the truth. How did it become exaggeration? What do you think? He had only met Angie twice, not enough for deep acquaintance. She came from a wealthy family, growing up in luxury, pampered all her life, which made her personality distinctly different from others who were coy and reserved. She knew how to play tricks but looked down upon such antics. Her detached attitude towards fame and fortune indeed was charming in such lavish settings. On the other side, the director watched Isaac with mixed feelings of surprise and joy. The joy was due to knowing Isaac, ensuring no lack of investors for the next project. The surprise was because Angie was not easy to please. Isaac always visited for Angie. At this rate, how could he handle it? Asked her. President Baker, Angie has finished filming her scenes. There are just a few closing shots left. Isaac wasn't worried. As long as the drama wasn't airing, there would be many chances to meet. Don't worry, I'll follow Astor's schedule. President Baker, why not try contacting Angie yourself? Isaac wished he could, but he feared Govind might be around when he contacted her, which would only harm him. Moreover, Govind was shrewd, hard to read, and extremely sensitive. Before Isaac even spoke, Govind might already have pieced everything together. Astor, businessmen chasing fame and profit still need discretion. Astor broke into a cold sweat, thinking, do I not know what you mean? What kind of discretion? Can't you just contact her? The two exchanged pleasantries, some real, some fake. As Isaac left, the director finished a bottle of mineral water sitting in his chair. Jace, fanning himself while watching the scene unfold, turned to Omar. Do you know who that person was? Isaac. Anything else? Omar, puzzled, looked at Jace, who then said, you will know soon. The circle of capitalists wasn't large, so there would be plenty of opportunities to meet again. Rufus had placed his hopes on Beatrice for days, but she hadn't provided any substantial feedback. He guessed this matter couldn't succeed. Delia had been a high society wife for years, handling these matters with skill. Dealing with someone like Beatrice was effortless. But now, both husband and wife understood that they shouldn't waste time on minor figures like Beatrice. Jingang had no shortage of entertainment venues. Beyond the various private clubs Govind had built, just the premises of his business partners alone offered endless options year-round. As Govind's right-hand person, Krista managed most of the Montegegmeo law firm's branch and could be considered Govind's spokesperson in Jingang. Unable to deal with Govind, Rufus could only place a slim hope on Krista. Night fell, and a summer thunderstorm washed over the city. The scorching sun combined with the evening rain did nothing to cool the air but instead made it more stifling. President Sue, the car can't drive in due to the rain. We'll need to walk for a bit. The secretary added amidst the heavy downpour, this shower should pass quickly. Should we wait? Krista, having accompanied clients for dinner and drinking too much, stood dazed on the wet steps under the sultry heat. Let's go, it'll help me sober up. Seeing this, the secretary opened the umbrella but was beaten by a black Mercedes-branded umbrella. President Sue. What wind brought President Selena here? Probably the harsh Siberian wind, Rufus joked lightly. Krista chuckled. President Selena loves to joke. Is mentioning the harsh wind fitting for your status? My current status, President Sue, is well known to you. Though Rufus outranked her, holding the umbrella, Krista couldn't accept it, considering she wasn't Govind. Though one person's success benefits all, her position near Govind was considerable. But Rufus was a veteran industrialist, a class apart, requiring appropriate formalities. She couldn't lag behind and drag Govind down. She took the umbrella from the secretary. Walking under the rain, Rufus spoke frankly. President Sue knows my current situation. The company is waiting for funds to survive. Since the last scandal with Mr. Nate, I haven't been able to find him. If possible, can you help? Holding the umbrella calmly, Krista responded, you know Mr. Nate dislikes intrusions into his private life. We subordinates can't easily provoke him. I understand your urgency but cannot promise anything definite. In the adult world, no explicit agreement meant rejection. Rufus understood what do my best meant. He tilted the umbrella to avoid the purple wisteria falling from the garden. If possible, President Sue, give me a clear direction. Even I am walking in fog. How dare I lead President Selena? Krista walked faster than usual today. From the alley entrance to the parking spot took 3 to 5 minutes. Standing beside the car, with the secretary opening the door, Krista looked at Rufus. President Selena, only the bell ringer can untie the bell. At 3 in the morning, someone knocked urgently on Beatrice's hotel room door. Afraid, she hesitated until her phone rang. Answering it, Delia's voice came through, it's me. Open the door. The low-pitched, it's me, sent chills down Beatrice's spine, fear gripping her but she dared not disobey. Catherine Selena, is there something at this hour? Delia didn't speak but placed a bag and an invitation on the TV stand. Tomorrow evening, there's a law firm gala. This is the invitation. Miss Beatrice knows what it means. Chapter 240, Boss Nate's Superpower. Delia did not linger to waste time, leaving the bag she carried and turning to go. It was impossible not to question her intentions for coming here at 3 in the morning. Could it just be to inform her of this matter? Nina was wide awake now, opening the bag Delia had brought over to find a dress that one glance would tell you was extremely expensive, something an average person couldn't afford in a life.